As a disheartened forward, Zhao Gang, upon traversing through time and experiencing rebirth, acquires an unparalleled football system. Right from the outset, his shooting score is maximized and the sidelines of the pitch are well within his striking range. Chapter 1. The Unparalleled Football System. In Manchester, Carrington, lies the esteemed youth training camp of the Red Devils, Manchester United, renowned as the pinnacle of youth academies in the Premier League. Zhao Gang occupies a seat on the substitutes bench, his gaze vacantly fixed upon the match, seemingly lost in thought. This disorientation stems from his recent transmigration, as he has yet to fully acclimate to his new identity. In his previous life, he was a substitute in the Super League of the Dragon Kingdom, playing as a forward. He had once harbored dreams of leading Dragon Kingdom football to global prominence, basking in the adulation of millions. However, reality proved to be a harsh teacher despite his diligent training. His limited talent led to a dismal career total of merely 3 goals. Ultimately, he retired under the title of Dragon Kingdom's forward, relegated to coaching children at a football academia life of mediocrity. Unexpectedly, fate bestowed upon him a second chance. Not only was he granted rebirth, but he was also endowed with an unparalleled football system. This time, he vowed to seize the opportunity. The Dragon Kingdom, a significant nation, finds its football prowess waning. Under public pressure, the Football Association was compelled to take action, leading to a collaboration with UEFA to launch a football initiative 6 months prior. The association funded the training of several young talents from the Dragon Kingdom at various European clubs, with the prospect of securing a place in the team for those who excelled. Today marks a pivotal examination. Exceptional performance could lead to retention, an invitation to the youth squad, or even a chance to grace the Premier League. Alongside him is another young player from the Dragon Kingdom, Dong Lu, both aged 18. Upon arriving at Carrington, they quickly bonded over their shared interests, indulging in parties and pursuing European women post-training. Coming from affluent families, their aim was mere tourism, to enhance their resumes, and upon returning home, flaunt their connection to Manchester United's esteemed youth academy, to secure lucrative contract-seeking women, homes, and wealth. Yet now the stakes have changed. Zhao Gang realized the necessity of grasping this opportunity. As the system had yet to fully integrate, a flicker of concern crossed his mind. Given his current physical condition, without the system's enhancement, he feared he might not even touch the ball throughout the match. On the sidelines, other young players from various nations, self-financed in search of opportunities, stood in stark contrast, none of whom regarded Zhao Gang and Dong Lu with any respect. They knew well that while the Dragon Kingdom is a major global power, its football remains a source of ridicule. The disdain was palpable, even in silence. Amidst his silent contemplation, a clear voice resonated. System binding successful. The unparalleled football system is now activated. Host attribute panel activated. Zhao Gang's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had successfully bound to the system. He hastily opened the panel. Physicality, 62. Stamina, 60. Passing, 40. Dribbling, 35. Interception, 30. Shooting, 65. Heading, 5. Detecting that the host's previous position was a forward, the system grants a novice gift pack, elevating the host's shooting score to 100. Note: attribute points are capped at 100. Shooting score of 100 does not guarantee a 100 goal conversion rate. Unable to contain his exhilaration, Zhao Gang realized that, having been a forward in his past life, this system had directly elevated his shooting score to perfection. This signified that his overall shooting skills, including technique and instinct in the heat of play, now ranked among the elite in this world. He was determined to seize today's opportunity. As for the implications of these scores, an attribute of 80 typically ensures a starting position in one of the top 5 leagues. A score of 60 is considered adequate, representing the basic qualities of a professional player. A score of 40 denotes amateur status, while 20 signifies a mere enthusiast. And a score of 5? That likely indicates a fleeting awareness of the sport. Zhao Gang's heading ability was certainly not a mere 5. It was simply that this body had never trained in heading. Fortunately, his physicality and strength met the acceptable standards for his age. Otherwise, even with a shooting score of 100, he might find himself unable to touch the ball, let alone take a shot. Just as Zhao Gang reveled in his excitement, the match on the field finally concluded. It was now time for Zhao Gang and Dong Lu to take the stage. The players participating in this examination were swiftly divided into 2 groups by the coach. Dong Lu and Zhao Gang found themselves placed in Team A. Upon observing, Zhao Gang noticed an ominous sign. The players in Team A were predominantly those who either lacked effort in training or, despite their efforts, possessed limited talent. Compared to Team B, they were significantly inferior. This coach evidently favored a discriminatory approach. Outside the training ground, numerous journalists from the Dragon Kingdom were present, not to assess player performance, as they were already well aware of it. Their purpose was to photograph and create a spectacle, ensuring that the domestic audience recognized the actions of the Dragon Kingdom Football Association. If the players failed to perform, it would reflect poorly on them, leaving the association unscathed. In addition to journalists, several scouts from lower-tier leagues were present. Clubs like Manchester United maintain exceedingly stringent criteria for player selection, leaving many without prospects. These scouts, however, sift through the talent, hoping to cultivate a gem before selling it back to Manchester United at a premium. Such occurrences were not uncommon, and Manchester United had expended considerable funds on such ventures. Naturally, Zhao Gang and Dong Lu, as representatives of Dragon Kingdom football, were not within the scope of assessment. Despite the formidable football market backing them, the quality of Dragon Kingdom football was simply too dismal. Selecting them would tarnish a scout's career. As Zhao Gang and Dong Lu stepped onto the field, the journalists from the Dragon Kingdom eagerly snapped photographs of the two, heralding them as the shining lights of Dragon Kingdom football, future legends of Carrington's Youth Academy, ready to be showcased on the official website, all while collecting their paychecks with glee. In a hushed tone, Zhao Gang leaned towards Dong Lu and urged, "If you gain possession of the ball, pass it to me, regardless of my position." What was the nature of their relationship? Upon arriving in Manchester, they had become like brothers. Regardless of Zhao Gang's motives for wanting the ball, Dong Lu felt compelled to comply with his brother's request. However, there was a caveat. He might not even receive the ball. Given his own skill level, even if he obtained it, he might struggle to pass it on. Moreover, he hardly knew Zhao Gang even if he did pass it. The likelihood of Zhao Gang retaining possession was slim. Even if Zhao Gang managed to secure the ball, with his dribbling skills, he would probably lose it within a heartbeat. Nonetheless, in brotherhood, he resolved to assist. As the 22 players took their positions, the whistle blew. The match commenced. Most of the coaches on the sidelines crossed their arms, regarding the two Dragon Kingdom players with disdain. Yet, for the sake of financial gain, they were willing to proceed through the motions. Once the match concluded, they would send them back home. The cycle would continue, bringing in new players every 6 months, an endless cycle of profit. We take the money, you enjoy, a mutually beneficial arrangement. Chapter 2. The Divine Foot. The team secured possession of the ball. As a forward, even hailing from the Dragon Kingdom, the opposing defenders had to take him seriously. After all, even if one lacked skill, a moment's lapse could lead to embarrassment. The young center back, though not very old, towered over Zhao Gang, standing a head taller than him at 180 centimeters. Following Zhao Gang closely, he muttered, "Go back to the Dragon Kingdom. Don't embarrass yourself here." Such trash talk can have a significant impact on young players, whose emotions easily fluctuate. However, for Zhao Gang, who had been given a second chance at life, it was akin to mere tickling. As the opposing player lowered his shoulder, aiming to collide recklessly, it was a classic attempt at psychological disruption through petty tactics. This young center back might not possess exceptional technical skills, but he had mastered these small tricks to perfection. Although Zhao Gang had limited playing time in his previous life, he had witnessed such antics often in training. He effortlessly sidestepped the oncoming player, causing the towering center back to stumble awkwardly, nearly falling to the ground. Seizing the moment, Zhao Gang maneuvered cleverly, sending the defender sprawling in a most undignified manner. The center back protested vehemently, yet the referee remained unresponsive. As Zhao Gang drifted off to another area of the field, the defender hastily rose, his expression darkening. After 5 minutes of play, no matter how Zhao Gang positioned himself, the ball seemed perpetually out of reach. The issue was not merely a lack of trust from his teammates. They also lacked confidence, hesitant to advance the ball and instead opting for backward passes. Midfielder Dong Lu attempted to find Zhao Gang with a few passes, but each time, the ball was intercepted, leading to a complete loss of faith from the teammates, who dared not pass to him. Consequently, Zhao Gang found it even more challenging to receive the ball. After 5 minutes of probing, the team had assessed their opponent's capabilities. Their dribbling skills were abysmal, and there was no cohesion between the midfield and forward lines. The opposing players effectively stifled Zhao Gang's team at every position. They swiftly altered their tactics, employing high pressing and an all-out attack. Once they gained possession, They seldom relinquished it, showcasing an extraordinary level of ball control that rendered the match dynamics starkly apparent. The players felt as if they were the unstoppable Barcelona, brimming with confidence, their ball control becoming increasingly effortless. Conversely, the performance of Zhao Gang's team was nothing short of a disaster. "Get back, get back!" shouted the temporary captain at Zhao Gang. "With this performance, are you still thinking about scoring? If we don't concede at least 7 or 8 goals, it's a disgrace." On the sidelines, the reporters from the Dragon Kingdom were utterly disheartened. What did they possibly capture? Dong Lu had managed to gain possession a couple of times, but soon lost it, leaving no opportunity for a snapshot. Zhao Gang was even less fortunate in this regard. His only highlight came from entangling with an opposing defender, tripping him and leaving him embarrassed. However, reporting such an incident would undoubtedly invite scorn. Lacking skill, one could only resort to cunning. If he could score, such actions would be lauded, regarded as not only skillful, but also astute. In no time, the score changed. The opposing team scored 0-1. Such a scenario assuredly foreshadowed an unfavorable final score. Scouts observed the opposing forward with keen interest. This young man had an exceptional instinct for goal scoring, clearly superior in judging the trajectory of crosses compared to others. No defender could intercept the ball. "Are you dead? Get back, get back!" The captain chastised the defenders, directing his ire at Zhao Gang instead. Notably, the forward partnering with Zhao Gang escaped reprimand. Zhao Gang recognized that it was likely due to his status as a player from the Dragon Kingdom. Shaking his head, Zhao Gang thought, 5 defenders breached by 2, and you dare to yell? After the restart, the midfielders immediately passed back to the defenders, who, under pressure, returned the ball to the goalkeeper. The opposing forward closed in, forcing the goalkeeper into a panic. "Damn it, I'm supposed to guard their forward, and now I must protect my own defender." He swung his leg, launching the ball high into the air towards the opponent's half. Another forward on Zhao Gang's team, eager to showcase his skills, fought valiantly, managing to hold off the center back and bring the ball down. Though unsteady, the ball found its way to the feet of the midfielders. With the scorer trailing and being pressed, these young players felt a surge of determination. In an instant, all midfielders surged forward. A few passes later, an opening appeared on the left flank. Regardless of the presence of teammates in the box, they decided to send the ball in, at least to demonstrate their passing technique. The midfielder passed to the opposing center back, who promptly cleared the ball. The attack failed. The coach on the sidelines shook his head, deeming it far too rushed. Moreover, there was only one option available in the box. Even with exceptional technique, it would be challenging for the forward to execute a shot. Zhao Gang had been running alongside, acutely aware that his physicality paled in comparison to that of the opposing center backs. His heading ability was limited to a score of 5, and once inside the box, he felt utterly ineffective. Thus, he lingered outside the penalty area, awaiting a second chance to attack. At this juncture, all center backs had been drawn into the box. Zhao Gang positioned himself at the edge of the penalty area, and as the ball was cleared, it soared towards the penalty arc, landing in a zone devoid of defenders. Save for Dong Lu, who had followed closely. Instinctively, Dong Lu attempted to control the ball, but it bounced away 5 meters. The Dragon Kingdom reporters, ready with their cameras, pounded their chests in frustration. What kind of technique is that? How can we capture this? Dong Lu was momentarily dumbfounded, failing to make a recovery attempt, clutching his head in despair. Zhao Gang, standing at the edge of the penalty area, sprinted towards the ball's landing spot. The moment he received the ball, he felt an unprecedented surge of power in his legs, a sensation he had never experienced before. It was as if the football had melded perfectly with his foot. In that instant, all sounds within the stadium seemed to vanish. He could not hear the captain's frantic shouts behind him. "Are you out of your mind? Don't shoot. You're 20 meters from a goal." The captain, witnessing Zhao Gang's left leg steadied, his body tilted, and his right leg poised to strike, realized he was about to shoot. With a distance of 25 meters and an array of defenders in the box, the goalkeeper remained intensely alert. Not even the most elite strikers could find a shot at such a distance against so many defenders, let alone a third-rate young player from the Dragon Kingdom. This golden opportunity for a second attack was about to be squandered by this fool. The coach on the sidelines frowned, recognizing the indiscretion of the Dragon Kingdom player. Without a coach's specific instruction, players on the field should not attempt a shot from such a position. A midfield player rushing in for a second attack, upon seeing Zhao Gang's stance, slid to the ground in frustration. Such an attempt, without stopping the ball or adjusting, taking a volley shot, might look impressive, but from this distance, success was virtually impossible. The technical demands of such a shot were beyond the capabilities of any player on the field. Even the top forwards in the 5 major leagues would miss 80% of the time. The reporters from the Dragon Kingdom hurriedly prepared their cameras, snapping away, realizing a goal was impossible, but at least they could capture a shot-taking posture. The size of the midfielders, the captain's angry shouts, the coach's furrowed brows, and the reporters' excitement filled the atmosphere. The peculiar smile of the opposing center-back lingered in the air. In this moment, Zhao Gang remained unfazed, following his own rhythm. He received the ball and positioned himself. Bang! There were no extravagant touches, only sheer power. The 5 defenders in the penalty area nearly obstructed all shooting angles. Yet the ball soared over their heads. The goalkeeper, fully focused, swiftly attempted to save. The ball grazed the tips of his fingers and found its way into the far corner. Goal! The goalkeeper fell to the ground, eyes wide with disbelief. Such a strike from such a distance, without stopping or adjusting, directly aimed at the far corner. All players stood in shock. Those unfamiliar with the game could not comprehend. But only those who played knew the caliber of that shot. The first to react was not the reporters from Long Country, but the midfielder who had just slid to his knees. Initially frustrated and enraged by Zhao Gang's handling of the ball, he now threw his arms wide and roared towards the sky in celebration. I believe in my teammate. The moment he touched the ball, I knew it would go in. Gradually, the realization dawned on the Long Country reporters. Long Country connection, a spectacular world wave. A century's assist, rivaling Busquets. This would make the headlines. Dong Lu stood there, bewildered. An assist? Several coaches gaped in disbelief. Dong Lu's abilities were expected. He failed to control the ball. Yet Zhao Gang's strike, if not merely luck, was nothing short of divine. Pogba had elevated his value to 100 million with a single world-class shot, leaving Manchester United in dire straits. Now, another extraordinary strike had appeared. With Pogba's precedent, the coaches were convinced that this shot was indeed a fluke. On the field, Zhao Gang's goal instilled greater trust in his teammates. They instinctively sought him out. However, Zhao Gang's dueling and dribbling skills were somewhat lacking, and the center-backs, now wary of his previous strike, tightly marked him, leaving him no opportunity to shoot again. Zhao Gang's remarkable kick had rendered the opposing defenders hesitant to launch attacks. They had to remain vigilant, which significantly eased the defensive pressure on their team. The captain no longer shouted at Zhao Gang and dared not allow him to fall back into defense. Regardless of whether that kick was a stroke of luck, his presence in the forward position was the greatest threat. If he retreated, the opposition would surge forward. Unfortunately, the team's overall strength was lacking, and they conceded 2 more goals consecutively. As the match concluded, Zhao Gang felt a sense of helplessness. It was nearly impossible for him to be selected by Manchester United. He received no support from his teammates. A forward facing 4 defenders was an uphill battle. Though disheartened, he did not succumb to despair. With the system at his disposal, as long as he completed tasks, he could earn attribute points. Once his dribbling skills improved, he believed he would soon shine. The current task assigned by the system was to join a professional football club and achieve a debut. Joining Manchester United? That seemed a daunting challenge. Even if luck favored him and he joined, achieving a debut would be nearly impossible. It appeared he would have to return to Long Country and join the Super League, bearing the title of a Manchester United youth training alumnus. With the new 23 policy from the Football Association, he should be able to play. Once his attribute points were maxed out, he could return to Europe and make a significant impact, just as Zhao Gang had made up his mind to leave. He suddenly noticed the youth training coach outside waving at him. Zhao Gang paused. Could there be hope? Chapter 3. Mediocre? Genius? Zhao Gang approached, with a youth coach, Cisse, greeted him with a warm smile. The other coaches had already assessed you. Your dribbling and passing were subpar, and your physicality barely passed. You did not pass the evaluation. Zhao Gang nodded. This was expected. Regardless of dribbling, passing, or physicality, these could gradually improve. However, there is one aspect that cannot be achieved through training: football intelligence and those moments of brilliance on the pitch. I noticed your positioning, but your teammates were unable to provide sufficient support. In that strike, I kept wondering if you had enough support, would there still be that moment of brilliance? But in Manchester United, that opportunity may never come. Therefore, I would like to introduce you to another club. If you're interested, you could trial there and receive numerous shooting opportunities. Would you like to give it a try? Absolutely. Zhao Gang's eyes lit up as he accepted the business card from Cisse. The team's address and name, Norwich City, nicknamed the Canaries. They belong to the second tier of English football. Established in 1902, their home ground is Carrow Road. While slightly different from the Norwich Zhao Gang knew, this Norwich is considered a strong team in the Championship and has successfully been promoted multiple times. Curiously, just before their relegation from the Premier League last year, they won the FA Cup. This means that Norwich is eligible to participate in the Europa League this season. If he could join Norwich, he would not only have the chance to fulfill his task, but also to showcase himself on the grand stage of the Europa League. Following their relegation, 2 forwards left the team, and at the start of the season, 2 more forwards were injured. Now, with the transfer window closed, they cannot reinforce their squad and must promote young forwards from the youth team. This presents a splendid opportunity for you. If you succeed in the trial, you can join the youth team and then sign with Norwich. Of course, you must rely on your own efforts to prove that your remarkable strike was not merely luck. Zhao Gang thanked Cisse and arrived at Carrow Road the following day. He briefly explained the situation to the security personnel, and evidently, Cisse had informed the Norwich head coach about Zhao Gang, allowing him entry without delay. Norwich's head coach, Fark, scrutinized the young man from Long Country. Cisse had briefed him on Zhao Gang's situation. His dribbling and passing were not up to professional standards, making it challenging for him to secure a starting position in the Championship, let alone a spot on the bench. However, his positioning was exceptional, and his instincts in front of the goal were sharp. He merely needed someone to supply him with opportunities. Moreover, that astonishing strike left Cisse in admiration. This trial was partly due to Norwich's dire need for forwards, and also because Cisse was eager to see if that strike was indeed a stroke of luck. Fark, having a good relationship with Cisse, was willing to lend a helping hand. His forwards seemed cursed, suffering injuries during training that would require 4 to 5 months of recovery. The team was on the brink of relegation, having scored only 9 goals in over a dozen matches, and had gone 5 consecutive games without scoring. Last season, they were in the Premier League, and now they were facing the prospect of dropping to League One. If it weren't for last season's FA Cup victory, he would have been dismissed by management long ago. At that moment, Norwich was engaged in training. Fark halted the scrimmage and called off a promoted youth forward. You will join the red team, formation 4-4-2. Your only objective is to score. I do not require you to defend or drop back for the ball. Just find the opportunities and shoot relentlessly. The midfield will provide ample support. Zhao Gang changed into his kit and stepped onto the field. For this young player with yellow skin, there was some distrust among his teammates on the field. However, this was Zhao Gang's trial, and Falk had given instructions. So as long as Zhao Gang positioned himself correctly, they were still willing to pass him the ball. As soon as Zhao Gang stepped onto the pitch, his first touch caused Falk to furrow his brow. His ball control was utterly inadequate, perhaps only marginally better than that of an amateur league player. 5 minutes later, Falk felt deceived by Sis. What nonsense was this? His control was subpar, and in one-on-one situations, he resembled a novice, unable to create space for a shot. Apart from his movement, which showed some promise, he lacked any other redeeming qualities. But what good is movement if one cannot even control the ball properly? How could he adjust for a shot? During those 10 minutes, Zhao Gang was familiarizing himself with the passing strength and angles of the midfielders. Now that he had acquainted himself sufficiently, Falk's patience was wearing thin. Sis, have you truly lost your senses to assign me such a player? Norwich is on the brink of relegation, and you jest with me? Falk rubbed his temples, his expression darkening. He was about to call off the training match. For in his season view, 10 minutes was ample time to assess the abilities of a forward who was constantly being fed the ball. Zhao Gang continued to run, and suddenly, he raised his left hand high, signaling for the ball. The advancing right, noticing Zhao Gang's gesture, hesitated only briefly before executing a lofted pass that sailed over the defender. The professionalism of the players was commendable. They were determined to fulfill the tasks set by their coach. Zhao Gang successfully outmaneuvered the offside trap, but his speed was insufficient, and the left back caught up, ready to intercept. Falk shook his head continually. Given Zhao Gang's level of ball control, he would surely lose the aerial ball, especially with a defender in close proximity. As the ball descended, Zhao Gang was still 30 meters away from the goal when he swung his right leg. Falk's expression darkened. Was this player mentally impaired? At such a distance, with a defender in the way, and unable to control the ball, he attempted a direct shot? A waste of time. It seemed he was even preparing to curl it with the outside of his foot. Did he intend to send it skyward? Falk had completely lost interest and shrugged as he walked towards the coaching area. With a loud shout from right, the players on the field suddenly sprang to life. As Falk turned back, he saw a group of players surrounding Zhao Gang. The defender assigned to Zhao Gang shook his head continuously, while the blue team goalkeeper threw his hands up in disbelief and placed his hands on his hips. The ball was bouncing within the net. Falk's lips twitched as he scratched his head. How on earth did that goal happen? A lofted pass, with the defender already positioned to obstruct and given Zhao Gang's level. He shouldn't even have been able to hold the ball, let alone adjust to evade. The only explanation was that Falk's jaw dropped. Could such a player exist? To receive a high ball from around 30 meters out, without any adjustment, and score with the outside his foot? Executing such a curve requires an extraordinary level of skill, and he couldn't even control the ball properly. How could he produce such a trajectory? Falk suddenly recalled Sis's words. You must observe his shooting. Even if he manages one unbelievable shot in a training match, he is the player you seek. No, one successful shot is not enough. I need 2 or 3 to be convinced this isn't mere luck. Falk perked up, urging the continuation of the trial. Continuing with the previous tactics, they needed to move and pass the ball to Zhao. Falk, who had intended to halt the exercise, decided to observe further. He had just turned when he missed an exquisitely crafted goal. This time, he would not let it slip away again. Chapter 4. There is always a way. Zhao Gang was acutely aware of his shortcomings. Whether it be dribbling or passing, he was nearly failing. However, he did not require adjustments for his shooting. As long as he received the ball and had a clear path to the goal, he could certainly hit the target. If the goalkeeper performed exceptionally, that was beyond his control. Thus, Zhao Gang kept moving, as this required no system. In his past life, his positioning had been commendable, but his finishing had been woeful, consistently squandering one-on-one opportunities, relegating him to a substitute role, with teammates reluctant to pass to him even when he found good positions. But now it was different. His finishing was at a masterful level. Right, as a top-tier midfielder, could deliver precise long passes and crosses. Yet their forwards were simply too inept, wasting countless chances he provided. Now, Zhao Gang executed a miraculous shot, but he did not become overly excited, for it appeared as though it was a stroke of luck. At that moment, he had dribbled from the left side near the goal line, executing a splendid feint to evade the defender. He looked up and saw Zhao Gang entangled with the defender. Just as he hesitated, Zhao Gang shot him a knowing glance, and right understood, delivering a long pass that seemed a tad short, yet perfectly timed for Zhao Gang to shake off his defender and turn sharply. Falk watched as Zhao Gang's awkward body posture caused him to lose his balance, yet he still lifted his leg, preparing for a volley. Such a contorted technique could hardly generate power. It resembled a futile struggle after failing to connect with the ball. Only players like Ibrahimovic, who had trained in Taekwondo with extreme flexibility and strength, could execute such a maneuver. Just as Falk felt a pang of regret, Zhao Gang leaped into the air, striking the ball fiercely with his left foot over the defender he had just evaded. Boom! The goalkeeper had no reaction as the ball soared into the net and bounced back out. Zhao Gang collapsed onto the ground, and Wright dashed towards him, exclaiming, finally, a player who can shoot. Falk's eyes sparkled as he clenched his fist and bent slightly at the waist, his gaze never leaving Zhao Gang. Don't fall back. Zhao, stay alert for opportunities. After the red team intercepted the ball, the left back surged forward. Wright played a pass, and the left back charged straight into the opponent's danger zone. Zhao Gang, still trailing behind the left back, found himself outpaced. The left back, noticing Zhao Gang had not kept up, and with defenders already positioned, could only opt to pass the ball backward. Zhao Gang, standing at the edge of the penalty area, suddenly accelerated, shaking off the defender as he dashed towards the box. He had not yet turned around when Wright's pass arrived. Falk slapped his thigh in frustration. The ball was played too early. However, Zhao Gang appeared oblivious to the ball, continuing his sprint forward without turning. As the ball descended towards his heel, he remained focused on his forward momentum. The defender, who had been closely following Zhao Gang, momentarily lost his sense of direction. Wasn't he going to turn and receive the ball? Just as the defender prepared to clear it, Zhao Gang deftly flicked the ball with his heel, sending it soaring toward the far corner. Meanwhile, Zhao Gang opened his arms wide and raced towards the goal line. Falk pounded his thigh again, lamenting the missed opportunity, while Zhao Gang had already envisioned his celebration. Players, mesmerized by his astonishing heel goal, surged toward Zhao Gang, not just from the red team, but also the blue team. This instinct for positioning and precise judgment of his teammates' passes. So what if he couldn't T-pass? So what if he couldn't T-dribble? Those were skills that could be practiced. But this innate talent, this instinct for scoring, was something that could never be cultivated through mere training. Falk was utterly convinced that Zhao Gang's shot was not a fluke. Just moments ago, Zhao Gang had meticulously envisioned his path to scoring, even choreographing his celebration. Quickly, prepare the contract. This is my forward, the player Norwich desperately needs. Just pass him the ball, and he can find 100 ways to score. Falk exclaimed to his bewildered assistant. His gaze burned with fervor, akin to a treasure hunter beholding a gem. The youth training in Longwa had been woefully inadequate, stifling the potential of such a prodigious talent. Yet, his innate gifts were sufficient to forge him into a legendary figure. Didier Drogba began systematic training at 19 and achieved remarkable success. At 18, with Zhao Gang's evident talent, could he possibly be inferior to the beast? Why would Manchester United relinquish such a player born to score? Perhaps it was because they already possessed a goal-scoring machine and had no need for Zhao Gang. Meanwhile, Light, who ranked among the top 3 assist providers in the Premier League last season, saw his market value plummet this season after delivering only 1 assist in over a dozen matches. Now, he looked at Zhao Gang with a newfound perspective. Truly, the boy was a gift, no matter the angle or force. As long as the ball reached the penalty area, Zhao Gang transformed into a different player, consistently sending the ball into the opponent's net. After a lackluster first 10 minutes, another 10 passed, and he had completed a hat trick. The assist king beckoned to me. My value is on a rise. In the ensuing training match, the head coach fully grasped Zhao Gang's strengths and weaknesses. His shooting skills were in a league of their own, while his ball control and passing adjustments were lacking. Yet, he required no adjustments at all. He simply shot, and goals followed. To contain his scoring, one could only preemptively block his passing routes. What does Norwich currently need? They possess a robust defensive system and a competent midfield, yet they lack a forward capable of dismantling defenses. And here he is. A contract must be signed. First, they would sign him to the youth team and then promote him. However, these were minor details. Zhao, we should discuss the contract now, Falk decided, feeling confident that the training he had witnessed was sufficient to secure this player born to score. Thank you, coach, Zhao Gang replied, panting. His physicality was not yet elite, but he understood the system and could augment his training regimen. Here in England, with its unparalleled football atmosphere and formidable training structure, Zhao Gang believed his physical attributes would soon see considerable improvement. Falk escorted Zhao Gang to the office where the contract awaited, largely a template. Given that Zhao Gang was merely an 18-year-old without prior experience in top-flight football, Zhao Gang cared little for the financial details. His debut was paramount. Only by fulfilling his initial task could he unlock further challenges, earning more system points and rapidly enhancing his abilities. He glanced at the contract, a weekly wage of £3,000, a £200,000 buyout clause, and a 2.5-year term. Coach, will I get playing time? He inquired eagerly. Falk nodded, smiling, of course. You're my secret weapon. Initially, I need you to come off the bench, but as you acclimate to real matches, I will position you as a starter. The tempo of training matches differed significantly from actual games, and Zhao Gang required time to foster chemistry with his teammates. While he had displayed impressive offensive prowess, he still needed to prove himself in formal competition. Zhao Gang nodded. As long as he could make his debut, he was confident in earning everyone's trust. After signing the contract, he officially became a professional footballer, although it was merely in the championship. In a country where football talent was dwindling, this was a significant breakthrough. Chapter 5. He only needs one chance. Welcome, Zhao. Falk shook Zhao Gang's hand, filled with anticipation for the future. Your fundamentals need work, and I will arrange for a specialized coach to train you. Do not worry. What I need now is your divine scoring talent to help the team avoid relegation. Suddenly, Zhao Gang's system notification chimed. Would he accept Falk's mission to assist Norwich in avoiding relegation? Without hesitation, he agreed. The host accepted the task, and the system rewarded him with 10 system points and a 100% goal-scoring experience card. Upon hearing the task's reward, Zhao Gang hurriedly examined the 100% goal-scoring experience card. Within the confines of the football pitch, in any location, as long as the host displayed the intention to shoot, activating the card would guarantee a goal. Zhao Gang was astounded. This card was invaluable and could potentially turn the tide in critical moments. Alas, it could only be used once. He then focused on the 10 system points. After just 30 minutes of training, Zhao Gang recognized his primary issue, stamina. While his shooting score was perfect, as exhaustion set in, he lacked the necessary power. Even if he could align the ball within the goal frame, insufficient force could easily be thwarted by a goalkeeper. Thus, during the latter stages of a match, fatigue could diminish his shooting strength, hindering his ability to score. Resolutely, Zhao Gang allocated all his system points to stamina, reaching a total of 70 points, barely meeting the championship's starting requirements. "I will get my all." Seeing Zhao Gang's unwavering confidence, Falk nodded approvingly. "Excellent. Zhao, you can return to rest now. Come back for training at 9 tomorrow morning." Zhao Gang scratched his head, realizing he had yet to secure stable accommodation. While he had the financial means to rent an apartment, he was unfamiliar with the area. "Coach, could you assist me in finding a place to stay?" Upon learning of Zhao Gang's housing situation, Falk contacted a friend and facilitated the rental of a one-bedroom apartment for £800. Zhao Gang was well off, being the son of a wealthy family. For him, £800 was a negligible expense. In Longwa, could an average family engage in football? Zhao Gang first signed with the youth team before being promoted to the first team, a transition that garnered little attention. Due to Norwich's minimal influence in England and Zhao Gang's lack of professional match experience, the signing was only mentioned in a corner of the club's official website. Of little significance, even to die-hard fans. After training with the team for 2 days, despite having grasped Zhao Gang's shooting technique, his goal-scoring opportunities continued to excite Falk. With the official match looming tomorrow, he was determined to field Zhao Gang. Zhao Gang needed time to adapt to the pace of a genuine match. When he learned he had made the squad and would likely come off the bench, he could hardly contain his exhilaration. After all, this was his first professional match. Even in the championship, it was a significant leap from Longwa's league. After the team's training concluded, Zhao Gang remained on the training ground, diligently practicing. While passing and dribbling skills could not be mastered overnight, consistent effort would yield improvement over time. His physical coordination was lacking, only slightly surpassing that of an amateur player. Zhao Gang persistently engaged in pole dribbling training, and even without any external interference, his attempts appeared rather comical. With a match scheduled for the following day, fans lingered outside the training facility, observing him surreptitiously. His clumsy dribbling not only caught their attention, but was also captured on camera. Norwich supporters were dismayed to witness a young player, cumbersome and resembling a pig, attempting such maneuvers. The team's performance this season had already been dismal, lacking competent forwards. And now they had discovered an even graver issue: the signing of a player incapable of dribbling, one hailing from the Dragon Kingdom. More alarming was the signing announcement, which had initially gone unnoticed on the official website, now unearthed by fans. An 18-year-old forward from the Dragon Kingdom, one who could trip over his own feet while dribbling. The outrage among Norwich fans erupted. Last season, they had still been a Premier League team, triumphing in the FA Cup. But now they were left to contend with such a forward to appease their supporters. Enraged fans not only flooded the official site, but also bombarded the management with phone calls, expressing their disdain. "You are all worthless, and Fark is nothing but rubbish. Get that Dragon Kingdom player out of here." Even players from Sakura Country or Bang Country would be 1,000 times better. They had promised hope to the fans, yet had instead brought in a player who couldn't even dribble. A petition circulated among fans demanding the revocation of Fark's authority to sign players, with even more fervent supporters calling for the dismissal of the coach who had brought them an FA Cup trophy. That evening, Fark received numerous calls from devoted fans, as well as inquiries from the management. Bearing immense pressure, he reflected on Zhao Gang's performance on the field. "Trust me, grant me 5 matches, and I will prove that my choice is not misguided," Fark assured the management, meaning that after 5 matches, if there were no improvements, he would likely part ways with the team. The following days, training revealed a troubling scene for Zhao Gang. Outside the training facility, a large gathering of fans had formed, each one vocally expressing their fury, embodying the notorious English football hooliganism. Frowning, Zhao listened to their chants, "Go back to the Dragon Kingdom. Norwich does not need useless players." Even with Zhao Gang signing, the fans' fury seemed unwarranted. He understood that he was merely a catalyst. The true issue lay in the team's poor performance, the fans' lack of hope, and the lack of visible action from the management and Fark. Signing Zhao Gang felt akin to surrendering. In England, particularly in the Championship, players from the Dragon Kingdom were perceived as only fit to play with children. Fark, you are a fool. As the uproar grew, Fark had no choice but to cancel the training match early. Continuing in such an environment would impose a significant psychological burden on both the players and Zhao Gang. Do not take it to heart. The fans are not targeting you. They are aiming at me for not managing the team well. They are merely seeking an excuse to attack me. Do you understand? Fark sought to reassure Zhao Gang, hoping to alleviate some of his pressure. In Fark's eyes, Zhao Gang was merely 18 and a player from the Dragon Kingdom, likely struggling to handle such a rowdy group of English hooligans. Zhao Gang, however, was unfazed. What was this chaos to him? In his previous life, he had missed clear goal opportunities, facing a crowd of jeering fans, and such shocks had never daunted him. How could this minor provocation? The fans' reaction caught the attention of the club chairman, Claude. Dismissing Zhao Gang seemed a viable method to deflect the mounting tensions. Fark, however, vehemently disagreed, insisting that Zhao deserved a chance. Give him an opportunity, and he will prove himself. I have stated it before. After 5 matches, if the fans remain unsatisfied, I will leave with Zhao. Claude, observing Fark's unwavering resolve, recognized that the coach had brought the club its sole FA Cup victory, thus retaining some respect among fans and investors. Yet, as chairman, Claude faced much greater pressure than Fark. Very well, I can choose to trust you, but 5 matches is too long. I will grant you only 2 matches. If, after 2 matches, he fails to inspire hope, he must leave. Claude's decision was not solely for his own benefit, but also for the sake of this commendable coach. He did not wish for Fark to depart. After 2 matches, should Zhao Gang be dismissed, it would appease the fans, allowing Fark to persist. However, should they wait for 5 matches, even divine intervention could not save Fark. The influence of the fans was potent, and soon the Carrow Road Sports Report featured a story about Zhao Gang. This young, previously unnoticed footballer from the Dragon Kingdom had become a topic of fervent discussion among local fans, albeit predominantly in a negative light. The Dragon Kingdom's footballers were renowned globally, with the Sea Cucumber team even gracing the front page of the English Sun Sports. Now, Norwich's signing of such an inept forward from the Dragon Kingdom was bound to invite ridicule from their opponents. In the lead-up to their match against Sheffield United, players from Sheffield engaged in psychological warfare during the pre-match press conference, emphasizing that all fans desired to witness a high-quality game. They acknowledged Fark as a respected coach, affirming that despite Norwich's current plight, he was surely exhausting every effort to assist the team. The Dragon Kingdom forward must have been meticulously chosen, presenting a formidable challenge for Sheffield United. Our defense will undoubtedly face considerable trials, but we are confident in our ability to thwart this powerful Dragon Kingdom forward. The serious tone of Sheffield United's captain, Stokes, was momentarily interrupted by a suppressed laugh, which quickly became a headline in both locales. Norwich fans, filled with anger and helplessness, yearned to see Stokes, the jester, thoroughly punished. Yet their own forward line was woefully inadequate, having scored only 9 goals in 15 matches, 5 of which came from defenders and 3 from midfielders. The forwards managed a mere single goal, a penalty kick. They had no choice but to endure the ridicule. Wright gazed at the photograph, clenching his fists. Zhao, I will relentlessly pass to you. Seize the opportunity and score against that insufferable fool. The starting lineup was announced, with Zhao Gang positioned as a substitute, but he was certain to see the field. In the past few days of training, the chemistry between Wright and Zhao Gang had flourished remarkably. Zhao Gang's precision in passing and judgment of trajectory was unlike anything Wright had ever encountered. He believed that if Zhao performed as he had in training, he would undoubtedly score. Yes, Zhao Gang nodded vigorously. Chapter 6. This will be a slaughter in the 15th round of the championship. Carrow Road Stadium was brimming with 45,000 spectators, a full house, facing Sheffield United. This match might represent their best chance to accumulate points in the upcoming 4 games. Following Sheffield United, they would confront promotion favorites Fulham and Watford, and then meet the once-esteemed Nottingham Forest, who had recently experienced a resurgence after years of decline. Against those 3 teams, struggling Norwich, with its impotent forwards, had no hope of retaliation. After 14 matches, they had managed only 2 wins, 2 draws, and 10 losses. The team has reached a point where defeat is no longer an option. The stands are filled with fans simultaneously expressing their dissatisfaction while fervently cheering, creating a tumultuous yet contradictory atmosphere. Zhao Gang entered the stadium alongside the team, overwhelmed by the deafening shouts and the flurry of flags. Even in his previous life, when he was mocked by the entire crowd, he found himself captivated by the spectacle before him. In that past existence, the audience barely numbered 5,000 or 6,000, with plenty of empty seats, making the jeers less impactful. In stark contrast to the current cacophony of over 40,000 voices, the difference was palpable. Seated on the substitutes bench, Zhao Gang was stirred by the roar of the crowd. In his previous life, he was met with derision, but now with a second chance. He was determined to incite madness among the fans. In the north stand of Carrow Road, devoted supporters unfurled banners, and hundreds of bare-chested fans waved flags while chanting, "If we lose, we all die. We need no useless players. We only seek victory." The broadcast camera focused on Zhao Gang, an obscure young talent from Longwa, who quickly became the center of attention. His image appeared on the screen, and jeers erupted. "Go home, Longwa person. Pig trash." The frenzied fans vented their frustration, targeting not just Zhao Gang, but also Falk and the entire team and management. Zhao Gang maintained a serene demeanor, seemingly unperturbed. The commentators, Rod and Brooke, offered their perspectives on him. Rod remarked, "This player from Longwa has a commendable mindset," to which Brooke retorted, "Nonsense, he's clearly intimidated." Falk is utterly foolish for employing such a mediocre player to placate the fans. Brooke, known for his fiery temperament as a local commentator, garnered a significant following due to his candid rants. Their contrasting styles complemented one another well. As the coin was tossed, the match commenced with a sharp whistle. Rod's commentary remained calm and objective, noting that Norwich's starting lineup mirrored the previous match's 4-4-2 formation, with the two forwards, one tall and one short. Promoted from a youth team, Ospina and Areep, their combined record of merely 1 goal in 9 matches, which was a penalty, left much to be desired. Facing the Sheffield United defense today, their performance was highly anticipated. These two forwards are unworthy of a championship starting position. They wouldn't even make the bench. Brooke criticized vehemently. Why didn't Fox seek to loan a striker after the transfer window? He could have even promoted a midfielder to the forward line. Sticking to the 4-4-2 with 2 inexperienced youngsters is sheer folly. Falk is undoubtedly dazed by last season's FA Cup victory. He will pay dearly for his choices. Within 5 minutes, the fans were already booing. After the kickoff, Sheffield United launched an aggressive press, pushing their entire defensive line nearly to the halfway line. Midfielders Light and Phillip, upon receiving the ball, found no viable passing options ahead and were forced to retreat. Many fans might mistakenly attribute this to Norwich's midfield issues, but the real problem lay with the forwards. The lack of threat from the front line rendered them transparent to any opposing defense, allowing the opposition to press forward without hesitation. The two forwards hardly posed a threat to the opposing goal, leading the defenders to become increasingly audacious in their offensive support. Brooke harshly criticized Falk and the two forwards. The forwards' constant back-and-forth running incited the fans' frustration. The entire team's offensive efforts were reduced to the left back charging down the right flank. The display was utterly disheartening. Such a monotonous attack was exceedingly easy to defend against. A weak forward line not only made life easy for the opposing defenders, but also liberated the opposing midfield. The midfielders had no need to retreat for defensive duties, allowing them to press forward confidently. This left the highly skilled Light with little opportunity to showcase his talents. A formidable forward line does more than merely score. It exerts immense defensive pressure on the opposition, preventing them from fully committing to their own offensive plays, as they must remain vigilant about their defensive line. The current two forwards lack the ability to deliver decisive blows, and even if the midfield could provide effective support, the ball would likely be snuffed out in dangerous areas, leading to swift counterattacks from the opposition. After a few passes, Light found himself entangled in previous struggles. His forwards were easily dispossessed by the opposing defenders, compelling him to sprint back for defense. Watching the opposing defenders charge forward without restraint, Light glanced towards the substitutes bench. If only Zhao Gang were here, receiving the ball and unleashing a shot. Even if it didn't T-score, it would intimidate the defenders into hesitance. Despite not conceding a goal in the first 20 minutes, the reckless advances of the opposing defenders suggested that it wouldn't be long before the net rippled. Moreover, this relentless pressure would burden their own defenders, forcing the midfield to constantly cover. leaving no room for offensive opportunities. What kind of nonsense is this? Go home and raise pigs. Go dig for minerals in the third world. All useless, go die. The stands erupted in a chorus of boos. Brooke, with a scowl, continued his tirade, while Rod offered insights to Falk. The Sheffield United coach, observing the unfolding events, found his predictions to be accurate. He boldly gestured for his defense to advance and continue the press. Suddenly, a minor error from Philip in a pass led to Sheffield United's midfield intercepting the ball. Captain Sturts, a centre-back, charged into Norwich's penalty area. Midfielder Donny executed a precise lofted ball, and Sturts leaped amidst the crowd, connecting cleanly with his head. Bang! Undoubtedly, the ball found the net. 0-1. Sturts roared in triumph, sprinting towards Norwich's north stand, home to their most fervent supporters. He sought to celebrate and flaunt his achievement before them. In the stands, countless fans were red-faced with rage, gesturing rudely. Sturts raised his arms, provocatively circling the north stand while taunting, "Eat SHT. Useless rubbish. Falk is trash. The forwards are fools. Playing like dog SHT. How dare you show your face? Why not learn from Sakura and commit seppuku?" Philip lowered his head, his face dark with shame, knowing that he had lost possession. The two forwards covered their faces, lamenting that if they were capable, Sheffield United would never have dared to attack so ferociously. Especially Sturts, a centre-back, had the audacity to storm into their penalty area and score from open play. The fans shouted in outrage, their disappointment at the loss compounded by the manner of it. They had been utterly powerless to resist, allowing an opposing centre-back to penetrate their penalty box and score with a header. Was this a training match? As the ball was restarted from the center circle, Light gritted his teeth, his gaze resolute. Seizing the moment as the opposition relaxed, he swiftly dribbled forward, seeking the overlapping fullback, executing a series of 1-2 combinations that elicited jubilant cheers from the previously irate fans. Charge! Crush these scoundrels! Light, shoot! Observing Wright's relentless maneuvers, the fervor among the fans ignited. Wright's heart surged as he delivered a splendid through ball to the forward. The forward received the pass and adjusted himself. Surprisingly, the opposing defender was a moment too late. By the time he rushed to block, Arup had already unleashed a shot. A high-flying miss ensued, and Arup collapsed in frustration, pounding the ground repeatedly. Falk, with a stern expression, clenched his fist. This was an indisputable opportunity. After the initial excitement, the fans in the stands sank into despair. Kneeling on the ground, Brooks' face darkened, rendered speechless by the disappointment. Such a chance should have been seized even by a midfield player. How could they fail to hit the target? They even had time to adjust their shot, yet they squandered it so egregiously. In the ensuing minutes, Wright was nearly driven to madness. His passes reached the forwards, yet they needed no additional support, as a single defender could effortlessly thwart the ball. The forwards required extensive adjustment time to muster the confidence to shoot. Yet, how many such opportunities would arise throughout the match? Previous chances had been wasted in vain. Arup had squandered the most crucial scoring opportunity, and it would be challenging to encounter such a chance again. Norwich was in peril this match. Sheffield United's midfielders, along with their defenders, charged forward without hesitation, while Norwich's front line remained consistently ineffectual. As Rod's words hung in the air, Brooke erupted in anger. Sturts raised his arms once more, as the opposing defender intercepted Wright's precise long pass. Right before Ospina's eyes, a powerful kick sent the ball to the midfield, which swiftly advanced, easily locating Sturts as he surged into the penalty area. Sturts charged towards the north stand once again, his jubilant demeanor suggesting it was his home ground. He raised his index finger to his lips, shushing the crowd. The fans, incensed, hurled their drinks and burgers, wishing to silence this madman. To them, the match already felt lost. A centre-back brazenly invaded the penalty area. A brace. The ensuing moments promised even more carnage. It would become a slaughter. Apart from the resounding boos from the north stand and a few traveling supporters, the entire Carrow Road stadium fell into silence. The fans wore expressions devoid of hope. Only anguish and despair remained. Oh God, save the unfortunate Norwich. Chapter 7. The legend begins. The despondent Norwich players trudged, heads hung low, into the players' tunnel amidst the angry shouts of the fans. By halftime, many fans had already left the stands. They were heartbroken, unwilling to witness further humiliation. Fans in front of their televisions fell into a somber silence. In the locker room, Fogg gazed at his dejected disciples. At the start of the season, they were brimming with ambition, eager to ascend to the top tier once more. However, after 14 matches, their spirit had waned. They had once relied on their defense for survival, but now, with the opposing forces pressing forward, the defenders had lost their confidence. Lift your spirits. We shall not lose. Even if we do, we will give our fans a glimmer of hope, showing all who support us that we have never surrendered. The players raised their heads to meet their coach's gaze, striving to muster their resolve, yet it proved challenging. Arab, you are still young and have yet to fully adapt to the championship. This is not your fault. Do you understand? Falk encouraged the utterly dispirited forward. Ospina's gaze was vacant. In terms of speed and ball control, the two forwards lagged far behind the opposing defenders. Even their greatest advantage, height, was rendered moot. The defenders easily contained both of them. Falk clapped his hands repeatedly. We have not lost. Not yet. Give yourselves another half. I need you fully focused for these next 45 minutes. Right? Unleash your prowess, pass, and tear through their defense. Wright furrowed his brow. He had already performed admirably, with several passes bypassing the defense. Yet his forwards needed to reinforce their attack. Their defenders can push up. Our defenders can press as well. Falk roared fiercely. Right? Someone will catch your ball. Wright blinked and glanced at Zhao Gang, feeling little confidence in him. The disparity between practice and match conditions was vast. He had yet to make an appearance in the championship. Falk approached Zhao Gang and placed a hand on his shoulder. Do you remember what I said to you first? You have a singular objective, to score. I do not require you to defend or drop back for the ball. I need you to seize every opportunity and shoot relentlessly. The midfield will provide robust support. Zhao Gang recalled Falk's words during his trial. Indeed, you have but one task. Can you accomplish it, Zhao? I will kick that damn ball into the opponent's net. Zhao Gang gritted his teeth and nodded firmly. As Wright regarded the youthful, yet remarkably resolute Zhao Gang, an immense courage surged within him. Yes, he could indeed strike that damn ball into the opponent's net. Come on, boys, let's take them down. Falk bellowed. Under his encouragement, the players finally found their fighting spirit. Led by Wright, the players erupted in a resounding chant. Take them down. Take them down. Zhao Gang felt his breath quicken. He had never experienced such a united atmosphere before. Observing the flushed faces of his teammates, Zhao Gang joined in the rallying cry. Take them down. As the second half commenced, Rod announced that Norwich made a substitution, replacing the underperforming Arab with a number 10, Zhao Gang. The mere presence of Zhao Gang on the bench had already shocked and disappointed many fans and commentators. Now, he was actually being brought on. Such an important substitution was made at the start of the second half, entrusting it to an 18-year-old forward from Longwa, a player who struggled even with dribbling. Rod suppressed his emotions, diligently introducing Zhao Gang, a forward from Longwa, only 18 years old, in a league where players are still considered young at 23. Zhao's age barely qualifies him as a budding talent. We have no record of his appearances, only that he spent less than 6 months in Manchester United's youth academy. This substitution is indeed somewhat perplexing. Although Rod typically maintained an impartial commentary style, he felt dissatisfaction with Falk's decision. A waste is a waste. Falk has completely descended to the level of a third-rate coach. Is he trying to tell everyone that the loss is due to a lack of forwards? Or has he accepted money from Zhao? Brooke unabashedly launched into a tirade. He is not even fit to take the field. Brooke openly expressed his disdain for Zhao Gang. Longwa, 18 years old. This is a player who can compete in the championship. The crowd erupted with even more intense discontent. What's going on? Has Falk lost his mind? I thought this humiliating defeat was already a failure, but seems there's an even more disastrous substitution. Norwich did not require liabilities. They should leave. Leave? The Sheffield United players gazed at Zhao Gang as he entered the field, bewildered by the fans' furious roars, unable to comprehend how Falk, the coach who led them to triumph in the FA Cup, eliminating Premier League giants Everton and Chelsea, could make such a bewildering decision. Ding! The second half of the match began. Zhao Gang dashed toward the opponent's half, and Sturts approached him, always extending a particular care for the opposing center forward. Kid, don't get scared and wet your pants. If it's too much, just go home to find your mother. Zhao Gang ignored him and ran to the side. Sturts was momentarily taken aback. He didn't seem like a novice. Could it be that he didn't understand English? That was the only explanation, as his expression revealed nothing. Sheffield United did not grant Zhao Gang's entry the seriousness it deserved. They dismissed it as a mere joke. Light received the ball. intent on helping Zhao Gang acclimate to the rhythm of the game, and made a low pass. Zhao Gang controlled the ball, albeit with some difficulty, though it was nothing compared to a professional level. Such a basic stop should have been easily executed. However, an opposing midfielder swiftly pressed him, and before Zhao Gang could react, the ball was intercepted. The pace was indeed far quicker than that of a training match. A chorus of boos erupted from the north stand. As expected, he was utterly useless, unable to even hold onto the ball. Sheffield United launched a rapid counterattack. Zhao did not track back, seemingly frozen. Rod observed Zhao Gang, noting that he was even less effective than Arep. Though Arep couldn't T-score, at least he understood the need to defend. Zhao Gang didn't even seem to consider it. A lack of skill could be remedied through training, but this was an issue of attitude. Falk must have been paid off. This garbage. Brooke gritted his teeth in frustration. Sheffield United quickly countered, and they discovered that the players who had been overwhelmed in the first half were now filled with fighting spirit. The players' morale remained high. With such a rotten apple among them, soon everyone would cease to put in the effort to defend. Falk had not only been paid off, but had also secured a hefty sum sufficient for a comfortable retirement. He no longer cared about the team's performance. The invigorated defenders swiftly intercepted the ball and passed it directly to Philip. Philip advanced with the ball, drawing in defenders, and just past the halfway line. He quickly distributed the ball to Light. Two midfielders from Sheffield United pressed forward. Light glanced at Zhao Gang ahead, who was unmarked. He delivered a direct pass, the ball landing at Zhao Gang's feet, while he himself darted forward, preparing for a classic 2-on-2 play. Zhao Gang's pass was weak, but such a simple combination could still be executed. As Zhao Gang stood there, upon receiving the ball, he was met with a cacophony of boos, as if he were playing away from home. Light's tactic was quickly deciphered by the opposition. The two midfielders closing and did not rush toward Zhao Gang, but rather closely followed Light. Zhao Gang blinked, watching as Sheffield United's midfielders advanced towards Light. While someone guarded Philip, there was no one within a 5-meter radius of him. The ball came toward him, and he took 2 steps forward in line with its trajectory. Having heard that his passing and dribbling were subpar, he wondered if he could execute this 2-on-2 play. There were no defenders around him. Rod hesitated for a moment, unsure of what to say. A Sheffield United defender had already begun to close in on Zhao Gang, preparing to intercept the ball. The other defenders were poised for a counterattack. What the hell was he doing? He was winding up to shoot from 40 meters away, unable to even control the ball properly. Brooke exclaimed in disbelief, half of his commentary laced with expletives. He immediately recognized that Zhao Gang's kicking motion was not meant for a pass. This was a blatant attempt to hand over possession to the opposition. What a traitor. The crowd's boos grew deafening. The advancing defender had already halted his pursuit. This was madness. Inside the penalty area, only the Sheffield United goalkeeper remained, standing with his hands on his hips, watching as the football soared over his head. Only then did he suddenly realize the impending disaster and hurriedly turn to retreat. "You fool! Hurry up and get lost." The fans in North Stand were red-faced and furious, cursing as the ball flew through the air. In an instant, he dropped to his knees, crying out for help. Brooke erupted in fury, standing and pounding the table, exclaiming, "What kind of nonsense is this? Shooting from 40 meters without any adjustment?" In the final moments, his tone shifted dramatically, from anger and helplessness to disbelief and shock, all in one breath. Rod leapt up. The ball went in. The goalkeeper had relaxed his guard, positioned too far forward, and without any defenders pressing him, Zhao Gang was free to shoot. The ball went straight in. 1-2. Norwich had pulled one back, without even entering a dangerous zone. The chorus of boos instantly transformed into cheers. Zhao Gang raised his hands to the fans, and all the players rushed towards him. The large screen at the venue replayed the stunning goal incessantly. Initially intending to execute a small combination, Zhao Gang had prepared a strike before the ball even reached him. With an astonishing arc, the ball soared over everyone and into the net. The goalkeeper lay on the ground, pounding the turf in frustration. Zhao, this kick was not a fluke. He had been ready to shoot the moment the ball was in motion, with no hesitation or adjustments, executing a precise lob. Rod watched the replay in disbelief. What he thought was a brainless act of relinquishing possession turned out to be a deliberate shot from Zhao Gang. The assistant coach on the sidelines embraced his colleague, fervently pounding the ground in excitement. Falk was shouting in triumph. He had done it. He had delivered that damned ball into the opponent's net. Crud. He didn't need 2 matches. He only needed 5 minutes to prove himself. Chapter 8. Hat-trick. Carrow Road had been shrouded in anger and sorrow for far too long. This goal detonated like a bomb, igniting the entire stadium. The once silent flag bearers wiped away tears as the yellow banners once again fluttered in the wind. Although they still trailed by a goal, they could see hope on the horizon. They witnessed the players' spirited determination and fierce tackling, leading to rapid counterattacks. All of this began with that breathtaking strike from the young lad from the Dragon Country. The player they had mercilessly jeered had now illuminated the path to hope for both teammates and fans alike. This precise missile had ignited the entire stadium. Just look at that arc, that expansive vision, and his boundless confidence. At a moment when Norwich was engulfed in despair, this kick enveloped Carrow Road in brilliance, rekindling the fighting spirit and hope of all. Rod was shouting passionately, while Brooke, watching the replay, was spewing expletives, not in anger, but as a release of emotion. His unrefined words drove fans in front of their televisions into frenzied cheers. They could not be there in person, yet they too were ecstatic over this magnificent goal. He had injected new life into Norwich, making it difficult for Sheffield United to press forward as they had before. The midfield of Norwich would be liberated. Light passes would tear through the opponent's defense, just as they had now. If Zhao could, Rod leapt from his chair. The usually composed commentator, who typically left emotional expressions to his partner, could no longer contain himself. 14 matches. He had suppressed his emotions for a full 14 matches. 2 minutes, just 2 minutes. Zhao had broken Norwich's single-match goal record for the season in merely 2 minutes. Brooks' face contorted in anguish, veins bulging on his fists as he relentlessly pounded the table. The entire broadcast studio had descended into chaos. Zhao Gang stood at the edge of the opponent's penalty area, tilting his head slightly upwards, eyes closed, hands raised to the heavens. "Go mad, shout out." The fervor of the crowd erupted once more, even with over 30,000 fans remaining. Their cheers resonated with a ferocity surpassing that of 45,000. Yellow flags instantly adorned the stands, and amidst the surging tide of fans, tears glistened in their eyes while their voices roared with fervent passion. All Norwich supporters rose as one, creating a golden sea. They lifted their arms high, stomping in rhythm to their synchronized chants, causing the very stands to tremble as if an earthquake had struck. The ground quaked with each stomp, followed by a unified shout that echoed into the sky. Norwich's teammates, fueled with adrenaline, rushed towards Zhao Gang, who stood quietly. Wright leapt into the air and tackled Zhao Gang. Before them lay 2 fallen defenders, cursing loudly. The goalkeeper hung his head low, furiously kicking at the grass. Fark passionately waved his fists, charging into the fan section, with the assistant coach unable to restrain him. Everyone had suppressed their emotions for too long. This moment, this miraculous moment, ignited the fervor of fans, players, and coaches alike. The big screen replayed the earlier goal incessantly. Sheffield United's midfield kicked off, appearing dazed. But a few passes were swiftly intercepted by the spirited Norwich defenders. Phillips seized the ball, executing a wide transfer to the left. The speedy Wright sprinted forth, deftly maneuvering past 2 players, then passed to the left back. The left back surged forward to the baseline and returned the ball to Wright, who sent it soaring to the edge of the penalty arc. There were no defenders or attackers in sight. In what seemed a misstep, Zhao Gang ambled towards the ball, casually jogging from 5 or 6 meters away. 2 defenders rushed out of the penalty area, yet Zhao Gang, without even assessing the situation, struck the ball. Bang! The goalkeeper reacted, but the ball effortlessly found its way into the net. Now, this is what it means to be a striker. This is what a shot should look like. Brooke watched the replay, his face flushed with excitement. Such opportunities had been created by Wright countless times. Yet Norwich's forwards either needed adjustments or squandered their chances. This was the front line Norwich needed. Beside him, Rod laughed heartily. "Brooke, you didn't say this before." "I was a piece of dung, a pile of dog dung," Brooke shouted, waving his fists at the camera. "Ha! Hold steady, hold steady. Defense, defense. Do not let him have a chance to shoot." Sheffield United's coach bellowed from the sidelines. They had to change tactics. They could not continue their all-out assault. As long as Zhao Gang was in their half, the defenders had to keep a close watch on this young talent from the Dragon Kingdom. A flawless debut. 2 goals in 2 minutes. Fark had found the missing piece. He was not the rubbish the fans claimed, but rather the astute champion coach. I have also seen Zhao's training photos. He may not excel in dribbling or breakthroughs, but his ability to seize opportunities is unmatched. The die-hard Norwich fans, listening to Rod's commentary, felt a deep love for Zhao, equal to the disdain they had previously shown. Embarrassment? Unthinkable. Brooke had already declared, "We were rubbish." Zhao would not stoop to their level. The Carrow Road sports reporters were a bunch of fools. What nonsense did they write? They nearly drove Zhao away, but thankfully, Zhao cherished Norwich. Sheffield United had maintained the upper hand, but those 2 goals instantly shifted the momentum. Players who had been brainwashed by Fark during halftime now played with an uncanny vigor. Meanwhile, Sheffield United's defenders hesitated to push forward, wary of Zhao Gang. The tide had turned. Norwich's midfield relentlessly attacked Sheffield United. The cheers from the stands crescendoed. However, Stokes, accompanied by 2 defenders, completely blocked Zhao Gang's passing routes, making it difficult for him to receive support from midfield. Meanwhile, Ospina, lacking experience, missed 2 golden opportunities. "If we take this seriously, you won't score again." Stokes incessantly disrupted Zhao Gang, his taunts unending. Yet Zhao Gang remained unfazed. Wright took deep breaths, sensing hope. This season had never felt so promising for a victory. But as time slipped away, they could not find the net again. Norwich's players grew anxious. Such a situation had not arisen this season. Previously, when drawing, they aimed to hold on to the score, but this time they were desperate for a win. This led Sheffield United to seize one of the few chances they had to attack the penalty area. Beep! A sharp whistle pierced the air, sending Norwich's fans into a frenzy. "Corrupt referee. Flopping. Get out. Die corrupt referee." Sheffield United players fell in the penalty area, and Norwich's defenders rushed forward to argue with the referee. The referee shook his head, firmly pointing to the penalty spot. Stokes stood resolutely at the spot, his gaze unwavering. Bam! The ball crashed into the corner. 2-3. Sheffield United regained the lead. Fans buried their heads in despair, kneeling in the stands. Stokes, along with several defenders, charged to the sidelines, dancing provocatively. They had been suppressed for over 30 minutes. "Now, shout more, shout more." Brooke cursed incessantly, while Rod's voice trembled. This was not good news for them. The game had reached the 89th minute, and with previous attacks failing to secure victory, the players' stamina was waning. Now, Sheffield United players would entirely abandon offense, focusing on defense, likely packing the penalty area with 11 men. Just as he anticipated, Sheffield United retreated en masse, their defenders tightly marking Zhao Gang. There would be 6 minutes of stoppage time. At this moment, it had completely become Norwich's half of attacking and defending practice. The ball was continuously lobbed into the penalty area, only to be repeatedly cleared by defenders. Norwich's midfield grew increasingly frantic. They could not lose. They could not squander this opportunity. Zhao Gang had fought hard to score 2 goals. How could they let it end in defeat? Fans had long since abandoned their seats, rising to their feet, waving their arms, some stripped to the waist, brandishing their jerseys, shouting until their voices were hoarse. This time there was no cursing, only encouragement for the players. Stokes clung to Zhao Gang like a stubborn piece of taffy. Defense. Hold your ground." Sheffield United's coach shouted nervously from the sidelines. Fark leaned forward, holding his breath, his eyes fixed on the surrounded Zhao Gang. They could not lose. Having persevered this far, all their efforts could not go to waste. "Zhao, run. Find space. Move into the gaps. Right. Seize the opportunity to pass." Fark clenched his fists, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. Suddenly, Zhao Gang shook off Stokes and charged towards the penalty area. As Fark perceived an opening, Light also noticed Zhao Gang's positioning. With a furrowed brow, he executed a deft lob pass aimed at the far post. Fark, recognizing the trajectory of the ball, fell to his knees in disbelief. The far post. How absurd. All the supporting players were positioned centrally. Rod could hardly believe it. How could Light's pass deviate so drastically? Zhao Gang, already charging into the penalty area, had shifted his weight the moment Light released the ball, propelling himself with all his might toward the far post. He had no intention of entering the box to vie for a spot. Hence, his movement was seamless. The defenders, caught off guard, were left trailing behind. Zhao Gang, facing the ball, surged forward with great speed. "Defend!" Brooke shouted, his body taut with anticipation, his voice rising in urgency. Stets was already outpaced, his expression fierce as he bellowed. Zhao Gang leaped toward the soaring ball. As the spectators lamented Light's pass, they suddenly clenched their fists and widened their eyes at the sight of Zhao's airborne figure. In the stands, every fan was on edge, holding their breath, their bodies tense with anticipation. Zhao Gang extended his leg, nearly parallel to the ground, and struck the ball with his right foot in a magnificent overhead kick. Brook let out a primal roar, and the once silent Carrow Road erupted like a tempest. Over 30,000 fans raised their arms in unison, chanting that name with fervor. Devout fans knelt, breathless, yet continued to shout with reckless abandon. Some fans, their eyes glistening with tears, sank to their knees, wiping away their emotions as they absorbed the thunderous cheers. In that moment, their hearts surged, and they could not contain their elation. Zhao Gang rose from the ground, instinctively knowing the outcome from the crowd's reaction. The goal was scored. He sprinted toward the sidelines, arms wide open, celebrating with the adoring fans. Fox straightened his posture and joined Zhao Gang in a reckless dash, tumbling yet springing back up to continue the sprint. On the bench, every player erupted, rushing toward Zhao Gang. An overhead kick, a hat trick, and an equalizer. Chapter 9. The Divine Arrival at Carrow Road. Father, it's back. Everything is back. After 7 consecutive defeats and 5 matches without scoring, the fans had endured a grueling wait. Their patience was finally rewarded. Even a draw would unleash a torrent of joy. Fans embraced, tears of joy streaming down their faces. No one could have anticipated such an ending. A hat trick, a last-minute equalizer. That remarkable lad from the Dragon Country. The Sheffield United coach shook his head in disbelief. His team had defended valiantly. The cunning light and that sly boy from the Dragon Country had outwitted the defenders. Their synergy had mesmerized the entire defense. Zhao Gang's focus had always been on the far post, drawing everyone's attention with his movements. Little did they know, the culmination of the attack would unfold at the far post. Light as pass was exquisite, and Zhao as shot even more so. Indeed, their prior exchange of glances hinted at an unspoken understanding. Zhao had already signaled to Light the desired direction for the pass, deceiving even Falk. This was not a premeditated tactic, but rather an instinctive connection between the two players on the field. Magnificent Light, magnificent Zhao. Stets pounded the ground, watching the jubilant fans and the celebrating Norwich players, his heart filled with resentment. He had been outsmarted by Zhao Gang, having relaxed his guard, mistakenly believing Zhao would rush into the box, only to be caught off guard by his clever ruse. This was likely Sheffield United's final offensive. It was clear they were dissatisfied with the draw. Norwich, having suffered 7 consecutive defeats, was determined not to concede a point to them. The Norwich players had to hold their ground. Sheffield United, with all but 2 defenders pushed forward, was desperate for one last attack. The stoppage time had already exceeded its limit. The referee had granted additional time, and should the attack falter, the whistle could signal the end of the match. Defend! Defend! The Carrow Road crowd erupted with fervent cheers. Norwich retreated, steeling themselves to secure this hard-fought point. Zhao Gang also sprinted back into his half. Time was running out, and Fox shouted at the top of his lungs to defend. Watching the ball repeatedly enter his penalty area, Falk frantically pointed at his watch, imploring the 4th official. It's past time, it's past time. The crowd erupted in a chorus of boos directed at the referee. Even in the event of a draw, the fans would find satisfaction. Their team had scored 3 goals, and the players' revitalized spirit had rekindled the fans' hopes. Crucially, they had newfound expectations. Zhao! They would surely win the next match and secure their survival. Led by their leader, the fans jeered at the referee. The referee glanced at the time. The stoppage time indicated by the 4th official was merely the minimum, and the referee retained the authority to extend it as necessary. Norwich defender leaped courageously, colliding with Stets, and managed to head the ball out of the penalty area, both players collapsing to the ground. The referee checked the time again, placing the whistle to his lips. This attack had concluded. The ball cleared from the box. Soaring to the left, it drifted toward the center circle, and the surrounding players dashed toward it. Zhao Gang surged forward, preparing to kick the ball out of play. He lacked dribbling skills and knew he could not breach the opponent's defense. As he approached the ball, the entire stand erupted with fervent cheers. The fans' shouts were not urging him to continue the attack, but rather expressing their adoration for this boy from the Dragon Country. Just by touching the ball, he would earn the crowd's enthusiastic encouragement. Yet, as Zhao Gang listened to the roaring crowd, it was a warmth he had never experienced before. His chest felt as if a flame were igniting within. He glanced up to see 3 Sheffield United midfielders charging toward him. The referee inhaled deeply, ready to blow the whistle. Damn it! Zhao Gang gritted his teeth, unleashing his only card for scoring. Bang! The ball soared from about 10 yards past the halfway line. 63 meters from the opposing goal. Brook leaned forward, his body tense, eyes fixed on the screen. Oh! Brook leapt from his seat, arms wide, face flushed, sprinting around the studio, kicking a trash can aside, and then, in a fit of excitement, burst through the door and dashed outside. Rod covered his head, mouth agape in shock. The production team erupted into cheers, embracing one another in jubilation. Carrow Road descended into chaos, more frenzied than a Christmas celebration. With a single whistle, the score reached 4-3. Norwich had triumphed over Sheffield United. The fans in the northern stands surged down like a flood, unleashed, heedless, and exuberant. A young man, fists raised in triumph, was lifted high by the crowd. This moment of jubilation had been long awaited. After a string of defeats in both the Europa League and the league itself, the team had finally tasted victory. Today, Zhao Gang showcased his brilliance with a hat trick, scoring 2 goals in injury time. A stunning shot from 60 meters sent the Carrow Road into a frenzy. Teammates rushed toward Zhao Gang, but were obstructed by the fans. No one could approach their hero at that moment. The head coach of Sheffield United stared blankly at the young man, being tossed into the air, leading by 2 goals only to be equalized, then conceding a penalty in a dramatic finish, only to see Zhao score twice more and turn the tables. These strikes made him question the very nature of this youth. Surely, he was no ordinary player, but a genuine talent. How could such a prodigy exist in the Dragon Kingdom? Where had Falk discovered this marvel? Kneeling in tears, Falk felt the weight of victory. Finally, they had won. After the match, Falk appeared before the press with light. Zhao, still young, had just become the center of attention for Norwich. Falk wished to shield him from the press's influence, believing he deserved more time to acclimate. A protective measure. Yes, they had signed Zhao for his finishing prowess. Indeed, under the directive of Chairman Claude, they secured Zhao. Looking at Falk's proud demeanor on the screen, Claude chuckled, shaking his head. This was Falk's response to earlier criticisms. Just 2 matches? Did they think dismissing Zhao would quell the fans' outrage? They could certainly try now. Light. The 3rd goal was not a passing error, was it? Absolutely not. I saw Zhao's movement. He signaled to me with his eyes that he wanted the ball at the back post. I trusted him, and he delivered the ball into the net. Simple as that. And what is your assessment of Zhao's last goal? Light glanced at Falk, who hesitated, signaling him to remain silent. They had just discussed this topic, and it was not yet appropriate to voice it publicly. Zhao's mindset could shift if he heard their evaluations. After a moment of contemplation, Light leaned closer to the microphone and spoke the truth. Both the coach and I believe that only a divine presence could execute such a shot at that moment and from that distance. Indeed, last night, a deity had graced Carrow Road. Chapter 10. Dong Lu's cleverness outside the stadium. Fans sang joyously. Hey guys, watch this. A bare-chested fan tossed his shirt to a friend, sprinting a few paces before launching a powerful kick, leaping forward and landing with a flourish. He spread his arms wide, hands raised to the heavens, eyes closed in ecstasy. Roar! A group of friends cheered and rushed towards him. Ha! We won. With Zhao, we will keep scoring and winning. My goodness, not only will we avoid relegation, but we will ascend to the Premier League and become champions. The exuberant proclamation caught the attention of other fans who had been drifting away, causing them to halt and turn. In an instant, hundreds gathered, shouting, "Promotion! Promotion!" Having returned to his apartment after a shower, Zhao Gang observed the changes in his unique system. The debut task was a success. He earned 5 attribute points and a legendary passing card, unlocking the winning streak rewards. 1 victory grants 1 system point, 2 consecutive wins yield 2 system points, and so forth, with a maximum of 10 points achievable in a single event. Draws pause the rewards, but do not interrupt the streak, while losses reset the rewards. Friendly matches do not count. Zhao had already experienced the tempo of a formal match. Though he had scored 4 goals in just 1 half, the first 2 were merely the result of the opponent's unpreparedness, essentially ambushes. The last goal, however, utilized a 100 scoring card. His physicality and stamina remained areas of concern, prompting Zhao to allocate his points to endurance for now. Once he amassed sufficient points, he would invest in physical attributes as well. As for passing and dribbling, he would rely on training to gradually improve. The next day, the headline of the Carrow Road Sports Report featured Zhao Gang, lavishly praising his performance. His clumsy dribbling and awkward maneuvers were notably absent from the narrative. In the fervor of the fans' discussions, no one questioned Fox signing. Light's comment had become a topic of delight among the supporters. A deity? Indeed. Only a divine being could save Norwich in yesterday's match. In the distant Dragon Kingdom, Dong Lu, now back home, chuckled at the video he had just completed editing. Before returning, he had planned to take his good friend Zhao Gang out for a grand time, but with Zhao's signing at Norwich and his increased training regimen, he would have to wait. Dong Lu hadn't initially regarded Zhao's move to Norwich seriously, but had forgotten about it in his excitement. However, he had a habit of betting on matches. Wanting to support his friend, he placed a significant wager on Norwich. Their late-game heroics netted him a substantial windfall. Curious to see how the goals had unfolded, he sought out the footage, nearly dropping his jaw when he recognized the player, his old friend who had assisted him during their time together. Despite not being a player himself, Dong Lu's mind was quick. With countless fans in the Dragon Kingdom discontented due to underperforming players, even a benchwarmer in La Liga drew millions of views. How could this player, who debuted in the Championship and scored a hat-trick, not become a topic of conversation? The Championship might lack the grandiosity of the top leagues, and without broadcasts, Zhao's news had yet to explode. But this also presented an opportunity. If Zhao were in La Liga or the Premier League, he wouldn't even need a hat-trick. Just being on the substitutes list would attract immense attention. Where would that leave his performance potential? Dong Lu hurriedly crafted a video overnight, feeling on the cusp of becoming a renowned football blogger. He first posted the photos on a football forum. As he anticipated, it quickly became a trending topic. In the 15th round of the Championship, Dragon Kingdom's youth Zhao Gang comes off the bench to score a hat-trick, leading Norwich to a comeback victory against Sheffield United. This was madness. He felt as though he were dreaming. He, that fellow in La Liga, running out of stories, now fabricates tales. Just one picture, and he dares to claim a hat-trick. The irresponsibility of self-media today is absurd. Norwich was still in the Premier League last season. This blogger, quite astutely, recognized Norwich's modest fame and sought to exploit it. As Dong Lu perused the comments, his foolish grin morphed into a sly smirk as he uploaded the video he had meticulously crafted, his hands trembling with excitement. Indeed, my goodness, my word, what a canary. That technique is nothing short of cosmic. How could we possibly have players of such caliber? Wait, could it be that this is a player from that Korean Sakura? The forum erupted in chaos. The Dragon Country has long been bereft of players who genuinely compete at the forefront of European football. Although the Championship lacks the prestige of the top 5 leagues and garners less attention, its competitiveness surpasses that of most European leagues. With the retirement of the older generation of footballers, today's players seem to be dwindling in skill. Football in the Dragon Country has become a laughingstock. Yet, the fans' mockery and scorn stem largely from their frustration over the team's shortcomings. If such talent were to emerge, countless individuals would undoubtedly seek to verify its authenticity. Indeed, I found the footage. It is absolutely real. Goodness gracious, Norwich fans are going wild. In less than 2 hours, the topic of Zhao Gang surged to the top of the football forum's trending list. At around 2 in the afternoon, which was approximately 9 in the evening in the Dragon Country, Zhao Gang received a call from someone named Jiang Ping. Upon seeing the name, he felt a twinge of unease and answered the phone. You child, you've signed with the team and didn't even inform your family? I heard from your former coach. How could you do this? The woman's voice, filled with reproach, was nonetheless laced with concern. Zhao Gang paused, unable to utter a word in response. Are you not coming back for a while? Is the money sufficient? It must not be enough. I will have your father transfer you another 500,000 tomorrow. Oh, what are you doing? At this time, Zhao Gang must be in training. He finally got on the field and scored for goals. A man's uncontrollable laughter came through the phone. Yes, train well, and remember to call home when you have a moment. After hanging up, Zhao Gang reflected that his mother bore the same name, having lived a life that never allowed her to feel proud of him. Shaking his head vigorously, he dispelled all such thoughts and followed Tom, the trainer Falk had found for him, to undergo specialized training. It was here that Zhao Gang began to grasp the vast chasm in skill between players from the Dragon Country and top-tier athletes. The disparity was not merely subjective. Objective training played a significant role as well. After several days of training, Zhao Gang transitioned from confusion to confidence. Tom recognized how amateurish Zhao Gang's training had been back in the Dragon Country. Zhao, your talent is among the best I have ever seen. If you had waited 2 more years, you might have been lost to obscurity. Fortunately, it is still early enough. Tom's praise was not solely due to Zhao Gang's debut performance, but rather his ability to discern a player's potential. Zhao Gang's football intelligence and comprehension were remarkable. With proper guidance, he could have soared long ago. Had he trained here in his youth, he would have become an exceptional all-rounder by now. Alas, what a pity. Amidst Zhao Gang's relentless training, Norwich faced their most formidable challenge of the season, Fulham, who had been relegated alongside them last season. Unlike Norwich, Fulham retained their entire Premier League squad. Their relegation was primarily due to injuries late in the season. This season, they were back in full force, boasting a record of 13 wins and 2 losses after 15 matches, leading the league by a wide margin, averaging 28 goals per match. Their formidable attacking prowess was unmatched in the Championship. This squad would have faced little concern for relegation had they remained in the Premier League. Chapter 11. Missing the best opportunity. Falk glanced at the Carrow Road Sports Report and then at the local sports channel's fan interviews, feeling somewhat troubled. Previously, while the fans had been equally passionate, much of it had been mere criticism. Now, however, an overwhelming majority of fans seemed brimming with confidence. We have a powerful midfield, strong defenders, and a top-tier goalkeeper. Most importantly, we have Zhao. We will leave Fulham searching for their teeth. Fans were blind to the team's shortcomings. One victory was enough for them to overlook all flaws. As a coach, Falk considered the broader picture. The current praise from fans for the team, for him, and for Zhao Gang could easily turn into harsh criticism following a single defeat. Should Zhao Gang perform poorly, the very fans who had deified him would be quick to tear him down. This was why Falk preferred that Wright not share their previous evaluations of Zhao Gang in front of the journalists. Zhao Gang was still quite young. A single match could drastically alter his mindset, and a loss could lead to psychological issues. Falk scratched his head. I cannot allow Zhao Gang to start. It is a protective measure. If he becomes anxious on the field and his mentality shifts, his performance will only deteriorate further. Moreover, his physical capabilities and ability to withstand pressure are significant concerns. The opposing team will undoubtedly devise strategies to exploit him. If he comes on as a substitute, he may have more opportunities when the opposing defenders tire and lose focus. If Ospina can provide adequate support in front, it would be ideal. That way, Zhao Gang won't be entirely shut down by the defenders. On Saturday afternoon at 3 o'clock, Norwich hosted Fulham at home. Championship matches typically occur earlier in the day to leave prime time for the Premier League. For the Dragon Country, this time corresponded to 10 in the evening, thus deemed prime time. Upon seeing the starting lineup, as Falk had anticipated, the fans erupted in outrage. These fans only cared about who performed well and demanded that those players take the field without considering Zhao Gang's current condition or the potential for overexertion. Only truly rational fans would contemplate such matters. What does Falk mean by this? Is he deliberately showing weakness? Has he changed to a 5-4-1 formation, leaving Ospina to fend for himself up front? Why isn't Zhao playing? We want Zhao. Get Zhao on the field. We want goals, even if we lose. We must score. We cannot play defensively. As Rod introduced the starting lineup, he analyzed, this seems to be a conservative approach. After all, Fulham's attacking strength is formidable. The coach's thoughts differ from those of the fans. Falk is more focused on securing points, given that Norwich is still battling relegation. As for why Zhao is not starting, there are likely multiple considerations. Zhao's integration with the team is not yet perfect, and his youth may make Falk hesitant to place him under the spotlight. Additionally, Zhao's physicality and stamina pose challenges. Nonsense. Are we to shrink back against strong teams? Indeed, Falk had secured the FA Cup through such defensiveness, albeit in a rather unattractive manner. By not starting Zhao, he was signaling to everyone that he did not wish to win this match. How utilitarian. How pitiful. There is no fighting spirit. Fans in front of their televisions felt that Burke was entirely in tune with their sentiments, echoing their thoughts with precision. Falk is far too conservative. Norwich should not have such a coach. Zhao Gang sat calmly on the bench. His psychological age had long surpassed 18. Had he debuted at that age in his previous life and been relegated to the bench, he would have rallied the masses and clashed head-on with the coach. However, at this moment, he had found his composure. Listening to the enthusiastic chants of the fans from the stands, Zhao Gang remained unfazed. A starting position was not far off. For now, he needed to focus on self-improvement and his own responsibilities. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling the commencement of the first half. In contrast to Norwich, Fulham adopted a 3-4-3 formation. This setup, nearly obsolete, boasted formidable attacking prowess and captivating gameplay. The Fulham players, facing opponents from the Championship, possessed a slightly superior caliber, allowing them to employ this strategy with confidence. Leading the attack was last season's offensive triumvirate, the towering striker Etihad, left winger Shipson, and right winger Hart. After 15 matches, the trio had netted an astonishing 32 goals, averaging over 2 per game. The wingers' exceptional dribbling skills, combined with Etihad's sharp positioning, rendered them nearly unstoppable. Within the first 10 minutes, the fans in the stands discerned a troubling pattern. This was a genuine exhibition of offensive and defensive tactics. The 3-4-3 formation, lacking in defenders, initiated pressing from the midfield and forward positions to alleviate pressure on the back line, epitomizing an all-out attacking and defending style. Consequently, Norwich's players found themselves relegated to their half, and even when they gained possession, they were swiftly hounded. They either lost the ball or committed fouls leading to free kicks, rendering them unable to breach the halfway line. Fulham's wingers, with their remarkable individual capabilities, wreaked havoc on Norwich's defense, transforming 5 defenders into what felt like 9. Merely 10 minutes in, Fulham's wingers had already unleashed 6 shots from outside the penalty area. It was evident to all that this trend would lead to significant issues. Fulham's individual skills overshadowed those of Norwich, preventing the latter from orchestrating effective counterattacks. This was a predicament that could not be resolved by Zhao alone. As Rod analyzed the situation, something was amiss. Why were they being so thoroughly pressed? It was because Fulham's players were acutely aware that Norwich lacked finishing capabilities. Even if Zhao stood at midfield doing nothing, Fulham's formation would not dare to advance beyond the center circle. If Zhao were on the pitch, Fulham would require at least 2 players to keep a vigilant eye on him. Our midfielders possess not only organizational skills, but also finishing abilities. When the midfielders are liberated, able to carry the ball with ease, Fulham's players would have no choice but to retreat their formation, rather than having their forwards encroaching upon Norwich's goal. Zhao! 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 Initially, only a select few fans were chanting, but soon it swelled into a chorus. Fox shook his head. These fans understood nothing, merely creating a ruckus. At this juncture, introducing Zhao Gang, who lacked dribbling, passing, or defensive capabilities, was utterly futile. It was no wonder that Brooke, the football ignoramus, could resonate with the fans. Currently, with Fulham's momentum surging, spirits high, and energy abundant, Zhao Gang would find it impossible to gain possession. If they could endure the first half and await the second. As the players' stamina waned, a single strike from right could easily penetrate the defense of a 3-4-3 formation. At that point, seizing a goal and then fortifying their defense will be a sweet prospect. Approaching the 30-minute mark, even when Norwich's midfielders managed to secure the ball, finding Ospina ahead proved exceedingly difficult. Ospina was entirely stifled. Wright, skilled in passing, faced challenges in advancing the ball from the back line into dangerous territory. The fans could hardly contain their anticipation, as possession statistics soared to an astonishing 75-25, a portion of which stemmed from goal kicks following shots. The shot count was even more alarming at 16-1. Shots on target registered at 7-0. Even championship teams should not perform at such a level. Defend! Defend! Fox shouted from the sidelines, as Ospina, nominally a forward, found himself performing as a center back. Falk clenched his fists, braving the boos from the fans, anxiously watching the field. Suddenly, Etihad leaped high, overpowering a defender, only to head the ball against the crossbar, smiting his forehead in frustration. Norwich's fans erupted in a chorus of jeers. Falk gasped, nearly losing his breath. At that moment, an unexpected twist occurred. Norwich's midfielder, Philip, seized the ball and surged down the right flank with astonishing speed, crossing the halfway line, igniting fervent cheers throughout Carrow Road. Energized by the support, Philip deftly maneuvered past 2 opponents, delivering a pass to the advancing right. Philip continued his run, and, on the edge of offside, Wright executed a precise through ball, allowing Philip to outpace the left back. The center back at the edge of the penalty area had yet to recover, leaving a gaping void before the goal. With no defenders present, and no Norwich forwards available for support, Ospina, who had been playing as a center back, was no match for Philip's speed. Realizing there was no one to assist, Fulham's center backs converged on Philip. Quick-witted, Philip delivered a backward pass to the unmarked right. positioned just outside the right side of the penalty area. Wright unleashed a fierce shot towards goal. However, he soon found himself kneeling on the ground, clutching his head. The shot soared over the crossbar. The fans, who had risen in anticipation, let out collective sighs of disappointment. This was undoubtedly Norwich's best opportunity of the half. Wright possessed long-range shooting capabilities, yet he had failed to capitalize on this occasion. If only Zhao were here, I would have already been celebrating. If Zhao had been on the pitch, it would have been a different story. Falk cursed. Brooke had been overly excited for 5 seconds. Wright knelt in despair, lamenting how advantageous it would have been if Zhao Gang were in his position. Philip shook his head. It was normal for such a shot to go wide, given the distance and the pressure from outside the box. Continuing to dribble would have been ill-advised, as Norwich's midfielders were already racing back. Prolonging the play could very well lead to disruption. Even the opportunity to shoot could be lost. Wright had seized the best chance possible, yet it had merely been a hair's breadth from success. The attacking prowess of the 3-4-3 formation was formidable, but therein lay its flaw. The defensive gaps were too vast. Once the midfield was breached, conceding a goal was highly probable. Chapter 12. A call to action. Fulham's attacking trio seemed to have forgotten their shooting boots. Hitting the woodwork twice in the first half, once on the crossbar, the goalkeeper was left in a cold sweat, frantically shouting at the defenders. Mark your men. How can you allow them to shoot so freely? Although the penalty area was crowded, making it difficult for Fulham to find a shot within, their attempts from the perimeter remained threatening. Any one of those strikes could potentially conclude the match. The whistle blew. The first half had concluded, and the Norwich fans responded with a chorus of boos, mixed with sighs of relief. Falk clenched his fists. He had held them off. The entire team's performance was markedly improved compared to previous outings. Had they faced such relentless pressure from Fulham in earlier matches, their spirits would have surely waned. Today, they had withstood it. Meanwhile, Fulham's players, frustrated by their inability to score, were bound to grow impatient. Just as in the first half, opportunities for counterattacks like those of Philip and Wright were sure to arise again in the second half. No one speak. Take a break. Rest well. Just listen to me. You all performed splendidly. Hold your ground. Defend against their attacks. We must endure for another 45 minutes. As Falk entered the locker room, he transformed into a different persona, vociferously demanding silence from the players engaged in conversation. The second half commenced, and Rod eagerly cast his gaze towards the field, noting that no substitutions had been made. Falk retained the starting lineup from the first half, evidently pleased with the performance of his charges and the current state of play. Rod maintained a rather objective commentary, striving to refrain from infusing personal emotions into his analysis. In stark contrast, Brooke was incensed, questioning whether the team was deserving of the fervent support of over 40,000 fans at Carrow Road. Was he justifying the unceasing explanations offered on his behalf? Who was he truly accountable to? To the team management that paid his wages. A motley crew indeed. Ignoring the raucous crowd, Falk stood resolutely on the sidelines, overseeing the match. Those unacquainted with the game watched in fascination, while the seasoned observers discerned the nuances. After years of engaging with football, Falk understood the importance of maintaining the formation on the pitch. A hasty disruption could leave players disoriented and burdened with psychological strain. A reckless alteration now would diminish the likelihood of scoring while significantly heightening the risk of conceding. Had the team performed like this 2 rounds ago against Fulham, the fans would have already rallied to encourage the players in defense. Yet, following Zhao's remarkable debut with 4 goals in the last match, the expectations of these supporters had soared. Thus, Zhao's dazzling display might not bode well for the team. What should they do moving forward? Score 4 goals in every match? Engage in relentless attacking duels? Was that a feasible strategy? In the second half, Fulham's offensive thrust noticeably waned. However, their high-pressing tactics continued to thwart Norwich's attempts at effective counterattacks. Norwich's possession rate saw a slight improvement, indicating that Falk's tactics were yielding some results. At least Fulham struggled to maintain their previous efficiency in offense throughout the match. Rod sighed as he observed the sprinting Phillips. Ospina had retreated to the defensive line, leaving no options for support ahead, thereby squandering any potential counterattack. The fans, witnessing their team's scarce opportunities being extinguished once more, stood in collective agitation. Hamburgers and sodas were already being hurled onto the pitch. Zhao! 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 The fans could no longer bear to witness their team enduring a passive onslaught. nor could they tolerate the squandered counterattacking opportunities. They had begun to chant for Zhao, whom Falk had once dubbed a deity. Would Falk yield to the whims of the crowd? I believe that as a professional coach, he possesses his own judgment. It would be improbable for him to make substitutions while the team was not trailing. He evidently felt that their current play was satisfactory. Brooke had lost much of his enthusiasm, resorting to expletives. With only 10 minutes remaining, Fulham's players clearly refused to accept a draw and once again unleashed the momentum witnessed in the first half, pushing forward with all their might. Brooke watched as the left winger, Shipston, displayed exceptional dribbling skills, charging through Norwich's right flank before delivering a high-quality cross, which Eddie Hard leaped for. This time, the crossbar could not save Norwich. 0-1. After steadfastly defending for 83 minutes, Norwich was finally breached. Eddie Hard discarded his shirt, celebrating exuberantly. 83 minutes of relentless attack culminated in a goal. Fox scratched his head, standing silently on the sidelines. The fans, having endured for over 80 minutes as a turtle in its shell, were now on the brink of eruption. This style of play was unsustainable. Even if they managed to hold out for one match, could they withstand 30? Our counterattacks were utterly ineffective while the opposition could play at will. Brooke had grown weary of speaking. Fox shook his head, observing his dejected players on the field. Their efforts had been in vain. Zhao! Fox gestured, and Zhao Gang barely had time to warm up. There was no waiting. The game would conclude before he could prepare. Zhao Gang approached the sidelines. In the stands, the previously despondent fans had risen, invigorated. Who could conjure a miracle in such a brief span of 10 minutes? Surely it would be this young talent from the Dragon Kingdom. For all the fans had witnessed his brilliance. They had seen him deliver astonishing responses in times of despair. They had seen him single-handedly rescue the team from the depths of adversity. As the once tumultuous stands reignited with fervor, the flags once again fluttered. Even Fulham's players were profoundly affected. Were these fans welcoming that young man at the sidelines? They had only recently come to know Zhao Gang, after all, as they needed to study the attacking tactics of their opponents. Could a single match evoke such adoration from the Carrow Road faithful? Finally, Falk made the substitution, albeit perhaps a touch tardily. Zhao could indeed bring miracles, but such occurrences were rare. Zhao Gang entered the fray, replacing a central defender, reshaping the defense into a back four. Even as Zhao Gang lingered near the halfway line, a midfield player closely marked him, while a distant defender remained vigilant. The goalkeeper, who had previously advanced to the edge of the penalty area, had retreated to the goal line, entirely aware of the need for caution. One could not afford to underestimate the threat posed by this player, who had previously scored from over 60 meters against Sheffield United's hapless goalkeeper. Fulham's custodian was determined not to suffer a similar embarrassment. Even though Norwich had yet to launch an attack, the atmosphere at Carrow Road was electric. The drummer disregarded rhythm, playing at the fastest tempo, his face contorted in intensity as he shouted with fervor. A palpable sense of pressure enveloped Fulham's players, rendering them ill-equipped to cope. "That's my son, did you see? They are welcoming my son." On the massive screen, the camera captured Zhao Gang's visage alongside the deafening roars of the fans. Jiang Ping covered her face, tears of excitement streaming down her cheeks. The man beside her, wearing glasses, remained composed yet mildly disdainful, remarking on her exuberance. Zhao Gang, newly on the pitch and brimming with energy, swiftly evaded the marking midfielder through a few simple movements, receiving a pinpoint pass from right. Just as Zhao Gang was about to collect the ball, he was unceremoniously brought down by a Fulham player. The previously composed man erupted with rage, exclaiming, "Does that fool even know how to play football? You imbecile!" Jiang Ping could hardly restrain him. If only he could leap through the television screen, he would have been in Carrow Road, delivering a thrashing to the Fulham players. Chapter 13. Kung Fu. Time had reached the 87th minute, and Wright stood over the ball. Positioned 30 meters from a goal, a direct shot would be challenging. A coordinated effort was likely in order. Oh, we see Zhao approaching the ball. Is he to take this free kick? The memory of his two cosmic-level strikes from the previous match was still fresh in everyone's minds. This distance certainly fell within his range, yet a direct free kick differs from open play. The goalkeeper and defenders had readied their defenses. Given Zhao's shooting prowess, the ball should find its way within the goalposts, but scoring would be a formidable task. Wright had played awkwardly throughout the match, and after missing an excellent scoring opportunity in the first half, His mindset was fraught with impatience. Seeing Zhao Gang approach, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. As the team's primary free kick taker, this was an opportunity tailored for him. Moreover, it is of greater significance that Zhao Gang's execution of set pieces during training was quite subpar. Now, as Zhao Gang approaches, it seems to him that his youthful exuberance compels him to showcase his abilities. After all, this is not an impeccable scoring opportunity, so wasting it is of little consequence. Light is incensed. Although Zhao Gang possesses formidable finishing skills, he remains young and has shown a blatant disregard for the victory of the team, demonstrating an alarming level of selfishness. Zhao Gang stands before Light and whispers a few words, prompting Light to furrow his brow in irritation. Meanwhile, the fans in the stands erupt in cheers, vociferously calling Zhao Gang's name, clearly eager to witness his performance. The raucous crowd thoroughly aggravates Light. Indeed, Zhao, being new to the team, is perceived by Light as inciting the fans to taunt his teammates through such actions. Even if Zhao were to score, this behavior might breed discontent among his comrades. Light, feeling a surge of anger, departs, relinquishing this opportunity to Zhao. If Zhao seizes this chance, the discord among the teammates may be temporarily resolved. However, should he fail, the cohesion within the team could be jeopardized. Fox stands on the sidelines, arms crossed, reflecting that Zhao Gang is indeed still too young, overly eager to prove himself. He has witnessed Zhao Gang's set-piece technique, which falters significantly when confronted with a defensive wall. At such a distance, scoring seems utterly improbable. Moreover, Zhao has clashed with Light. It appears that a serious conversation with Zhao Gang is in order. Football is not a solitary sport. Without harmonious relations with his teammates, he will inevitably find himself isolated. This is not merely a matter of Norwich. In any future team, if no one passes him the ball, how can he score? Light, head down and hands swinging, storms off in frustration, preparing for a secondary attack. All teammates observe his dissatisfaction. Zhao Gang takes a deep breath, positioning himself before the ball. In contrast to the previous match, various attacking routes now manifest in his mind's eye, and different probabilities representing scoring opportunities arise before the goal. Following his debut, the system has undergone an upgrade. Zhao Gang raises his left hand to the sky, extending 2 fingers. This must be a pre-rehearsed tactic. The players in the penalty area, upon seeing Zhao Gang's gesture, nod in understanding. Indeed, this is a tactic they had practiced beforehand. All players in the box surge toward the near post, while only Ospina makes a run toward the goal. Ospina is closely marked by a central defender, indicating the pass is intended for him. But alas, the ball is delivered woefully off target. The fans in the stands collectively sigh in disappointment. The ball neither reaches the near post nor the far post, rendering the tactic a complete failure with no one to contest it, and it remains far from the penalty area. Fox shakes his head repeatedly. This time, Light will likely be relentless. That pass was truly unacceptable. Suddenly, Rod's eyes widen. Light, simmering with frustration, stands centrally, awaiting a second attack, thus going unmarked. Everyone's focus is on the ball's landing spot, oblivious to Light. When they finally notice him, Light is already in position to intercept the ball. As the Fulham defenders rush toward the ball's landing area, Light lifts his leg and strikes with fury. Light! Light spreads his arms wide, his entire being reminiscent of a wind chaser, turning to rush toward Zhao Gang, who stands in place, hands raised. Light leaps onto him, repeatedly pumping his fists toward the jubilant crowd. In an instant, the previously subdued stadium erupts with fervor. 88 minutes of anticipation, 88 minutes of pent-up frustration are instantly released. Blood surges with exhilaration. Falk leaps several times, veins bulging, and lets out a roar toward the heavens. All Norwich players rush forward like madmen, encircling the two. Light, in the same position as in the first half, where he squandered a prime opportunity, he has now achieved redemption. Rod watches the replay, shouting with fervor. Brooke, silent beside him, is laughing uncontrollably. Zhao's play deceived all opposing players, as well as all his teammates. Ha! Brooke laughs until tears stream down his face. Light even pretended to be angry, but the moment Zhao delivered the pass, he sprinted toward it, as everyone's attention was on the near post and Ospina. No one marked Light in this tactical setup. Fuck, that fool clearly knows nothing. Even when Light missed that shot from the same position, Zhao chose to trust his teammate. Light. He did not betray Zhao's trust. Norwich has equalized. Light embraces Zhao Gang's head, shouting in excitement. Initially harboring discontent, he had doubted Zhao's tactic, knowing all too well how poor Zhao's passing could be. Nevertheless, he ran over, for failing to do so would have been a grave error on his part. Upon arrival, the ball fell comfortably into place, requiring no adjustment, and it was a clean strike. The Fulham coach, standing on the sidelines, furrows his brow, questioning how Zhao, who was said to be incapable of passing or dribbling, managed to deliver such a perfect ball. The power and angle were exquisite, allowing Light to strike at ease without needing to control the ball. What manner of monster is this? A golden sea of supporters gathers, waving jerseys and banners, chanting the names of the goal-scoring hero and the magical youth who set up the play with pinpoint accuracy. Zhao's first touch, rather than opting for a shot, he chose to trust his teammate, executing a splendid assist. His decision was calm and wise. Is this truly an 18-year-old prodigy from the Dragon Country? Fuck, that useless individual. Zhao should have triumphed earlier this morning without needing to exert such effort. Zhao gazes at the divine passing card in the system. It has not vanished, but merely turned gray, indicating it may trigger again. Zhao, thank you. I should have believed in you. Light embraces Zhao Gang as they return to the pitch, still brimming with excitement. He should never have doubted Zhao's choice. With 5 minutes of stoppage time remaining, could there still be a miracle? Will the miraculous youth from the Dragon Country bring forth yet another wonder at Carrow Road? Rod can no longer sit still. He rises, passionately shouting. On the field, Norwich's midfield, ignited by this goal, surges forward like they have received an adrenaline rush, relentlessly attacking Fulham's flanks. Fulham's 3-4-3 formation is riddled with vulnerabilities as they desperately attempt to thwart Zhao Gang's advances in the final minutes of the match. In a villa in the Dragon Country, Jiang Ping is growing weary, unable to restrain her husband, who is furiously punching and kicking at the air. Is this the abysmal level of English football, only capable of committing fouls? Fulham's attacking trio has fully retreated into the penalty area, and Norwich, in a mere 4 minutes, has earned 3 free kicks, all thwarted. Earlier, when Norwich was tied, the fans hoped the referee would blow the whistle quickly. A draw would suffice. Now, facing the league leaders Fulham, the fans stand, wishing for the match to prolong. Observing the young man, downed and covered in grass, Carrow Road once again erupts in cheers. Zhao Gang dashes within Fulham's penalty area, pursued desperately by defenders. On the flank, Light Phillips repeatedly exhausts himself with daring breakthroughs. They understand that with just one opportunity, should the opposing defenders falter, Zhao Gang possesses the capability to deliver the ball into the net. Light has the ball at his feet, shifting his weight to the right, staggering 2 steps as the ball appears beside his left foot. Being more accustomed to his right foot, he seems to struggle to execute the pass once more. As the defender momentarily relaxed, Wright skillfully maneuvered his right foot through the space behind the left leg. With a deft touch, he made a pass. Chaos erupted within the penalty area, and the defenders hesitated to take any drastic action against Zhao Gang, as it would certainly lead to a dire consequence. A penalty. They could only resort to double teaming, attempting to block all of Zhao Gang's receiving routes. Trapped in the middle, he found himself unable to move. Desperate, he surged forward, eyes fixed on the soaring football. Oh no, a header. If he attempted it, he would likely miss. In a moment of urgency, Zhao Gang leaned against the 2 defenders, harnessing their strength, coiling his waist, and lifting his right leg high, his head plunging downwards. His entire body flew backward. Thud! His right foot made solid contact with the swiftly approaching football. In an instant, the ball veered off course, hurtling towards the lower left corner of the goal. It bounced and found the net. Zhao Gang crashed heavily onto the ground. 2-1. Harold shook his head in disbelief at his ecstatic partner at that moment. Any commentary seemed superfluous. The fans needed only to hear Brooks' impassioned shout. On the Dragon Nation football forum, though there was no official broadcast, a handful of individuals found links to the game. As they witnessed Zhao Gang's acrobatic backflip and stunning bicycle kick, jubilation ensued. "My son, that is my son," a man exclaimed, vigorously shaking Jiang Ping, who was on the verge of collapse. Clumsy and astonished, he was hardly comporting himself in a dignified manner. Wasn't this the very behavior he often admonished others for? Chapter 14. A new journey once again. Zhao delivered a last-minute goal. In the previous match, he had executed a magnificent overhead kick, but this time, the extension of his body was even greater, completely upside down. Such a feat demanded remarkable core strength. Moreover, the speed of the ball was astonishing. Most would have opted for a header. Yet he was facing away from the goal and obstructed by defenders, rendering a turn impossible, hence the spectacular bicycle kick. Norwich should be grateful to Farke for signing Zhao. This prodigious talent, his shooting technique, instinct for goal, and decision-making in front of the net are truly world-class. This is football. In the realm of elite football, even a relegation-threatened team can triumph over champions. Go home and eat dirt, Brooke shouted, as Rod's brilliant commentary remained unfinished, leaving him shaking his head and laughing helplessly. After playing 87 minutes of excellent football and scoring a goal, he thought, how impressive. 8 minutes, Fulham's black 8 minutes. Norwich's miraculous moment. Zhao! Brooke shouted with unrestrained enthusiasm. The fans in front of their televisions echoed his fervor. The entire Carrow Road stadium rose, chanting the team's name in unison. Kyle Wright. Applause erupted. Wright raised his hands in exuberance. Zhao. Carrow Road roared like a mighty golden beast, bursting forth with energy and cheers. Zhao Gang was hoisted onto Wright's shoulders, his scalp tingling and goosebumps covering his body. Farke clenched his fist, his eyes glistening. Only he knew the sacrifices he had made for the team. When they were mired in despair, he felt exhausted and despondent. Now, with 2 consecutive victories, they claimed 6 points. It was more than mere relief. These wins ignited hope in every player. It filled them with fighting spirit. Fulham, the league leaders, returning in defeat. Who remains invincible? The fans cheered, unwilling to leave even as the players exited the field. When Farke faced the reporters, he still did not mention Zhao Gang, but rather highlighted Wright, who had scored a crucial goal. Wright, a top assist provider in last season's Premier League, had languished for too long this season. His market value had plummeted, but in 2 matches, with 2 assists and a goal, the familiar feeling returned. Was that set piece prearranged? Everyone had seen Wright's emotional reaction at that moment, assuming he was about to explode. Wright opened his mouth, somewhat awkward but still brave enough to speak. There wasn't any tactical arrangement during training. I have always been a first choice for left-sided set pieces. When Zhao wanted to take the free kick, I was genuinely frustrated. He told me his tactical plan, and I didn't trust him. But he said he could do it, until I scored. I didn't understand him, and I disliked him. Yet he proved me to be a fool. Farke laughed heartily, and the reporters found humor in it as well. This player, once valued highly, had always been straightforward. Coach Farke, do you have any summation or word for the fans? Fulham is a tough opponent. We were nearly dominated throughout the match, but we withstood their attack. We fear no one. The players are confident they can conquer anyone. Wright performed admirably, and Zhao was exceptional, with everyone in great spirits. Zhao has ended 2 matches consecutively. I hope the fans can look forward to the upcoming games and to Zhao's performances. But please do not place too much pressure on him. Brooke scoffed at the press conference, muttering, ridiculous. You fear no one and have confidence against everyone. You started with a 541 formation and still have the audacity to say that. You nearly made us wet our pants, and you dare to claim confidence? If not for Zhao saving you, you'd already be apologizing to the camera. The Carrow Road Sports Report headlined once again with Zhao Gang's achievements. Scoring and assisting, the young lad from the Dragon Nation shines in the championship. Carrow Road finally welcomed the dawn. Wright also found extensive coverage regarding his performance. With his intricate footwork, the former assist king showcased his skills anew. Several La Liga clubs expressed interest in Wright. He clenched his fist, feeling a surge of emotion. Zhao Gang allocated his 2 attribute points to stamina, aiming to reach 80 before enhancing other attributes. In the 17th round of the championship, Norwich faced the defensively formidable Watford. Watford and Fulham ranked 1st and 2nd in the championship standings. Fulham boasted unparalleled attacking prowess, while Watford's defense was second to none. Although the traveling fans were few in number, they made their presence known with fervor. This time, Zhao Gang received a starting opportunity. In the 62nd minute, Phillips broke through the baseline, delivering a cutback pass. Wright, without stopping the ball, neatly laid it off. Zhao Gang, who had been starved of good chances throughout the match, unleashed a powerful strike that pierced through the goalkeeper's grasp. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Gang was substituted due to a minor issue with his leg, as the opposing defenders were overly attentive to him. Amidst a chorus of jeers, Norwich emerged victorious. They had toppled the first and second place teams. This starting chance revealed a significant issue for Zhao Gang. The Championship and Premier League are closely linked, emphasizing intense physical confrontation. He was brought down over a dozen times, yet only 2 fouls were called. Thus, his ability to withstand challenges needed enhancement. His stamina had reached 78, and he was no longer inclined to elevate it to 80. With a physicality of only 62, even combined with his newly acquired attributes, he barely reached 65. Among the defenders in the Championship, he still seemed somewhat lacking. Fark recognized the issue immediately, as he feared it would come to pass. Zhao Gang, though possessing agile movement and seemingly ample energy lately, struggled with physical confrontations, making him susceptible to injury during matches. He should not be a starter. Rather, he ought to be utilized as a secret weapon for surprise attack. Once he has adapted to the physical demands of the Championship, only then should he be allowed to start. When Zhao Gang expended his attribute points, he received a notification from the system indicating that he had accumulated a total of 21 system points, surpassing the threshold of 20 points, thus unlocking the set-piece rating. Each consumption of 20 points would unlock new attribute ratings. Upon the initial activation of a set-piece rating, he received a set-piece rating experience card, which, when used, would elevate his set-piece score to 95 within 10 minutes. Zhao Gang took a moment to review all his attributes: physicality, 65, stamina, 78, passing, 41, dribbling, 39, interception, 30, shooting, 100, heading, 5, set-piece, 43. His set-piece rating was essentially abysmal. While his passing and dribbling had improved slightly, the training had proven somewhat beneficial. Indeed, in football, effort is valuable, yet innate talent holds greater significance. Aspiring to enhance his skills through training to reach the level of a starter in one of the top 5 leagues seemed a daunting challenge, given the evident disparities in physical attributes and football intelligence. The Championship's 18th round witnessed Norwich visiting the City Football Stadium, facing the beleaguered ex-Giants, Nottingham Forest. Once crowned as champions of Europe, Nottingham Forest had fallen to the 3rd tier of English football, League One. Having successfully contended for promotion last season, they had emerged as unexpected contenders this season, consistently vying for a playoff spot, reminiscent of a potential Nottingham miracle. Falk had once again opted to place Zhao Gang on the bench. Meanwhile, the revitalized Norwich players, united in purpose, managed to hold the score at 1-1 until the 50th minute, thanks to the connection between Philip and Ospina. When Zhao Gang finally took to the pitch, he was met with a chorus of boos from nearly 40,000 spectators. Unlike Carrow Road, this atmosphere felt akin to hell. Greater pressure begets greater resilience. The connection between Light and Zhao Gang resulted in 2 swift goals in the 75th and 76th minutes, ruthlessly turning the City Stadium into a desolate place. Facing the Nottingham fans who jeered at him, demanding he return to the Dragon Kingdom, his celebratory gestures transformed from mild to assertive. As he leaped and struck the air with his fists, as if pounding upon their chests, fierce and unrelenting. Exhilarating. The Nottingham fans who journeyed to the City Stadium celebrated as if it were Christmas. Though few in number, their spirit was unyielding, their chants nearly drowning out the cacophony of boos. Meanwhile, supporters back in Norwich lit fireworks and took to the streets, singing team songs and sipping beer. A victory streak of 4 matches. After what seemed like a perilous season, Norwich had risen from the ashes, and all of this began with that remarkable youth. His spectacular performances had united the Norwich players, instilling in them the belief that they could achieve victory, banishing their doubts. The current Norwich squad was no longer the same as they had been 4 rounds ago. Even in Zhao Gang's absence, they would not concede defeat. In just 1 match, this young talent from the Dragon Kingdom had earned the unwavering admiration of all fans. Now, he had completely transformed the mental state of the Norwich players. On the streets of Norwich, numerous fans donned the number 18 jersey. They triumphed over Nottingham Forest with a score of 3-1. The former kings rendered powerless. The Dragon Kingdom youth raised his arm, and the Canaries soared high. With 4 matches and 8 goals, only the inept Falk could hinder his scoring. Falk glanced at the latest report. He still needed to ascertain who authored the other headlines, but he recognized immediately that this one was penned by the incompetent Brooke. Falk, in high spirits, was not perturbed by Brooke's article. However, he suddenly found himself irked by another piece of news. Would we abandon the Europa League? A string of away defeats had nearly sealed their fate for elimination, yet the fans had become blinded by the recent excellent performances. In just 4 days, the second round of the Europa League would commence, featuring 3 home matches. Falk was inclined to forego the competition. There was no need to pursue victory. Training the squad would suffice. Deploying all the starters seemed pointless. It would only lead to excessive fatigue, unfavorable for their upcoming Champions League campaign. However, a complete withdrawal would likely provoke a severe backlash from the fans. What to do? Falk sighed deeply. Chapter 15. He will shine. The media in Norwich was in a frenzy. 2 prominent football forums in the Dragon Kingdom, Dongxiu Wang and Hupu Football, had ignited a storm. Dong Lu had hired several ghostwriters to promote Zhao Gang extensively. They not only compiled Zhao Gang's goal highlights, but also unearthed local newspaper articles and even official photos of Zhao Gang from Norwich. Dong Lu even resurrected a rather unnoticed video from the Football Association's official website. Although he knew his century-defining assist would likely invite ridicule, it served as undeniable proof. Proof that he was a teammate of that extraordinary youth. The Dragon Kingdom connection, though awkward at the time, was now a point of pride and would become a valuable asset in the future. Goodness, is this really from the Dragon Kingdom? Brooks' wildly enthusiastic commentary, coupled with Zhao Gang's goal highlights, could send even the most ardent fans of Dragon Kingdom football into a frenzy, merely from watching the video. As the flags waved in Carrow Road and the cheers filled their ears, some fans trembled with emotion. I'm truly in tears. I can hardly hold it together, brothers. Is there such a goal? A 60-meter strike from midfield? Various powerful volleys, and bicycle kicks. Brothers, does anyone have a link to the championship live stream? I don't need high definition. Just a figure will suffice. Yes, just a figure will do. I can watch the La Liga benchwarmer for 90 minutes. Seeking the same. What can I watch it? Suddenly, the forum was inundated with comments requesting championship live stream links. The 2 forums struggled to cope with the surging traffic and nearly crashed. The technicians at Dongxiu Wang were furious, suspecting Hupu Football had sabotaged them. It was the same as last time. Hupu Football was in disarray, and Dongxiu Wang had begun retaliating. Had they let their guard down? Wait, was it a hacker attack? Or was it simply due to overwhelming traffic? What happened? Did Wuqiu Wang score a hat-trick? The Dragon Kingdom youth in the championship? Both technical teams worked tirelessly to stabilize the network. They needed to report the situation to their superiors. The technicians at Dongxiu Wang quickly informed higher-ups, with the founder nearly cursing in his drowsiness. Once he grasped the situation, he immediately became alert. Given the passion for football and the lamentable state of the national team, this young man would undoubtedly bring an immense surge of traffic. They must swiftly contact the relevant parties to secure the broadcasting rights for the championship. Far away in Spain, Wang Dongwei, a reporter for the Sports Daily covering La Liga matches, received a phone call. He was puzzled at this hour. It was the middle of the night in the Dragon Kingdom, and he wondered what was happening with his colleague. Going to England? ISNT, the exclusive broadcast of the Premier League handled by English Sports? Are we restricted to mere simple sports reporting? What am I supposed to do there? The championship? Who watches the championship? Wang Dongwei felt frustrated. What was the meaning of this? Were they trying to pull a fast one on him? Oh, just take a look. Watch the championship match featuring Norwich and Zhao Gang, and soon we will secure the broadcasting rights. Wang Dongwei hung up the phone, feeling dejected as he opened his computer. Damn it. Had the political strife within the company resulted in defeat? Was his faction on the verge of collapse? Would he be relegated to the championship? Perhaps it was time to resign. Cursing inwardly, Wang Dongwei began searching for Norwich's match. To his dismay, as a dedicated journalist, he had always strived to maintain his composure and refrain from cursing in front of the audience. However, upon witnessing the thunderous cheers of the fans and the astonishing goals that seemed to defy belief, he was utterly mesmerized. In that moment, Wang Dongwei realized that Zhao Gang was destined to become an extraordinary sensation, with La Liga's reigning star in slump. No other player from the Dragon Nation was competing in Europe's top leagues. Zhao Gang would ignite the barren football landscape of the Dragon Nation like a blazing flame. His faction had not suffered defeat, they had triumphed. He would be among the first to closely witness the rise of this remarkable young talent, destined to leave an indelible mark on the Dragon Nation's football scene. Accompanied by the passionately fervent shouts of Brooke, Wang Dongwei raised his arms in exhilaration. Yes. Then he suddenly remembered he was not at home. Glancing around nervously, quickly lowering his gaze as patrons in the restaurant regarded the seemingly unhinged Dragon Nation resident with curiosity. It was time to depart for England. He would no longer linger with the king of football, Wu. On the day of the fourth round of the Europa League group stage, the Dragon Nation Sports Daily acquired the exclusive broadcasting rights for the championship in the Dragon Nation for a staggering 800,000. The football expert also secured a very favorable sub-licensing deal. As Wang Dongyue walked the streets of Norwich, he observed countless fans waving banners and flags, many donning the number 18 jersey, so dazzling it left him momentarily dazed. These individuals were not of Dragon descent, nor were they citizens of the Dragon Nation. They were genuine locals from Norwich, England. The comprehensive national strength of the Dragon Nation ranked among the world's elite, which only amplified the fame of Dragon football, frequently making headlines across various media outlets, often as a source of amusement. In a country like England, where football culture ran deep, the recognition and admiration afforded to Dragon Nation players profoundly struck Wang Dongyue, filling him with pride. Chapter 16. We also have passionate fans. In the fourth round of the Europa League group stage, the Canaries of Norwich hosted Belgian side Brugge. As Wang Dongyue stepped into Carrow Road, immersed in a golden sea of fans, he found himself overwhelmed despite having experienced the fervor of nearly 100,000 supporters at Camp Nou. This was merely the championship, England's second-tier league. If the opponent were a prestigious team, one could understand such attendance, but Brugge was hardly a significant contender in European competitions. The fact that Carrow Road was filled to capacity indicated that these were die-hard fans. Wang Dongyue noticed a flag prominently raised, even featuring a lettered inscription. Such treatment was typically reserved for the team's star players. Yet, Zhao Gang had only played 4 matches to garner such popularity. Wang Dongyue realized he had underestimated Zhao Gang. Fark has indeed given up on the Europa League. What a waste. Brooks shouted loudly, expressing his sentiments from a fan's perspective. Criticizing Fark professionally, fans yearned to witness goals and victories, while Fark had to consider myriad factors. Although the Europa League held considerable prestige, what relevance did it have for Norwich? Teams like Hoffenheim and even the illustrious Borussia Dortmund were participating in the Europa League this year, while the Premier League boasted giants like Arsenal and Manchester United. How could a championship team like Norwich, which had been fighting for survival just 4 rounds ago, compete against them? Even with a slim chance of advancing, Fark seemed intent on relinquishing hope. The prospect of winning seemed bleak, and the dual burden of competing in multiple tournaments raised concerns about player injuries and relegation. Thankfully, they had been eliminated early from the FA Cup and League Cup. Otherwise, they would still need to defend their title in the FA Cup and contend in the League Cup. Were they expected to exhaust their players? That incompetent Fark adjusted 7 starters, even replacing the goalkeeper. Zhao Gang came on as a substitute against Nottingham, and fans had anticipated he would receive more playing time in the Europa League, only to find him still on the bench. Fark might not let him play at all. Fans likely wouldn't witness the most anticipated event. What did Norwich fans most desire to see? Many would prefer to watch the miraculous young talent score repeatedly rather than solely focus on winning. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Nation, despite it being nearly 1 in the morning, the Google live streaming platform was bustling with fans eager to watch the Europa League. Zhao Gang's remarkable performance had spread among fans, and with the endorsement from the football expert and the Sports Daily, even more people became aware of his name. Gugu Sports had acquired the Europa League broadcast rights, and now they were capitalizing on Zhao Gang's fame for promotion. Yet, Zhao Gang was merely a substitute. Damn it, just like the king of football. Merely a water cooler attendant, and yet he was lauded so highly? Indeed, a championship player relegated to the bench, and they had built him up to be a core player. A flood of keyboard warriors emerged, seemingly unable to tolerate anyone else's success, casting doubt on Zhao Gang. For matches, 8 goals, and yet you criticize him? Keyboard warriors can just roll away. Oh, so impressive. Why isn't he a substitute in the Premier League? You startled me. Go, Zhao Gang. Zhao Gang, go. In the live stream, numerous fans began to flood the chat, effectively drowning out the vitriolic comments. It was evident that these fans were not from the Gugu platform. They rallied together like hired guns working for pay. Yet, it was genuinely a spontaneous show of solidarity. Those who incessantly hurled insults at the so-called hired commenters were soon overwhelmed by waves of encouragement. All right, Gugu Sports brings you the live broadcast of the 4th round of the Europa League group stage. where Norwich hosts Brugge. Today's audience is particularly enthusiastic, and while most of us know the reason, it is essential to briefly explain for those who might still be unclear. Zhao Gang, a football player from the Dragon Nation, signed with championship team Norwich 20 days ago. In 4 league matches, he has scored 8 goals, leading the team to 4 consecutive victories. Everyone must be astonished by this figure, and even more incredible is that his total playing time is less than 200 minutes, averaging a goal every 24 minutes. This statistic is unparalleled in Europe and indeed the world. Moreover, he has only played 4 matches, and he is just 5 goals away from the top of the championship's scoring chart. The top scorer in the championship is certainly capable of starting in the Premier League. So the notion that Zhao Gang can only come off the bench in lower-tier leagues is fundamentally flawed. More importantly, let us not forget, he is merely 18 years old. The Dragon Nation as commentator, Shun Jian, previously the head of the Wu fan club, had always covered La Liga. Today, he made a special effort to commentate on the Europa League because he is the best at it, and fans enjoy his insights. He knows precisely what the fans wish to hear, so his previous commentaries often left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Even a single touch from the king of football could elicit a flourish of extravagant praise from him. Why? Because fans love it. Today, he found himself narrating events that, while initially sounding like mere bravado, turned out to be entirely factual. In fact, he felt his comments were rather conservative. Norwich had triumphed not over just any teams, but against genuine Premier League caliber squads like Fulham and Watford, not to mention the formidable Nottingham Forest, which possesses near Premier League strength. With a staggering 4 goals in the first half, Norwich had amassed a total of 10 goals across 4 league matches, with Zhao Gang contributing an impressive 8 goals and 1 assist. If this were the Premier League, fans would surely be celebrating weekly. Even Shun Jian found himself trembling at the mere thought. Today, Norwich's head coach had rotated most of the starting players, and although Zhao Gang did not make the starting lineup, it was certain he would get a chance to play. Yes, Falk must have already relinquished hopes for the Europa League. However, he was likely to substitute in a few key players in the second half to regain their rhythm. Moreover, it seemed unlikely that he would incur the wrath of the fans by neglecting to play Zhao Gang, as many Norwich supporters were eager to see him on the field. Another commentator fervently emphasized Zhao Gang's significance, urging fans to remain patient, as the main event was yet to unfold. Indeed, the match was about to commence. The home grounds and chanting commentator lambasted Falk throughout the first half, as Brugge, fielding their full strength, had taken a 2-0 lead by halftime. This season, Brugge was dominating domestically, practically securing the league title. Their aspirations had grown, as finishing first in the group had become nearly impossible due to Bundesliga giants Dortmund's resurgence after a dismal previous season. In this group, apart from Dortmund, no one dared to vie for the top spot. Nevertheless, they still held considerable hope for advancing. Norwich seemed to be a mere stepping stone. In the last round, they had suffered a 3-0 defeat at home, and now they were trailing 2-0 away by halftime. If their starters couldn't compete, what chance did the substitutes have? Cowards. Losers. Brooke vehemently berated Falk, inciting the viewers at home to join in his condemnation. Falk, listening to the jeers of the crowd and the chants for Zhao, Wright, Philip, and Mindy, appeared unfazed. These fans might be booing now, but once the league victories came, their cheers would be louder than ever. His initial objective had been survival, but now the goal was to reach the playoff for promotion. Naturally, given their previous losses, they were still a distance away from the playoffs, so he refrained from declaring ambitions for promotion to avoid pressuring both fans and players. The Europa League? Merely a chance to experiment and regain some form. A loss would be preferable. A win might raise false hopes. If they lost this match, elimination was certain, and the remaining 2 matches would become inconsequential. In the second half, Brugge continued to attack relentlessly, and Norwich's substitutes were eager to showcase their talents before the coach. Consequently, their defenders were desperately clearing the ball and kicking along. The spectacle was quite unsightly, yet they managed to avoid conceding further goals. Wang Donghua, seated in the stands, listened as fans cheered for the players on the field, quickly followed by loud denunciations of Falk. Brooke was relentless in his criticism, calling Falk trash and useless, igniting the emotions of all the fans. Meanwhile, Falk remained stoic on the sidelines, seemingly dazed by Brugge's onslaught. Internally, however, he felt no turbulence. After years of coaching, he was no longer the naive rookie, unable to make tough decisions. The Europa League was not Norwich's forte. Finally, a more thunderous uproar erupted from the stands. "Fuck! Step down! Fuck, step down! We came to support the team, and you present us with this dreadful display?" The fans' patience had worn thin, and what began as scattered shouts escalated into a tidal wave of discontent, filling the stadium with furious voices. Wang Dongyue flinched, wondering if anyone would descend to confront the coach. Fuck, hearing the increasing uproar, realized the referee's whistle was inaudible amidst the cacophony. If these fans were truly provoked, the next league match could spell disaster if something went awry. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, Falk decided to substitute in some of the key players to quell the fans' fury and give the starters a chance to warm up. The inept Falk finally made substitutions. 79 minutes in, what was the point of these late changes? Merely for appearances? Brooks slammed his fist on the table in frustration. For substitutions at once? This was merely a warm-up. Shun Jian finally perked up. The moment the audience had long awaited had arrived. The 18-year-old prodigy, Zhao Gang, was substituted in. Will we witness the first goal from a Dragon Kingdom player on a European stage? Coming on at the 80th minute, he was still considered a substitute. Wasn't he? Was he merely there to waste time? Zhao Gang, give it your all. We love you. Bring glory to our nation. Show those keyboard warriors what you can do. When Zhao Gang appeared on screen, ready to make his entrance, the entire stadium reverberated. The angry boos transformed into a chorus of cheers. Zhao! Zhao! The crowd roared his name. The atmosphere was electric. This scene was not only envied by Brugge players, but even stirred feelings of admiration and jealousy among Norwich players. To receive such adulation at home was, for them, a monumental achievement in their careers. Wang Dongyue gaped in astonishment, watching the jubilant fans. The earlier signs had prepared him somewhat, but at this moment, he still found it hard to believe his eyes. He hurriedly grabbed his camera to capture this breathtaking moment. The Dragon Kingdom's live stream chat was in an uproar. Did you hear that? They were chanting Zhao's name, a player from the Dragon Kingdom, adored by English fans in England, yet disparaged by his own countrymen online. It was almost comical. Zhao! 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 The chat exploded, and within moments, the only word visible was Zhao. Shun Jian observed the flurry of messages on the screen, listening to the Norwich fans cheer passionately, and he found himself momentarily speechless. As a football commentator covering European matches, witnessing players celebrate goals and hearing fans chant those complex names filled him with mixed emotions. He had longed for Dragon Kingdom players to receive such treatment. Now, that moment had arrived, yet he found himself at a loss for words. When he finally spoke, he realized his voice was choked with emotion. It was not just the fervent cheers of the Norwich fans, nor solely the figure waiting quietly on the sidelines. It was also the deluge of comments flooding the live stream. We too have passionate, fervent, united fans. Chapter 17. The Super Goalkeeper. Brugge players stood in stunned silence, gazing at the fans above in the stands. When had they witnessed such a display? How was there suddenly such exuberance? One might think Norwich had secured a victory. Fuck, hearing the fans' ecstatic shouts of support, nodded in approval. Excellent. They had momentarily forgotten the impending defeat and elimination. He exchanged knowing glances with several players, signaling them to warm up for the championship match in 2 days. Next week in the Europa League, I intend to let a few of you substitutes take the field merely for formality's sake. The fans will be delighted, and you all can engage in some exercise. Just don't exert yourselves too much. It will be a win-win situation. Perfect. However, Zhao Gang disagrees. He understands Falk's rationale for conceding the Europa League. Yet having achieved a hard-earned 4 consecutive victories, a single loss would see the system's rewards reset to 0. Friendly matches do not count. The Europa League does. If you allow me to play, I must fight for victory. With several key players on the pitch, the control in midfield has significantly improved. Of course, Light comprehends Falk's intentions. Thus, after entering the game, he hardly made any noteworthy forward passes. The defensive capabilities of Brugge are not on par with those of Watford. Light and Philip, both midfielders, possess exceptional dribbling skills, yet they refrain from advancing, as per Falk's orders. Light, at merely 27, have you begun to play in sync with Falk? It is not teamwork. It is akin to a charade. Hearing the fans vociferously chanting his name, Light, initially intending to take it easy, suddenly felt a surge of passion. He cannot disappoint the fans. After all, the final shot is not his responsibility. He merely needs to pass the ball. Amidst the resounding shouts of the supporters, a momentarily lost Light surged down the left flank, deftly maneuvering past 3 defenders. Well done. Light. Ospina has left his position. Passed the ball. Brugge's players brutally fouled Light, who had surged along the sideline, bringing him crashing to the ground. Fox's eyelids twitched. You were merely supposed to warm up, not to engage in reckless charges. The crowd erupted in fierce boos as Light writhed in agony, clutching his leg. Though he was virtually unscathed, the defensive intensity in the championship far exceeds that of a team like Brugge. Ding! A yellow card and a free kick awarded. Just as Light prepared to take the free kick, Fox shouted from the sidelines, Zhao. Light understood the implication and stepped aside for the free kick. Against Fulham, Zhao Gang had delivered an exquisite free kick pass. However, during subsequent training sessions, his free kick technique appeared rather lackluster. In the following matches, he refrained from taking free kicks again. All the players knew that Zhao Gang, as a finisher, was invincible in the championship. Yet, as a free kick taker, he ranked last in the squad. That kick against Fulham must have exhausted all his luck. Now, Falk wants Zhao Gang to take the free kick, clearly intending to please the fans while simultaneously opting for a loss. A perfect compromise. Zhao glanced at the big screen. The clock read 85 minutes. Whether they could secure a victory hinged on his performance. He activated the set-piece scoring experience card, instantly elevating the free kick score to 95. This free kick was located near the left sideline, a daunting 35 meters from the goal, making a direct shot quite challenging. Zhao glanced up at the goal, and in an instant, he envisioned 7 possible attacking routes. 3 directly aimed at the goal, with a low probability of success, and 4 passes to teammates, with a fair chance of success. Zhao had previously provided an assist from a set piece against Fulham, and at this critical moment, as the designated primary free kick taker, Light willingly relinquished his position, showcasing the trust his teammates and coach had in Zhao Gang during crucial times. Sun Jian was naturally aware that Falk had abandoned the match, showing no concern for this scoring opportunity. Otherwise, Light would have taken a free kick. However, he could not voice this. He had to support Zhao Gang. 666. Still blowing for a set piece. He jested. The match is nearing its end, and the water cooler guardian has entered the fray. Zhao exhaled deeply, turning to the intensely focused Ospina. To his left, there was an attacking route with an impressive 80% chance of scoring. Ospina, you must not let me down. Zhao retreated a few steps to create space for his run-up. This time, he stood before the ball, seemingly under Falk's strong insistence to take the shot. I sensed that Falk did not wish for a goal. Brooke, in a rare moment of serious analysis, was spot on. The fans turned their attention to Zhao Gang. Rising in prayer as time dwindled, the miraculous youth must perform another miracle. Wang Dongyue glanced around in panic, as all the fans had fallen silent, no one whispering, all eyes fixed on the field. Zhao, run up. Strike. The ball soared toward the penalty area, perfectly placed for Ospina. Rod, who had been subdued for much of the match, finally unleashed his emotions in the 86th minute. 1-2. Norwich pulled the goal back. Ospina spread his arms, roaring as he sprinted toward Zhao Gang. Zhao was seeking him out. He specifically targeted that connection. Ospina feigned cordiality toward Zhao Gang, but felt a twinge of resentment within. Zhao Gang always collaborated with the midfielders and never with him, the forward. The only free kick he took was directed toward Light, the midfielder, in his eyes. Zhao Gang was merely ingratiating himself with the passable Light, never considering him worthy. Now Ospina realized it was merely due to his lack of opportunities, not because Zhao Gang looked down upon him and refused to pass. When he had a chance, Zhao Gang would indeed deliver the ball. Zhao! Ospina, as if ready to devour him, opened his mouth wide, lifting Zhao Gang off the ground with his towering frame. Zhao, pumped with excitement, nearly melted under Ospina's enthusiasm. The ball found its way into the net. Zhao Gang connected with the towering Ospina, delivering his first assist in European competition, marking the first assist by a player from Dragon Country in an official European match. It was a stunning goal. History was made. Sun Jian clenched his fist, astonished that Zhao Gang could produce such an effect with his very first touch. Ospina, after scoring, was ecstatic and immediately sought out Zhao Gang, the provider of his assist. This demonstrated Zhao Gang's high standing within the team. Another commentator continuously praised Zhao Gang. Indeed, it is still possible to distinguish between the great and the small. Look at that pass. It was perfectly placed in front of Ospina at a distance from the goalkeeper, leaving him with no choice but to watch helplessly as Ospina headed the ball into the net. The pass was exquisite. Even the slightest deviation would have rendered it ineffective. Although it was Ospina who scored, the primary credit undoubtedly belonged to Zhao Gang. Indeed, this pass, to be frank, could have easily been converted by any tall striker. But few could deliver such a ball. This strike was undeniably on par with Beckham's. The two commentators harmonized in their praise, solidifying Zhao Gang's reputation. Little did they know that Zhao Gang, far away in Norwich, had no need for such flattery. Falk was incessantly pumping his fists, pleased with the outcome. Scoring one goal not only comforted the fans, but also ensured that there were no hopes of advancement. Ospina's goal ignited the Carrow Road Stadium. The cheers from the fans elevating the adrenaline levels of the players on the field. As the clock ticked down to less than a minute in the regular time, Norwich offensive surgit relentlessly. Zhao Gang received a header from Ospina at the back post, executing a stunning volley that was instinctively deflected out of bounds by the goalkeeper's fingertips. The Carrow Road Stadium erupted with intense sighs of regret. I was so close. Just a fraction away from securing the first goal for the Dragon Nation players on the European stage. Shenzhen was filled with disappointment, even feeling a twinge of frustration. How could this goalkeeper be so oblivious? In the live broadcast, the sardonic comments had long been drowned out by the overwhelming cheers of 666 and encouragement. The barrage of comments had caused some lower-spec phones to lag. Undeterred, Zhao Gang swiftly approached the corner area, receiving the ball from a clever ball boy. Before him, several passing routes materialized, and two circles appeared in the goal area, indicating the probability of scoring. With a 20% chance, it was already quite high, yet it paled in comparison to the figure hovering over Ospina, the tall striker, which was significantly greater. At the sound of the referee's whistle, Zhao Gang charged towards the ball. The football followed the path laid out before him, perfectly arcing towards Ospina's head. It was indeed aimed at Ospina, and it was remarkably precise. Ospina, Ospina. Brooke clasped his head, repeatedly banging it against the table. The goalkeeper had performed miracles. Two certain goals thwarted. Ospina leapt high, directing a bouncing ball away with incredible speed. What should have been a guaranteed goal was miraculously kicked out by the goalkeeper, relying on instinct alone. Ospina knelt on the ground, anguished and regretful. Just that little bit more, and he could have been the hero of Carrow Road. Though the goalkeeper had shown, he had indeed squandered a golden opportunity. The stadium erupted once again with intense lamentation. Wang Dongyue's emotions mirrored those of all the fans. His eyes wide with tension as he watched the pitch without blinking. He felt his hands and feet tremble uncontrollably. It had been years since he had experienced such a thrill. Only the matches of his home team could evoke such empathy within him. Meanwhile, the national team of the Dragon Nation, at this juncture, was merely passing the ball around in their own half, waiting for the match to conclude, regardless of the outcome. Observing the Norwich players, particularly Zhao Gang, who continued to threaten the opponent's goal even in stoppage time. A goal could be scored in a mere second. The match was not over yet, and anything could happen. How could those who indulged in sea cucumbers and dated supermodels not understand this? Chapter 18. Immaturity? An indispensable pride. The Bruges goalkeeper shouted loudly for his teammates to maintain their defensive positions. Since the substitution of several players, not only had the fans gone wild, but the players on the field had also lost their composure. Bruges struggled to cross even half the pitch, appearing like a completely different team compared to their earlier encounter against Norwich at home. The goalkeeper was drenched in cold sweat during this tense period. Just 2 more minutes. Hold strong. Victory seemed imminent, and the hopes of progressing had significantly increased. Amidst the fervent cheers of no money, no life, Brooke continuously called out the names of the players with the ball. Mendy, Neil, Philip, charge, push forward, light. Even Falk, who had seemingly given up on the UEFA Europa League, stood excitedly on the sidelines. Watching Light's continuous feints and rapid breakthroughs, he calmly delivered a high-quality cross. The passionate shouts and the players' exquisite coordination rekindled the dormant fire within his veins. This is football. Ospina. With Light's pinpoint accuracy, Ospina soared high, executing a powerful header that was once again bravely blocked by the grounded goalkeeper. Brooke covered his face, utterly disheartened. This goalkeeper was indeed performing extraordinarily. Outside the penalty area, a golden figure flashed past, not fast but closest to the ball. As the defending players rushed out upon seeing the ball rebound, he calmly appeared in position, running, striking, shooting, as always as if in practice. When Brooke despairingly glanced at the broadcast camera, Zhao Gang, with his head bowed over the ball, had yet to strike when he already shouted hoarsely. Just as his voice faded, the football collided with the right post and bounced into the goal. The fallen goalkeeper, fueled by a surge of spirit, scrambled to his feet, only to collapse helplessly upon witnessing the scene. Brooke clenched his fists tightly. He just knew. He knew that from that position, from that angle, Zhao Gang would undoubtedly send the ball into the net. In that moment, he believed in Zhao Gang as one would in a deity. Wang Dongyue released his clenched fists, his blood igniting with joy, leaping in exhilaration. He embraced the unfamiliar fans beside him without restraint. The deafening cheers made Wang Dongyue forget his duties, forget his identity, only remembering to celebrate and rejoice. In that instant, as a fan, he was wholly enraptured. What a beautiful goal! Zhao Gang scored his first UEFA Europa League goal at Norwich, marking the first goal for a Dragon Nation player in a European competition. Sun Jian was ecstatic, never imagining that in his first live broadcast featuring Zhao Gang, he would witness a goal. Incredible. Beautiful. Save it. Save it again. Ascent, the goalkeeper formidable. 6,666. In a live stream, comments flooded the screen. Fans who had waited up all night finally witnessed what they longed to see. Zhao Gang had scored. This was the pride of Dragon Nation players and fans alike. On the field, Zhao Gang reveled in the adoration of the fans and the passionate embraces of his teammates. His heart surged with exhilaration, yet his expression remained composed. The match was not over. He ran into the goal, cradling the ball, vigorously gesturing with both arms. Falk cupped his hands to form a megaphone, shouting hoarsely, "Defense! Offense! Let's win this match!" Amidst the frenzy of Carrow Road, he had long forgotten about relinquishing the Europa League and conserving player energy for the playoff spots. The ignited passion left him with only one conviction: fight, win. The Norwich players were in a state of ecstatic fervor, while the decisive strike shattered the spirits of Bruges players. Especially in the final moments, the goalkeeper, who had made a series of miraculous saves, watched as that golden figure delivered a straightforward blow that rendered all their efforts futile. As the ball was played from the center circle, Norwich's players immediately pressed forward, swiftly intercepting the ball. The fans' fervor, which had not yet subsided, surged once more. On the flank, Mendy gritted his teeth, using all his strength to bulldoze through the defender. As he fell, he nearly expended his last ounce of energy to kick the ball forward. The referee, favoring the attacking side, did not blow the whistle as Philip received the ball and executed a sweeping pass to the left flank. At this moment, Brooke stood up, shouting the players' names into the microphone. Light controlled the ball with his chest, quickly searching for a breakthrough, as two defenders closed in. Amidst the furious shouts of Bruges' defensive captain, the players snapped to attention, rushing forward to defend. Les' breakthrough remained incisive, yet the double team from the opponents prevented him from shaking off the defenders to deliver a cross. A swift-footed Bruges player deftly kicked the ball out of bounds before quickly retreating to his own penalty area. At this moment, the stoppage time had already elapsed. The referee was poised to sound the final whistle at any moment. Le hurried toward the corner flag to retrieve the ball, with Zhao Gang jogging nearby. This time, Zhao Gang refrained from elaborating tactics as he had done during the previous free kick. He merely nodded. Le reciprocated with a nod, and then dashed toward the penalty area. Stoppage time had passed, and this was likely Norwich's last opportunity to attack. Sun Jian, the commentator, had prepared numerous words to lavish praise. But the pace of the game was so frantic that he could hardly find a moment to commend Zhao Gang. Zhao Gang's free kick technique was not exceptional, but today he bravely assumed responsibility, yielding remarkable results. He had successfully found Ospina twice. Would he target him again this time? It was indeed a promising chance to clinch the match. Yes, the previous two combinations had been exquisite, and the goalkeeper's performance had thwarted the goals. However, a goalkeeper could not maintain such high standards indefinitely. Ospina, you must seize the ball that Zhao Gang delivers. Zhao Gang stood before the ball behind him. The fans roared their encouragement, eager to transfer all their strength to him. Zhao's gaze was resolute. He had shown little celebration after his previous goal, instead directly embracing the ball and returning to the center line. He was determined to win. At this point, Brooke could no longer afford to chastise Falk. Under normal circumstances, he would have commented on Falk's tactical arrangements, but now he simply wanted to support Zhao Gang and cheer for Norwich alongside the fans. Falk crouched in a horse stance, hands resting on his knees. Go, do it. His heart raced in his throat. In the past, he would cheer excitedly when the team scored, but this time, in a match he had seemingly given up on, he felt even more anxious. The fans' fervent shouts, combined with Zhao Gang's relentless pursuit of victory, reignited his original passion. While the players on the field battled fiercely, how could he, as the head coach, surrender first? At the sound of the whistle, the forwards and defenders within Norwich's penalty area fought desperately for position, glancing at Zhao Gang. Which point would he choose? Would it still be Ospina? As Zhao Gang surged forward, he struck the ball with all his might. Everyone's gaze followed the spinning sphere. Norwich players collided with nearby defenders, looking up at the rapidly moving ball with its peculiar trajectory. Fans in the stands rose, stretching their necks and widening their eyes. In that moment, everyone watching the match held their breath, their bodies tensed. Whether in the stadium or through commentary, whether Norwich supporters or Bruges fans, whether from the Dragon Kingdom or England, everyone was utterly engrossed. Center, Ospina. Brooke watched as Ospina leaped high, clenching his fists tightly. Ospina saw the ball sail above his head, continuing to pursue the oddly arced football. Upon landing, the Bruges goalkeeper launched himself toward the far corner with a fierce expression. Yet, his reaction was a split second too late. Having been focused on the tall center back and forward, he could never have anticipated that the ball was heading straight for the far corner of the goal. When the ball struck the post and ricocheted into the net, Carrow Road erupted into sheer ecstasy. 3-2, a 0-degree angle, a direct corner kick leading to a goal. Down by 2 goals, they had reversed the score. An injury time winner. The ball is in. It's in. Shun Jian's commentary style was typically composed, but as he witnessed Zhao Gang's miraculous goal, he could no longer contain his excitement. It's in. It's in. He had prepared hundreds of words, waiting for this moment to extol the talents of this young Dragon Kingdom player, to praise him for breaking records held by many Dragon Kingdom players, to commend how he had come to the rescue in a moment of crisis. Yet at this instant, watching Zhao Gang run ecstatically in celebration and seeing all the Norwich players rushing to him with fervor amidst the thunderous cheers from Carrow Road, he could not utter a complete sentence. Only 2 words remained. It's in. It's in. The barrage of comments in the live stream reached a fever pitch. The screen was filled with 666. The ball is in. Hardly any other comments could be seen. Many fans, fixated on their phones, trembled so much that they could not type normally and were reduced to clicking on preset responses. At 10 past midnight, countless households erupted into chaos. Middle-aged individuals like children shouted in excitement from their beds, awakening their sleeping spouses. This divine goal had sent fans into a frenzy, trembling with emotion, even shedding tears. This was the innocence of fandom, a purity that could not be universally comprehended, yet was sacred and inviolable. Zhao Gang dashed toward the sidelines, having sealed the match. At this moment, he finally let loose in celebration. He raised both hands high, gazing up at the fans. The entirety of Carrow Road resonated with a singular chant. Zhao! Zhao! The fervent response from the fans left Wang Dongyue in a state of disbelief. In Europe, in England, to have thousands simultaneously shout the name of a Dragon Kingdom player was nothing short of a dream. Yet now he was here, he saw it. He witnessed this miraculous moment. Falk, upon hearing the referee's whistle signaling the end of the match, finally grasped a serious issue. They had won. There was a chance for advancement. Was that it? The fan-soaring enthusiasm meant that if he stubbornly abandoned the Europa League and fielded a completely substitute team, he would surely face a storm of criticism. Yet, to continue with the full starting lineup would impose a tremendous strain on the player's stamina. Any injuries would be a grave miscalculation. Amidst the jubilant songs of the fans, the players returned to the locker room, while Falk was consumed with worry. At the post-match press conference, Falk was indeed questioned about the Europa League qualification. Fans in front of their televisions were filled with excitement. The team's current spirit was high, and with 2 matches remaining, there was absolutely a chance. Even facing the Bundesliga giant Borussia Dortmund in the final match, they were unafraid and even eager, hoping to witness their team topple the yellow wall. Watford was also a hornet, yet they had been pecked by the Canaries, hadn't they? What could the Bundesliga's yellow wall do? Fox skillfully sidestepped the question, stating instead that the team had just escaped the relegation mire, and everyone was striving to win. The straightforward Lev fell silent at this juncture. Such was the strategic policy of the team, and voicing an opinion could potentially escalate tensions between management and players. The Europa League. For the elite clubs, it might be tasteless. Yet for players of their caliber, it represented a monumental opportunity for display. Perhaps the highest honor they could ever achieve. If given the chance, why not strive for it? Chapter 19. The bond of master and apprentice. Norwich's media showered Zhao Gang with every conceivable praise. Meanwhile, Falk gazed at the overwhelming coverage, feeling both joy and concern. During his 4-year tenure at Norwich, he had never witnessed a player receive such commendation. Yet, at merely 18 years of age, Zhao Gang remains mentally immature and is at risk of losing himself amidst the accolades. Countless prodigies in football have fallen from grace due to the perils of premature elevation. Falk has never trained a talent of this caliber and is uncertain about how to guide Zhao Gang. He realizes the need to find someone who is willing to invest in young talent and possesses the acumen to nurture exceptional players. Falk is acutely aware that Zhao Gang's future does not lie with Norwich, as he has already attracted the attention of several clubs. His desk is cluttered with offers from La Liga and the Bundesliga, yet the coaches of those teams do not align with Falk's vision. While Falk wishes for Zhao Gang to remain, he knows that Norwich is not worthy of such a player, nor is he deserving of such a talent himself. His only course of action is to help Zhao Gang find the most suitable club and coach for his development. Upon contemplating potential agents, Mendes immediately comes to mind. However, Mendes' stature and the multitude of renowned players he represents make it unlikely for him to focus on a young talent plying his trade in the championship. A sense of despair washes over him. Upon reading Brooks' report, his worry intensifies. The Europa League, here we come. Brooks' sensationalism has woven a dream for Norwich fans. Yet it has cast Falk into a chasm of concern. Zhao Gang's extraordinary presence has masked the team's numerous deficiencies. Despite their continuous victories, the squad's depth is alarmingly inadequate, and the starting lineup is far from formidable. Apart from Light, Philip, and the injured striker Hilo, the rest of the positions struggle to hold their ground in the Premier League. Their success hinges on collective unity and exceptional execution, a feat that commenced with Zhao Gang's debut. This young man has transformed the team's spirit, instilling confidence in his teammates, creating the illusion that they can conquer any adversary. Yet, only Falk understands the lurking dangers within the squad. Simultaneously, the fans from the Dragon Kingdom are celebrating. A perfect strike from an acute angle. The 18-year-old prodigy leads Norwich to their inaugural victory in European competition. The relegation-threatened Norwich has secured 5 consecutive wins across all competitions, thanks solely to their Dragon Kingdom forward. The Sports Daily even featured Zhao Gang on its front page. All media outlets have come to a realization. This young talent is on the brink of stardom. Though he currently plays in the Championship, the scarcity of European players combined with the Europa League enhances his potential to become a sensation, especially after his debut in the Europa League, where he remarkably contributed 2 goals and an assist. Zhao Gang remains oblivious to matters concerning the Dragon Kingdom, as his parents have refrained from mentioning them, not wishing to burden him. While early fame is a source of pride, it could also foster arrogance, which will be detrimental to his growth. After a day off, the Norwich team reconvenes for training, and the player's joyful demeanor is palpable. Ospina, in particular, is especially exhilarated. Not only did he score, but it was Zhao Gang who provided the assist. Following the training session, Falk leads Zhao Gang to his office. The individuals present their catch Zhao Gang slightly off guard. The warm smiles and the notably bald head are hard to miss. This man seems familiar to him, though he himself remains unknown to the man. Perlon Guardiola, whose brother, Josep Guardiola, is far more renowned as the architect of Barcelona's dream dynasty, now finds himself at Manchester City. Perlon chuckles heartily and extends his hand. Zhao Gang is momentarily taken aback. Though Perlon may not be the most illustrious agent, his connection to Josep Guardiola and his role in facilitating Suarez's transfer to Barcelona lend him considerable influence and connections. Why is he here? And why is he so eager to shake hands? As they shake hands, Perlon directly states his purpose for visiting. Falk reached out to me through a mutual friend, explaining your situation. I watched your performance yesterday, and I believe I should represent you as your agent. Zhao Gang glances at Falk, feeling moved. As Norwich's head coach, Falk has leveraged his connections to introduce him to Perlon. This act, akin to betrayal of Norwich, weighs heavily on Zhao Gang. With Perlon on board, it would not be long before Zhao Gang likely transfers away. This poses a significant loss for Norwich, for Falk, and for all the fans. Although Zhao Gang would probably leave even without Perlon, that would be his own choice. Farke's actions, however, effectively make the decision for Zhao Gang, paving the way for him to exit Norwich. Should management or fans learn of this, it would undoubtedly cause a stir. Zhao, though our acquaintance is brief, you are a prodigy destined for football. Those who love the sport wish to see you realize your talents and become the brightest star on the pitch. I am no exception. I am a competent coach, but I am not exceptional. I cannot elevate you to greater heights. Farke's sincere words deeply resonate with Zhao Gang. In his previous life, his family invested heavily for him to play, and he also spent a considerable amount to ensure his participation. In the Dragon Kingdom, it is common to pay coaches for a position. Farke not only humbly acknowledges his limitations, hoping Zhao Gang achieves greater success, but also actively facilitated the connection with the most suitable agent for him. The disparities in football are not solely confined to players, but extend to everyone within the system. Thank you, coach. Zhao Gang embraces Farke, who pats his shoulder, saying, I hope you can remain at Norwich this season and showcase your talents to the fullest. I will. Showdown promises. Subsequently, Perlon and Zhao Gang meticulously discuss the details of the contract. Although Perlon has not seen Zhao Gang play in person, he has reviewed game footage and possesses a solid understanding of his capabilities. This young talent, with proper nurturing, is bound to become a star. Crucially, he is backed by a vast football market. Generations of effort from the Dragon Kingdom have yet to yield a true superstar, and fans are undoubtedly yearning for one. If Zhao Gang maintains his current form, he will soon garner acclaim across the Dragon Kingdom. Perlon recognizes this potential, which is one of the reasons he is willing to come here. Perlon's contract is quite generous. He will manage all of Zhao Gang's transfer matters, as well as negotiations for wages and bonuses, taking only 15% of the transfer fee. For endorsements and commercial contracts, he will handle everything, taking a 10% cut. Moreover, he thoughtfully considers Zhao Gang's interests by allowing him to recruit his own additional agent team for all commercial plans in the Dragon Kingdom. Perlon will offer advice, but will not interfere with operations. Of course, if Zhao Gang wishes for his involvement, he will not decline. Farke is a genuinely good person, yet Zhao Gang does not belong at Norwich. Since he has promised to stay this season, Farke will not encourage him to leave. From now on, he will select the next club for Zhao Gang. This club not only guarantees a place in European competitions, but also ensures your playing time. Your shortcomings are quite apparent. Your dribbling is nearly non-existent, your passing choices are subpar, and your defense is virtually absent. In truth, I would like to introduce you to my brother, but he requires a forward with excellent footwork and solid defensive skills, making you unsuitable for his needs. Farke's smile was tinged with bitterness as Perrin spoke with piercing clarity. In reality, any professional agent would consider these issues. However, this is not solely your fault. I have learned that it is largely related to your country. I will assist you in finding the most suitable person to train you and help you improve rapidly, provided you are willing to put in the effort. Manchester City has plenty of trainers who excel in dribbling and passing. Guardiola is particularly adept at these aspects. I have also learned from Farke that some teams are interested in paying your release clause to acquire you, so you need not worry about such matters. Just focus on showcasing your talents on the field. If other teams send representatives to approach you, you need not respond. I will handle all matters outside the pitch for you. Remember, I am here to manage everything that occurs outside of the game, regardless of what happens. You can always reach out to me. Zhao Gang nodded, genuinely impressed by the professionalism. Perrin's intent was clear. At your age, you might attract unnecessary troubles, such as distractions from women or other temptations and slanders. I can help you navigate through all of this. To Zhao Gang's surprise, that very afternoon, Perrin took a significant step. He directly contacted the Norwich management. A salary increase, a contract revision. It was imperative. Despite Zhao Gang having 2.5 years remaining on his contract with Norwich, the release clause was far too low. As long as Zhao Gang agreed, a club was willing to pay $2 million, and he could leave Norwich. At this point, not to mention $2 million, even within $10 million, there would be a frenzy to acquire him. Zhao Gang's age symbolizes boundless future possibilities. The management was puzzled. A newcomer from the Dragon Kingdom, without an agent, somehow managed to connect with an agent of Perrin's caliber. After much contemplation, they could only conclude that Perrin had taken notice of Zhao Gang. There could be no other explanation. Reluctantly, they had to renegotiate the contract, setting the release clause at £10 million and increasing the weekly wage to £30,000. This was already considered a top salary in the championship. Falk felt a tinge of melancholy. He envisioned building a new squad around Zhao Gang. Even if promotion could not be achieved this season, it would certainly be possible next season. However, he must not hinder Zhao Gang with his personal desires. One season would suffice. Falk clenched his fist. Zhao Gang had already promised to stay, and this one season should be dedicated to achieving great things. Promotion. There is even a grander stage awaiting Norwich. Chapter 20. Not as strong as rumored on the weekend. In the 19th round of the championship, the Canaries of Norwich faced Sheffield Wednesday at home. As a newly promoted team this season, Sheffield Wednesday was weak and had been struggling in the relegation zone. 4 rounds ago, they trailed Norwich by just 1 point, both teams sharing a similar plight. Now, however, the gap had widened to 11 points, with Norwich escaping the relegation zone. This match did not garner much attention in England. Yet numerous scouts were present. Zhao Gang's exceptional performance, coupled with Perrin's network, drew them in. Today, Wang Dongyue also attended the match, hoping for a chance to interview Zhao Gang after missing out last time. Perrin brought along a trainer from Manchester City, intending to let professionals handle professional matters. The fans at Carrow Road remained fervently enthusiastic. Among those watching the match were fans from the Dragon Kingdom. Among them, only a handful were true supporters. Most were merely captivated by Zhao Gang. While they held a passion for football, they were not particularly knowledgeable. They followed the national team, but could hardly name a few players. When a national team played, they might lack the time or energy to watch every match live. Yet they still expressed their excitement when the national team triumphed. Their shared ethnic pride drew them together in a live stream to witness a match involving 2 teams far across the ocean, completely unrelated to them. Even among genuine fans, how many would watch a match between Norwich and Sheffield Wednesday? How many could even name the Sheffield Wednesday team? Those who understood the nuances of the game underestimated the enthusiasm of the populace. Before the match began, the live stream began to lag. Although they had temporarily increased the bandwidth, it was still insufficient. If an exhilarating moment arose, the entire live stream would likely collapse under the surge of traffic. If one lacks the capability, they should not attempt to handle such demanding tasks. The Sports Daily was also live streaming, and such operations could alienate loyal followers. It would be wiser to switch to the Sports Daily in case of a blackout. The technical staff in the background watched helplessly as significant traffic was lost. The traffic during this period had already shattered the previous peak for Donkey Wang over the years, surpassing active users 6-fold. How could they have anticipated this? Zhao Gang had focused all his points on physical attributes, and his physical rating had reached 74. If he could secure a victory in this match, his physical rating would be sufficient to establish himself in the Premier League. Falk had also noticed during training that Zhao Gang was now proactively seeking physical confrontations. His physical prowess had improved significantly. Thus, for this match, he decided to start Zhao Gang. In previous matches, although thrilling and intense, the victories had not come easily. This time against Sheffield Wednesday, a former relegation rival, Falk hoped for a decisive victory. Next week, there was also a home match in the Europa League against Molde from Norway. Falk had no intention of using substitutes. He aimed to maintain momentum and conquer all opponents. In the first 30 minutes, although no goals were scored, the situation unfolded as Falk had anticipated. The Norwich players firmly controlled the game. The atmosphere at Carrow Road was devoid of any boos, replaced instead by cheers welcoming their heroes. Whether in attack or defense, the fans' voices echoed loudly in support. The defenders of Sheffield Wednesday seemed tasked with closely marking Zhao Gang, cutting off his connections with Leite Phillips and Ivanos Pina, resulting in Zhao Gang being deprived of any shooting opportunities. His physical confrontation was better than I had imagined, but his goal-scoring ability remained unproven. However, his dribbling skills were woefully inadequate, as he could barely control the ball. Under pressure from defenders, the likelihood of losing possession was high, leaving him unable to attract any attention from Josep. The trainers watched Zhao Gang, who was being heavily marked, with a sense of disinterest. They had seen the videos and were intrigued by this young talent, but witnessing it live was a far more authentic experience. The young man may possess extraordinary shooting skills, yet when faced with scrutiny, he appears to falter. How could such a player gain the attention of the discerning Guardiola? Chapter 21. Unreasonable offense. Will, having worked alongside Josep for so long, should have a profound understanding of contemporary football. The positions in modern football have become increasingly nebulous. and traditional fixed roles are losing their allure. Thus, a forward who solely specializes in shooting is unlikely to achieve significant success. I recognize your interest in the market potential behind him, but he must possess sufficient talent to impress Josep. Even if you were Josep's brother, you would not bring him to Manchester City solely for your sake. Given the current circumstances, not only is he unlikely to catch Josep's eye, but he lacks the foundation to thrive in the Premier League. If he were a towering striker, he might have a chance, but at approximately 1.80 meters, he would be lost among the tall defenders of the Premier League. He lacks dribbling skills and the ability to distribute the ball, thus failing to adapt to the prevailing football philosophy. Although Will is merely a trainer, his time within Guardiola's team has afforded him a deep understanding of modern football. Today's game is characterized by fluid positioning and an emphasis on total attack and defense, particularly among elite clubs. The traditional forward focused solely on scoring or the defensive workhorse is struggling to find relevance. However, smaller clubs, lacking in control, often resort to a counter-attacking style, which allows players like Zhao Gang to find a place. Will, you are correct, but have you observed the dynamics on the pitch? For 35 minutes, the defenders of Sheffield Wednesday shadowed Zhao, regardless of his involvement in the attack. There was always a defender close by, and if Zhao showed any intent to receive the ball, at least two players would converge to intercept. The Sheffield Wednesday coach sacrificed his usual defensive tactics for a reason. Consider the consequences if Sheffield Wednesday were to face Manchester City. Such defensive strategies would lead to dire repercussions. It wouldn't be long before Sheffield Wednesday's defense faltered, as any player other than Zhao could expose their vulnerabilities. Will shook his head, acknowledging the truth in the statement, but emphasizing that this is the championship. In the Premier League, such tight marking would be unnecessary. The Premier League possesses a comprehensive defensive system, allowing defenders to cover for one another and midfielders to contribute. The defensive tactics and philosophies in the championship are considerably inferior, which is why this young player from Longwa has managed to score so many goals. Do you know what is paramount? Retaining possession of the ball. If a forward cannot hold on to the ball, their only option is to shoot. This makes them exceedingly easy to target. By simply blocking his shooting lanes, he becomes utterly ineffective. Only forwards capable of effectively distributing the ball can pose a significant threat to their opponents. I see no evidence of his ability to do so. Moreover, his mentality is lacking. When pressured, he becomes anxious, attempting a shot from more than 20 meters away. Will's previously impatient demeanor transformed into one of sheer astonishment as the crowd erupted in jubilant celebration. Peeland raised his fists in excitement. Light's breakthrough from the left threatened the penalty area, prompting the defender shadowing Zhao to instinctively rush to cover. In this moment of slight relaxation, Light deftly found Zhao, who was lingering just 7 or 8 meters from the edge of the box. With pinpoint precision, he delivered a pass, and without even a run-up or adjustment, Zhao lifted his leg to shoot. The sheer power of his strike sent the ball soaring through the air, tracing a peculiar arc towards the upper left corner, only to veer sharply right mid-flight, leaving the goalkeeper to misjudge the trajectory and helplessly watch as the ball found the net. This choice of shot is utterly irrational in modern football. Guardiola's philosophy does not permit the existence of such players. The probability of success with such long-range shots is exceedingly low, and goalkeepers have ample time to react. Such attempts rarely conclude in a goal. This is precisely why a defender is required to mark him. Even if he is not in a dangerous area, he remains within Zhao's striking range. He only needs one opportunity to find the back of the net. Peeland clapped vigorously. Will, though astounded, remained somewhat unconvinced. Such fortunate goals cannot be relied upon repeatedly. Having seen numerous professional players, he knew that from this distance, any competent forward could score. However, the combination of unadjusted shots and extraordinary power is certainly not the norm. That goal was a fluke. A forward who cannot distribute the ball, cannot provide support, and is easily outmatched in one-on-one situations cannot serve as the focal point of a tactical strategy. At best, he could only be deployed as an unexpected substitute, as he would perpetually drift outside the team's tactical framework. We'll continue to observe, noticing that Zhao Gang rarely engaged in defensive duties. When he did, he was easily bypassed. Perhaps he possessed the right attitude towards defense, but he simply could not stop anyone, as his interception reactions were excessively slow. Quite frankly, his fundamentals are lacking. No one has taught him the appropriate techniques to be a competent defender. Without defense, interceptions, assists, or the ability to drop back and receive the ball, how can he adapt to complex tactics? Within Guardiola's system, he would effectively be a missing player. Guardiola has only ever allowed one individual such a privilege: Messi, whose mutual success with Guardiola is unparalleled. He will not allow anyone else to disrupt his system. Zhao Gang clearly does not possess that capability. As the first half approached its conclusion and stoppage time was nearly over, Wolf finally spoke again. That shot was indeed beautiful, but it was lucky. 1 in 100 would be a good outcome. Josep would never permit such attempts, which is why he will not even be considered for a trial. The explosive cheers from the crowd at Carrow Road caused Will to swallow his words. Peeland raised his hands in celebration, laughing at Will. Will sat there with a wry smile, spreading his hands. From nearly the same distance and position, this time it was Philip coming in from the right. The defender exerted every effort to block, but Zhao Gang's quick shot left him no room for adjustment. As long as the ball was delivered accurately, Zhao's strike was powerful and decisive. In the first half, he had only taken 2 shots, both of which were unreasonable long-range efforts that left the goalkeeper helpless. Do you believe such shots could be thwarted by Premier League defenders? Peeland inquired curiously. If this were not a fluke, he would not need to adapt to Manchester City. Rather, Manchester City should adapt to him. Even football itself should conform to his style. Will reflected on those 2 shots, recognizing the technique and the instantaneous nature of his shooting that left defenders with no time to react. In a match, even one successful shot can alter the entire dynamic on the field. He need not concern himself with defense. He merely has to stand and wait for the ball. With such a player on the pitch, which team would dare to neglect their defensive duties against him? Even in attack, they must remain vigilant. This is the Championship. If it were the Premier League, with De Bruyne as a teammate, merely standing in position would leave opposing coaches in dismay. Chapter 22. Aiming for the Hornets as the second half commenced, taking advantage of Sheffield Wednesday's unsteady positioning, Zhao Gang unleashed another long-range shot, unfortunately saved by the well-prepared goalkeeper. This attempt left Will cradling his head in disbelief. Although it did not result in a goal, its impact was nearly as formidable as the previous 2. This long-range shot is not merely about scoring. It is about discerning whether Zhao Gang's ability is genuine or merely a fluke. Clearly, the likelihood that this shot is a stroke of luck is minimal. Such long-range attempts test not only technical skill, but also innate talent. While there are many diligent players, achieving this level of power in one's shots is exceedingly rare. Notably, Zhao Gang does not need to adjust. He strikes directly as the ball approaches, a feat that transcends mere technical prowess. Hey, don't substitute him. As the match reached the 65th minute, with Ospina scoring again for a 3-0 lead, Falk began making substitutions. Will, seated in the stands, wished to continue witnessing Zhao Gang's remarkable shots, but Falk denied him that opportunity. Substituting key players so early indicates Falk's intent. Rod, with a knowing glance at Brooke, seemed to suggest that this was the moment for him to shine. At last, Falk displayed his astuteness. He is no longer satisfied with the Championship. He is preparing for the upcoming Europa League. Indeed, we all await with bated breath, as Norwich is poised to make a significant impact in the Europa League. The ensuing matches posed no uncertainty. Norwich secured 5 consecutive league victories, effectively distancing themselves from the relegation zone. Norwich fans rejoiced, yet Dragon Country supporters were discontent. After finally seeing a key player from their nation, who averages 2 goals per match and has become a beacon of hope, the coach's decision to substitute him was seen as a lack of appreciation. True fans from Dragon Country, who would remain unconcerned about the team's losses as long as Zhao Gang continued to score, were left aggrieved when he was substituted with nearly 30 minutes still on the clock. Fans expressed their admiration for Zhao Gang while lamenting Falk's decision. 5 minutes later, the livestream audience dwindled to almost nothing. Who would want to watch Norwich face Sheffield Wednesday in the Championship? The technical staff backstage scratched their heads, recognizing that this situation was detrimental to the platform. The attention belonged to Zhao Gang, not the platform. Only Zhao Gang could guarantee viewership. The local sports newspaper in Norwich lavishly praised Zhao Gang, proclaiming him the king of Carrow Road, almost ready to ascend to the throne. In the midweek Europa League 5th-round match, as fans had hoped, Norwich triumphed 3-1 over the visiting Mold, with Zhao Gang contributing a solitary goal, accumulating 6 points over 2 rounds. If they could overcome Borussia Dortmund in the next match, they would advance directly in the 20th round of the Championship. Norwich effortlessly defeated Wigan Athletic 2-0. Zhao Gang, who came on as a substitute in the 70th minute, added a final touch with a goal. 6 consecutive victories. Zhao Gang scored 10 goals over 6 matches, averaging a goal every 30 minutes, a terrifying scoring efficiency that has captured the attention of all championship teams. Throughout these matches, Will attended every game, even in the absence of Pelin. Initially, he believed Zhao Gang's shot selections were rather irrational, but he later realized that every choice made by Zhao Gang was justified. What constitutes a reasonable choice? One that poses a threat and lands within the goal frame. Out of Zhao Gang's 12 shots, only 2 went astray, resulting in 4 goals. This scoring efficiency is truly astounding. Next Thursday, when they face Dortmund, if you perform similarly, I must recommend you to Jose Pep. Next season, you'll be a member of Manchester City. Do not let me down. Will, observing Zhao Gang as he left the pitch, made a decision. The championship may not be suitable for him, but surely Dortmund can recognize Zhao Gang's true potential, right? Following the team's 8 consecutive wins, Zhao Gang was rewarded with system points. He had accumulated 21 in used points, realizing that his physicality was already adequate for the championship. He had yet to determine which aspect of his abilities to enhance. Dribbling and passing were both viable options. Choosing dribbling would allow him to retain possession and pose a greater threat to opponents. However, passing also presented a commendable choice, enabling better collaboration with teammates. Thus, he remained indecisive between these 2 options. The most significant challenge awaited them next Thursday. It was time to allocate those system points. Zhao Gang glanced at his passing and dribbling statistics. Passing 41, dribbling 37, pathetically amateurish. It seemed that focusing all points on one area would yield minimal improvement. Allocating all points to passing seemed prudent. After all, reaching a score above 60 would be deemed acceptable. The host consumed 20 system points to acquire a new rating category, speed. Zhao Gang examined his speed rating, 66, which was quite average. The host consumed another 20 system points to receive a system reward. The options were as follows. 1. A 95 speed experience card, which, when used, would allow him to surpass his own limits and reach a speed rating of 95 for 10 minutes. 2. A 95 passing experience card, which, when used, would elevate his passing rating to 95 within 30 minutes. This time, there was a choice. Previously, he had only received a free kick experience card. Speed alone, without dribbling or ball control, was insufficient. Furthermore, the passing experience card, with a duration of 30 minutes, offered superior value compared to the speed experience card. Zhao Gang grasped the essence of the decision and opted for the passing experience card. The local sports television station in Norwich was replaying an interview with Falk. The reporter inquired about Falk's perspective on the Europa League. Everyone understood that Falk's tactics were geared towards the Europa League, yet he steadfastly refused to acknowledge this. Our focus has always been on the championship. The Europa League is not something a team of our caliber should pursue. The Norwich management consistently regarded the championship as their priority. The Europa League had never been their forte, and even if Falk had changed his mind, he would not disclose the intention to compete for the Europa League in front of the media. For Norwich lacked the energy and strength for such a pursuit. Should he claim that he aimed for the Europa League, any subsequent league failures would place immense pressure on him. Currently, with 6 consecutive league victories, the management dared not question Falk's tactics. If league issues arose, Falk's decision to field key players in the Europa League would become a target for criticism. Thus, he refrained from mentioning any aspirations for the Europa League. Zhao Gang clenched his fists, understanding the challenges Falk faced. He felt a responsibility to share the weight of Falk's pressure, for Falk was indeed the most competent coach. Chapter 23. Underdogs. Can Norwich's defense withstand Borussia Dortmund, who dominate the Bundesliga? Will the remarkable young talent from Dragon Country lose his way amidst the formidable duo of Hummels and Piszczek? Norwich's defensive system, which has sustained them, may falter against such powerful attackers. The connection between Wright and Zhao flourishes in the championship, yet against genuine elite defenders, it risks being entirely neutralized. Norwich has established a record for the longest winning streak in their championship history, but replicating such a miracle against Dortmund in the Europa League seems an insurmountable challenge. However, who could have envisioned 6 rounds ago that they could achieve such a marvel? Even so, I remain skeptical about their ability to overcome Borussia Dortmund, particularly after Tuchel revealed his starting lineup, devoid of substitutes, consisting entirely of first-team players. A narrow defeat would be a victory in itself. Despite having secured 6 consecutive league victories and 8 across all competitions, Norwich remains largely unheralded. Even the players, though filled with anticipation and desire, lack the confidence to claim victory in this match. The fans are fervently enthusiastic, yet their expectations are modest. They would be content merely to witness the players' relentless efforts and a breakthrough against the yellow wall. Defeating Dortmund? That was a possibility a year ago when they were languishing. This season, Dortmund sits firmly in second place in the league and has even led the standings at times. It is difficult for any team in the Championship, let alone a top Premier League side, to emerge unscathed against the yellow wall. Falk, having relinquished aspirations for the Europa League, gathered all his players before the match. Yes, if we can conquer Dortmund, we shall create history, a team from the lower league advancing to the knockout stages of the Europa League. But remember, the moment we lifted the FA Cup and entered the Europa League group stage, we had already made history. Each victory in the Europa League is a new chapter being written. We have accomplished enough, yet it is far from sufficient. Now, I implore you to rally your spirits and proclaim to the world that anyone who stands in our path, be it Dortmund, Arsenal, or even Manchester United, shall be vanquished. No one can obstruct Norwich. Let the Germans witness our prowess. Observing his teammates, invigorated and electrified, Zhao Gang clenched his fists tightly. His demeanor is typically reserved. Even when scoring and basking in the adulation of the crowd, he rarely exhibits exuberance. However, this time, he yearns to unleash his full potential for all the fans. For his passionately spirited teammates, and especially for Falk, who, despite the pressure from management, fields a full-strength lineup. When the formidable Dortmund, led by Aubameyang, Reyes, and Mkhitaryan, arrives at Carrow Road, they're momentarily taken aback, despite their familiarity with the frenzy of Westphalen. Westphalen is renowned across Europe as a cauldron of fervor, where entering the stadium feels akin to stepping into hell, the overwhelming pressure making it challenging for players to adapt. Today's South Carrow Road, though not as spacious as Westphalen, boasts an impressive atmosphere, with flags fluttering and the crowd's chants resonating, rivaling even the most vibrant Bundesliga venues. To witness such fervent supporters for a championship team is indeed an eye-opener. The fervent club anthem reverberates through the stands, though Wang Donyue cannot sing along. The passionate gaze of the fans stirs something deep within him. Immersed in the moment, his blood seems to boil with excitement. Football, for them, transcends mere sport. It is a way of life, even a form of faith. As Norwich hosts Dortmund, we find ourselves at a disadvantage in every position. We are not merely at a disadvantage. We are entirely outmatched, with only our home ground serving as a solitary advantage, and even that is scant consolation. Yet, what will we do? We shall still send them reeling, and they will depart for Germany in tears. Brooke shouts passionately outside Carrow Road. Thousands of fans unable to enter wave flags, their faces painted in vibrant colors, erupting in cheers as they listen to Brooke's commentary. Hundreds of police officers are deployed to maintain order. Such fervor has only been seen after a hard-fought victory over Chelsea in the FA Cup. Today, the team has not yet won, yet throngs of fans have already taken to the streets. Regardless of Norwich's outcome, there's a strong possibility of upheaval outside Carrow Road. Dear viewers of Gugu Sports, you are now witnessing the final round of the Europa League group stage, with championship team Norwich facing off against Bundesliga powerhouse Borussia Dortmund. The Gugu Sports broadcast room is packed to capacity. The coverage of the championship, coupled with Zhao Gang's consecutive goals and extensive media coverage, has resulted in an explosive surge in Zhao Gang's popularity. This match, against Dortmund, has drawn countless spectators. Shun Jian observes the barrage of comments scrolling across the screen. Having commentated on hundreds of La Liga matches, he has only experienced such overwhelming interest during the CL Clasico between Barcelona and Real Madrid. Even Dortmund cannot boast such a legion of fans. It is evident that these supporters have gathered for one individual. They have come for that young man. The match is officially underway, and shortly, I will introduce the starting lineups for both teams. Dortmund fields their full-strength squad, with no rotation, as Tuchel, newly at the helm, seeks victory in this match. Another intriguing aspect of this encounter is the presence of Zhao Gang from the Dragon Kingdom, who will face off against Shinji Kagawa from the Cherry Blossom Nation, marking a rare Asian derby. Such occurrences are uncommon, as few players from the Dragon Kingdom play abroad. Thus, we eagerly anticipate Zhao Gang's performance. The first half has commenced. The thunderous cheers from the fans do not transform the home players into superhumans. Gundogan, Subotic, and Kagawa maintain firm control in midfield, effectively suppressing Norwich's attempts to penetrate the danger zone. Countless fans from the Dragon Kingdom rally behind Zhao Gang, eager to witness his performance. Whenever Norwich gains possession, their collective chant resonates. Pass to Zhao Gang. Get to Zhao Gang. They care not for tactics or rationale. Simply passing to Zhao Gang is deemed the correct choice. Currently, Zhao Gang's dribbling skills still leave much to be desired, and Dortmund's defenders are evidently superior to those in the Championship, showcasing capabilities and tenacity that far exceed their counterparts. Thus, even when Light identifies a gap and attempts to pass, Hummels, the elite left-back, swiftly intervenes. This is Hummels and Piszczek compared to Championship defenders. They possess greater physicality and exhibit superior timing in interceptions. Zhao Gang's limited opportunities have been thwarted on both occasions. However, this may not be detrimental for Zhao Gang, as it provides an excellent opportunity for growth and development. Sun Jian yearns for a moment to extol Zhao Gang's virtues, yet within the first 20 minutes, the opportunities for Zhao Gang to receive the ball have been scarce. Dortmund's control is formidable, boasting an astonishing 80% possession. It is apparent that Norwich is tactically centered around Zhao Gang. With the few opportunities they create intentionally seeking him out. Sun Jian's commentary is not mere hyperbole. It is a palpable truth. Unlike that player in La Liga, he would surely face backlash for such commentary. Indeed, Zhao Gang, facing off against Hummels and Piszczek, still exhibits a certain youthfulness. The combination of these two individuals possesses both skill and experience. Not to mention Zhao Gang. Even those outstanding forwards who have battled for over a decade, including Lewandowski, might not find an advantage. Such a training opportunity is indeed quite favorable for Zhao Gang. The commentators, in nearly every third sentence, mention Zhao Gang. In their minds, Norwich stands little chance. Ultimately, it matters not who prevails, but rather that the fans consistently hear the name Zhao Gang. This name symbolizes traffic. Upseva Dortmund's counterattack. Phillips' misplaced pass is swiftly intercepted by Piszczek, who finds the ever-enthusiastic Shinji Kagawa. Kagawa, seemingly exuberant, does not immediately pass the ball wide, but instead drives forward with it, easily bypassing Zhao Gang's feeble defense. Kagawa's path with the ball is scrutinized. The best option would have been to connect with Reyes, who was in a prime position. A less favorable choice would involve pushing directly through the midfield for an opportunity. However, Kagawa charges from the right flank toward the left, effortlessly evading the retreating Zhao Gang. It appears he specifically sought out Zhao Gang. Is there a hint of recklessness in this? As a professional player, such conduct is indeed a tad inappropriate. Kagawa's speed and technical prowess far exceed those of the current Zhao Gang. It is doubtful that anyone from Long Nation could rival him. Hearing the commentators, the chat exploded with reactions. That Sakura boy truly lacks class. Damn, showboating on purpose. I'd love to see him break a leg. How could we ever support such a player now? If one cannot compete, they must concede. Just take the ball away directly. Exactly. Let him through. Let him humiliate. And yet blame him? Nonsense. Are you even from Long Nation? Go back to Sakura. The crowd was filled with disdain for Kagawa. The majority of spectators in this match were fans, and upon witnessing Kagawa's antics, the live chat experienced its first surge of excitement. They did not hesitate to retaliate against the disparaging comments. When faced with Sakura players seeking trouble, they felt no need for restraint. Zhao Gang furrowed his brows and quickly retreated. Though he enjoyed privileges that exempted him from defense, and his defensive skills were indeed lacking, the Dortmund defenders offered him no opportunities, rendering it difficult to find a scoring chance. Having an additional defender always increases the likelihood of regaining possession. Zhao Gang chased back. While the chances of reclaiming the ball were slim, applying pressure sufficed. Upon noticing Zhao Gang's approach, Kagawa, who originally intended to pass, hesitated. In the distance, Mkhitaryan waved his arms, indicating he was unmarked. Yet Kagawa showcased his skills in the center, leveraging Zhao Gang's presence while skillfully maneuvering the advancing central defender. He retained possession for several seconds without passing. Ultimately, the central defender brought him down. A foul. The attack was halted. On the sidelines, Tuchel's eyes widened, and he shouted in frustration. The left and right flanks were wide open. What on earth was he doing? Reyes and Mkhitaryan raised their hands, pointing at the vast gap before them, yelling at Kagawa. Kagawa merely waved them off, apologizing to his teammates. Zhao Gang found the situation amusing and could not help but chuckle. Kagawa's expression darkened. How could Zhao Gang still smile? To him, bypassing Zhao Gang was as easy as crossing the street. Where did Zhao Gang find the audacity to laugh? Kagawa glared fiercely at Zhao Gang. As a Sakura national, he harbored an innate hostility and disdain towards players from Long Nation. Having finally encountered Zhao Gang, he was intent on trampling him beneath his feet. This series of breakthroughs, deliberately targeting Zhao Gang, would undoubtedly elicit raucous cheers in Sakura's broadcasts, showcasing the gap between Kagawa and Zhao Gang, and between Sakura and Long Nation football. What is there to laugh about? I laugh at your lack of standing within the team, where even your dribbling performances provoke ridicule from teammates. You still have the audacity to bow and apologize, bringing shame to Europe, exposing your humiliating demeanor to the world. Kagawa's command of English was limited, yet he grasped the situation. He had intended to rattle Zhao Gang's composure, but was taken aback when the young Zhao Gang, rather than becoming angry, laughed at him instead. In frustration, Kagawa unleashed a tirade in his native tongue, while Zhao Gang, not comprehending a word, could only respond in English. Kagawa understood some of it and inferred the general meaning, but seeing Zhao Gang's bewilderment ignited his fury, leading him to shove Zhao Gang. Zhao Gang stepped back 2 paces, ready to retaliate. Yet before he could regain his balance, he was pulled down by the rushing Ospina, who charged forward like a beast. What are you doing? Ospina growled, towering at 19 years of age, easily pushing Kagawa off balance. Infuriated by Zhao Gang's words, Kagawa was further incensed by the shove, his adrenaline surging, ready to retaliate. A few teammates quickly surrounded the diminutive Kagawa, their faces flushed as they shoved him. Kagawa glanced up, only to find himself surrounded by opponents. The crowd at Carrow Road erupted with endless boos. By the time Dortmund's players arrived, Kagawa was nearly dazed from the pushes. The referee team rushed in, blowing their whistles furiously. Led chased after the referee, incessantly complaining. He started it. He pushed first. Are you going to do anything? The assistant referee saw it. All the fans can testify. Just ask. 2 yellow cards were issued, one for Ospina and one for Kagawa. Ospina, still agitated, protested. He pushed first, knocking everyone down. Why am I receiving a yellow card? The audience's boos crescendoed, with curses directed at Kagawa echoing throughout the stadium. How dare he come to Carrow Road looking for trouble? Why wasn't he dealt with? Brooke fumed, and not only within Carrow Road. The outside fans erupted with terrifying jeers. Such despicable tactics. Even with the team in an advantageous position, they resorted to underhanded methods to unsettle our core. This is the vile face of Sakura footballers? Shunjian, observing the replay, realized he could not condemn Kagawa as a commentator, having previously interacted with him. Noting Zhao Gang's demeanor, smiling while speaking, he did not appear to be the instigator. Rather, it was Kagawa whose expression was grim, and he was indeed the one who initiated the altercation. Zhang Xiang, watching the footage, could not suppress a chuckle. Although Zhao Gang had taken 2 steps back, he had not fallen. Ospina had discreetly pulled Zhao Gang down while supporting him to prevent any injury, then charged forward with ferocity. Ospina certainly respected this big brother. Zhang Xiang could no longer contain himself and remarked, "It's not just Ospina." Everyone rushed in, illustrating Zhao Gang's standing within the team, which is undoubtedly on a different level than Kagawa's at Dortmund. Shunjian, upon reviewing the replay, finally grasped what Zhang Xiang had meant. Not solely due to Ospina's rush, but also because of his minor antics. Pulling down Zhao Gang made Shinji Kagawa's actions appear even more reprehensible, serving as a form of protection for Zhao Gang, steering him away from conflict, which the referee conveniently overlooked. This formidable figure certainly knows how to navigate social dynamics. In Chapter 25, Believe in Me, Kagawa, deterred by Royce's complaints, hesitated to showcase his flair, which was hardly beneficial for Norwich. Kagawa's ball control and passing skills are exceptional, rendering him a formidable opponent against Norwich's midfield and defense. He consistently found Royce on the flanks, while Aubameyang, roaming the center with his ghostly movements and superb shooting technique, posed a significant threat. Had Norwich's defenders not been steadfast in blocking the goal, the scoreline would have been altered long ago. Meanwhile, Norwich's midfield, ineffective and beleaguered, could only retreat, failing to mount a credible counterattack. Ospina, stationed at the forefront, grew increasingly impatient, unable to receive a single pass. His role as a center forward rendered futile as he lacked even a single shot opportunity. He could only engage in futile sprints, exhausting his energy without purpose. Zhao Gang, too, found himself under the watchful eye of Hummels. Confronted by a defender of Hummel's caliber, Zhao Gang's inexperience and inadequate dribbling skills became glaringly apparent. With the ball at his feet, he found himself unable to shoot, lacking suitable passing options, and incapable of breaking through. Consequently, he often relinquished possession. In less than 20 minutes, Hummels had discerned Zhao Gang's style. He would not attempt to dribble past defenders nor deliver precise passes. He was merely a cog in the machinery of finishing. Thus, defending against him became a matter of minimal effort. Hummel's astute reading of the game, combined with Piszczek's support, effortlessly extinguished Zhao Gang's shooting opportunities. Hummels recalled Zhao Gang's few shots on video, initially cautious in his approach, only to realize that he was merely a shooter, lacking other skills. Such a one-dimensional forward could easily be contained. In the stands, while gnawed on his finger, confirming his suspicions, when faced with formidable defenders, Zhao Gang's potential was stifled. Dortmund's midfield utterly dominated Norwich's, leaving the latter struggling to mount any semblance of a defensive counterattack. Even when they managed to break forward, Dortmund's defenders easily thwarted their efforts. It appeared that Zhao Gang, as a forward, could only wait for scraps. Lacking playmaking abilities and defensive strengths, he stood little chance of establishing himself at Manchester City. Now, Zhao Gang recognized that mere shooting prowess was insufficient. When Norwich failed to gain an advantage in other areas, his shooting capability waned. Conversely, when Norwich held the upper hand, even if not disadvantaged, his abilities would be magnified. Against Dortmund, his shooting skills were nearly rendered obsolete, as their defenders would not readily grant him shooting opportunities. At this juncture, a robust midfield was essential for delivering lofted passes to enable Ospina to launch counterattacks and threaten the goal. Zhao Gang pondered the possibility of utilizing a passing experience card today. If he could earn system points, he should rapidly invest them in passing. However, what would he do if he used it now and faced the second half? Observing his teammates firmly suppressed, Falk wore a grave expression on the sidelines. Indeed, the prior victory had led many, including himself, to harbor illusions of competing head-on with stronger teams. The chasm between Norwich and elite teams was insurmountable. The Europa League, it seemed, was not meant for Norwich. Meanwhile, the fans in the stands, once brimming with enthusiasm, now felt disheartened. The Norwich they remembered should not resemble this. Though they had yet to concede a goal, it was merely a matter of time. They could not envision even a glimmer of victory, let alone a goal. The connection between Light and Zhao Gang had been completely stifled. Ospina, too, found himself lost in the attacking zone. Philip and Light excelled at breaking through in short passing, but lacked the ability to deliver precise long passes into the attack. Consequently, Ospina had no opportunity to shine. The cheers from the stands were almost entirely directed at the defenders, invigorating them to defend with zeal. For over half an hour, Norwich had failed to pose a single threat to Dortmund's goal. Norwich struggled, their tactics appearing overly simplistic, relying on Light and Philip's breakthroughs to create space for Zhao Gang. Yet now, Light and Philip found it challenging to break through, and the ball barely crossed midfield. If Norwich's midfield boasted a player akin to De Bruyne, capable of accurately locating Ospina from deep within their own half, the situation would improve significantly. As a commentator, Shun Jian could easily identify the underlying issues. The crux was that Norwich lacked a De Bruyne. Faced with a team like Dortmund, they were overwhelmed in every aspect, from tactical system to individual player capabilities. Falk could scarcely discern any hope. How could Zhao Gang, whom he relied upon, possibly score without even a shot opportunity? Fortunately, Norwich's defenders withstood immense pressure. Even Aubameyang, a goal-scoring machine, had failed to find the net in the first half. Royce and Mkhitaryan had nearly transformed the flanks into their personal corridors, dominating the play. Thankfully, Norwich's center-backs were well-positioned to cover, and with the goalkeeper's stellar performance, they avoided conceding a goal in the first half. However, it was evident to all that conceding was simply a matter of time. Upon entering the locker room, the players had lost all semblance of their earlier fervor. Their aspirations had been lofty, but reality proved harsh, revealing the vast gulf between themselves and top-tier players. Against championship teams, Even a leader like Fulham possessed the ability to launch a surprise counterattack and secure victory. Yet, facing Dortmund, the second-place team in the Bundesliga, capable of contesting with giants like Bayern Munich, they were still at a significant disadvantage. The atmosphere in the locker room, including Falk, was one of silence. At this moment, all words of encouragement seemed ineffectual. The entire first half had left them devoid of hope. Even a sliver of hope would have enabled Falk to rally his players. Falk felt somewhat inept at this moment, unable to conceive a suitable response. "Hey!" Zhao Gang clapped his hands firmly, drawing the attention of everyone, including Falk. Having led them to miraculous feats in their previous 8 matches with his extraordinary shooting, Zhao Gang had revitalized the team. All players believed that if a miracle were to occur, it would undoubtedly stem from him. 15 minutes. Believe in me. Within these 15 minutes, we will score. I need all of you to lift your spirits. We have just 45 minutes remaining. If we can hold on, we can triumph over Dortmund and advance to the knockout stage of the Europa League. You need not concern yourselves with how I will send the ball into the net. You only need to believe in me. Grant me 15 minutes. Just 15 more minutes. Can we do it? The defenders exchanged glances, then turned their eyes towards the midfielders. Finally, they all looked at Zhao Gang. His gaze was resolute, filled with trust. He rose, extending his fist. The players stood up, and Mendy placed his hand upon Zhao Gang's fist. All hands came together. Mendy lifted his head and, as the team captain, gazed deeply at Zhao Gang. Chapter 26. Who says the weaker team will lose? Standing once more on the field, Zhao Gang positioned himself in the opponent's half, turning to glance at the Norwich defenders. Mendy nodded firmly. He believed in Zhao Gang unconditionally, for Zhao Gang had already won the admiration of everyone through his prior performances. The transformation of the entire team began with Zhao Gang. Although no one had spoken it aloud, everyone knew that Zhao Gang was the nucleus of the team. This was his first time requesting something from his teammates as a core player. Mendy felt a surge of determination, vowing to staunchly defend against the opponent's attacks. Zhao Gang's assurance revitalized the defenders. Having withstood relentless pressure for 45 minutes, what could another 45 minutes possibly bring? The defenders remained silent during halftime, not due to a loss of spirit, nor because they lacked confidence against the attacking trident of Aubameyang, Reyes, and Mkhitaryan. Rather, it was because they saw no glimmer of hope. No matter how hard they fought, victory seemed unattainable, rendering their efforts seemingly futile. Now, Zhao Gang assured them that as long as they fulfilled their duties, scoring would be his responsibility. 15 minutes. A mere 15 minutes would unveil the hope of victory for them all. This promise from Zhao Gang was akin to a potent stimulant. Standing beside Ospina, Zhao Gang whispered, "I will pass the ball to you shortly. Just watch for the right moment, keep moving along the offside line, and when you see the ball, sprint forward. I will ensure it reaches your feet." Ospina struggled to comprehend. What? If Light and Philip can't find me, how can you? He was aware of Zhao Gang's passing ability, which during training had become a source of joy for his teammates. Now, Zhao Gang was asking him to run and expecting the ball to reach him. Was this a jest? However, Ospina trusted Zhao Gang. There was no reason not to. Zhao Gang was worthy of that trust. Zhao Gang meandered back to his half. Indeed, he found no opportunities in the front line and had no choice but to retreat for defense, a situation he could not avoid. Shun Jian analyzed this, attempting to justify Zhao Gang's actions. A forward returning to his own half during a kickoff was indeed rather inappropriate. The so-called king of the ball, scoring a few goals in a lower league and being hailed as such, how much hype can one endure? Against Dortmund, he faltered, a king of easy matches. Enough with the nonsense. A defensive king. If you can't speak wisely, then stay silent. If you don't want to watch, then leave. Foolish people. Do you really want to see this? Garbage, just go away. Fans who had long awaited Zhao Gang's performance grew impatient, witnessing such distasteful commentary and retaliating. Beep. With the sound of the whistle, Norwich kicked off from the center circle, repeatedly passing the ball back. Aubameyang and Reyes advanced simultaneously. Mendy could only pass the ball to the goalkeeper, who sent a powerful pass towards the wing, where Light struggled to control it. He spotted Zhao Gang, who had drifted to the opposite side, even further back than him, now beckoning for the ball. Kagawa rushed over, attempting to pressure Light. Light contemplated briefly before executing a long-range switch, sending the ball flying from the right to the left. Given Zhao Gang's poor dribbling skills, he might struggle to even stop the ball. Yet, if he asked for it, Light would comply. Why? Because Zhao Gang had previously proven himself. Whenever he requested the ball, he had ample reason and confidence. The distance to the opposite goal was nearly 80 meters. A shot was absolutely impossible, nor could he break through, for he lacked the strength. So what was he aiming for? As Light was taken aback, Zhao Gang clumsily brought the ball down, nearly letting it roll out of play. In this moment, requesting the ball in front of professional players, he possessed almost no dribbling or passing skills. It would be better suited for a midfielder to take charge here, but before Rod could finish his thought, Brooke interrupted, asserting, "This is a rare occurrence for Zhao to demand the ball. He must have his reasons. I absolutely believe in him, even if I don't know what he intends to do." Brooke's commentary may not have been the most professional, but he was there to stir the emotions of the fans. He had already captured the sentiments of the majority of spectators. Zhao Gang, the boy who creates miracles, was a hero to Norwich fans. His decisions were surely correct. Hummels was acutely aware of Zhao Gang's passing and dribbling capabilities, having discerned them in the first half. Slightly better than an amateur, yet still not comparable to defenders of his caliber. Hummels signaled to Piszczek to press up. They could easily intercept the ball. Piszczek moved swiftly toward Zhao Gang, who was then focused intently on the ball, preparing to control it. He lifted his head slightly to see Piszczek extending his leg to challenge for the ball. The Norwich midfielder, not far from Zhao Gang, recognized this was a dire situation. Light was already retreating to assist in defense. Zhao Gang's current possession was precarious, especially against a top-tier defender like Piszczek. Meanwhile, Ospina was returning when he suddenly recalled Zhao Gang's words. He hesitated for a moment, then quickly scanned the Dortmund defensive line. "No offside. I'm off." Ospina burst forth. Sprinting ahead, Ospina remained diligent, continuously pulling at the defensive line, even if it seemed futile. What if an opportunity arose? What if it came? Rod's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched the screen. According to the first half's performance, Zhao Gang's ball should have been intercepted by Piszczek by now. Yet this time, it did not happen. Zhao Gang, anticipating ahead, struck the ball with force, sending it soaring over half the field directly into the opponent's danger zone. Ospina, tirelessly running, glanced up just in time to see the ball drop before him. The power, angle, and speed were all impeccably executed. The Dortmund defenders, led by Hummels, were slow to react, having already fallen behind Ospina by at least 2 positions. With the combination of Subotic and Hummels, such a significant gap should never have emerged. Yet they had been careless. Their experience led them to believe that Zhao Gang could not possibly deliver a pass from such a position, let alone with such precision to find the advancing Ospina. There was not a single Norwich player capable of such skill. This was a pinpoint long pass of nearly 50 meters. In this world, only a handful could confidently execute such a pass. A clear shot. As everyone marveled at how Zhao Gang executed such a pass, Ospina had already sent the ball into the net. 1 o'clock. Playing at home, Norwich, having been under pressure for an entire half, miraculously took the lead mere seconds into the second half. They scored. They truly scored. It was only when Ospina spread his arms, racing joyfully toward the fan section, that the spectators finally reacted. The once silent stands erupted into a cacophony of jubilant cheers. The goalkeeper of Norwich, Mouth Agape, clenched his fist fiercely and sank to his knees. All the pent-up frustration from the entire half erupted in that moment. A goal. We took the lead. After being besieged by Dortmund for an entire half, it was that simple. We were ahead. Oh dear, Rod, scratching his head in disbelief, realized this ball was delivered by Zhao Gang. Logically, when Zhao Gang had the ball, Ospina could not have continued his run. Previously, whenever Zhao Gang received the ball, Ospina had remained stationary, knowing Zhao Gang would not pass it to him. He simply lacked that ability. Everyone knew Zhao Gang lacked that talent. Yet at this moment, he miraculously possessed it. Moreover, Ospina had curiously made a run. This was clearly a tactical arrangement made by the two long ago. It was not mere coincidence. Zhao Gang must have had at least half the confidence in his pass to signal Ospina to make his run. What did I tell you? I said Zhao Wunti just asked for the ball for no reason. Did you see that pass? How exquisite. How remarkable. This ball bypassed 2 layers of Dortmund's defense, landing in an incredibly clever spot, unreachable for the defenders and the goalkeeper alike. We could only leave it to fate, hoping Ospina would miss this one-on-one chance. Chapter 27. Precision and dominance. Oh my, what a splendid pass. It was as if the ball was served right into Ospina's mouth. Such a delicate pass. I had never seen its like in the championship. Many teams in the championship emphasize long balls, yet long-distance passing has an evident flaw: the control of power. It is rare to witness someone delivering the ball so cleanly and precisely to a forward's feet in the championship. As Ospina charged forward, the football landed perfectly at his feet. It was like activating the eye of God. If it had been a fraction slower, Ospina would have been offside, and if faster, the goalkeeper would have rushed out to clear it. This marvelous pass genuinely astounded Rod. If it had been a top passer in the Premier League with such a delivery, it would have evoked admiration. Yet for Zhao Gang, who was not known for his passing, to execute such a curve was even more impressive than his previous 60-meter thunderbolt. With a broad vision and an elegant technique, one could easily think of that renowned English midfielder. But how could Zhao Gang possibly deliver such a pass? What else could one use to describe it but genius? Falk, clutching his head, still in disbelief even after the game resumed. Such a pass is not something that can be achieved through mere effort. Effort can make one a competent player, but excellence requires innate talent. This kind of play involves not just technique, but also an understanding of the game that can only come from true giftedness. Zhao Gang's passing technique was something he knew very well, yet it was fundamentally inadequate. Yet in just over a month, he managed to deliver such a ball. This is not something attainable through hard work alone. During training, Zhao Gang had never executed a long pass. Today, with his confident demeanor, Falk realized that this lad had been secretly training, perhaps motivated by Palon's comments, harboring a surge of determination. After Dortmund kicked off, they launched an even fiercer assault than before. Meanwhile, the defenders led by Mendy were now brimming with energy. Zhao declared he could deliver the ball, and indeed he did. Now it was time for us to safeguard the fruits of our victory. The formation of Norwich underwent a strange transformation, shifting from 4-4-2 to 4-5-1. With Ospina alone positioned up front. At this moment, Zhao Gang retreated entirely to the midfield and defense, functioning as both a midfielder and a defender, but certainly not as a forward. He was confined by Hummels, limiting his shooting ability, but his withdrawal to receive the ball posed a greater threat to Dortmund's defense. Dortmund's attacks were indeed threatening, yet as long as they failed to score, the ball would find its way to Zhao Gang's feet. Not only midfielders like Leitner, but even defenders instinctively sought out Zhao Gang, for he was the core of the team, a man of his word. This instilled confidence in everyone, a unique confidence in Zhao Gang. In this position, Zhao Gang was no longer facing Hummels and Piszczek, but rather Stambouli, Gundogan, and even Shinji Kagawa. All three midfielders possessed agile footwork and could easily intercept the ball from Zhao Gang, who was not known for his dribbling skills. However, regardless of who it was, facing Zhao Gang evoked a sense of helplessness. Once Zhao Gang received the ball, he would not hold on to it for long. A swift pass would follow. He always found his teammates' positions. His presence alone made Dortmund hesitant to attack as boldly as before. Zhao Gang had already delivered 2 long passes to Ospina, and had it not been for Hummel's vigilance, Ospina might have found himself in another one-on-one situation. The Dortmund players had completely come to trust that Zhao Gang's pass was not a fluke, but rather a testament to his skill and technique. Thus, even if other areas were firmly suppressed by Dortmund, the presence of Zhao Gang and Ospina made Dortmund wary of continuing their previous aggressive approach. When Dortmund's attack once again ended in vain, Zhao Gang received a soaring ball. He glanced up and saw that Hummels had now withdrawn from the attack, tailing Ospina closely. Ospina was entirely marked. Even if the ball were passed to him, it would be challenging for him to break free for a one-on-one chance. Observing the situation on the field, Kagawa rushed towards him, attempting to intercept the ball. But the current Zhao Gang would not afford him any opportunity. His mind was filled with several passing routes, even a shooting angle, each with its own probability. The winger, Philip, noticed that there was no good space for Ospina and immediately drifted wide, preparing to advance. He believed, without needing any reason, that Zhao Gang would undoubtedly deliver the ball. And indeed, as Philip surged forward, the football traversed half the field, soaring from the right flank to the left, landing comfortably at Philip's feet. Wow! The entire crowd gasped in astonishment. Norwich seldom executed such expansive transitions due to the players' lack of skill. They lacked the confidence to make such passes on the field. Now, the player once regarded as merely a shooter, Zhao Gang, had utilized this long pass, something even midfielders often struggle with, to find Philip directly. Will, seated nearby, admired the perfect arc. The power, angle, and timing were simply impeccable. Wasn't Zhao Gang supposed to be incapable of passing? Why had he suddenly become so precise? The techniques for shooting and passing are entirely different. Will understood all too well that such a pass required a delicate control of strength and body, which undoubtedly demanded ample talent. Beautiful, Will could not help but exclaim, clapping enthusiastically. If this was not an extraordinary performance, but rather a true reflection of his capabilities, then Zhao Gang undoubtedly possessed the potential to become a top-tier midfielder, a player who could both pass and shoot. Wasn't he this precisely what Josep needed? Philip effortlessly received the ball, swiftly dribbling as he faced an unguarded expanse before him. He surged forward with determination. Sabatic hastily sprinted to cover, knowing that if Philip advanced a few more meters, he would pose a direct threat to the goal. At the moment Zhao Gang passed the ball, he too had already repositioned himself quickly. The Dortmund players scrambled back to defend, while Norwich's midfielders surged eagerly into the opposition's half. Wright, with remarkable speed, had already overtaken Zhao Gang, who had only just crossed the halfway line by a few meters. The two were positioned one in front of the other, naturally drawing the Dortmund defenders towards the more dangerous Wright, closer to the penalty area. This distance was perilous. If Wright received the ball and sent it into the box, it would spell danger. Meanwhile, Zhao Gang, trailing behind, found himself unmarked. As Philip charged into the attacking zone, logic dictated that he should return a pass to Wright, who could either shoot or cross in a box for Ospina to finish the attack. However, Philip noticed Zhao Gang running in the distance, hand raised. In an instant, he understood. What had begun as a threatening attack transformed with Philip's powerful back pass, sending the ball out of the danger zone. The Dortmund players were momentarily bewildered. What was he thinking? Wright had already found an excellent position. Zhao Gang, now rushing towards the ball from the center, caught Wright's attention. Realizing his intent, Wright instantly dropped to the ground. 40 meters from the goal, unmarked. What would most players choose? To dribble forward. However, it was Zhao Gang who charged toward the ball. This was an unprecedented opportunity for Zhao, who had not experienced a moment like this all match. Why would he pass? With a distance of 40 meters and the nearest defender 5 or 6 meters away, this was a classic one-on-one chance. He unleashed a powerful strike. Apart from Wright, the Dortmund defenders couldn't believe their eyes. Even though they had been briefed on Zhao Gang's long-range shooting ability, witnessing it firsthand left them in disbelief. Weidenfeller stood frozen in the center of the goal, unable to judge the ball's trajectory before it rolled out from the net. The crowd erupted with excitement. The atmosphere at Carrow rode akin to an explosion. 2-0. Norwich had a dreamlike start to the second half. Tuchel stood on the sidelines, shaking his head in disbelief. This attack was not solely the fault of Dortmund's defense. It was basic knowledge that a player like Philip, if he were rational, would either choose to dribble or pass to Wright. Only those ignorant of football would pass to Zhao Gang, who was further away. Such a distance was beyond the range of a normal player's shot. Wright had drawn defenders away, creating a vast opening for Zhao. Although the distance was great, it posed no issue for Zhao. To others, it appeared an almost impossible attempt. Yet for Zhao, it was an opportunity of a lifetime. Tuchel had done extensive preparation, effectively neutralizing Zhao in the first half and keeping Norwich contained. Yet, he had still granted Zhao an opportunity. For a player like Zhao, such chances were tantamount to handing over a death sentence. Dortmund's negligence in defending against Zhao came with a steep price. Now, Norwich found themselves in the lead. Before the match, who would have imagined Norwich would be ahead of Dortmund, let alone by 2 goals? Chapter 28, Dortmund's counterattack. The fans at Carrow Road were eager for goals, yearning to showcase their prowess against a team like Dortmund. They might even shout, "Norwich will win," into the cameras. Yet they understood that for Norwich to triumph, a miracle was necessary. Now, reality aligned with their dreams. Leading 2-0, a feat no one dared to imagine had miraculously unfolded. The fans became restless, fervently chanting the players' names, rallying behind those who fought valiantly. Wang Dongyue, trembling in the crowd, gazed at the photos he had captured, featuring Zhao Gang, calm yet commanding, the ball flying from his foot. A shot from the heavens. This moment would undoubtedly become a headline. In the Europa League, Dortmund. This would mark the beginning of a young star's rise to prominence. Dortmund, the Yellow Wall, the sole Bundesliga powerhouse capable of contending with Bayern Munich for the championship. Stunning. That shot truly left me in awe. Does our country really have such talent? Why haven't we seen him in the national team? He's only 18. If he joins, the future of our national team's forward line is secure for the next 20 years. My goodness, the live stream on Google platform had reached its peak traffic. The previous assist, while impressive to professionals, paled in comparison to the exhilaration ignited by this strike. Whether true football enthusiasts or casual admirers, all shared one thought upon witnessing that shot. Simply magnificent. Tuchel watched Zhao Gang's electrifying presence on the pitch. In the first half, he had appeared clumsy, continually losing possession, resembling an amateur who lacked skill. In the second half, he transformed as if possessed by a deity. Now, Tuchel believed it was his tactics that had shackled Zhao Gang, forcing him to drop deeper into midfield, becoming a playmaker. This shift revitalized the entire team, instantly enriching Norwich's tactical approach. Had he known this Dragon Country youth would retreat to midfield, it might have been better to let him remain forward and disrupt his shooting opportunities. A championship team that had previously battled relegation, and yet Dortmund had been pierced by such a side. What a ridiculous notion. Tuchel roared in frustration, demanding his players to push forward. At this juncture, what was there to defend? The best defense was a good offense, attack. Hummels had long abandoned his position, no longer concerned with the conventional. Kagawa had a knack for attacking, but struggled defensively, prompting Hummels to forsake his usual role and track Zhao Gang instead. He keenly sensed Zhao Gang's poor ball control. If he could intercept him, he could disrupt a significant portion of Norwich's offense. As anticipated, Zhao Gang's fundamentals were lacking. He failed to shield the ball effectively. Hummels, astutely positioning himself before the ball arrived, intercepted Zhao Gang's receiving path. In the stands, Will furrowed his brow. Unlike other fans, he sought to identify players' vulnerabilities for their improvement. Zhao Gang's weaknesses were glaringly evident. Under normal circumstances, defenders would refrain from pressing in such situations, as it was easy to lose position and be bypassed. A player of average professional caliber could easily outmaneuver Hummels in this scenario. However, Zhao Gang's fundamental skills were woefully inadequate, resulting in a direct interception by Hummels, who successfully initiated a counterattack. Has he truly relied solely on talent to play the game? Will had heard whispers of this, that players from the Dragon Country often lack foundational skills, and this observation indeed confirmed that notion. If he had come 10 years earlier, Will couldn't help but ponder. The extraordinary talent Zhao possessed might have cemented his status as an undisputed king of football. Alas, due to Zhao Gang's blunder, Reyes received Hummels' pass and swiftly broke through, causing chaos in Norwich's entire defensive line. Faced with a narrow angle against the goalkeeper, he unselfishly played the ball back. The on-rushing Kagawa, Shinji, managed to poke the ball into the net ahead of Mendy. 2-1. In the blink of an eye, Dortmund had pulled one back. Such individual prowess is indeed challenging to defend against. The moniker Little Rocket was well-deserved, as Shun Jian couldn't help but exclaim. Reyes's deceptive speed and absolute velocity were beyond the capabilities of Norwich's defenders. He had created similar opportunities in the first half, only to be thwarted by the defense. Kagawa Shinji, having scored, lifted his shirt and sprinted toward the corner flag, passionately sliding on his knees and shouting to the heavens. The limelight had momentarily shifted to that lad from the Dragon Country, but now, in front of the live cameras and his hometown fans, he had his own moment of triumph. Just wait. It won't be long before I score again, defeating Norwich and silencing the Dragon Country supporters. Chapter 29. He is a miracle wow. The fans in the stands gasped in awe. Reyes's individual showcase had transformed Norwich's right flank into his personal corridor. His powerful strike after a breakthrough struck the crossbar and rebounded. What a pity. Tuchel held his head in his hands, glancing at the clock. It was only 65 minutes in. Victory was still within reach. At this moment, Dortmund's momentum surged. Their inherent superiority and strength, coupled with soaring morale, enabled them to perform at an extraordinary level. Norwich found themselves once again in a passive position. Zhao Gang's positioning began to drift further back as he continually received and distributed the ball. His ball control and dribbling were lacking, yet with a precise pass, he managed to engage in wall passes with his teammates. While he could not deliver a decisive long ball, his intricate interplay became one of the few highlights on the pitch for Norwich. After Osanina faced heavy restrictions, Light and Philip advanced into the forward line. The two midfielders temporarily assumed the role of strikers. Both possessed high football intelligence and recognized Zhao Gang's exceptionally clever and precise passing. They spread wide, acting as wingers, and in an instant, Dortmund's defense revealed vast spaces. Zhao Gang kept moving, with only a few defenders able to pass him the ball. The two midfielders had already surged forward. Zhao Gang did not disappoint the trust of his teammates. Without stopping the ball, he executed a direct through pass that penetrated Dortmund's two-layer defense, landing at Light's feet. Light chose not to cross, but instead dribbled forward. Asenina's positioning was far from optimal. Creating chaos within the penalty area was evidently a better strategy. However, the ball was ultimately cleared out by Piszczek, resulting in a squandered opportunity from Zhao Gang's pass. Light gave Zhao Gang a thumbs up, apologizing to his teammate. Such a promising chance, had they managed to break through, could have resulted in a goal. With a top-tier pass, Zhao Gang took it upon himself, sprinting from the middle and backfields all the way to the opposite corner flag. Steady, steady, Fox shouted from the sidelines. Including stoppage time, there was still half an hour left. If they could hold on, they would create yet another miracle. Zhao Gang stood over the ball, three pathways appearing before his eyes. It would be difficult for Asenina to gain any advantage over Subotic. He gestured to Light, who, although somewhat confused, ran over. Zhao Gang whispered a few instructions, and Light nodded vigorously. Now, on the field, Zhao Gang's words held the weight of the coach's strategy. As the two positioned themselves at the corner flag, Hummels called out for Kagawa Shinji to keep pace. Under ordinary circumstances, such corner kick defense would not require such urgency. But this was Zhao Gang. Kagawa Shinji dashed forward, creating distance, keeping his eyes on Zhao Gang. As soon as Zhao made a move, he would follow. As Hummels anticipated, Zhao Gang did not take the corner, but instead sprinted quickly towards the edge of the penalty area. Kagawa Shinji hastened after him. However, when there was still a distance of 5 or 6 meters between them, Light executed a pass, not lofting it into the box, but instead engaging in a tactical corner kick collaboration with Zhao Gang. Kagawa Shinji gritted his teeth, throwing himself forward with abandon. This distance fell well within his shooting range. Kagawa Shinji's technique was top-notch, allowing him to keep pace with Zhao Gang and seize the opportunity to intercept. Yet, he panicked, having witnessed Zhao Gang's explosive shot down middle. He worried about his defensive mistake allowing Zhao Gang to score. In a rather peculiar state of mind, he leaped sideways, attempting to block Zhao Gang's shot. Zhao Gang's control of the ball was subpar, yet he was not incapable. He watched as Kagawa Shinji lunged at him, awkwardly managing to stop the ball. Meanwhile, Kagawa Shinji crashed to the ground, entirely losing his defensive position. Hey! Hummels witnessed Kagawa Shinji's amateurish defense and nearly lost his mind. Block it, obstruct his shot. Just interfere. Such defense was simply unworthy of the game. On the ground, Kagawa Shinji felt humiliated, realizing he had been outmaneuvered. As he rose, preparing to charge at Zhao Gang to terminate the attack, Zhao Gang twisted his ankle, sending the ball spiraling upward. Kagawa Shinji turned around helplessly, watching the ball soar toward the penalty area. Noticing a player leaping high behind him, Subotic felt a chill in his heart. This was it. Another opportunity had arisen. Asenina, with a fierce grimace, closed his eyes and, relying on instinct, thrust his head into the ball. Strong and fierce, the ball traveled swiftly, rebounding upon landing. Weidenfeller made a desperate save attempt, but it was all in vain. The ball found the net. 3-1. Asenina, the 19-year-old forward promoted from the youth team, had scored twice against Dortmund. This was Dortmund, a team capable of snatching 2 league titles from Bayern Munich and reaching the Champions League final. This year, they returned with renewed vigor, boasting a strength that was among the elite in Europe. Within Carrow Road, amidst the fervent cheers of the fans, Asenina roared as he charged toward Zhao Gang, lifting him by the waist as if to consume him whole. 1 goal and 2 assists, Shun Jian shouted, momentarily forgetting to mention the goal. In his eyes, there was only that compatriot from the Dragon Country. As a commentator, he felt somewhat unfit for the role. Yet, as a citizen of the Dragon Country, a devoted follower of its football, he was undeniably successful. Against Dortmund, Zhao Gang unleashed a stunning long-range shot and delivered 2 exquisite passes, assisting Asenina in scoring twice. This was Zhao Gang's match. Dortmund had been utterly dismantled by Zhao Gang. He believes that, no matter how exaggerated the words may be, they are never excessive. This young lad from the Dragon Kingdom not only led Norwich into the promotion playoffs, but has also propelled this championship-level team toward the Europa League. Weidenfeller, having saved the ball, vigorously shook his hands. As the season captain, Hummels yelled at the downcast Kagawa Shinji, "Did you buy the ball? Is that how amateurish your defense is? You collapsed to intercept before even receiving the ball? Do you think the opposition are children who cannot play football? Pathetic." As Borussia Dortmund commenced the play from the center, Norwich, leading 3-1, showed no signs of relaxation. Their adversary was Dortmund. The fans had already begun to celebrate. For the opponent was Dortmund. Just a month ago, we were a relegation team. A relegation team in the championship. Who would believe it? The traveling Dortmund supporters were incredulous. Is this a championship team? That glaring scoreline might lead one to think Dortmund was facing Bayern. With 75% possession, how could they end up with such a score? The opposition had only a handful of threatening attacks, yet managed to score 3 goals. Were Dortmund's defenders incompetent? As the scoreline widened, Dortmund's offense grew increasingly aggressive. Having already lost, what did it matter if they lost by more? Dortmund, now fully unleashed, sent numerous players forward in attack. Yet, despite squandering several golden opportunities, Aubameyang still showcased his exquisite shooting skills. In just 2 minutes, he took 3 shots, hitting the woodwork twice and sending one soaring over the bar, leaving the goalkeeper gasping for breath. His relentless pursuit of angles resulted in 4 encounters with the crossbar that evening. It seemed luck was not on Dortmund's side today. Meanwhile, Zhao Gang capitalized on Dortmund's defensive vulnerabilities just as his experience card was about to expire. He received Mendy's long clearance and, from near the halfway line, executed a low-driven ball. The ball seemed guided by an unseen force, curving past Gundogan, who attempted a sliding tackle and landing perfectly at Wright's feet. There were no defenders in front of Wright. Dortmund's defense had become as fragile as paper. He surged into the penalty area, and, just as he faced the goalkeeper, Subotic hurried over to block. Wright skillfully executed a shot that seemed to straddle the line between pass and strike, sending the ball over Subotic's head and into the far corner. 4-1. No one could have anticipated such a scene. With 15 minutes remaining, Norwich led 4-1 against a fully equipped Dortmund. Wright, unable to contain his excitement, tore off his jersey and leaped in celebration. Mendy and the goalkeeper knelt in their penalty area, gazing skyward in prayer. What did I say? Zhao will certainly make them run for their lives. Dortmund, the yellow submarine, go home and eat dirt. Brooks stood atop the table. The gentleman of England? Elegance? Nonsense. Today is a celebration for Norwich, and indeed, for all of English football. For in recent years, Premier League teams have faltered in European competitions, thoroughly humiliated by Bundesliga giants Bayern and Dortmund. Arsenal stands as the prime example. Now, fans of Arsenal and Chelsea ought to celebrate. Celebrate that Norwich, this championship team, has avenged them. 1 goal and 3 assists. That is Zhao Gang's prowess. He orchestrated this match single-handedly. Xinjiang found himself at a loss for words to commend this young talent. Against Dortmund, he had executed a veritable slaughter. On the stands, Will scratched his head, noting that despite the limited opportunities and being under constant pressure, Zhao Gang always managed to find a chance. Almost a flawless opportunity. He did not require his forwards to be particularly combative. They merely needed to stand there and finish. If only he had known, for he was indeed a forward. Throughout the second half, Norwich's formation transformed into a 4-2-1-3. It was remarkably enigmatic. 2 midfielders surged forward to act as wingers while a forward dropped back to orchestrate the attack. The results were astonishingly effective, catching Dortmund completely off guard and leading to their collapse. The Dortmund players could never have anticipated such a humiliating defeat. With 15 minutes left to turn the tide, divine intervention seemed the only hope. They were beginning to look despondent. Kagawa Shinji, who managed to score a goal, appeared dazed. Before the match, he had dismissed Zhao Gang as inconsequential. The media's hype surrounding the Asian Derby seemed ludicrous to him, for he was the true star from the East, a player from the Dragon Kingdom relegated to playing in the championship. There was simply no comparison. Thus, he had intended to show Zhao Gang what he was made of, to turn the hopes of all from the Dragon Kingdom into despair. Yet, not only did he lose, but he lost utterly. A midfielder scored a goal, while the forward not only struck from distance, but also provided 3 assists. Zhao Gang's playmaking and offensive capabilities trampled the pride of this Japanese player. Having lost his experience card, Zhao Gang would find it challenging to deliver such threatening balls again. Yet with 15 minutes remaining, Dortmund struggled to mount a comeback. Following the goal, Tuchel promptly substituted key players, leaving only Aubameyang in the front line to regain his form. The hapless Kagawa, guilty of a critical error, exited the pitch to a chorus of boos. Although he did not directly face Zhao Gang, historical grievances and Sun Jian's persistent references to his performance resulted in a flood of sarcastic comments in the streaming platform's chat. There exists a significant disparity between football in the Dragon Kingdom and that in the land of the cherry blossoms. In this match, Zhao Gang's performance thoroughly overshadowed that of Japan's most distinguished player. Before leaving the field, Reyes made a point to approach Zhao Gang, acknowledging that although defeat was inevitable, Zhao Gang's passing had indeed impressed him. As one of Germany's most versatile and skilled attacking players, he offered Zhao Gang the highest praise. In the remaining minutes, Dortmund nearly abandoned their offensive efforts, symbolically passing the ball to Aubameyang, who was easily dispossessed by Norwich's defense. With just 2 minutes left in the match, the fans in the stands could no longer contain their excitement. A small commotion began to stir. When the referee blew the final whistle, Tuchel and Falk exchanged understanding handshakes and nods. The players on the field saluted one another. Finally, the fans erupted in jubilation. Their team, Norwich from the Championship, had decisively triumphed over Dortmund with a score of 4-1. Hummels, having removed his jersey, sought out Zhao Gang. He had heard of football in the Dragon Kingdom, but had never met a player from there until today. He was left with a lasting impression. That powerful strike. Those 2 passes were unforgettable. I must persist. I hope to encounter you again. Hummels handed his jersey to Zhao Gang, a gesture of the highest commendation. Zhao Gang reciprocated with a jersey exchange, assuring him, as long as you are not eliminated, we shall meet again. The generally reserved nature of those from the Dragon Kingdom might perceive such words as arrogant. However, in Hummel's perspective, this reflects an unwavering confidence in oneself. He possesses the stature to articulate such sentiments. The 2 exchanged knowing smiles. Sun Jian, observing the amiable interaction between them, felt a swell of pride within him. This scene, though seemingly ordinary, held significance. Dragon Country's football players had scarcely garnered any recognition on the global stage. Now, Zhao Gang, competing in the Championship and the Europa League, had captured considerable attention. He was proclaiming to the world that Dragon Country also produced remarkable football talents. A decisive 4-1 victory over the visiting Borussia Dortmund. This marked Norwich's most impressive victory in terms of goal difference to date. It transcended mere miracle. It was nothing short of divine intervention. Falk observed the brightest star on the pitch, listening to the thunderous applause from the crowd. He was destined to soar. Not only could he score, but in less than 2 months, his passing skills had also noticeably improved. He was sure to deliver even greater surprises. Chapter 30. The stingy winger. We have all witnessed Zhao's capabilities. He demonstrated his skills and innate talent against Dortmund's formidable midfield and defense. I have never uttered this phrase before, yet everyone recognizes that Zhao is our primary core. When we need him to score, he delivers. When we require him to supply ammunition for the front line, he transforms into a formidable midfielder. We are immensely fortunate to have such a player. This victory belongs to all of us, but we all understand the dreadful consequences that would have ensued without Zhao. Falk now openly lavished praise upon his protege without reservation. When shall we see Zhao? A journalist inquired, curious as to why it was always Light or even Mindy addressing the press instead of the extraordinary Zhao Gang. Falk felt a tinge of awkwardness as Light seized the microphone and retorted, "What, do you not wish to see me?" Although he did not answer the journalist's question, he deftly redirected the topic, insisting they should not attempt to disrupt the harmony among them with such trivial tactics. Light chuckled as he spoke, while Falk shook his head repeatedly. It was time to present Zhao Gang to the reporters. After all, next season, he might ascend to a higher platform, where he would encounter even more challenging situations. He must adapt and advance, unlike the Championship, where they had enjoyed a string of victories with little attention. Norwich's triumph over Dortmund sparked considerable commotion. Though Dortmund might not be a super club, they were still regarded as a quasi-elite team. Moreover, facing their full-strength squad, they were utterly overwhelmed. Once champions of the Bundesliga, Dortmund currently occupied 2nd place in the league, yet they succumbed to a Championship team. What went wrong? Was Tuchel truly the right fit for this team? The prodigious forward, playing in midfield, contributed 3 assists and scored 1 goal, dismantling Dortmund. Shinji Kagawa faded into obscurity as the young talent from Dragon Country emerged. Zhao Gang was not particularly fond of the last piece of news, feeling as though he had unfairly overshadowed Kagawa. Did he still lag behind Kagawa in terms of fame? Zhao Gang chose not to dwell on it further. He allocated all his system points to passing. Just as he was about to check his overall attribute ratings, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, for defeating the formidable opponent Dortmund and receiving a 100 attribute rating card. This card can instantly elevate any attribute score to 100 with permanent effect. When the host conquers a powerful adversary, there is a chance to trigger a system reward. Zhao Gang's eyes widened. Such a divine card that could elevate any attribute score to 100? This must be a reward for his inaugural victory over a truly formidable opponent, hence its lavishness. With this in hand, he must utilize it promptly. His passing was already at 71. Using it here would be a waste. It would be most suitable for set pieces and dribbling. After much contemplation, Zhao Gang ultimately resolved to use it on set pieces. He had previously experienced the thrill of scoring a decisive goal from a set piece, a true game changer. Upon utilizing the card, Zhao Gang glanced at his overall attributes. Physicality, 74. Stamina, 78. Passing, 71. Dribbling, 37. Interception, 30. Shooting, 100. Heading, 5. Set pieces, 100. Speed, 66. Now, he could take set pieces on the field without needing to justify his previous performance with an experience card. Elated, Zhao Gang hurried to the training ground, eager to test his set-piece prowess. With no goalkeeper to defend and no defenders to obstruct him, he set up some training dummies as a wall. These training mannequins proved utterly incapable of stopping Zhao Gang's free kicks. His direct free kick attempts from the edge of the penalty area boasted an extraordinarily high success rate. Only twice did he hit the crossbar due to excessive pursuit of angle. After retreating further back, he consistently identified the most probable trajectory for scoring. He almost always discovered a 100 goal-scoring route, and his soft yet powerful shots invariably found the back of the net. It was only when he stood 40 meters away that the probability fluctuated, hovering around 95%. When he struck the ball against the crossbar, Falk, who had been observing from the office, buried his head in his hands. My goodness, when did this free kick technique develop? In such a short time, not only had his passing drastically improved, but his free kick skills had also reached such heights. He involuntarily shook his head. This talent was indeed unparalleled. He believed that introducing Palon to Zhao Gang was his most astute decision. Norwich would treat Zhao Gang like a king, but they would also constrain him. He deserved better. However, teams of that caliber might not be suitable for him. Falk glanced at the desk, where a rather peculiar offer lay. £1,001,000, just slightly exceeding Zhao Gang's release clause. This was nothing short of a tremendous insult to Zhao Gang. Wenger had submitted an offer to Norwich a fortnight ago, £200,000, but Norwich had flatly refused to negotiate. Wenger then raised his bid, shamelessly incrementing it by 10,000 at a time. Eventually, he infuriated Norwich's management. They informed him that only by triggering the release clause could he acquire Zhao Gang. Otherwise, discussions were off the table. Such unscrupulous behavior from Wenger. Wenger's reputation, combined with Arsenal's legacy, indeed far surpassed that of Norwich. Except for genuine superstars, even first-rate players would feel tempted by Wenger's offer. Moreover, Wenger was renowned for identifying budding talents and nurturing young players. Under his guidance, young athletes could experience immense growth. Furthermore, transitioning from the Championship to the Premier League is an incredibly enticing prospect. Falk scoffed at Wenger's stinginess. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that Wenger might indeed be a suitable fit for Zhao Gang. However, the management did not share the sentiment. They believed that whoever offered the highest price would be the one deserving of Zhao Gang. Falk's receipt of Wenger's offer was undoubtedly facilitated by the management's awareness of Zhao Gang's signing of P. Lissier, which signaled their realization that Zhao would soon depart. Norwich could never hope to retain such talent. However, they were intent on reaping significant profits. While the triggering of a buyout clause would allow for Zhao's departure, it necessitated his consent. Thus, club chairman Claude assigned Falk the task of persuading Zhao to maximize the financial gains for the team. If even a frugal manager like Wenger was willing to present such a substantial offer, what about other clubs? They were likely in negotiations, potentially leading to a sale worth $2 to $3 million. Such transfer fees had only been seen by Fark in the news. But now he felt the prospect of such a sum becoming a reality for his team. Yet, he wished not to pressure Zhao from the outset. He regarded this prodigy as his most cherished disciple. As a head coach, reaching out to Zhao's agent only further underscored his fondness for Zhao. Consequently, he was reluctant to persuade Zhao to assist the team in securing a greater transfer fee. Nonetheless, he would convey the management's intentions to Zhao, for it was Zhao who had risen to prominence through this very situation, and the decision ultimately rested with him. Chapter 31. Renowned and Esteemed. Upon learning of the management stance, Zhao Gang politely sought Fark's counsel. Fark had indeed been a mentor and friend to him. Aside from their initial training session, Fark had consistently placed his trust in Zhao. Even amidst the crowd's jeers, Fark allowed him to come off the bench, contributing to his current success. Fark's introduction of P. Lissier further solidified Zhao's confidence in Fark's character. Wenger's offer felt more like an affront, not to Zhao, but to the management of Norwich, as it had been presented over a month ago when Zhao was merely making waves in the championship. He believed his offer to be sincere, £2 million, but the management remained obstinate, leading him to conclude that they were rather ungrateful. This eventually spiraled into a farce. Despite Zhao's impressive performance against Dortmund, he had only been involved in professional football for less than 3 months. His future remained a vast uncertainty. Thus, a £10 million offer seemed quite conventional to him. However, players were beginning to see a trend of inflated valuations. It was only a matter of time before offers exceeding £10 million emerged. The key lay in Zhao's perspective. P. Lissier advised him not to rush into matters that could disrupt his mindset. Zhao felt that his worth certainly exceeded that. Yet in reality, a £10 million valuation had already reached the pinnacle of Dragon Country's history, far surpassing the second-place mark. The domestic league, buoyed by capital influx, had inflated player values alarmingly, many exceeding £10 million, yet those players would fetch at most £100,000 or £200,000 in Europe, with some struggling to find playing time. A £2 million offer had already hit the ceiling for players from Dragon Country, not to mention the £10 million. P. Lissier was correct. He would manage all matters. But the management required Zhao's stance. Do you understand, Zhao? Zhao had already pledged not to transfer this season. However, the management was insatiable. Although a £10 million price would fill their coffers, they yearned for more. Since Norwich's relegation from the Premier League, their entire transfer budget for the season had dwindled to less than £20 million, while Zhao, a player they had signed without spending a penny, could potentially provide them with the entirety of that budget for the season, or even more. How could they not be concerned about Zhao's attitude? As long as Zhao remained steadfast, the management could negotiate firmly without making exorbitant demands, at least driving the price up significantly. 20 million? 25 million? As the season progressed, the management would ensure that all players worked tirelessly to support Zhao, enhancing his statistics to astonishing levels. They might even sacrifice the team's performance to achieve this. Now, all that was needed was a statement from Zhao. My stance is simple. Coach, your attitude reflects mine. Zhao provided his answer. Fark, observing this young player from Dragon Country, felt deeply moved. Zhao's message was unequivocal. If they wish for his support in generating more revenue, the management must keep their distance from the team. At least this year, they could no longer meddle. Everything would adhere to Fark's directives. His tactics, his choices regarding the league and the Europa League would all be according to Fark's guidance. Given Zhao's current valuation, it was indeed challenging to negotiate with the management. However, he was now in high demand, attracting the attention of several clubs with his remarkable upward trajectory. Following the match against Dortmund, he became Norwich's most talked-about figure within mere days. To the fans, he was the king of Carrow Road. His actions would sway the sentiments of all Norwich supporters. The management could not disregard Zhao's backing. Zhao, you're not only an exceptional player but also an admirable man. I hope that this season we can create unprecedented miracles together. I wish for the mediocrity of my life to conclude this season. We shall achieve it. Shortly after Zhao's declaration, not only did the Carrow Road Sports News report on the matter, but numerous media outlets across England also simultaneously covered Zhao's situation. Norwich firmly stated that Zhao was not for sale. Arsenal's offer was an insult to Zhao. He was content here. He would not depart merely due to the triggering of a buyout clause. The management's declaration brought joy to local fans. Yet, transfer directors, managers, and even coaches from other clubs were all too familiar with this rhetoric. This implied that Zhao had assured the team he would not privately communicate with other clubs or trigger a buyout clause for his departure. Moreover, it signified that an offer exceeding £10 million will be necessary to satisfy Norwich's management in order to secure Zhao's transfer. Everyone understood the implications. It was merely a ploy to placate the fans. The truth about Zhao finally emerged in the media. In reality, it was not a significant secret, but the fans remained oblivious. He entered the Carrington Youth Academy at the age of 17 and, after a 6-month intensive training period, was released by Manchester United's youth program. At 18, he signed with Norwich. He had not even received particularly professional training in Dragon Country. His debut featured a stunning 4-goal performance, a veritable triumph. He became Norwich's undeniable linchpin, averaging 2 goals per match. His prowess directly lifted Norwich from the relegation zone, propelling them toward the promotion playoff. In the Europa League, he rendered Dortmund utterly helpless. He was truly a genius among geniuses. Those who followed football were astonished. A championship club produced such a prodigy, and from Dragon Country. No less. When they discovered Zhao's terrifying scoring efficiency, their worldview felt as if it might shatter. For a team struggling with goal scoring, his arrival was nothing short of a dream come true. Thus, nearly all football fans across England came to know Zhao Gang's name. Many individuals have taken to the club's official website to express their desire for the acquisition of this player. Among the top 5 leagues, apart from England, it is primarily the German fans who recognize this name, having caused Dortmund considerable distress. Notably, Schalke 04 seems particularly interested in Zhao Gang. If he were to be brought in, wouldn't it be an assured victory in the derby against Dortmund? This situation is not solely attributable to the management of Norwich. The influence of Pelin is also significant. He firmly believes that Zhao Gang is destined to become a true superstar, and the current efforts and investments towards this goal are merely a trifle. Chapter 32. A bid from the Premier League. In the 21st round of the Championship, Norwich triumphed over Sunderland with a score of 4-1, with Zhao Gang scoring directly from 2 free kicks. In the 22nd round, Norwich achieved a resounding 6-0 victory against the struggling Notts County, setting a record for the largest margin of victory in the league this season. Zhao Gang once again showcased his prowess by scoring twice and providing 2 assists. The points he accumulated have significantly enhanced his passing abilities, which are now deserving of commendation. In the 23rd round, Norwich secured a 2-0 victory over Millwall without breaking a sweat. In the 24th round, they narrowly won 1-0 against Queen's Park Rangers, with Zhao Gang scoring in both matches. Following the miraculous advancement from the Europa League group stages, Norwich has been on a winning spree in the league, achieving 10 consecutive victories, setting the record for the longest winning streak in the championship in nearly a decade. Zhao Gang has netted 16 goals in 10 matches, just 1 goal shy of the top scorer. While the leading scorer required 24 matches to reach that tally, Zhao Gang accomplished it in merely 10 games. His terrifying average of 1.6 goals per game has made every team in the championship tremble. Most astonishingly, he has not played a single match in its entirety. Now, Norwich's matches have attracted attention beyond local media. Other media outlets across England are closely monitoring the formidable Norwich and their king at Carrow Road. Countless spectators are eager to witness when this fearsome scoring machine will finally halt his streak of consecutive goals. Since Zhao Gang's debut, including the Europa League, he has never failed to score in a match. Regardless of the opponent's attempts to contain him, he always finds a way to conclude the game favorably. 10 consecutive victories. Norwich has achieved the most remarkable feat in the championship in a decade. With just 2 more wins, they will hold the record for consecutive victories in the league. Norwich's secret weapon, the prodigious young talent from the Dragon Country, Zhao Gang. Who can possibly impede Norwich's progress? The fans of Norwich now seem to be in a dreamlike state. Just 2 months ago, they were grappling in the relegation zone, enveloped by despair. Now, after 10 matches, they have amassed 30 points and surged into the playoff positions for relegation survival. They have become the hottest team in the championship. The fans are ecstatic, experiencing unparalleled joy. However, concerns have arisen. Although the team continuously asserts that Zhao Gang is content here, other Premier League clubs, aside from Arsenal, have begun to make offers. The initial doubts regarding Zhao Gang have gradually faded. With his increasingly formidable dominance on the field, he not only excels in scoring, but also serves as a pivotal point, delivering astonishing assists. Most of those who questioned Zhao Gang's ability to perform in the top league have fallen silent. Naturally, some Mavericks continue to assert that Zhao Gang can only thrive in the championship. Zhao Gang, however, pays no heed to such remarks. After all, even the current Messi faces criticism, being labeled as someone who can only dominate in La Liga. Who can truly conquer these naysayers? The attention and bids from other clubs are genuine. Thanks to assurances from the management regarding Zhao Gang, the buyout clause is no longer a concern. No club can simply whisk him away for 10 million. Yet, this has not dampened the enthusiasm of Premier League teams. After all, the Championship and Premier League are intrinsically connected. Excelling in the former makes the transition to the latter much smoother. Zhao Gang, being young with a modest price tag, presents immense potential for development. Most importantly, everyone recognizes the vast market behind Zhao Gang. Unlike Wu Qiuwang, Zhao Gang can be an indisputable starter, even a core player. In the Premier League, among his predecessors, few possess a commercial value that can rival his. The only comparable template is Yao Ming. Once his commercial value is fully harnessed, it will unlock infinite possibilities. Following Arsenal, Chelsea's bid in the Premier League astonished the management, reaching an impressive £20 million. For a player of Zhao Gang's age, such a figure exceeds their expectations. This sum represents the entirety of Norwich's transfer budget for the year. As for the paltry bids of 12 and 13 million from other clubs, the management outright rejected them, perceiving such offers as an affront. Abramovich is still wealthy and likely would be willing to increase the bid by 5 or 6 million. Claude understands the players that Abramovich favors. He does not concern himself with money. Provided the offer is not excessively outrageous, he would likely agree. 25 million is hardly a hurdle for Abramovich. Several clubs have even contacted Pelin directly, hoping to trigger the buyout clause for Zhao Gang. Naturally, they offer even more enticing conditions, not only in terms of salary, but also promising ample playing time. What Zhao Gang requires is the opportunity to showcase himself on a higher stage. Joining Chelsea might not guarantee that chance, as he could initially find himself on the bench. In contrast, other clubs offer immediate playing time. Simultaneously, those clubs propose even more alluring conditions regarding the buyout clause, ensuring that Zhao Gang would not face difficulties. This implies that Zhao Gang can use the club as a stepping stone. Should he perform admirably, he could subsequently transfer to a prestigious club, with the buyout clause remaining intact, likely around £40 million. Pelin leveraged the media to amplify Zhao Gang's reputation, and to his surprise, feedback arrived swiftly. £20 million may seem insignificant to some casual fans. However, this amount could genuinely secure a world-class player. Players valued at 50 or 60 million are indeed genuine stars, having proven themselves in top-tier leagues and clubs. For a player like Zhao Gang, competing in a championship team at such a young age and achieving this price point is exceedingly rare. Pelin's initial plan was to guide Zhao Gang to some mid-tier Premier League clubs to acclimate to the league's pace. Exploring other leagues was also a possibility, followed by a transfer to Manchester City. His original goal was to bring Zhao Gang to Manchester City, which is why he sent Will for a live assessment. Given the current scenario, perhaps he should contemplate a direct move to a larger club. The prerequisite, of course, is to ensure playing time. If he cannot play, no amount of salary would be appropriate. After all, Zhao Gang is 18, not 38. Zhao Gang naturally agrees. The larger the stage, the more he can demonstrate his abilities, and the more attributes he can accrue. Now, his streak of 10 consecutive victories has concluded, and his points system has ceased to increase. He has received 2 new tasks: to assist Norwich in avoiding relegation and to lead them to the championship title. The rewards for these 2 tasks remain unknown, but they are undoubtedly substantial. Additionally, another source of points comes from overcoming formidable teams. In recent rounds of the championship, the teams have failed to secure systematic points. Therefore, should they ascend to the Premier League, it will be comparatively easier to accrue such points. Currently, not only Arsenal and Chelsea, but also Tottenham and Everton have expressed interest. Particularly Tottenham, whose financial investment in Bale has heightened their focus on exceptional young forwards. Pochettino has reached out to me, indicating their advantages, as they can guarantee you playing time, a promise that larger clubs may not be able to fulfill. Furthermore, Pochettino has a commendable track record in nurturing forward players, allowing you to unleash your immense potential under his tutelage. However, unlike Everton or Newcastle, Tottenham has stipulated a buyout clause as high as £80 million. which may not align with your future aspirations. Your immediate task is to continue enhancing your skills, avoiding complacency or distraction by these developments. I will ensure you find the most suitable club. Do you understand? Perrin speaks earnestly, having witnessed numerous talents falter throughout his career. He does not wish for Zhao Gang to become another statistic. Of course, I comprehend, and I have resolved to spend the season at Norwich. I am confident that by the season's end, my market value will undoubtedly exceed 20 million. Zhao Gang remains calm, steadfast, and unyielding in his resolve. Chapter 33. The abandoned talent of Manchester United. 8-figure bids have already attested to the recognition Zhao Gang has garnered from these prestigious clubs. His value is not solely evident in the untapped market potential, but also in his formidable abilities. The allure of a prodigious forward from the Dragon Kingdom has caught the eye of many elite clubs. With Norwich's promotion on the horizon and key players poised to depart, the media has recognized the stir caused by the Premier League giants, understanding that this is a matter of great interest. In a matter of moments, numerous outlets began to report extensively. Initially, it was Perrin who, leveraging his connections, engaged a few journalists to create a buzz around Zhao Gang. Now, these media outlets have taken the initiative to promote this legendary youth. Some have even referred to Zhao Gang as a cast-off from Manchester United. Such terminology is bound to attract more viewers. Upon hearing of the Manchester United reject, many began to speculate. Indeed, several Premier League powerhouses are chasing this extraordinary young talent. Manchester United, the epitome of commercial success, should rightfully be involved. After all, they were the first to attempt to sign a player from the Dragon Kingdom, only for Dongfangjua to underperform, causing that venture to falter. Now, with a genius player emerging from the Dragon Kingdom, Manchester United should be eager to engage. Yet, they remain conspicuously silent. Could it be that their previous dealings with this young talent left a sour taste? As a prestigious club, is Manchester United unwilling to lower their stance and bid for this legendary prodigy? Some media outlets even sought out the retired Sir Alex Ferguson to glean Manchester United's perspective. Ferguson did not respond directly, but suggested that inquiries regarding transfers should be directed to David. As the team's director, David holds no special impression of this young man who departed from Manchester United. The club boasts the best youth academy in the world, producing countless exceptional players. I have no notable impression of Zhao, and as for his future, I believe it does not lie with Manchester United. David's demeanor toward Zhao Gang is rather indifferent. Currently, Manchester United is not in need of a youthful genius. They have already had their share of disappointments with talents like Pogba, leading to significant losses. What they require now is immediate effectiveness, as they lack the time to cultivate potential prospects. Manchester United is on the brink of collapse. Bringing in such a young player could spell their doom. David's remarks have given the media something to latch onto. A genius? To David, a mediocre youth. Manchester United deems Zhao unfit for Premier League competition. David believes Zhao is only suitable for development within the Championship. For someone of David's stature, he hardly pays attention to such reports, and a young man yet to achieve superstar status like Zhao Gang certainly does not register on his radar. Thus, he dismisses such unfounded rumors with indifference. However, the current Chelsea manager, Mourinho, who is set to lead Manchester United next season, unexpectedly remarked to the media that Zhao Gang is an exceptionally unique player and expressed a desire for collaboration. Such statements undoubtedly reignited the media frenzy. Even before Mourinho officially took the reins at Manchester United, a rift had formed with David, a significant development. Naturally, the Manchester United management must uphold their authority. Therefore, David, unwilling to expend further energy on the matter, directly informed the media that Zhao is absolutely not the player Manchester United requires. His abilities are insufficient to warrant a place within the club. He is merely a discarded product of Manchester United's youth academy. If he possessed adequate talent, he would not have been dismissed from their training program. Consequently, the previous media speculations were thoroughly validated. Zhao Gang had never captured the attention of Manchester United's management. Perrin believed these rumors might affect Zhao Gang, so he took the time to discuss the situation with him. After all, having emerged from Manchester United's youth academy, Zhao should harbor a unique sentiment towards the club. Now that David has made such statements, it is undoubtedly a considerable blow to him. However, Zhao Gang remains unfazed, diligently training with his team in preparation for the upcoming match against Brentford. He remains entirely unaffected, or perhaps he is as following a few rounds of scoring 1 or 2 goals, he finally erupted, achieving a hat-trick and providing 2 assists. Norwich decisively triumphed over Brentford with a resounding 7-0 victory. This performance not only set a new record for the most goals scored in a single match this season, but also for the largest margin of victory. As a result, Zhao Gang became the top scorer in the championship. In just 11 matches, he surpassed Harlow, who had played 25 matches, claiming the pinnacle of the scoring charts. At this rate, no one can hope to catch up with Zhao Gang, as fans exuberantly welcomed the returning players from the away match. A massive banner emerged among the crowd, raised by the devoted supporters of Norwich. Zhao Gang hesitated slightly upon seeing the banner. "Zhao, please do not leave Norwich. You are our king. Carrow Road needs you." Recently, media outlets have been fervently reporting on Zhao Gang's impending departure from Norwich to join the Premier League, generating considerable hype. Yet, for the devoted fans of Norwich, this is a source of anguish. The team has been on a winning streak, and they finally see hope. However, their absolute core is about to depart. They are unwilling to accept this and fervently wish to retain Zhao Gang. In light of this situation, Perrin had long forewarned him. Sooner or later, he would face such a choice. You possess a bright and glorious future. One day, you will earn the adoration of fans from all over the world. When the Norwich supporters plead for you to stay, remember that countless fans await your arrival from afar. Your departure may cause them pain, but your future brilliance will also fill them with pride. They will raise their glasses in celebration, proudly proclaiming, "Zhao was once a part of Norwich, and I stood just half a foot away from him." Chapter 34, Champions. Zhao Gang's declaration currently. The realm of football in the Dragon Kingdom is witnessing a surge in monetary investments. This fervor has dramatically inflated the market value of all national team players, especially for the Hung Tai team, which has recruited a significant number of national players. It has spent tens of millions of euros in pursuit of foreign talents. For players like Zhao Gang, the owner Su believes that spending £40 million to bring him back is not a loss. However, the fans of Longwood reacted with a chorus of lamentations upon hearing the news. Please do not ruin Zhao Gang, after he has finally made a name for himself. To throw money at him, does that truly benefit Longwood football? Several players who went abroad have already succumbed to Su's monetary allure and returned to Longwood. If Zhao Gang cannot resist the temptation of wealth or feels homesick and unwilling to endure life abroad, Su's intervention could spell disaster for him. Indeed, I sincerely hope that Zhao Gang not only avoids joining the Hung Tai team, but also refrains from entering the national team. Those veterans might just drive him to a heart attack. I wholeheartedly agree. One who approaches darkness risks being tainted by it. No matter how disciplined or hardworking Zhao Gang is, once he enters that den of vice, he is bound to be ruined. Surrounded by beautiful women and young models, any man would struggle to withstand such temptations. Lippy, in his frustration, has fled like a runaway train. Can Zhao Gang, at his young age, compare to Lippy's seasoned composure? Wouldn't that be enough to drive him to despair? Regarding Hung Tai's £40 million offer, the Norwich management is naturally delighted, as this price is undoubtedly the ceiling. Yet, there is a problem. Palon disagrees. Palon's disapproval signifies Zhao Gang's reluctance, but Zhao is simply too embarrassed to refuse, hence the agent steps in. In reality, Zhao Gang has not explicitly stated his agreement or disagreement. It is solely Palon's decision. £40 million? Indeed, he could earn £6 million, which appears quite enticing. However, returning to Longwood Football League would mean the complete ruin of Zhao Gang's career. For a burgeoning star at the age of 18, it would spell the end of his professional journey. While Palon enjoys wealth, he would not profit from such a deal. He must be accountable for his contracted players. Moreover, in England, it is only a matter of time before Zhao Gang's market value exceeds £40 million. Returning to Longwood would be a lose-lose situation for Zhao Gang. No amount of money could compel him to go back. Palon's ultimate intention remains to transfer Zhao Gang to Manchester City. He merely seeks to use a Premier League team as a springboard to help Zhao adapt to the pace of the English Premier League. However, with the championship season progressing, Zhao Gang has exhibited exceptional finishing abilities, proving that his brilliance is not merely fleeting. Thus, Palon wonders if it is possible to directly bring Zhao Gang to Manchester City. Each season, Manchester City invests heavily, and within the league, there are hardly any teams that can compete with them for the title. Nonetheless, Manchester City possesses a critical flaw. they have yet to secure a Champions League title. Both Manchester City and Guardiola harbor grand football aspirations. As a rising power, even winning the Premier League does not suffice for them. To enhance their brand influence, they naturally desire to achieve success in the Champions League. Since Guardiola left Barcelona, he has yet to fulfill his dream in the Champions League. Many have questioned his caliber, suggesting that he merely relies on financial resources to build his roster, incapable of facing tough challenges. Although Guardiola has not publicly expressed this, Palon, as his brother, understands that Guardiola has been nursing a grievance within. Presently, Manchester City's most significant problem lies in their attack. The midfielders, led by De Bruyne, can adeptly deliver the ball to the front line. However, Sterling's representation of joyful football has rendered Manchester City's finishing capabilities woefully inadequate. When faced with tough matches, their weaknesses become glaringly apparent. Guardiola is nearly driven mad by Sterling's performances. Regardless, Zhao will remain at Norwich this season. If he can maintain his offensive prowess and enhance his fundamental skills, then next season, he could seamlessly transfer to Manchester City. If not, he might need to join a mid-tier club to acclimatize to the Premier League. Palon has made a decision and is preparing to seize an opportunity to communicate with Zhao Gang. In the 26th round of the championship, Norwich faces Reading at home. Before the match, Dragon Country journalist Wang Dongyue finally meets Zhao Gang and completes his first interview after following him for 2 months. His aspiration realized. He attends every one of Zhao Gang's matches, cheering him on, watching Zhao Gang triumph over his opponents. Wang Dongyue feels as if he is witnessing the achievements of his own child, pouring all his attention into this endeavor. Zhao Gang embodies his football dreams. Therefore, being able to interview Zhao Gang is a thrilling experience for a journalist who has covered numerous stars. Many Dragon Country reporters have also come to this match, as Zhao Gang's transfer market value has reached astronomical heights within the nation. The attention from fans and media alike towards this young man continues to grow. These reporters naturally wish to obtain first-hand information. As they enter the stadium alongside Wang Dongyue, they're taken aback by the vibrant atmosphere. The stadium, with over 40,000 seats, is packed to capacity. This is merely the championship. More importantly, the crowd erupts in enthusiastic cheers, and they can hear the stilted Chinese chants. Zhao Gang, Zhao Gang. Now, they no longer merely chant his surname. Although Zhao Gang has stated that he will remain at Norwich this year, only a few are privy to this information. The fans are unaware. However, when the fan association came to welcome the players home, Zhao Gang's ambiguous stance about staying has already signaled to the fans that they cannot hold on to him any longer. Yet, this regret does not diminish their adoration for Zhao Gang, for he has brought them countless moments of hope and miracles. Dragon Country reporters stand in the stands, surveying the crowd, where the majority of fans don the number 18 jersey. In the Loyal North stand, all fans wear the dazzling number 18 shirt. This scene leaves the reporters deeply moved. A massive banner in the North stand brings tears to the eyes of a female journalist from Dragon Country. Thank you, Zhao. You are the eternal king of Carrow Road. Carrow Road is your starting point, not your destination. We will always love you. The enormous poster depicts Zhao Gang with closed eyes, standing with his hands pointed towards the sky, an image from his debut at Carrow Road, celebrating after scoring. The backdrop of the poster is filled with the cheers of countless fans, all of whom will remember that day and the beautiful memories they shared with Zhao Gang. Do players from Dragon Country receive such adoration from European fans? He has only played 14 matches. He has brought miracles to Norwich. It is because of him that Norwich can emerge from difficulties, not only retaining hopes of promotion, but also defeating the formidable Hornets, granting all fans perhaps the happiest moments of their lives. Wang Dongyue has witnessed many such scenes, yet he remains moved. Some fans are already shedding tears. The offers from various prestigious clubs make them realize that Zhao Gang's time at Norwich is limited. Amidst the fans' raucous cheers, Norwich faces Reading, who are in contention for the playoff spots, resulting in a one-sided massacre. Perhaps influenced by the overwhelming support from the fans, Reading's performance suffers significantly, leading to inexplicable errors in passing and receiving. Surprisingly, they do not even attempt to limit Zhao Gang. In the forward position, Zhao Gang resembles an invincible general, commanding the field with prowess. Whether his right, Phillips, or even his partner Ospina, all are fervently feeding Zhao Gang the ball. Zhao Gang, with a combination of kicks and strikes, scored 5 goals by the 80th minute, shattering his own record for the most goals in a single match. Observing Zhao Gang on the field, the journalists from Long Nation nodded and shook their heads in astonishment. Incredible. This is undoubtedly not merely hype. It is genuine prowess. Amidst the crowd, a female journalist from Long Nation blushed, her whole being trembling, as if her blood was boiling. The sight of Zhao Gang sprinting in celebration, coupled with the fervent cheers of the fans, momentarily rendered her ears ringing. In such an exhilarating scene, even this non-professional female fan felt compelled to shout. It was simply exhilarating. A compatriot like Zhao Gang, experiencing such adulation in Europe, in England. An unprecedented wave of joy surged through her entire being, leaving her mind blank with excitement. She instinctively trembled as she rummaged through her backpack, producing a vivid red flag. Uncertain of her own actions, she simply followed her heart, raising the vibrant banner high, her eyes glistening with tears, her voice hoarse with fervor. Never before had she displayed such wild enthusiasm. As a journalist, she had always been taught to maintain decorum, yet now she disregarded her image entirely, all for the shining star on the field. The same skin tone, the same hair, the same bloodline. Your pride is my pride. Her shouts were drowned out by the cheers. However, Zhao Gang seemed to sense something, pausing his celebration to turn and look. He spotted the fervent girl and the passionate crowd of compatriots surrounding her. Zhao Gang extended a thumbs up towards them. The broadcast camera captured this moment with precision. Zhao Gang's thumb, the red flag in the stands. As the screen displayed the flag being raised, the cacophony of cheers gradually faded, replaced by a fervent and synchronized applause. The broadcaster, who had been fervently shouting about Zhao Gang's goals, suddenly fell silent, watching the screen and listening to the enthusiastic applause. Fans in a live room were already moved to tears. Those who had previously criticized Zhao Gang for merely feasting on weak teams now found themselves silent. In this moment, connected by blood, the fans of Long Nation stood united. The broadcast lingered on this scene for a full 20 seconds, giving due respect to Long Nation, its fans, and its youth. When the camera shifted and the applause on the field ceased, Zhao Gang removed his jersey, revealing a sweat-soaked undershirt adorned with a dazzling word. The camera swiftly returned, focusing solely on Zhao Gang. He lifted his head and pointed with his right index finger at the word on his chest. Carrow Road fell into a momentary silence. Then it erupted into a frenzy. At this instant, all fans received their answer. Those who had felt lost now understood Zhao Gang's declaration. Champion. In this moment, as the undeniable core of the team, Zhao Gang brought monumental change. His declaration embodied the team's aspirations. Champion. The over 40,000 fans plunged into even more frenzied shouts. Falk, as the head coach, had never publicly expressed such an attitude in front of the media. He always maintained a stance of survival, playing it safe. The management dared not utter such words lightly, for any misstep could lead to a barrage of criticism from fans. However, Zhao Gang was different. His declaration would only lead to unrestrained cheers and fervor among the fans. Only he possessed the stature to make such promises, and the fans held an almost reverent trust in him. More importantly, this was not merely the team's goal, but also Zhao Gang's silent affirmation of his own future. This season, he would remain here. He would lead Norwich to victory, securing the championship for all fans. With this reassurance, the fans felt at ease. This season, the King of Carrow Road would witness a magnificent miracle alongside them. Fox stood there, clapping incessantly, as Norwich's players rushed to Zhao Gang, embracing him tightly. The explosive cheers from the stands made the reading players, who had initially lost their motivation to compete, join in the fervor. They didn't want to waste this electrifying atmosphere, spontaneously extending their hands and clapping along. The only eyesore on the field was the referee, who unhesitatingly approached and issued Zhao Gang a yellow card. The commentators from Long Nation, in high spirits, saw this card and not only found it amusing, but also began to joke about it. Meanwhile, the journalists from Long Nation captured the fervor of the fans, which was even more stunning than Zhao Gang's goals. Fox substituted Zhao Gang, and he was met with thunderous applause. Fans at the edge of the stands leaned forward, shouting as if they might burst with excitement. Currently, Norwich found themselves in the promotion playoffs, still facing a considerable gap from the top. However, with 20 matches remaining, given Norwich's current form, The probability of clinching the championship was exceedingly high. Back in the locker room, Falk approached Zhao Gang. Zhao, it's time for you to face the discerning media. Zhao Gang was momentarily taken aback, then realized that Falk was taking him to the post-match press conference. His presence indeed surprised the journalists, as Falk had intentionally kept Zhao Gang away from them. Any journalist attempting to interview Zhao Gang had been swiftly dismissed. Wang Dongwei, due to his collaboration with the championship through the Sports Daily, managed to find Zhao Gang before the match, essentially opening a backdoor. Upon seeing Zhao Gang, Wang Dongwei felt both delighted and somewhat displeased. After all, he had finally secured the first interview and obtained first-hand information, only to find Zhao Gang attending the press conference less than 4 hours later. The reporters aimed their cameras at the stage, as this was the legendary youth's first appearance at a post-match press conference. The first time always holds a special significance. Zhao Gang gazed at the flashing lights below, spotting several journalists from Long Nation in the distance. Could you all move a bit closer? Chapter 35. Media sensation. After briefly asking Falk a couple of routine questions, all the cameras turned toward Zhao Gang. Due to the recent transfer rumors involving Arsenal and Chelsea, and the interest shown by Mourinho, Wenger, and Pochettino, this young man, who had just ascended to the top of the championship's scoring chart, had become the media's darling. Today, following Zhao Gang's declaration, Falk brought him before the media, a promising development for them. The first question pertained to the recent transfer speculation. Only Manchester City, among the 6 Premier League clubs, showed no interest in Zhao Gang. The lack of pursuit from Manchester City likely stemmed from concerns regarding Zhao Gang's dribbling, ball protection, and defensive skills, which might not suit Guardiola's system. Moreover, Manchester United's director, David, openly stated that Zhao Gang's abilities were lacking, which led to his release from the United Youth Academy. Thus, the transfer topic was merely an appetizer, destined to shift towards discussions about the 2 Manchester clubs. Zhao, which team do you most desire to join? Falk sat to the side, observing attentively, ready to assist Zhao Gang whenever a journalist posed a particularly tricky question. However, it was clear that Zhao Gang needed to gradually acclimate to such circumstances if he were to respond directly to the inquiry. The media frenzy that would ensue could leave Norwich's management in a precarious position. Should a definitive successor emerge, it would inevitably diminish Zhao Gang's market value. Unfamiliar with the press's probing, Zhao Gang remained unaware that a casual remark could trigger significant repercussions. Falk pondered that perhaps he had chosen the wrong moment to introduce Zhao Gang, yet the atmosphere had already been charged, and Zhao Gang had unveiled the championship emblem, sending Norwich fans into a frenzy. Had he not brought Zhao out, the fans might have reacted violently, potentially vandalizing the training ground. I had not considered this dilemma. Pelin would adeptly manage it, as he was a reliable partner. Pelin lounged on the couch, sipping wine while nodding in agreement. Zhao Gang displayed an emotional intelligence that belied his age. Unlike other young players, who would be overwhelmed by the barrage of flashing lights during their first media encounter, Zhao Gang effortlessly distanced himself from any turmoil. My current focus is to dedicate my abilities and passion to Norwich for Falk, for my teammates, and for all the fans who support us, ensuring I perform well in every match. Falk nodded gently, clearly pleased, showcasing humility and decorum. This demeanor contrasted sharply with a player who had boldly displayed the championship emblem before thousands of fans. The individual before the media was entirely different from the one engaging with fans. Pelin is merely your agent. Ultimately, the decision-making power lies with you, correct? The journalists seemed intent on preventing Zhao Gang from changing the subject, as their job was to extract useful information, even at the risk of offending many. Pelin straightened slightly. The question was indeed rather pointed. While it may have sounded innocuous, upon reflection, it seemed laden with implications. If you were to heed Pelin's every word, did that not imply a lack of autonomy, suggesting he had entirely taken control? This notion would likely be quite distasteful for a spirited young player. No one wishes to be under another's thumb. The decision-making power is undoubtedly mine, Zhao Gang replied calmly, yet acknowledged that each of us has our domain. I focus on playing, while he manages the other football-related matters. I trust he will provide me with the most professional advice. Only a fool would disregard the counsel of an expert. Pelin grinned, appreciating Zhao Gang's deft maneuvering, shifting the focus of all inquiries onto his agent. In future transfers, regardless of any complications, everyone would blame Zhao Gang's agent for any mishaps, absolving Zhao of responsibility. Could you perhaps inquire about football-related matters? I truly have not contemplated these issues. My thoughts are solely on how to improve my game and elevate the team. The anticipated response from the journalist did not materialize. Zhao Gang deflected all questions regarding his football future onto Pelin, exhibiting no signs of agitation. He maintained a demeanor reminiscent of a seasoned veteran. We all witnessed the moment you unveiled your jersey. It was quite exhilarating. However, Norwich lags 16 points behind the leaders after 20 matches. What instills you with the confidence to contend for the championship? Certainly the finest coach, teammates, and fans. As for the management, simply refraining from meddling is already a mark of professionalism. Just as Zhao Gang finished his response, another journalist eagerly raised their hand, nearly springing to their feet. Zhao Gang turned to face them. Zhao, how do you perceive David's comments? He believes your abilities are insufficient to fit into Manchester United's youth training team, resulting in your dismissal. David's initial interactions with journalists had not been so confrontational. It was only later, as reporters incessantly probed about Zhao Gang, that he began to feel irritated. Moreover, Mourinho's statements had exacerbated his annoyance. Although an initial agreement had been reached between Mourinho and Manchester United, he had begun to express admiration for Zhao Gang. The crux of the matter was that David, having claimed ignorance of Zhao Gang's existence, seemed to be directly contradicting him. As a representative of the management, David was obliged to respond assertively. Consequently, Zhao Gang found himself in the unfortunate position of being a pawn caught between the two. Inadvertently igniting the tension, Falk raised his hand, intending to intervene, but Zhao Gang acknowledged his protective coach with a nod, signaling, "I can handle this." Falk hesitated, withdrawing his hand with concern. Pelin set down his wine glass, scrutinizing Zhao Gang. A passionate young man, especially one who had garnered the approval of numerous Premier League coaches, along with a deluge of media adulation, would naturally possess a sense of pride. When David spoke, a player of Zhao Gang's caliber would certainly be unwilling to endure such disrespect quietly. Although Zhao Gang maintained composure, as evidenced by his celebratory actions following a goal, he also exhibited the reserved and steady temperament characteristic of his cultural background. Yet, when he revealed the championship jersey, Pelin understood that this young man possessed a boldness and individuality befitting his age. I am unfamiliar with Mr. David, nor am I aware of his impression of me. If he indeed made such comments. Zhao Gang's brow furrowed slightly, and the journalists held their breath in anticipation. Now let us hear it. Time to engage. This was precisely the kind of sensational news they craved. The inherent allure of Manchester United, coupled with the attention drawn by this rising star, alongside an eye-catching headline, would surely lead to a media frenzy. Countless supporters, coaches, and idle commentators would inevitably take sides, causing the topic to surge exponentially. In retrospect, it was clear that my skills did not align with Manchester United's youth training standards, given that at the time, my sole proficiency was in scoring. Zhao Gang's calm response astonished not only the journalists, but also Falk and Pelin. David has essentially labeled you incompetent, suggesting you are unfit for Manchester United's youth program. How could you possibly respond in such a manner? Pelin opened his mouth in disbelief. This demeanor? How exceedingly composed and modest. Is this the same Zhao Gang who confidently flaunted the championship emblem? The journalist struggled to fathom how such a young talent could exhibit no assertiveness whatsoever. Did that imply that David was correct, and that you had indeed been cast out by Manchester United's youth ranks? The journalist clearly found Zhao Gang's reaction unsatisfactory. They were on the verge of a major scoop, yet received this tepid response. This was not the type of player the media favored. They preferred flamboyant, audacious personalities brimming with controversy. What is going on? Have you lost your nerve? Are you intimidated by a club like Manchester United? Once more, Zhao Gang stifled Falk's intentions. The journalist's tone had become increasingly aggressive, clearly trying to provoke a reaction. This was a post-match press conference discussing team performance. Such inquiries were overtly inflammatory, aimed at inciting conflict. I'm aware of your desire to hear my thoughts, and I understand the nature of your work. Zhao Gang suppressed his anger slightly. How could he possibly disregard the words of the journalist and David? Nonetheless, he managed to restrain himself, not for any other reason, but because he firmly believes that one day he will face Manchester United. He will demonstrate through his goals just how ludicrous David's words are. In the realm of football, the most potent response lies in scoring goals and achieving victory. At present, he does not wish to be distracted by such matters. You wish to hear me retaliate against Mr. David or even disparage the Manchester United Youth Academy. However, my 6 months spent in the Manchester United Youth Academy were truly wonderful. I made numerous friends and met a coach who significantly altered the course of my career. One of my youth coaches, Sis. It was he who provided me with the opportunity to be recommended to my current coach, ultimately shaping who I am today. My feelings toward the Manchester United Youth Academy and Coach Sis are solely rooted in gratitude. As for Mr. David's evaluation of me, I cannot respond, as I am unfamiliar with him, and therefore find it inappropriate to comment. Perrin, seated on the sofa, unconsciously applauded. Among the young players he had encountered, Zhao Gang was the most mature and composed. He was 100 times superior to the burden management of David. This young man is destined for greatness. His resilience and composure, coupled with his clear goals, render him unstoppable in achieving his aspirations. Zhao, you will undoubtedly be the greatest player I sign in my lifetime. I will bring you to Manchester City. You and Josep will make all of Europe bow at your feet. Although Zhao Gang's response was impeccable, how could it possibly deter the journalists eager to create a narrative? The tolerant youth from the Dragon Kingdom, the absurd management of Manchester United. Since Zhao Gang chooses not to engage in battle, the media will fabricate one for him. Since you harbor gratitude toward Manchester United, we shall accommodate you. The discarded talent of Manchester United expresses gratitude toward the club. David has driven away the finest player he has ever encountered. Blind and arrogant, the pompous Manchester United director. The media immediately targeted David, and Zhao Gang's reluctance to engage does not imply the absence of conflict. David, of course, remained acutely aware of his standing in the eyes of the media. Upon seeing these reports, he was nearly infuriated. To him, it would have been preferable for Zhao Gang to confront him directly. At least then they could have exchanged barbs. Now, with Zhao Gang opting for retreat and harboring sentiments of gratitude, he is portrayed as a boastful, small-minded individual devoid of discernment. In contrast, Zhao Gang emerges as the humble and esteemed player in the eyes of the media and fans. At this moment, David felt that Zhao Gang, under Perrin's guidance, had been sculpted into this persona. After all, how could a fiery young man articulate such thoughts? In comparison to such sensational topics, Zhao Gang's promise to bring a championship to Norwich and his declaration to remain with the club this season became trivial matters. Only the local Norwich fans celebrated with fervor. This courage to take responsibility and make commitments is truly fitting for a king at Carrow Road to become the leader of the team. However, the discerning fans also understood that a player with such a strong, charismatic presence could not possibly remain at Norwich for long. He requires a grander stage. Nevertheless, the mere thought of battling alongside such an exceptional player, coupled with Zhao Gang's promise of a championship, ignited the fans' imaginations as they yearned for this splendid season. It may very well become the most beautiful journey in football they will ever experience. In contrast to the antics of the English media, which sought to stir controversy and capture attention, the media from the Dragon Kingdom reported fervently on Zhao Gang's performances on the pitch and the fervor of the Carrow Road fans. A genius. Zhao Gang scored 5 goals in 80 minutes. The prodigious young talent from the Dragon Kingdom attracted the attention of numerous elite clubs, with Abramovich offering £25 million for his acquisition. The pinnacle of Dragon Kingdom players abroad, fans revering him. Zhao Gang's news dominated the sports section, and the fervor of discussions reached its zenith. In the past, the arrival of a Dragon Kingdom player in a third-tier European league would garner significant attention and prompt media coverage. Now, Zhao Gang is the genuine centerpiece, inciting a frenzy among Premier League giants. This is not mere sensationalism or a ploy for media traffic. It is the reality unfolding before us. Those born with rebellious spirits, who take pleasure in disparaging others, have long been silenced. Zhao Gang has proven through his actions that their words are nothing more than empty rhetoric. The photos of Norwich fans revering him and the banners they raised attest to Zhao Gang's standing within the team. Fans are overwhelmingly excited, even feeling a tinge of jealousy that they cannot witness Zhao Gang's miraculous performances in person. As for the online compilations featuring Zhao Gang, they are ubiquitous. Every video boasts staggering view counts. Even if they are repeated, even if the quality is lacking, even if fans have watched them a dozen times upon encountering such videos, they cannot help but click on them. Watching that sprinting figure, listening to the impassioned shouts they cannot quite comprehend, fans feel as if they are present at the scene, some even breaking into goosebumps. Chapter 36. I am a warrior in the 27th round of the championship. Norwich remains unstoppable. However, as the match neared its conclusion, the very situation that Falk had feared unfolded. Light was injured during a tussle and fell to the ground, unable to continue. As Norwich's midfield engine, Light is crucial for the team's offensive organization. The examination results were far from optimistic, indicating he would need at least 2 months of rest. This exemplifies the drawbacks of competing on multiple fronts. Without sufficient substitute strength, the starting lineup cannot find rest, particularly given that the championship schedule is even more congested than that of the Premier League, exacerbating the players' burdens. Falk is deeply concerned. He finds himself once again grappling with a dilemma. Should he continue to field his starters in the Europa League? Although the players are currently brimming with fighting spirit. What if another injury occurs? Losing Light would severely hinder the team's offensive capabilities. What if Zhao Gang were to be injured as well? Just as Falk was mired in worry, even worse news arrived. The draw for the Europa League knockout stage had been announced. In this world, the principle of avoiding teams from the same league in the knockout stage does not apply. Thus, Norwich, as a non-seeded team, was drawn against the Red Devils of Manchester United. Following Ferguson's retirement, Manchester United has descended into a certain degree of chaos. Yet they still possess the heritage of a grand club. This battle will be exceedingly arduous. Although it will attract significant attention, Falk, after careful consideration, is inclined to opt for a substitute lineup. Manchester United's hopes for the league title are dashed, and their chances of finishing in the top 4 for Champions League qualification are bleak. They have been eliminated from both the FA Cup and League Cup early on. Thus, the Europa League becomes their sole target for glory. With a fierce determination to win, their odds of claiming the title far exceed those of other teams. On the Europa League stage, they will adopt an even more serious attitude than they do in the league. Norwich stands little chance, and Light's injury compels Falk to reconsider the implications of injuries. Engaging in a fierce battle against Manchester United, regardless of the outcome, would undoubtedly exhaust the players' physical resources. He comprehends their fervent desire to confront such formidable opponents. Yet, as the head coach, he must consider the broader implications. In the conference room at Norwich, Falk observed the eager glances of his players, aware that they were primed for a formidable showdown with Manchester United. Their aspirations extended beyond mere competition. When the players glanced at Zhao Gang, Falk recognized a deeper significance at play. David had previously remarked that Zhao Gang lacked the caliber to even sit on the bench for Manchester United's youth academy, being unceremoniously dismissed instead. Subsequently, incited by various media outlets, David had scoffed at Zhao Gang, at Pelin, and even at Falk in Norwich, dismissing them as a team of merely championship quality, with last season's relegation serving as the ultimate proof. After the draw, David was even more elated, convinced that his team had drawn the best lot, a European League bonanza. It is indeed true that Norwich's players do not possess the prowess to challenge the Premier League. Any player in any position could thoroughly dominate them. As for Zhao Gang, I only hope he is as formidable as you claim. We shall soon meet on the pitch, and he will understand why he was expelled from Manchester United's youth academy. Zhao Gang had never responded to David's words, instead frequently expressing gratitude towards the Manchester United academy. His Norwich teammates had long harbored resentment towards David's arrogant demeanor, longing for the opportunity to confront him directly. That opportunity was now at hand. Next week would be their chance for retribution. Falk was aware that his decision would wound the players, yet they could no longer afford to be plagued by injuries. The physical confrontations with Manchester United would surely be several times more intense than those in the Championship, and any further issues could jeopardize the league campaign. Even without injuries, fatigue would emerge, significantly impacting the league's outcome. I understand your eagerness to compete against the stronger adversary. Manchester United is undoubtedly a worthy opponent. However, Light's injury has made me realize that we are all merely mortal beings. We cannot strive for every honor. I intend to focus on the league, and I wish to hear your thoughts. Falk's gaze lingered on the players, particularly on Zhao Gang. It was simple. Zhao Gang was the true star of the team. As long as he supported Falk's decision, the players might feel a twinge of disappointment, but would not suffer any significant negative consequences. If he disagreed and insisted on a relentless pursuit against the European League or Manchester United, Falk could resort to deploying an entirely substitute lineup. Yet, such defiance could foster a tremendous backlash among the players, leading to a lack of effort on the pitch, ultimately endangering their league standing. Falk might have no choice but to compromise. This is the duality of a star player. They can unify the team and bring immense visibility and exposure. Yet a conflict with the head coach could lead to the coach departing with diminished dignity, regardless of the management's overt support. Indeed, as soon as Falk voiced his thoughts, all players were bewildered. Our focus has always been on the league. We are on the cusp of the promotion playoffs. If we push forward, we might even ascend directly to the Premier League or clinch the championship title. The two matches against Manchester United could have a substantial impact on your stamina. This effect could linger for a month or even two. Fatigue increases the likelihood of injuries. And the two matches at Premier League level would provide a fleeting thrill, yet pose a considerable risk to the entire team. Falk continued to elaborate. Given his stature, he need not justify his reasoning. However, David's disparagement of Zhao Gang and Norwich had ignited a fire within his players, compelling him to clarify his stance. The players fell silent. Zhao Gang cast a glance at everyone, unable to dispel his resentment toward David. Nevertheless, he resolved to support Falk's decision, recognizing the coach's kindness toward him. At that moment, he felt it was imperative to stand by Falk. I concur with the coach's sentiments. Light's injury was not the result of a foul by the opposing player, but stemmed from the grueling schedule leading to physical fatigue. The coach's arrangement is in the best interest of the team and considers everyone's health and future. Falk exhaled with relief. Zhao Gang was indeed not only a player of exceptional talent, but also possessed remarkable character. Hearing Zhao Gang's words, the other players felt a tinge of discontent, but ultimately acquiesced. They would strive for the league while allowing the substitutes to face Manchester United. Once all the players departed, Zhao Gang lingered behind. Falk, puzzled, inquired, Zhao, is there something else? Coach, besides your concern for player injuries, is there another reason you are willing to forego the European League against Manchester United? Zhao Gang asked directly. Falk paused momentarily. If the sole concern was injury, he could easily forego the league, fielding substitutes, given their current form. Even if they did not secure the league title, they would comfortably qualify for the playoffs. Do you harbor other reservations? Indeed, as Zhao Gang pointed out, if fatigue is the concern, one could easily forego 2 rounds of league matches. The encounters with Manchester United would not only be a spectacle for the fans, but also a significant exposure opportunity for the entire team. Whether players, fans, or management, they were all likely anticipating this matchup. Should Falk temporarily abandon the league, the management would certainly not hold it against him. The animosity directed at David had left the players feeling aggrieved, fueling their desire for vindication. Yet, one must acknowledge the difficulty in overcoming Manchester United. Should the full-strength squad be decimated, the psychological toll on the players could be catastrophic, leading to a sense of despair and leaving Norwich open to ridicule from countless media outlets, ultimately affecting the entire team's morale. Including myself, I could potentially suffer a decline, becoming the subject of derision. We risk not only losing the European League, but also jeopardizing our league standing and even our confidence. We might find ourselves losing sight of the future altogether. Zhao Gang was not being alarmist or overly cautious. Player confidence and morale are of paramount importance. Many exceptional players have seen their careers plummet due to a single setback. Norwich's players harbored deep resentment towards David, and if they mustered their strength only to be easily subdued by Manchester United, the repercussions would be staggering. Should the substitutes face defeat, they would at least have justification. Falk sighed, observing this young man, who seemed to possess the wisdom of someone far beyond his years. Falk indeed harbored such concerns, but his greatest worry was Zhao Gang. Yes, even if Zhao Gang were to spend only a single season at Norwich, and despite Falk not providing him with adequate guidance, Zhao Gang remained his most cherished protege. David's attacks had gone unanswered by Zhao Gang, and Falk believed he was biding his time, waiting for the opportunity to confront Manchester United and deliver a resounding blow to David. However, should Norwich face a devastating defeat, the negative repercussions could leave Zhao Gang in a state of despondency. Thus, Falk devised a feeble excuse, planning to field a completely substitute lineup against Manchester United. Zhao Gang would have his chance for revenge once he ascended to the Premier League. At the very least, the teammates of the Premier League can offer Zhao Gang formidable support. How can the Norwich players contend against Manchester United? Zhao, you not only possess admirable and kind qualities, but also a wise intellect. Your words ring true. I do not wish for you to endure significant setbacks at such a young age. Falk realized that concealing the truth was futile, and he spoke candidly. Coach, I am a professional player, and a warrior. On the field, I shall do whatever you require of me. If you need me as a substitute or even to exclude me from the squad entirely, I will harbor no complaints. However, should you need me to charge in a battle, regardless of the adversary, I will advance without hesitation. No one can defeat me but myself. Falk regarded Zhao Gang intently and nodded slowly. Chapter 37. Manchester United. Here we come. The Carrow Road Stadium was still bustling with excitement. The two commentators were prepared. We have already seen the starting lineup that Falk has arranged. Aside from the goalkeeper, the attacking players Ospina, and the recently recovered key forward Shiro, the remaining 8 starters are all key rotation players. Even those who rarely see the field. While Rod introduced the starting lineup, he glanced at Brooke. Brooke, what do you think of Falk's arrangement? Brooke, who had always scoffed at Falk's tactics, fell silent for a moment before nodding. I think Falk is right this time. Not just right, he is my hero. No true Norwich fan will complain about his starting lineup. Except for the Norwich media, all English journalists harbor doubts about Norwich. They believe Manchester United will leave us in disarray. David will undoubtedly boast after the match, proclaiming that Norwich lacks Premier League caliber, and that Zhao is merely a discarded player cast aside by Manchester United. Everyone anticipates that Norwich will surely lose, left in utter humiliation. But is what everyone believes destined to come true? Falk disagrees, Zhao disagrees, and all Norwich players and fans will not agree. They will ensure Manchester United returns to Manchester in tears. They shall make all the naysayers slap themselves in disbelief. Therefore, in facing Millwall's entirely substitute lineup, I will not criticize Falk. Rather, I will express my admiration for him. Indeed, we must show Manchester United next week in the Europa League that Norwich is not a team of failures, even if we are deemed failures. We are the failures that defeated Manchester United. Brooke shouted with fervor. Even if we lose at home against Millwall this time, no one will blame the players or Falk. On the substitute bench, Zhao Gang and the main players remained alert. All the starters received Falk's notification just before the match. In this league match, he would field an entirely substitute squad. All primary players would rest, preparing for the midweek challenge against the Red Devils, Manchester United. Why has the coach changed his mind? Many wondered aloud, puzzled in his training kit. Upon hearing the news, he felt exhilarated, conserving energy for the battle against Manchester United. Next week's league match would be no different. They would wholeheartedly dedicate themselves to the fight against Manchester United. Zhao Gang glanced at Falk on the sidelines, passionately directing the players on the field. While Falk may be a diligent coach, his tactics are not particularly advanced. However, as a mentor, he consistently thinks of his disciples, wishing to protect them from injury, both physical and mental. Perhaps the coach does not want to miss this opportunity? Philip speculated, or perhaps it is the management's intention. Does Norwich need the formidable opponent of Manchester United to enhance its commercial value? Zhao, what do you think? I do not know, but this is good news for us. And that is sufficient. Several people nearby nodded in agreement. Zhao Gang gritted his teeth. This time he must win, for himself, for his teammates, for Falk, and for all the fans. David, Manchester United, I am coming. Chapter 38. Experimenting with a new formation. Zhao Gang. Once again, a substitute? Does the Norwich coach understand football? In the Dragon Kingdom's football streaming room, numerous fans awaited Zhao Gang. Yet, he was once again on the bench. Falk rotated 9 players for the Europa League clash against Manchester United, with the exception of the goalkeeper and Ospina. The rest of the starting players were substitutes. However, one would expect he would provide Zhao Gang with some time to find his rhythm. The commentator explained, as many fans were more interested in Zhao Gang, eagerly awaiting his goals and performances rather than the team's victory. Currently, Zhao Gang is indeed the most prominent figure in Dragon Kingdom football, possessing the finest skills and the greatest potential. Typically, potential is inversely proportional to immediate combat effectiveness. The stronger the immediate capacity, the lesser the potential. However, in Zhao Gang's case, he stands far ahead of domestic players in terms of age, immediate capability, and potential. Despite being a football broadcast, the commentator hardly analyzed the game situation. Instead, they continuously discussed Zhao Gang. Fans listened with rapt attention, not perceiving the commentators as neglectful of their duties. Recently, discussions regarding Zhao Gang's transfer have been fervent. Several Premier League giants, along with clubs of slightly lesser stature, have made offers, hoping to recruit our Dragon Kingdom footballer. This marks a first for the Dragon Kingdom. To be frank, our football players in Europe are often considered expendable, rarely receiving opportunities to play. Zhao Gang's performance, along with the attention from clubs in the Premier League and even La Liga and the Bundesliga, indeed proves that he has established himself in Europe. He could seamlessly transition into a core player for a Premier League giant. The Dragon Kingdom's commentators tirelessly sought topics about Zhao Gang, while Norwich's match saw a goal. The abilities of Norwich's substitute players were indeed lacking, and their experience was minimal. An opposing player dribbled the ball while 3 defenders converged, and a deft pass from midfield led to a clear shot on goal. It was a swift execution. 0-1. 20 minutes into the match, Millwall took the lead. The Millwall players were ecstatic. Currently, Norwich is the most dazzling presence in the Championship. They not only achieved a remarkable 11 consecutive victories, but also secured 3 wins in the Europa League, defeating the Hornets. Even with a substitute lineup, winning at Carrow Road is ample reason for celebration. The scorer, Millwall forward Clare, seemed overly exuberant as he dashed toward the Norwich substitute bench and slid on his knees in front of them. The main players of Norwich wore stony expressions. They dared not express their anger, but Falk was unrelenting, shouting at the 4th official, "What does that mean? Scoring a goal and then taunting the substitutes? If that doesn't warrant a yellow card, I might as well sit on the opposing coach's bench." A cacophony of boos erupted from Carrow Road, but Clare remained unfazed, making faces at Zhao Gang, clearly challenging him. If you're capable, step on the field and score. If you're capable, win. Clare's showy antics are not uncommon among players. Now, being able to score at Carrow Road and flaunt it in front of the rising star Zhao Gang is enough to satisfy one's vanity. If he could stir up a commotion, that would be even better. Zhao Gang shook his head, completely ignoring the provocation. Is scoring 1 goal enough to get this excited? David, the Manchester United director, made such childish remarks, and I didn't even respond to them. You, a championship player, score a goal, and think you can provoke me? When you can manage to score in 11 consecutive matches, perhaps I might take notice of you. Oh, this Clare. He knows precisely whom to show off to after scoring. Aware that Zhao Gang commands significant attention and that he is the leader of the Norwich team. The commentator from Dragon Nation observed Clare's provocation without any anger. As Zhao Gang regarded Clare with the same indifference one might have towards the air, Clare's behavior was indeed somewhat inappropriate. After all, Zhao Gang didn't even acknowledge him, as if he were invisible. Undoubtedly, the disparity in strength and fame between the two was vast. Even a glance from Zhao Gang would be an insult to his own dignity. The commentators had never encountered this sensation with any player from Dragon Nation. Against European players, Zhao Gang could completely outclass his opponent in both value and skill. Falk stood on the sidelines, continuously directing his players. If his substitutes could hold off and concede only 1 more goal, he would replace his starters in the final minutes of the second half. That little time wouldn't exhaust the players. If the gap were too significant, Falk was ready to concede entirely. Fortunately, while Norwich's substitutes lacked experience and cohesion, they were all highly motivated, and Millwall's players were rather poor at seizing opportunities. Until the 70th minute, the score remained 0-2. The next goal was scored by Millwall's center-back, Zico. Zico merely celebrated briefly, refraining from taunting the fans or the Norwich bench. We saw Falk gesturing towards the substitutes. Zhao Gang began his warm-up. However, Zhao Gang warmed up alone, as Falk did not plan to make extensive substitutions. He still intended to abandon the league, allowing Zhao Gang to play merely to maintain his form. The commentators from Dragon Nation, though perplexed by Falk's choice, knew that as long as Zhao Gang was substituted in, the fans would be thrilled, and so would he. Falk exchanged a few words with Zhao Gang, who nodded repeatedly. In this match, the returning Shiro struggled noticeably, clearly eager to regain his form, even appearing somewhat impatient in his ball handling. This time, it should have been a direct substitution. The camera focused on Shiro, who looked somewhat displeased. As last season's starting forward for Norwich, he had lost his position to Zhao Gang and the impressive Ospina during his injury layoff. Given the exceptional synergy between Ospina and Zhao Gang, Ospina had secured his starting position. Zhao Gang, of course, was not going to be a substitute, making it quite challenging for Shiro to reclaim his starting role. Oh, it wasn't a direct substitution. Zhao Gang replaced a midfield player, not Shiro. The Dragon Nation commentators were somewhat astonished. Are they switching to a 3-forward formation? However, Zhao Gang and Shiro's positions overlapped somewhat. This setup resembled a 4-3-1-2, with Zhao Gang linking the midfield and front lines. The commentators were somewhat baffled. It seemed to be a new experiment. With Light injured, they lacked a strong presence in midfield, and Zhao Gang had previously demonstrated exceptional passing against Dortmund, prompting Fark to test Zhao Gang's ability to orchestrate the attack. Another commentator, being a professional analyst, understood better. Fark wanted to utilize this match to see if Zhao Gang could retreat into midfield and create chemistry with the two forwards. If successful, employing Zhao Gang as a midfielder could significantly alleviate the impact of Light's injury. If Zhao Gang could function as a free-roaming player in the front, it would greatly enhance his own development and enrich the team's tactical repertoire. Chapter 39. The team leader Fark had actually prepared to concede this match. Otherwise, he would have only allowed Zhao Gang to come off the bench. He wanted to see if Zhao Gang could replicate his perfect midfield performance against Dortmund. In truth, since that match, Zhao Gang had rarely dropped back to retrieve the ball. Zhao Gang's passing ability had improved to 81, which was quite commendable. Since the streak of 10 consecutive victories, he had the opportunity to earn system points, leaving him to either fulfill relegation tasks or contend for the championship. A passing score of 81 was rather difficult for Zhao Gang to enhance through training at this point. Moreover, this figure is actually higher than Light's. In the championship, such passing prowess was already considered elite. With Fark deploying him as a makeshift midfielder, Zhao Gang was limited to passing, as his dribbling remained rather subpar, and ball protection was naturally lacking. However, after prolonged training, his first touch had improved somewhat, allowing him to retain possession even under pressure. As Zhao Gang entered the match, the fans erupted in jubilation, as one would expect. Even though they were 2 goals behind, with less than 20 minutes remaining, and despite the entirely substitute lineup, they felt a surge of hope for a comeback. Because Zhao Gang was on the field. Hey, championship top scorer, if you can win this match, I'll call you dad. If you lose, you'll have to admit to the media that you're not as good as Claire. How about that? Claire jogged alongside Zhao Gang, not making runs for positioning, but instead trailing closely to disrupt Zhao Gang with incessant chatter. Zhao Gang could only smile wryly and shake his head, finding it utterly juvenile. Claire was certainly amusing, persistently following Zhao Gang. He was aware that staying close to Zhao Gang would likely land him in the spotlight. This fellow appeared rather arrogant, but was quite cunning. The Dragon Nation commentators calmly deduced Claire's intent. He aimed to create a buzz. If he could provoke Zhao Gang, he would achieve instant fame. What? Afraid to take the gamble? You're the top scorer. Scoring 3 goals in 15 minutes shouldn't be too difficult, right? Surely, you're not going to make excuses about your teammates' inadequacies? You wouldn't dare to imply you're merely a system player who falters without good teammates, would you? Claire continued his incessant prattle. Zhao Gang recalled a saying, "A lion does not turn back at a barking dog, yet a person may strike at a mosquito's bite." Zhao Gang constantly repositioned himself, raising his hand for the ball. Though the substitute midfielders didn't match the caliber of Light or Philip, being professionals, they could still easily find Zhao Gang when he created space. As Zhao Gang executed a pass, Claire deliberately fouled him from behind. Hey, Fark, witnessing this act, erupted in fury. This was a direct assault. Moreover, Zhao Gang had already played the ball when Claire committed the foul. Not only were the fans on site vehemently cursing Claire, but Brooke had also launched a barrage of insults at him. Claire shrugged his shoulders and pouted, feigning innocence. This was merely a typical confrontation. It was Zhao Gang who was too frail. The referee approached without hesitation, brandishing a yellow card. Zhao Gang intercepted Ospina, who was about to charge in, signaling for him to calm down. There was no need to earn a card at this moment. As the wall was being formed, the referee blew the whistle, while Ospina continued to mutter something under his breath. Zhao Gang furrowed his brow and engaged in a discussion. Ospina, clearly agitated, shouted at Zhao Gang, his hands thrown up in exasperation. What had caused Ospina to become so irate? Perhaps it was the frustration stemming from an unsatisfactory performance throughout the match, yet it seemed irrational to confront the team's veteran leader. Zhao Gang stood there, visibly impatient, rolling his shoulders. Claire, standing not far away, exchanged glances with her teammates, almost bursting into laughter at the sight of the two. The members of the human wall appeared somewhat distracted. As Zhao Gang argued with Ospina, he lifted his foot and sent the ball soaring. Everyone's attention was captivated by the exchange between Zhao Gang and Ospina, leaving Shiro isolated in the penalty area, hands on his hips, his expression serious, seemingly detached from the game. However, The moment Zhao Gang made contact with the ball, Shiro sprang into action. With the football soaring into the penalty area, he leaped into the air, raising his right foot, and with all his might, he struck the ball with the sole of his foot, sending it straight into the net. Quick-reacting Millwall players attempted to defend, while slower ones, like Claire, remained engrossed in the spectacle between Zhao Gang and Ospina until the ball found its way into the goal. It was only when the two began to embrace Shiro, who was rushing towards them, that Claire finally snapped to reality. The Millwall coach, standing on the sidelines, shouted in frustration, "Useless. Focus. You're here to play football, not watch a show." Shiro tightly embraced both players, and the Carrow Road Stadium erupted into cheers. Just when fans were bewildered by what seemed to be disunity within the team, Shiro's perfect free kick revealed the truth. Though the tactic was somewhat cliché, it was executed flawlessly. All attention from Millwall had been drawn to Zhao Gang and Ospina, and Shiro, evidently aware of the strategy, was quick to position himself for the ball's landing. Overcome with joy, Shiro was on the verge of tears, having been sidelined for nearly 30 rounds. He found himself in a state of disarray. As a former key striker, his performance had faltered. He was anxious, fearing he had lost the coach's trust when Falk prepared a substitute. To his surprise, Zhao Gang did not intend to replace him. Instead, he had discreetly signaled a tactical maneuver tailored for him. This strategy, once a mere jest during practice, had unexpectedly yielded exceptional results. Initially skeptical of Zhao Gang's position due to their shared role, Shiro had not anticipated that Zhao Gang would devise a tactical play specifically for him to regain his confidence. Although they had only been on the field together for less than 2 minutes, Shiro had already come to recognize the young core of the team. Given Zhao Gang's training performance, a direct shot would have been the optimal choice from that distance. However, he opted to create an opportunity for his teammate, who was struggling. Shiro covered his face, tears streaming down, not solely from the frustration of being sidelined due to injury, but also from gratitude for Zhao Gang's selflessness as a team leader. Chapter 40. The responsibility of the core. This exemplified the essence of a true leader. Countless instances had proven that Zhao Gang would rise to the occasion during critical moments. And when his teammates faltered, he would relinquish his own scoring opportunities to help them regain their form. The commentator from Longwell marveled at the exquisite free kick assist, reflecting on how a team's foremost scorer, when faced with a direct opportunity, chose to execute an unconventional play with a teammate, all in an effort to restore Shiro's confidence. After nearly 30 matches without playing, and with his leg injury just healed, Shiro needed a goal to rekindle his self-assurance. The entire match had been a struggle. Without Lightfield's support, he felt isolated. Yet, upon Zhao Gang's entrance, his thoughts centered not on personal scoring, but on aiding a teammate. Such a selfless core player would undoubtedly earn the admiration of his comrades. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Gang quietly urged Shiro to capitalize on the free kick. Without hesitation, Shiro nodded. If it was Zhao Gang's suggestion, he was inclined to follow. As a former main striker, his ability to shield the ball was commendable. Yet his eagerness to showcase his skills often led to losing possession or making ill-advised shots. If he focused on seeking free kick opportunities, he could certainly excel on the championship stage. We will win, as long as you seize the opportunity and find your position. In this match, you will be the key to our victory, Zhao Gang declared with unwavering resolve, patting Shiro on the shoulder. Had anyone else uttered such words with only a few minutes remaining, Shiro might have dismissed them as fanciful and oblivious to the game. But this was Zhao Gang. As he watched Zhao Gang walk away, Shiro remembered the miraculous feats this young man had achieved during his own time on the sidelines. Clenching his fists with determination, Shiro felt a surge of energy. After over 70 minutes of lethargy, he was suddenly invigorated. Rarely returning to defend, he had now positioned himself behind Zhao Gang. As Millwall resumed play, Zhao Gang's sole focus was on the ball, while Claire's gaze fixated on Zhao Gang. Both were forwards, and the coach had repeatedly remarked that with Zhao Gang on the team, they could contend for the championship. Such sentiments left Claire feeling unsettled, yet he could not reach Zhao Gang's level. What could he do? Rather than improve himself, he sought to undermine Zhao Gang. His goal was to see Zhao Gang falter, to provoke him, to make him feel discomfort and anger. He would not allow Zhao Gang to easily touch the ball. With constant petty actions, he aimed to irritate him. Zhao Gang, unfamiliar with Claire, paid him no mind. Soon, Shiro's enthusiasm bore fruit. He executed a sliding tackle in midfield, intercepting the ball from Millwall and swiftly advancing with it. Although his passing awareness was lacking, he was undeniably a fierce competitor. His prior struggles stemmed from a mental block. But after scoring, confidence surged within him as he dribbled past two defenders. Ospina moved forwad through the center, drawing defenders away, while Zhao Gang pulled the fullback and Claire with him along the wing. Millwall's defenders, lulled into complacency by Ishiro's earlier performance, were caught off guard as he surged down the sideline, rapidly approaching the danger zone. Just one more defender to bypass, and he would be facing the goalkeeper. With no choice left, a Millwall defender resorted to fouling Shiro. The whistle blew. A foul, free kick awarded. Shiro's confidence was restored, previously hasty due to his mindset. He had easily lost possession. Now his ball-handling skills had returned to their former glory, largely thanks to that recent goal. Indeed, this was Zhao Gang's unique ability. Not only could he score, but he also had the power to help his teammates swiftly regain their form, embodying the true essence of a team's core. As the two commentators from Longhua continually directed the conversation toward Zhao Gang, viewership in the live stream surged once more. Many fans, having seen Zhao Gang on the sidelines, had already left to play games or watch videos. However, they would return to the live broadcast room every 10 minutes or so, peering in to see if Zhao Gang had taken the field. A segment of fans remained in the live stream, submerged in a drowsy stupor, but upon hearing that Zhao Gang had entered the game, they sprang to life, rising to cheer him on. Once again, it was a set piece from nearly the same position. At this distance, Zhao Gang had previously scored directly in earlier matches. Indeed, his development has been remarkably swift, evolving from merely seizing opportunities to shoot to now mastering free kicks and passes at an astonishing pace. His talent is truly world-class. As Zhao Gang stood over the ball, the tallest player in the box, Ospina, garnered the most attention, while Mendy had already advanced into the area, prepared to make a decisive move. As a center back, he possessed aerial prowess. Meanwhile, Hilo, who was not particularly tall, stood outside the penalty area, distanced from his markers by 3 to 4 meters. Hilo's position made it challenging for him to receive the ball and strike directly. If Zhao Gang's shot were too swift, Hilo might miss it entirely. If too slow, the defenders would have ample time to intervene. Thus, the majority of the defense was concentrated within the penalty area. Zhao Gang raised his hand, signaling a tactical arrangement. The direction of his gesture held significance, as different orientations represented distinct strategies designed to obscure their intentions from the opposing team. Ospina and the towering center back turned to follow Zhao Gang's movements. As Zhao Gang commenced his run and struck the ball into the penalty area, both defenders launched themselves towards the goal. The defending players surged forward, leaping high in preparation for a header. Alas, the ball was struck too high, floating away. Even the commentators noted this, recognizing that it had cleared the wall and soared excessively high, heading directly towards the goal line. The commentator gasped in disbelief, watching as the ball, at its apex, began to plummet. It was a descending shot, deliberately executed, yet not aimed at the goal. It sailed over everyone, likely to bounce out of play. Despite the impressive technique, the accuracy was lacking. The coach of Millwall was nearly breathless, shouting in frustration. At the moment Zhao Gang took the free kick, Hilo had already dashed towards the far post. As the Millwall players fixated on the high ball, they instinctively rushed into the penalty area. The far post was wide open for Hilo. Had it not been for his preemptive run, Hilo would not have had the chance to connect with the ball. The speed of both the ball and its descent was rapid. Had Hilo's reaction been even slightly slower, he would have missed it. In that perfect moment, Hilo threw himself forward, extending his right leg to just graze the ball, redirecting it straight towards the goal. The goalkeeper failed to make a save. Norwich scored again. Within a mere 3 minutes, they had equalized. This goal caught the defenders completely off guard, with the conclusion stemming from Hilo, still positioned outside the penalty area. Hilo celebrated by running towards the fan section, instinctively responding to the roaring cheers. Last season, after scoring, he had delighted in interacting with the fans. Relishing their adoration and applause, it was his favorite pastime. However, as he prepared to slide on his knees in celebration, a sudden thought struck him. He dashed back from the sidelines, spotting Zhao Gang rushing towards him, mouth agape, jumping with joy as he lifted Zhao Gang into the air. This was Zhao Gang, who just 2 months prior had struggled to pass the ball, now demonstrating an uncanny ability to utilize set pieces with pinpoint precision to find the optimal landing spot, assisting his teammate in scoring. Indeed, one could clearly see the ball's significant descent. Such technique was not a mistake, but a deliberate effort to target the far post. Hilo, evidently well prepared, had also trained for this. Moreover, the advance of the center back and Ospina appeared to serve as a decoy. This tactic was flawlessly executed. Falk clapped vigorously, affirming, "Yes, this is the strategy." It was a plan he had specifically crafted for Zhao Gang. What seemed simple, passing and shooting, actually required teammates to constantly reposition themselves and provide cover for the finishing player. Undoubtedly, the crucial element was Zhao Gang's ability to deliver the ball with precision. Falk had long recognized Zhao Gang's rapid improvement in free kicks, which was nothing short of astonishing. Even Manchester City's trainer, Will, felt as though he had encountered a phenomenon. He had never seen a player attain such a remarkable level of free kick technique in just a month. Consequently, Falk devised various set-piece strategies for Zhao Gang, ensuring all players would coordinate their movements. He could opt to pass or shoot. The results were significant. Indeed, the team had been under pressure, almost overwhelmed. Yet Zhao Gang's entry transformed the dynamics of the match. The players' morale visibly surged. This was the magnetic charm of a player. When he stepped onto the field, every teammate felt a renewed sense of purpose and confidence. However, Zhao Gang's presence also posed a risk. He did not engage in defensive play, and Millwall's offense remained formidable. Currently, most Norwich players were substitutes, and Millwall would undoubtedly seize this opportunity to mount an aggressive attack. Norwich needed to bolster their defense. Yes, Zhao Gang's teammates were, after all, not as skilled as the starting players. Claire observed the jubilant Norwich players and the ecstatic Hilo, feeling disheartened. The two-goal advantage Millwall had built over 70 minutes was erased within 4 minutes. It was equalized by a striker who had just returned from injury and was in poor form. He gritted his teeth, glaring at Zhao Gang. "Damn it, I could have scored those 2 goals too. Isn't this guy supposed to be a goal-scoring machine, vying for the league's golden boot? How could he have missed such a perfect opportunity to assist a teammate? Does honor mean nothing to him?" Hilo essentially benefited from 2 fortuitous breaks. With Zhao Gang being the pivotal figure, Claire realized that by restricting Zhao Gang, he could also contain the underperforming Hilo. Yet, Zhao Gang was not receiving the ball. Both goals had come from set pieces. Claire then shouted at his teammates, urging them not to give away free kick opportunities lightly. Rejuvenated, Millwall understood Claire's words. They no longer took matters lightly. Whenever Hilo possessed the ball, they sent 2 players to press him, refraining from committing fouls. Indeed, Hilo's passing vision was limited. Although his footwork was decent, when double-teamed, he struggled to distribute the ball effectively. Millwall's players also refrained from reckless challenges. Individually, Millwall's players possessed greater skill than Norwich's substitutes. Soon enough, they seized several opportunities, continually threatening the goal. With little time remaining, Millwall's players intensified their efforts, hoping to secure a victory. This was Carrow Road, and they were led by the highly coveted Zhao Gang. Regardless of whether they were substitutes, Zhao Gang was on the field. A win here would be a source of pride for a considerable time. The fans in the stands anxiously watched their defense, gasping in alarm time and again. Zhao Gang endeavored to keep up with the defense, but he appeared somewhat clumsy. He realized the gravity of the situation. Facing a formidable opponent could lead to disaster. Fortunately, the team's defenders were focused, and all midfielders and forwards had returned to their defensive positions. Millwall's attacks were thunderous yet ineffective, failing to create any scoring opportunities. Last season's top scorer, Hilo, rarely defended, believing his skills entitled him to such privilege, a mindset that contributed to the team's relegation. However, today was different. He was fully engaged, akin to a defender. With Zhao Gang retreating to defend, how could he justify neglecting his duties? Run. With Zhao Gang's commanding shout, Hilo surged forward. Norwich's players finally managed a successful defense after relentless pressure from Claire, who momentarily slackened his pursuit of Zhao Gang, allowing him to seize the ball effortlessly. The fans, previously gripped by anxiety, erupted in fervent support. With less than a minute remaining in stoppage time, this was likely their final opportunity to attack. As Claire charged toward Zhao Gang, he swiftly released the ball. His passing had improved significantly. Before even crossing the halfway line, the ball was already in Hilo's path. Despite his offside position, as a pass from the half did not constitute an offside infraction, he raced towards the penalty area. Pursued by defenders who could not match his speed, Hilo confronted the goalkeeper, a one-on-one situation. This was made possible by Millwall's aggressive forward play and Zhao Gang's expansive vision and timing in passing. The atmosphere at Carrow Road was electrifying. Should he score, they would achieve a miraculous comeback, a team of substitutes defeating a fully fledged Millwall squad. Regrettably, their king, Zhao Gang, would not continue to extend his goal-scoring record. 13 consecutive league matches with goals had already established him as the record holder in the championship. This streak was about to come to an end. Such records held immense allure for players. Yet for Zhao Gang, it seemed inconsequential. His desire to score was not particularly strong, as if such records were of no significance. Suddenly, as Hilo entered the penalty area and had yet to shoot, he was brought down by the opposing goalkeeper. A penalty. In the dying moments of stoppage time, Norwich, who had been on the back foot throughout the match, was awarded a penalty. This was a catastrophe for Millwall. Even as Millwall's players fervently argued with the referee that it was not a penalty and that Hilo had simulated the foul, the referee firmly shook his head, asserting that he was faster than their defenders and could clearly see the incident. The goalkeeper was left with no recourse. Hilo had already maneuvered into a position facing an open goal. Rather than allowing him a certain goal, it was a gamble. While this incident differed from Suarez's infamous handball, the intent remained the same. A penalty was far better than a guaranteed goal. The commentator from Dragon Country, while discussing the penalty incident, could hardly conceal his excitement. For it was Zhao Gang who would take the penalty. Zhao Gang was poised to become the unequivocal hero of this match. Furthermore, should he convert this penalty, he would singularly hold the record for consecutive goals in the championship. This milestone was monumental for him and for the legion of fans in Dragon Country who followed him closely. Though the commentator maintained his professionalism, he could not suppress his exhilaration upon witnessing this moment. This was a record that countless English and European players had never achieved. Zhao Gang was on the verge of claiming a record that, for a player's honor, was even more significant than a championship title. Championship titles were won every year, but this record would be etched in history for a century. Every forward in the championship would look up to this achievement. As the next prolific forward emerged, countless media outlets would undoubtedly compare him to Zhao Gang. No longer would Zhao Gang be merely a challenger, but a mentor, a monument. For the past 3 years, Hilo had been Norwich's primary penalty taker, whether in the Premier League last season or in the championship prior. In the first championship match of this season, Hilo had also scored a penalty before succumbing to injury. Hilo picked up the ball, and the commentator from Dragon Country, in a mix of excitement and confusion, pondered aloud. Could it be that Hilo intends to take the penalty himself? This record was of immense importance to Zhao Gang. Was Hilo being a bit too presumptuous? The 2 assists he received were from Zhao Gang. Did he not feel compelled to reciprocate? Under normal circumstances, this could be understood. But with Zhao Gang's streak on the line, should he not defer? Hilo had never achieved a hat-trick in a match. Surely, this record would also be appealing to him. Moreover, Hilo had always been the team's primary penalty taker. Another commentator quickly attempted to mitigate the situation, as his partner had begun to speak indiscriminately. The live chat erupted with criticism of Hilo. Useless. You can't score, and your big brother helps you find your form, and this is how you repay him? They were taken aback that it was a teammate who would end Zhao Gang's record. Trash. Get out. Sell him. Hilo approached Zhao Gang, holding the ball out to him. Hilo's reputation for selfishness and dominance on the field was well known. He rarely passed the ball, especially not for a penalty. Previously, he had shown a lack of defensive effort, blaming his teammates instead. However, at this pivotal moment, one that could decide the match, one that would garner the most attention from fans, Hilo, in a surprising display of humility, willingly relinquished the opportunity. Hilo handed the ball to Zhao Gang, seemingly concerned that someone might snatch it away before passing it to him. The commentator, who had just criticized Hilo, now found him to be quite endearing. Zhao Gang had already equaled the record for consecutive goals in championship history. Should he score this penalty, he would singularly claim it. This was a cause for celebration for Zhao Gang and for the devoted fans still watching from their screens. The crowd rose to their feet, and a massive banner unfurled from the north stand, featuring a depiction of Zhao Gang's goal celebration. Above Zhao Gang's raised fingers were 2 prominent digits, 1, 4, representing this monumental record in the championship. Clearly, the fans had come prepared. Nearby, a banner read in English, "We are all witnesses." The camera panned over the fans, who waved their hands vigorously, their faces flushed with excitement. They had initially thought Zhao Gang would end his record today, but a miraculous moment had arrived. Fate seemed to favor this legendary youth. In the final moments, the opposing goalkeeper made a blunder, bringing down Hilo. The deafening roar from the fans almost drowned out the referee's whistle. Zhao Gang shook his head. "I told you, you'll be the hero of this match." Calmly, he returned the ball to Hilo. This was not an act of pretense. He simply felt that if given the chance, he must fulfill his word. Moreover, he did not place too much importance on the championship goal record. "I shall be mercilessly criticized by the fans." Hilo chuckled softly. "Moreover, even if this is not your record, this penalty should be taken by you. Your shooting technique surpasses mine. For the sake of the team, you ought to be the primary penalty taker." Hilo, who has always relished showcasing his prowess and maintained a solitary presence on the field, would have never behaved this way in the past. However, today, Zhao Gang imparted some valuable lessons to him. To be the leader of the team is not solely dependent on scoring goals. The true leader who can captivate the fans and unite the players is the one who makes the right choices at the right moments. All right, Zhao Gang seized the ball, and an overwhelming roar of cheers and applause erupted in the stadium. The fans witnessed Hilo's performance and the harmonious interaction between the two core players, dispelling the gloom in their hearts. Although Wright's injury had become a reality, Hilo's return and their harmonious display invigorated the fans even more. Upon Hilo's return, countless supporters were concerned whether this former star would disrupt the team's locker room due to his temperament. After all, this player is both adored and loathed by the fans. He possesses ball control, dribbling skills, and the ability to score, yet tends to be overly individualistic. Unexpectedly, upon his return, he exhibited such a humble demeanor. Standing at the penalty spot, Zhao Gang focused intently, while Claire incessantly muttered from the sidelines, attempting to influence Zhao Gang's emotions. Zhao Gang did not even spare him a glance, merely shaking his head. At the sound of the referee's whistle, everyone retreated from the penalty area. Zhao Gang charged forward, lifted his leg, and struck the ball with tremendous force. The ball soared into the corner, leaving the goalkeeper limp on the ground. 3-2. Splendid. Zhao Gang sealed the match. He established a new record for consecutive goals in the championship, despite Norwich being on the back foot throughout the match. Zhao Gang's 2 assists and 1 goal led the team to a comeback victory over Millwall. This was an ordinary yet remarkably significant match, a victory that appeared dull yet was profoundly stirring. Showdown. Hilo. Norwich emerged victorious. They could now prepare with peace of mind for their upcoming Europa League match against Manchester United. Hilo Ospina. A throng of supporters surrounded Zhao Gang. Inside Carrow Road, some ecstatic fans had already begun igniting fireworks. When the match concluded, Zico, who had scored for Millwall, approached Zhao Gang, hoping to exchange jerseys. Zhao Gang removed his jersey, marking his second exchange, the first being with Hummels. One wonders if there will be another opportunity to meet that exceptional defender again. Chapter 42. The commanding Hilo at the post-match press conference. Falk appeared before the media alongside the recently returned Hilo. This outcome was not surprising. After all, Hilo had once been the undeniable core of the team. In his first match back, he scored twice and earned a penalty that turned the tide in favor of the team. Judging solely by the result, Hilo indeed delivered a commendable performance. However, those who watched the match and understood the game recognized that Hilo only regained his form after scoring. Prior to the 70th minute, he was merely wandering through the match. Had Millwall's forwards capitalized on their opportunities, the score could have easily been 5 o'clock, leaving Norwich no chance for a comeback. The outcome of this match, for us, is a pleasant surprise. Everyone witnessed the passion and vigor of our substitute players, though their technical skills left much to be desired. I must express my gratitude for the hard work of all the players. Fox summarized that this match served as a training exercise, and he observed the players' performances closely. It can be said that the display was rather disheartening. Fortunately, these players are obedient, though their skills and awareness significantly lagged. Coach Falk, are you aware of Zhao's consecutive goals record? Will a substitute's 20-minute appearance end his streak? Did you consider this beforehand? My original plan was to rest Zhao. I only decided to put him on the field spontaneously, wanting to see how he and Hilo interacted during the match. The result was delightful. Zhao is not only a formidable forward, but also enhances our tactical options with his set-piece abilities. As for the record, I previously discussed it with Zhao. For him, such records do not weigh heavily on his mind. Even at the last moment, he still wanted Hilo to take the penalty, continuing to assist Hilo in regaining his form. He no longer needs to prove his greatness through records. He is undoubtedly the best player I have ever coached. A coach seldom makes such statements. It can be a considerable blow to other players and may even create discord. However, Zhao Gang's performance transcends the field. His character shines brightly. He likens himself to a warrior, always adhering to the coach's directives when it comes to football. Such a player, humble yet immensely talented, is impossible not to admire. Zhao Gang deserves such praise. Hilo, Coach Falk has never stated that you are his best player. What are your thoughts? The inquisitive reporter, as expected, sought to unearth a story. Zhao Gang's dominance in overcoming Millwall is no longer newsworthy. It seems that only his lack of scoring would qualify as news. Falk shook his head in resignation. These reporters are well aware of Hilo's personality. He has always been the team's ticking time bomb, periodically reminding everyone through the media that he is the core of Norwich. It can be said that he constantly seeks to showcase himself. Now, posing such questions will undoubtedly irritate Hilo, and his competitive nature may lead him to utter peculiar remarks. Hilo leaned towards a microphone, and as expected, his words were astonishing. My thoughts? You must be out of your mind to ask such a question. Yes, you are an outsider, clearly lacking football knowledge. If you had played alongside Zhao, you wouldn't dare ask such a question. I forgive you. The reporter's face flushed with embarrassment, while nearby colleagues stifled laughter. Fox shook his head again, not out of despair, but purely out of amusement. Zhao Gang, through a single match, managed to elicit such a protective response from this flamboyant, self-centered player. This exemplifies the dual manifestation of skill and charisma. If he's not the best player I have coached, who could possibly be? So, Hilo, what are your thoughts on the upcoming match against Manchester United next week? Such a question is naturally directed at Hilo. What could Falk possibly say? Only Hilo's character can articulate the sentiments the media craves. Manchester United? The one coached by Guardiola? Very strong. We find it quite challenging to overcome them. Mr. Guardiola coaches Manchester City, not the Manchester football team. Mr. Guardiola is the coach of Manchester City. Your opponent is Manchester United. I had no idea there was a Manchester United. I have always been excited at the prospect of facing a team from Manchester. I've been overly enthusiastic. Haven TI, let me return and check on Manchester United. I've heard others say that the teams from Manchester regard Norwich as merely a championship team, that our players are amateurs, and that Zhao is merely a discarded player. I thought only the Premier League champions could boast so boldly. It turns out they're another team. Although I am unfamiliar with this team, I hope that when they confront us, they will not be weeping and wailing. When David made those remarks, no Norwich player stood up to retort, for while David's words were harsh, they seemed to hold a grain of truth. If Zhao Gang does not retaliate, it will be challenging for the other players to stand up as well. However, Hilo is different. Hilo's persona stands firm. I'm the best in the world. The Norwich players, gathered before the television, could not contain their excitement, rising to cheer loudly in response to Hilo's words. David's comments cut deeply, igniting a surge of determination among them, readying themselves for a fierce battle for their team. For showdown, Hilo has now made his stance clear. The war has commenced. Perrin sat on the couch in Zhao Gang's modest apartment, which was kindly rented with the help of the Falkto people. Observing Hilo's performance, he sighed, Zhao, your talent, your skills, and your character are all admirable. Yet you lack this kind of assertiveness. Perhaps it's the education from long country that has instilled in you a perpetual humility. While this is not inherently negative, to truly become the leader of the team, one must not only maintain harmony among teammates, but also vocalize their sentiments and fiercely retaliate against all adversaries. Hilo embodies this superbly. Zhao Gang nodded, but I'm not adept at that. I can articulate such sentiments, yet if we were to lose, it would feel like a slap in my own face. However, it can be approached gradually. You could be the undeniable core on the field and a leader without necessarily becoming the dominant figure in the locker room. Chapter 43, Future Superstar. That evening, Perrin invited Zhao Gang to dinner, where they discussed various business matters. Some sports brands have already taken notice of Zhao Gang's performance, with the most sincere offer coming from the Long Country's Town Sports, willing to invest £10 million for a 6-year contract. This is a highly attractive proposition for a player of Zhao Gang's age, competing in the championship. Over $1 million a year, equivalent to Zhao Gang's salary, which he could earn with minimal effort. Although Perrin had previously suggested that Zhao Gang could establish his own management team in Long Country to handle commercial collaborations, Zhao Gang had no immediate plans for that. Perrin's work is highly professional, whether negotiating a pay raise with Norwich, dealing with various Premier League clubs, or outright rejecting an offer from Hung Tai. Every step he takes is evidently in Zhao Gang's best interest rather than merely pursuing his own gain. Perrin, I hope you can manage all commercial matters. I trust you to do well. As I have said before, you are an exceptional partner. Zhao Gang had once addressed this topic in response to probing media questions, who insinuated that he was under the influence of his agent, Perrin. Perrin smiled and nodded. Indeed. Zhao, you are remarkable, discerning, and adept at navigating relationships. This must be attributed to the education from Long Country. You are not swayed by external factors, nor do you indulge in the peculiar hobbies of other players, women, alcohol, even marijuana, or parties. What you are determined to achieve, you will accomplish. Upon hearing the word party, Zhao Gang felt somewhat uncomfortable. Previously, at the Carrington training camp, he often attended parties with Dong Lu. The last time you faced the media, you were absolutely right. Although I have never mentioned this to you, I do watch all your interviews. You said professionals should handle professional matters, and outside the pitch, you would heed my advice. Do you understand how heartfelt and warm such words are for an agent? I believe this reflects the unique education from Long Country, humble yet wise. If only Long Country players possessed your skills, I could sign on more talent. Perrin lamented, the character of Long Country people is truly commendable, but their technical skills leave much to be desired. They can scarcely hold a place on the European leagues as substitutes. Zhao Gang was unaware that conflicts often arise between agents and players, primarily because many young athletes lack understanding of commercial matters and often feel compelled to criticize their agents, even suspecting them of greed. Perrin longed to convey to those foolish individuals that even if I were to benefit from the contracts negotiated, they would be far less valuable than the ones you painstakingly earned. After their meal, Zhao Gang returned to his abode. He opened the system, having already received its notification. Yet he felt no urgency. Unlike before, when a notification would prompt immediate attention, he now understood that his record-breaking goal streak had garnered a reward from the system. Now that he had surpassed 10 consecutive victories, the system points could no longer be acquired through league wins and could only be earned by triumphing over formidable opponents or by setting personal records, which would yield rewards. Initially, Zhao Gang was unaware that this record would result in a reward. Otherwise, he would not have relinquished the penalty kick. He received 10 system points and a lucky experience card. This card lasts for 20 minutes and can be utilized on the pitch. Once activated, it enhances his luck, ensuring that his shots are guaranteed to score, interceptions are always successful, opponents miss their shots, passes go out of bounds, and dribbles result in falls. Zhao Gang's eyes widened. This was not merely a lucky card. It was an invincibility card. 20 minutes of invulnerability, allowing him to shoot incessantly. Was this not a one-sided massacre? It seemed too surreal. Upon closer inspection, he noted that while the term must suggested certainty, it was contingent upon activation. This indicated that the effects were not guaranteed to trigger, but depended on probability. Nevertheless, even with this caveat, it was formidable. If the opponent's shot triggered it, would it not just miss entirely? Zhao Gang suddenly recalled Sterling, the famous ambassador of Manchester City's joyful football, and wondered if he possessed a misfortune card that ensured he would miss open goals. Otherwise, how could he so mystifyingly squander so many clear chances? With 10 system points, Zhao Gang allocated them all to passing, as the recent injury to Light and Hilo's return had prompted Fark to adjust the formation. Zhao Gang withdrew slightly, assuming a more playmaking role in the forward line. His seamless, one-touch passes enriched the team's tactical diversity. Now, Zhao Gang's passing skill reached 91, making him perfectly suited for this position, which resembled a free-spirited forward, uninvolved in defensive duties. Such a privilege undoubtedly positioned him as the team's core. Akin to Messi's role in Barcelona, of course, the fame of Zhao Gang in Norwich was far from Messi and Barcelona's grandeur. After utilizing the 10 system points, Zhao Gang unlocked a new rating category, tackling, at 30. Indeed, he was in the realm of amateurs. However, there was no immediate need to enhance his defensive skills like tackling or intercepting. After a restful sleep, Zhao Gang learned that in his previous match, where he played as a substitute for 20 minutes, contributing 2 assists and 1 goal, a prestigious rating agency awarded him a perfect score of 10. His performance, compared to past displays, was not exceptionally outstanding. In fact, when juxtaposed with his debut match against Borussia Dortmund, it paled in comparison. Yet, this was indeed his first perfect score. The reason was clear. His withdrawal on the pitch activated Hilo. His role transcended mere individual prowess. He elevated his teammates, igniting their passion and fighting spirit. This was the crux of his excellence. His performance was truly deserving of the epithet perfect. A score of his caliber is rarely seen in top-tier leagues. Even the formidable Barcelona trident and Real Madrid's legendary midfielders seldom attain such ratings. This marks the first instance of a player from the English Championship receiving such recognition, and it is also a historic moment for a player from Longwa. Zhao Gang awoke from his slumber to discover that the duration of his lucky card had been extended by 20 minutes, a result of this remarkable achievement. This unprecedented record in the English Championship will likely remain unchallenged by any future contenders. With a stellar performance, Zhao Gang steered Norwich City to continued victory, as the prodigious youth established a new record for consecutive goals, earning a perfect score in the process. He stands as both the creator and the destroyer of records. Leading an entirely reserve squad, Zhao Gang orchestrated a dramatic turnaround within a mere 20 minutes. The once self-proclaimed penalty king graciously relinquished the spot kick, solidifying Zhao Gang's position as the true linchpin of the team. The Carrow Road Sports Report, a media outlet from Longwa, has developed an immense fondness for this young talent. Each match he plays generates headlines, contrasting sharply with the past when they had to search diligently for reasons to celebrate a victory. Now, they can effortlessly pen articles about Zhao Gang. His performances have captivated not only the media, but also the fans, particularly during the Europa League clash against Borussia Dortmund. The football enthusiasts of Norwich County stood outside the stadium, seemingly poised for chaos. Yet in reality, they collaborated with the police to maintain order. Many former extremists have now been completely won over by Zhao Gang, with some hooligan factions routinely patrolling the streets on match days. In the past, provocations from figures like Claire would have prompted these rowdy fans to seize the moment to attack the visiting team's bus or even engage in brawls with rival supporters. However, now there exists a harmonious atmosphere. Why? Because we triumphed. Our reserve players left you searching for answers. We will sing in farewell to you jesters. The sales of the Carrow Road Sports Report have surged, all due to two simple characters, Zhao Gang. As long as his name is mentioned, the content seems irrelevant, and fans fervently purchase the publication. Merchandise such as shoes and jerseys has sold out, with prices soaring to over $100, as fans simultaneously lament the management while indulging in purchases. This is also why Pelin has hesitated to sign with a sports brand. He recognizes a monumental opportunity. Zhao Gang's skills and charisma are bound to incite fervor among fans worldwide. Currently, Zhao Gang has yet to reach his peak and lacks the bargaining power. In the coming year, when he enters the Premier League, countless sports brands will be eager to shower him with financial incentives. For other young players, hearing that a sports brand is willing to invest millions would prompt an immediate contract signing. Yet, Zhao Gang has not consulted Pelin, allowing him to make all decisions. £1 million, with almost no effort required. Such temptation barely phases Zhao Gang. If he does not succeed, who will? These external factors have not impacted Zhao Gang. Regardless of whether it is Zhao Gang, Falk, or the entire management and players of Norwich, including the devoted fans, the primary focus remains on the upcoming home match against Manchester United in the Europa League. The ignition sparked by Shiro has elevated the anticipation for this already high-profile match to unprecedented levels. While Manchester United may currently be experiencing a downturn, they undeniably possess a rich heritage as a football giant. Shiro's dismissive remarks about Manchester United have incited controversy, particularly regarding David's role as a representative of the club's management, making it impossible for him to shy away from confrontation. Otherwise, would he not be tarnishing Manchester United's reputation? Indeed, I have previously remarked that Norwich players struggle to adapt to the pace of the Premier League and that Zhao's fundamental skills require improvement. I fail to see where I went wrong for the media to cling to these statements. When confronted by the press, David maintained a composed demeanor. What do you have to say regarding Shiro's claim that there is only one team in Manchester and that Manchester United is unknown to him? Who is Shiro? David inquired with curiosity. Oh, I presume he is a player for Norwich? I wonder if you knew of him before he made such peculiar comments? The reporter shook his head, acknowledging that they had to feign ignorance. This is the truth. He is merely a buffoon attempting to leverage Manchester United's fame for his own gain, and now he has succeeded. Furthermore, I would like to address the matter of Zhao Gang. No club in Europe understands Longwood players better than we do. Our first team previously signed a player from Longwood, and the outcome is well known. Our youth academy has repeatedly collaborated with the Longwood Football Association. The dedication of Longwood players is commendable, and their potential is immense. However, they still have a long journey ahead in their football development. Are you suggesting that Longwood players are unworthy of Manchester United, unworthy of the Premier League? That the English Championship is the pinnacle for Longwood players? Such assumptions are purely your own. I have never stated anything of the sort. David's knowing smile at the end betrayed his thoughts. David's interview ignited the fury of Longwood fans. What is wrong with Longwood players? Immense potential? Does that imply they are simply inadequate? Are the Brits now adopting a condescending tone? Unworthy of the Premier League? Who do you think you are? Once Zhao Gang dismantles Manchester United, you'll be humbled. This is far more infuriating than earning a fortune from Longwood, while the critics feast and declare us incapable. Can't the Football Association assert itself and terminate collaboration with Manchester United? Manchester United is formidable, yet they're facing Norwich, unaware of their own level, still believing themselves superior? David's comments may be harsh, yet they reflect reality. Our players are indeed confined to the English Championship. Even so, the contempt is palpable. To David, Longwood players are utterly worthless, a notion that even the typically reserved Zhao Gang finds intolerable. Yet, as he expressed to Pelin, he is not one for verbal sparring. Unlike Carrow, who boldly makes provocative statements. Thus, Zhao Gang refrained from retaliating against David. He is biding his time, anticipating the forthcoming match, ready to channel all his energy into proving David wrong. In the conference room, Falk has been devising strategies to motivate his players in preparation for this pivotal match. It is crucial, as all Norwich fans and management regard this game with great significance. According to my sources, although Manchester United is placing considerable importance on this Europa League match, they will likely make substantial rotations in their lineup due to their aspirations for a top-4 finish and the limitations of their own strength. Key players such as Di Maria and Rooney will be on the bench. Consequently, we have a significant opportunity to secure victory. In terms of player value, Manchester United's substitutes far exceed Norwich's in quality, and it is commendable that Norwich players can even make the rotation in the Premier League. Thus, the deployment of Manchester United's reserves does not indicate an abandonment of the match. They merely believe that Norwich poses no threat to their progression. They can afford to treat this match lightly. Upon hearing this news, the defenders, led by Mendy, breathed a sigh of relief. The personal abilities of these two individuals may render them as easy to deal with as crossing a street. No one in Norwich can effectively defend against them. Premier League players find it challenging to contain them, let alone those of championship caliber. However, there exists a sense of disappointment for them, as not being able to compete against the finest forward lines in the Premier League is a regret. Soon, the first match of the Europa League round of 16 will commence at Carrow Road. Chapter 44. Underestimating the opponent. Manchester United pays the price. As the Manchester United players arrived at Carrow Road in their bus, they were indeed taken aback. During their previous encounters in the Premier League, the two teams had met twice, with Manchester United decisively defeating their opponents with an aggregate score of 6-0. The last time they visited Carrow Road, although the stands were filled with fans, there were hardly any supporters outside the stadium. Today, however, Carrow Road is teeming with people, a sea of fans both within and outside the stadium. Flags and banners flutter everywhere. This atmosphere far surpasses that of Old Trafford. Is it because of us? If it weren't for Manchester United, how could there be so many fans? This is the allure of a prestigious club. Last time, there were not this many people. Liu Xiaopeng felt that the primary reason might not be Manchester United, although they certainly add to the appeal. The combined number of fans inside and outside the stadium likely exceeds 80 to 90,000. While Norwich was once a Premier League team, they never managed to remain in the top tier for more than 2 seasons. As a top Premier League club, Manchester United naturally harbors a certain disdain for championship teams. They rarely pay attention to championship clubs, focusing only on established rivals. Teams like Norwich, which oscillate between leagues, barely warrant a glance. Nevertheless, the sheer number of fans genuinely astonished the Manchester United players, especially considering that about 70 to 80% of them don the number 18 jersey. For players accustomed to grand spectacles, this was a significant visual shock. Indeed, Manchester United is a prestigious club, Yet even the illustrious Zhao Gang or the international superstar Ronaldo lack such magnetic appeal. With regard to David, the Manchester United players are aware of this young talent from the Dragon Country. However, they do not pay much attention, as he is merely a player for Norwich. There are countless geniuses, but without proving themselves in the top leagues, they fail to capture the focus of these players. If he were an English player, perhaps he would become a topic of discussion. Yet today, as seen, certainly evoked feelings of envy, though jealousy was far from the sentiment. A young individual, just beginning his career, has garnered such a following. Every player at Manchester United is a prodigy. Who among them was not extraordinary in their youth, but who possesses such an influential draw? Today's match will serve as a lesson for that newcomer about what true football entails. He may be akin to Justin Bieber, but does he truly know how to play? Fellaini observed the fans, feeling that this lad resembled more of a heartthrob than a footballer. Well, let him understand what a Premier League defense is like. And as for Hilo, the coach specifically instructed to make his game particularly uncomfortable. Blind concurred. Falk had received erroneous intelligence. Manchester United was not fielding a team of substitutes, but rather deploying the majority of their starting players. Defense is paramount. Whether it is Rooney or Di Maria, pressure must be applied whenever they possess the ball. The rest should seek opportunities to exploit any gaps. I am aware of their top-tier caliber in the Premier League. You will face considerable pressure, but you must remain fully alert. Tight marking is essential to disrupt their passing routes. We must ensure they feel the heat. Hilo, at critical moments, you must retreat to provide cover, but remain vigilant for counterattacks. I require your speed and dribbling prowess. Always be mindful of Zhao's passing routes. Do you understand? Falk had already repositioned Zhao Gang from a forward role. He now resembles a playmaker, or rather, a free spirit on the field. His passing ability showcased during training convinced Falk that he could locate Hilo's runs from any position on the field. Currently, Wright's injury has left the midfield lacking coordination, and Zhao Gang fills that void excellently. Moreover, against Manchester United, Norwich essentially does not require ball possession. Zhao Gang's dribbling shortcomings are nearly inconsequential. When defenders gain possession, they must find Zhao. Only in hopeless situations should they consider alternatives. Falk has solidified his tactics, using Zhao Gang as the initiating point for attacks. His passes will slice through Manchester United's defense. Hilo's speed may be their sole advantage. If the defense can hold firm and they manage to secure a counterattack, it would be nothing short of perfection. Norwich shall emerge victorious. Victory is assured. The players gathered together, Hilo's eyes wide as he shouted, with the others joining in a unified roar. Greetings to our audience. This is Gugu Sports, bringing you a highlight match in the Europa League round of 32. I am Shunjian. It has been a while since we last met. Shunjian is currently broadcasting a La Liga match. Although he typically does not commentate on the Europa League, as the head of the fan club, he is more than qualified. Thus, he makes an appearance for matches featuring Zhao Gang. He laments the lack of broadcasting rights for the championship. Otherwise, he could enjoy the excitement weekly. This is indeed a focal match, possibly the one our Dragon Country fans are most keenly anticipating this year. Even the clash between La Liga's Wu Qiuwang and Barcelona cannot draw this many fans. Shun Jian gazed at the explosive barrage of comments in the chat room, reflecting on the fervor that rivals that of the World Cup. When will Zhao Gang join the national team? And is there a possibility he could lead them beyond Asia? Could he once again fulfill the dreams of Dragon Country fans? Shun Jian refocused. Manchester United, as a Premier League titan, has experienced a brief period of decline since Ferguson's retirement, yet remains one of the most influential football clubs globally. I need not elaborate further. What we must discuss is the opposing team, Norwich. Fans of the Premier League must have heard of the Canaries. After being relegated from the Premier League last season, Norwich struggled somewhat. However, following the acquisition of Zhao Gang from the Dragon Country, they have surged forward, climbing from the relegation zone to the playoff spots for promotion, with a genuine chance of securing direct promotion. Indeed, Norwich's transformation began the moment Zhao Gang joined the squad. Initially playing as a forward, he consistently scored, breaking the consecutive goals record. Remarkably, he has played 14 fewer matches than Harlow, yet has netted 4 more goals, currently standing atop the scoring chart. If this trend continues, the Golden Boot will soon be within his grasp. Curiously, Falk's recent match saw Zhao Gang drop deeper to collect the ball, taking on a midfield role. Based on today's starting lineup, Zhao Gang will still play in midfield. He has positioned Hilo and Ospina ahead of him, allowing the most prolific scorer, Zhao Gang, to organize the play from a deeper position. Zhang Xiang took over the conversation, recounting Zhao Gang's numerous achievements. Yes, this is indeed an unusual shift. However, Zhao Gang possesses formidable passing ability, and with right sideline due to injury, Hilo cannot fill the midfield role due to his poor passing vision and intent. This is likely unavoidable. This also indicates that, at least in the coach's eyes, Zhao Gang is capable of excelling in multiple positions. In the previous match, Zhao Gang's pass in the dying moments indeed showcased his vision and capability. Yes, as we watch the game shortly, we will discern the nuances of Zhao Gang's positioning and whether he can develop a chemistry with Hilo Ospina. At Carrow Road, the crowd cheers rose in a crescendo. Let's defeat Manchester United. Norwich shall prevail. Zhao, showdown. Meanwhile, the away section was filled with Manchester United supporters who had traveled from afar to cheer for their team. This is the allure of a prestigious club. Even when playing away, the stands brim with loyal fans. During the opening ceremony, both sets of supporters erupted into even louder roars. Zhao Gang observed Manchester United's starting lineup, a 3-4-2-1 formation, with only 3 defenders, 6 midfielders, and a lone striker. Van Gaal had deployed a new tactical arrangement. In goal was De Gea, with defenders Smalling, Valencia, and Luke Shaw. In the midfield, Blind partnered with Mata, complemented by Ashley Young and Fellaini. Up front were the angelic Di Maria and the rising star lingered, with Rooney leading the attack. The atmosphere shimmered with brilliance. The referee's whistle pierced the air, and Norwich commenced the match. Fox stood at the sidelines, taking deep breaths, feeling a rare sense of nervousness amidst the resounding encouragement from the crowd. Van Gaal, a world-class coach, remained remarkably composed despite Manchester United's uneven performances. He glanced at Falk, whose stature paled in comparison. Leading Norwich to the Premier League and achieving a miraculous FA Cup victory was already commendable. Noticing Falk's anxiety, Van Gaal shook his head, recognizing that despite age, he had yet to witness the grand stage. Following the coach's instructions, Blind moved closer to Hilo, tauntingly recalling a previous match where he scored right before Hilo's eyes, boasting that even a defensive midfielder could outscore a forward. Such banter could significantly affect one's mindset. Hilo, with his fiery temperament, would not back down, declaring today he would score, and Blind would be reduced to his lesser counterpart. In the center circle, Ospina passed the ball to Zhao Gang. At the onset, Manchester United's midfield appeared sluggish. Zhao Gang, poised with the ball, surveyed the field for a good 4 to 5 seconds before Mata and Fellaini approached, preparing to dispossess him. Zhao Gang attracted their attention, but instead of dribbling, he struck the ball with the outside of his foot, curving it with remarkable speed. Hilo, stationed near Manchester United's backline, swiftly broke the offside trap. The ball traveled too quickly for the defenders to react in time. They could only sprint towards Hilo. Blind, running the fastest, recalled their earlier banter. Just as he had teased Hilo, he now faced the embarrassment of conceding a goal. Hilo's pace was astonishing. This pass caught Manchester United completely off guard. With a clear chance on goal, De Gea hesitated to rush out. Blind attempted to pull Hilo back, but failed to make contact. Hilo, calm and composed, slotted the ball into the top right corner. Although De Gea was tall and quick, he could not match the speed of the ball, which struck the net with a resounding thud. The goal was scored just 10 seconds into the match. What a dream start. Ladies and gentlemen, the match has officially begun. Norwich kicked off, with Ospina passing to Zhao Gang. It was evident that Manchester United's players were slightly complacent, taking 3 to 4 seconds before pressing. Perhaps they underestimated Zhao Gang and Norwich. Shun Jian began his commentary, noting that they were, after all, Manchester United starters, and perhaps had yet to fully engage against a championship team. As Shun Jian prepared to introduce Manchester United's lineup, he exclaimed in disbelief as the ball found the net. Just as he was about to compare Zhao Gang's strengths and weaknesses against Lingard or Rooney, the goal was scored. A jubilant laugh erupted from Zhang Xiang, contrasting sharply with the reactions of the commentators from Dragon Country. Brooke leapt up, shouting Zhao Gang's name. A cacophony of jubilant noise enveloping the studio. A celebratory gong was handed to him, a prearranged prop, and the studio resonated with bright, festive sounds, creating an atmosphere that was both amusing and passionate. Fans watching at home rejoiced, jumping in delight amidst the peculiar background music. Just 10 seconds into the game, Zhao Gang and Hilo's flawless cooperation had paid off. Fox's strategy was a resounding success. Zhao Gang had created the opportunity, finding Hilo, who had successfully eluded the offside trap. This goal marked the fastest in the history of the UEFA Europa League. The previous record holder was Sevilla's winger, Vitalo, at 13 seconds and 12 milliseconds. Sun Jian, prepared with various records, was astonished that this record had been shattered, and even more so that it was Zhao Gang's assist. Sun Jian was overwhelmed with excitement, feeling like a witness to history. Zhao Gang's scoring streak had left the audience in awe, while the studio host felt a twinge of envy, being yet another witness to this moment. He hadn't even finished introducing the lineup. In fact, he had only just begun. The home side had effortlessly broken the deadlock. Fox stood at the sidelines, fists raised triumphantly. This tactical collaboration had been rehearsed and executed flawlessly. While it may not be effective against championship teams, it had proven successful against Manchester United, who had evidently underestimated Norwich. Now, they found themselves trailing. After scoring, Hilo did not rush to celebrate, but ran towards Blind, shouting Grandpa. Grandpa! If he had failed to score, it would have been Blind calling him Grandpa. But in a twist of fate, Hilo preempted him, leaving Blind flustered and embarrassed. Grandpa, I am your father. Chapter 45. This is not right. You are deceiving me. I can't believe it. I was still looking for Zhao Gang, and the goal was scored? This is unbelievable. The match just started. The commentary was remarkably professional, with countless fans in the live stream expressing their excitement, chanting Zhao Gang's brilliance, and playfully teasing Sun Jian for his amusing tone. He prepared to solemnly introduce Manchester United's starting lineup, yet the sudden turn of events caught him off guard. He hurriedly recited the commentary he had meticulously prepared, resulting in an abrupt delivery. The roar of the crowd at Carrow Road was deafening. Zhao, Hilo. The fans were ecstatic. Such a beginning was unforeseen. Who would have expected that, against Manchester United and their Premier League defense, they could penetrate so effortlessly? Luke Shaw and Valencia were momentarily stunned, while only Blind, who was tracking Hilo, hurried back. Prior to the match, even the local media in Norwich dared not predict a victory over Manchester United. The entirety of the English media was overwhelmingly confident that Manchester United would secure an easy win. Even the fans held back their extravagant hopes, although a portion remained fervently loyal to their team. Borussia Dortmund had already returned home defeated. Although they had not given their all, they fielded their strongest lineup. How could a Manchester United that seemed somewhat adrift be superior to Dortmund? Another goal. The supporters in the stands waved their jerseys, shouting with fervor. Hilo embraced his approaching teammates, and after a brief celebration, he continuously encouraged them to defend. Let's take down Manchester United. We can secure fourth place in the Premier League. Manchester United, though facing challenges, could still guarantee a fourth-place finish. All players promptly returned to their positions. The goalkeeper kicked the turf vigorously, shouting encouragement to his teammates. The Norwich players understood that the ensuing moments would be exceedingly difficult. After conceding a goal due to defensive errors, Manchester United's backline was undoubtedly brimming with frustration, prepared to defend with utmost diligence. Against a championship team, they would not allow themselves to lose. Rooney, Di Maria, and Lingard would relentlessly assault a defense that lacked technical acumen. Farke, with a serious demeanor, finally regained focus upon witnessing his team's relaxed state. It became evident that he was not merely anxious about the match, but rather keenly observing the interplay between Zhao and Hilo. Van Gaal shouted instructions to Mata, who turned to see Van Gaal pointing at Zhao, clenching his fist and gesturing emphatically. This was not a directive from Mata to commit a foul, but rather to exert every effort to restrict Zhao's passing. Van Gaal, of such stature, had not yet descended to inciting his players to harm opponents. Mata nodded and moved beside Blind, who had initially been tasked with assisting Luke Shaw in marking Hilo. Now, the two needed to collaborate to secure the defense against these two players. As Manchester United commenced play from the center circle, Norwich's formation shifted. Only Hilo remained forward, while Ospina positioned himself more like a tall center back, transforming their setup into a 6-3-1. This was Farke's strategy. Containing Di Maria and Rooney seemed nearly impossible. However, with more bodies in defense, the chances for mistakes diminished. Angel Di Maria received the ball. Once a star at Real Madrid, his prowess eclipsed his fame. Aside from a slight deficiency in physicality and resilience, He excelled in nearly every aspect, particularly in passing and dribbling. Defending against him was a formidable challenge, not just for Norwich players, but for anyone in the Premier League. Yet, since joining Manchester United, he seems somewhat out of sorts. His individual skill against Norwich's defenders was akin to playing against children, effortlessly bypassing the midfield. With a feint, he skillfully evaded a defender. However, Norwich's players, evidently more invigorated than those of Manchester United, quickly provided support. Demar deftly returned the ball, aware that further advancement could lead to being cornered by two defenders. As Fellaini received the ball, an opponent charged in to disrupt him, engaging in physical confrontation. Fellaini, bracing against the defender, awkwardly returned the pass. Despite their technical and physical advantages, Norwich's fighting spirit and determination were palpable. The ball nearly fell victim to another interception. Farke crouched at the sidelines, vociferously urging his players to defend. Their performance was commendable. With 6 defenders forming a formidable barrier, Manchester United found it challenging to penetrate in the short term. They could only seek opportunities through ball movement. As Manchester United exchanged passes, Rooney finally detected a gap. Demar executed a precise lofted ball, and Rooney leaped to connect, directing the ball into the goalkeeper's arms. Frustrated, Rooney slapped his forehead as the crowd erupted in gasps. Norwich's players surged forward, with the goalkeeper launching a powerful throw to Zhao. Zhao encountered open space ahead, though his speed was not exceptional, and his dribbling needed refinement. Mata raced in from behind. Zhao delicately flicked the ball, passing it to Hilo in the center. Hilo's advantages lay in his speed and dribbling skills. Zhao's pass was perfectly weighted and angled, allowing Hilo to sprint without needing to adjust. Luke Shaw and Smalling raced back defensively. Faced with these two, Hilo's pace was not an advantage. Gritting his teeth, he instinctively nudged the ball outward. Zhao was already in position, observing the incoming football. Just as Mata approached to disrupt, Zhao extended his foot, and the ball continued its path towards Smalling, who, quick on his feet, executed a graceful slide tackle, redirecting the ball back to Hilo. Wow, Smalling thought, a moment of surprise washing over him. This guy's passing technique is intriguing. He had anticipated Zhao's pass and had dived to intercept, only for the ball to curve unexpectedly. Oh, Hilo can actually pass. Shinjian couldn't help but admire the simplicity of the play. He would only pass to Zhao. No one else stood a chance. After receiving the ball, Hilo quickly accelerated, with Luke Shaw applying pressure from behind. Blind, having retreated further back, was poised to pounce at the right moment. Valencia had also reached his position, and together they aimed to thwart Hilo, knowing he would struggle to advance. Hilo glanced at Zhao, who was sprinting forward with all his might, but still lagged behind Hilo's pace. An idea struck Hilo. He pretended to pass to Zhao, but protected the ball with his ankle. Just as anticipated, Shaw stretched out his leg, making contact with Hilo's foot, causing him to tumble. Beep! A free kick was awarded. Hilo stood over the ball, covering his mouth as he communicated with Zhao. Ospina and Mendy, the 2 tallest players, had positioned themselves in the penalty area, ready to contest. Uncertain of their tactical discussion, Zhao nodded, focusing intently on the goal. From this position, Zhao could either shoot directly or pass for a combination play with his teammates. In previous matches, he had successfully executed both options to score. Oh! Hilo retreated to the edge of the penalty area, with Blind closely following him. Blind likely recalled previous free kick combinations between Zhao and Hilo, where Hilo would stand still before suddenly darting to the back post for a quick finish. What choice would Zhao make this time? De Gea directed his teammates to form a wall. As Luke Shaw attempted to position himself for a potential follow-up on the goal line, De Gea shouted, "Get back to the wall. I'm De Gea. I can't be beaten by a championship player's free kick." Luke Shaw felt a twinge of frustration as he sprinted from the goal line towards the wall of defenders. In Zhao Gang's eyes, a pathway emerged, along with the probability of scoring. When Luke Shaw stood to the right of the goal, the chance of a direct goal was merely 20%. However, once he moved away, it soared to an astonishing 86. Due to the positioning of the wall, De Gea was slightly off to the left. Zhao Gang gestured skyward, indicating a 3. Blind kept a watchful eye on Shiro. Trying to sneak in a goal? They ought to remember who I am. A run-up, a lift of the leg, a shot. The wall jumped simultaneously, and the football soared effortlessly over it, hurtling at great speed. Luke Shaw leaped into the air, turning his head in pursuit. His expression twisted in anguish. As he landed, he fell to his knees, right where he had just positioned himself for defense. He could have easily headed the ball away. The football entered the net from that very spot, and by the time De Gea realized, it was too late. The goal was scored. What a beautiful free kick. Showdown. Shenzhen trembled with excitement as the net rippled. A perfect arc. 2-0 in just 15 minutes. This free kick was akin to a penalty. It was reminiscent of Beckham's scoring style. In a mere quarter of an hour, Zhao Gang had contributed a goal and an assist, and Norwich astonishingly led 2-0. Shenzhen watched the replay, suppressing the urge to pound the table. Meanwhile, Brooke had already picked up a drum from the side. Rod laughed heartily as he handed over a drumstick. Who else? The drumming was amateurish, a true torment to the ears. Brooke elongated the last note, banging on the drum, while Rod grabbed a gong, both shouting Zhao Gang's name as they energetically played. Commentary was no longer necessary. At Carrow Road, the crowd surged like a tidal wave. It was a genuine sea of humanity. The stands erupted in rhythmic waves, with fans passionately chanting Zhao Gang's name. His name echoed from the southernmost corner, resonating throughout the stadium. Even without prior rehearsal, when the front row stood to cheer, the second row instinctively rose and sat back down. The scene was a golden ocean, each wave more magnificent than the last, overwhelming the senses. The jubilant fans made those watching the live broadcast in the Dragon Kingdom feel a pang of envy. What a splendid atmosphere for football. If only Zhao Gang played in the Dragon Kingdom, our fans would be even more fervent. What's a wave of people to us? The crux is, we never get the chance to experience it. Alas, Manchester United seemed somewhat bewildered. Shenzhen noticed Van Gaal's somber demeanor on the sidelines and felt a surge of amusement, though he couldn't show it. After all, he was a professional and couldn't afford to be as carefree as Brooke, who celebrated with fans in the studio. Indeed, he had overlooked Zhao Gang's connection with Shiro, allowing him to sneak in a goal. Luke Shaw's hasty reaction had also contributed. Shiro's position made it impossible to penetrate the box further. It was evident he feared a pass from Shiro, as Zhao Gang was lurking free. Zhao Gang's long-range shot was undeniably threatening. Yes, Luke Shaw's decision wasn't entirely flawed. Rather than letting Zhao Gang shoot unimpeded, it was a gamble worth taking. Alas, the gamble was lost. The two shared a hearty laugh. Perhaps this was their boldest celebration yet. If permitted, they would have seized the drum and joined in. These two could really talk. They could link everything back to Zhao Gang, despite him being miles away from the box. But I love listening to it. Yes, well said. Van Gaal never anticipated such difficulty in this match. Norwich's strategy was simple: to steal. The two goals were far from typical positional play. They lacked the ability to engage Manchester United in a structured battle. To put it plainly, luck played a significant role. This is football, filled with surprises. Van Gaal believed his tactics were sound. They were simply caught off guard. Their luck could not last indefinitely. By containing Shiro and minimizing unexpected events like free kicks, they could easily turn the tide. Van Gaal waved his hand decisively, urging his team forward. Falk could no longer contain himself. He had managed to remain composed after the first goal, but another followed too swiftly. This was Manchester United. We were deemed a team barely surviving in the Championship. Compared to the Giants, we were mere scraps. Now leading by 2 goals. I wonder if David is feeling worse than ever? Today, there were no United legends present to witness their distress, which was a true shame. Defend! Defend! Falk quickly regained his composure, cupping his hands to form a horn. Norwich's defense had already faced threats. In the aftermath, a sense of urgency filled the air. Norwich's players rushed back to defend, though a few couldn't suppress their laughter, struggling to contain their excitement. Meanwhile, Manchester United's players wore a solemn expression. 15 minutes. 2-0. To those aware, it was a match against Norwich. To the unaware, it could be mistaken for Manchester City in a different kit. A disgrace. In an opulent lounge, 2 bald men sat on the floor, leaning against the sofa. What did I say? Manchester United is now a laughingstock. Manchester City's 6-2 victory over them is hardly a point of pride. Pilon shook his head, nearly laughing his teeth out. It wasn't just Manchester United conceding 2 goals, but also Zhao Gang's exceptional performance. Josep Guardiola scratched his brow, astonished by Zhao Gang's 2 assists and the subsequent stunning free kick. He was only 18. It was said that upon joining Norwich, he could hardly pass, only shoot. Pilon had once mentioned Zhao Gang, but Josep had dismissed it. He needed a forward who could distribute the ball. Zhao Gang clearly didn't fit the bill. Yet now it seemed otherwise. Pilon, you deceived me. This is what you call lacking passing ability? He truly could not pass. I've seen it. And Falk had also mentioned that his passing improved only after joining Norwich. Chapter 46. David, the year's best comedian after Zhao Gang's goal and assist. Manchester United's players finally realized that this lad was not merely a name. Mata had begun to shadow Zhao Gang. Blind and Fellaini, while positioned in their zones, occasionally cast glances at Zhao Gang, preparing to assist in defense. Such attention was rare against Premier League teams. Zhao Gang could easily sense Manchester United's focus on him, even feeling a sense of pressure. Yet, this style of play was not detrimental to Zhao Gang and Norwich. He rarely dribbled. Upon receiving the ball, he typically opted for an immediate pass. As long as three players did not closely surround him, they posed little threat. Moreover, this defensive strategy provided him with sufficient pressure to free others. However, the individual shortcomings of Norwich's players became apparent when Manchester United took the match seriously. Norwich's players found it challenging to pass the ball to Zhao Gang, often resorting to kicking out of bounds or clearing it with a big boot. Even attempting to distribute the ball proved difficult. You are indeed remarkable, yet you find yourself unable to intercept the ball. What will you do? Mata, shadowing Zhao Gang, engages in a psychological battle, aiming to disrupt him. Should he succeed, even if he manages to receive the ball, orchestrating an effective counterattack would prove immensely challenging. Zhao Gang remains unfazed, actively participating in the defense, albeit his efforts are somewhat lacking. He watches as the ball sails over his head, with Di Maria charging into the penalty area, easily shedding his marker and taking a shot. The goalkeeper, intensely focused, leaps to parry the ball away. Rooney swiftly follows up. Seeing the goalkeeper down and unable to react in time, he strikes with vigor. Mendy grits his teeth and shifts his body to deflect the ball, only for Lingard, positioned in another direction, to take another shot. The football flies through the gap left by the defenders towards the net, while the fallen goalkeeper struggles to rise. Unable to muster the strength to react, and stretches his body in a desperate dive in another direction. The ball grazes his fingertips, altering its trajectory and crossing the goal line. Lingard, Di Maria, and Rooney almost simultaneously clasped their heads in disbelief, gazing at the goalkeeper who has crashed to the ground. He has lost his balance, yet somehow possesses remarkable speed in getting back up. The goalkeeper rises, letting out a roar, not in reprimand of his teammates, but as an emotional release and a tremendous encouragement for his companions. If we can defend against such a seemingly certain goal, what can we not withstand? A few defensive teammates rush over, embracing the goalkeeper's head, exclaiming, "Well done. Incredible. The forwards have already scored twice. Now, we must not falter in our defense. If we hold strong, we can triumph over the Premier League giants." According to Hilo's logic, we are indeed the fourth force in the Premier League. In the ensuing 20 minutes, Zhao Gang scarcely touches the ball. Despite Mata's persistent marking and the readiness of two others to assist, the ball simply fails to reach his feet. The only players capable of maintaining possession seem to be Philip and the forward Hilo. Hilo returning to his half to support Zhao Gang signifies a loss of counterattack options. Although Ospina possesses decent speed and height, he still pales in comparison to Manchester United's defenders. Philip's dribbling appears trivial to the United midfield, making success nearly impossible. It is commendable that he can retain possession and deliver passes. However, Rooney begins to exhibit impatience. As a top-tier striker, not scoring while being overshadowed by Zhao Gang and Hilo is intolerable. Consequently, he makes several unreasonable plays, leading Manchester United to a surprising 0-2 deficit in the first half. Despite the apparent dominance of Manchester United, relentlessly bombarding Norwich's goal, only 3 of their attempts prove threatening. Yet, the goalkeeper displays extraordinary prowess. Falk's tactics appear to be bearing fruit. 2 goals secured, and the penalty area is congested with defenders. Most shots are thwarted. Throughout the first half, Manchester United is virtually encircling Norwich, but only twice do Zhao Gang and Hilo capitalize on their opportunities. Initially, Manchester United underestimated their opponent, deeming them inadequate, and thus they became complacent. By the time they realized their error, the opposition had already penetrated the penalty area, making counterattacks for absolute chances exceedingly difficult. They could only resort to positional play, incessantly passing to find openings. The Manchester United players are visibly becoming anxious. Van Gaal may consider substitutions to bolster their attacking force since they have established control but lack opportunities. With 1 minute of stoppage time remaining, Van Gaal scratches his head, seemingly dissatisfied with his players' performance, particularly the defenders who have left gaps, and De Gea's critical mistake of inadvertently forcing Luke Shaw away, leading to Zhao Gang's direct free-kick goal. Sun Jian stifles a laugh, recalling Luke Shaw's anger and De Gea's frustration after the goal. Oh, Rooney's pass goes awry, intercepted by Mendy. As the first half draws to a close, Manchester United's players are evidently distracted. Mendy's long clearance finds Zhao Gang, who, after having been shadowed by Mata the entire half, suddenly finds himself unmarked. Although Zhao Gang's dribbling skills are not highly rated, in the absence of opposition and interference, he advances effortlessly with the ball. Zhao Gang is pushing forward, such a rare sight. Mata, Blind, and Fellaini all rush towards Zhao Gang. He holds the ball a moment longer, perhaps attempting to run down the clock, an understandable tactic. Sun Jian continuously explains Zhao Gang's dribbling, emphasizing it over passing. After all, with 3 players closing in, visibility and angles for passing are severely limited. If only he had acted 2 seconds sooner, the ball could have been dispatched. Now, it is too late. Zhao Gang's actions are nonetheless commendable. Ah, what splendid play. Sun Jian's eyes widen as Zhao Gang, poised to make a backward pass, unexpectedly sends the ball diagonally behind him. It is a sweeping transfer that lands in an unoccupied area. Meanwhile, Hilo, already accelerating at the moment Zhao Gang lifts his leg, is closest to the ball. Oh dear, Hilo has anticipated the play, outpacing Valencia by 2 strides. It's a one-on-one with the goalkeeper. Hilo. Sun Jian nearly exhausts his voice in excitement. Oh, Valencia's reckless challenge. Hilo finds himself with no defenders left apart from the goalkeeper as Valencia brings him down from behind. This is undeniably a red card. Hilo tumbles into the penalty area, clutching his right leg in agony. The crowd erupts, with players from both Norwich and Manchester United rushing over. The referee blows the whistle, hastily summoning the 2 linesmen. Fortunately, the referee manages to regain control of the situation swiftly. A red card is shown, and Valencia shakes his head, visibly disappointed. In this moment, one cannot blame him for his choice. He had to make an effort to stop Hilo. Perhaps, with a stroke of luck, it would only result in a yellow card. Valencia, however, has acted impulsively. His red card leaves Manchester United a man down, and this free-kick opportunity is a golden chance for Norwich, who have struggled for opportunities. Let us observe how Zhao Gang executed the pass. Sun Jian watches the replay, still incredulous. In a situation where he had no visual access from behind or beside, everyone anticipated a backward pass. Mata was even poised to intercept Zhao Gang's passing route. Yet, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, he directed the ball into the center. Moreover, Hilo had already made his run. This pass is genuinely delightful, and Hilo's movement signifies that this was no spontaneous decision by Zhao Gang, but a collaboration honed during training. Such a technique is indeed the hallmark of a world-class midfielder. As Sun Jian marvels at this brilliant pass, with 3 defenders converging, Zhao Gang stands composed, deceiving all the defenders. The 3 Manchester United defenders, relying on their experience, mistakenly concluded that Zhao Gang could never deliver such a ball, as this type of passing is rarely seen even in the upper echelons of Premier League midfielders. I cannot believe it. How did Zhao Gang spot Shiro's position? There was no one there. It was a tactical maneuver, anticipating Shiro's run. He knew Zhao Gang intended to pass there. Incredible. Even losing money makes me happy. I should have trusted Zhao Gang. Foolish Manchester United led in 2 goals and were reduced to 10 men. In the second half, if Manchester United scores 4, you might recoup your losses. No fear, he. Zhao Gang took a deep breath and approached the ball. The large screen displayed a close-up of his face. Rarely did he have such a resolute gaze. But at this moment, he fixed his eyes on Mata. A psychological battle, isn't it? If I score this, will you be afraid? Mata stood among the wall, unyielding, staring back, and even pointed to the upper right corner of the goal, as if to challenge him to shoot there. Zhao Gang surprisingly smiled and nodded vigorously, indicating, "That's exactly where I will shoot." De Gea watched their movements, perplexed. Left or right? Luke Shaw ran back again, and this time De Gea did not send him away. He had developed a psychological shadow. Zhao Gang envisioned the attacking route and calculated probabilities. The referee blew the whistle. Zhao Gang gestured a 3 in the air. De Gea bent slightly at the waist, muttering, "Damn, is that hand signal your only tactic?" In the previous play, Zhao Gang had taken a direct shot and scored. This time, with a similar distance, De Gea naturally believed he would shoot again, most likely to the upper right corner. De Gea prepared himself. Zhao Gang ran up and struck. Bang! It was short. Damn, it was a pass. By the time De Gea attempted to intercept, it was too late. The center back, Ospina, took 2 steps forward and, with eyes closed, leaped into the air. His head collided solidly with the ball. At the moment of impact, Ospina knew it was a goal. The ball was traveling too fast. De Gea could not react in time. Meanwhile, Shaw merely lifted his leg in a symbolic gesture. The ball powerfully ricocheted into the net. 3 o'clock. A goal scored in stoppage time. Mata, hands on his hips, looked bewildered. Wasn't it supposed to be aimed at the upper right corner? You deceived me. Manchester United fans stared blankly. Is the team wearing white truly Manchester United? At halftime, trailing 0-3, are they playing against a championship team? The same team they had beaten 6 o'clock over 2 matches last season? Is this the Canaries? This is more like a sea eagle. The fans at Carrow Road felt their blood ignite. Manchester United, reduced to a mere chick. What is this? Zhao Gang. Zhao Gang's assist from a free kick. Watching Ospina lift Zhao Gang high in the air, nearly shouting with excitement, Shun Jian was ecstatic. The best choice. Zhao Gang will always make the most precise judgments. He is not greedy for individual glory. He elevates his teammates. That is the essence. Ha ha ha. Manchester United? The Red Devils? I can't help but laugh. Tears are streaming down Brooks' face. David? A clown. Zhao does not deserve to be in Manchester United's youth academy. That is the funniest joke I've ever heard. Manchester United's decline in recent years, and David perhaps thought some heat was needed. Look at this. He has created the best joke in English football this year. Brooke, as a local commentator for Norwich, has always been favored by the fans for his unapologetically biased attitude. He can criticize Norwich. The fans can criticize Norwich. But outsiders disparaging Norwich? Sorry, that won't fly. Brooke was relentless, pounding the table, nearly in tears. This was not just mockery of Manchester United, but also excitement over Norwich's stellar performance. Rod held a tissue, shaking his head while smiling helplessly. This partner was beloved by all fans for passionately defending and equally cursing his own team. Halftime concluded. Fox stood gravely in the locker room. Although he was nearly ecstatic, he could not show it. 3 o'clock. With an extra player. If there were no team members, I would have celebrated with drinks already. The champagne would have been uncorked. However, there are stories of teams leading 3 o'clock at halftime, only to be equalized in the second half and then overturned in extra time. We cannot let our guard down. You all performed admirably. Even against a Premier League giant like Manchester United, you did not wilt in fear, but we absolutely cannot relax. We must not think Manchester United is at this level. Remember, throughout the first half, we were at a disadvantage in terms of play. Apart from a score, we lagged in all technical statistics. Playing with one less player does not affect their offense. It only slightly impacts their defense. You all did very well. Falk looked at the defenders and the goalkeeper, saying that they had all performed admirably. We must defend and hold against their attacks. In the second half, they will launch a furious offensive. Understood? Understood. Shiro shouted loudly. He always stood out in the locker room, a trait Zhao Gang lacked. Seeing his students full of fighting spirit, Falk felt somewhat reassured. The last thing he wanted was for them to believe they could genuinely compete with Manchester United. 3 beautiful goals, yet 2 from set pieces, had an element of luck, and 1 was a quick steal while Manchester United was slow to position. If it came down to a real fight, Norwich would likely be demolished. Falk said nothing more. After all, his tactics had proven successful. As everyone left the locker room to prepare for the second half, Falk grinned broadly, vigorously shaking his fists as he followed out. Chapter 47. The collapse of Manchester United. 3 people. 3 people couldn't even defend against 1. And he is just a championship player. Are you all utterly useless? In the locker room, Falk erupted in anger. Premier League midfielders? Feeling invincible? Mata and Blind held their heads in despair. Mata felt the most frustrated and helpless. His task was to mark Zhao Gang. To think such a blunder occurred near the end of the half. Is this the attitude you have shown me? The Premier League is failing. The FA Cup is abandoned. And in the Europa League, you let a championship team score 3 goals? Do you still have the face to show yourselves? Van Gaal was on the verge of losing his mind. In the past, he would encourage players at halftime. But today he had no heart for such encouragement. If they were facing an equally matched opponent, it would be understandable. However, Norwich's midfield could not hold the ball, and the defenders could not contain the forwards. As a result, 3 goals were stolen. This is not a tactical error. It is an issue of the players' attitudes. Since Ferguson's retirement, the Manchester United locker room has been plagued with problems. These players act like spoiled brats, boasting about their invincibility before the match, and then being utterly humiliated during it. A championship team, their total worth doesn't even amount to a tenth of ours. You could buy a whole team with just one of you, and you lost 3 o'clock, and even had 1 cent off. De Gea, feeding from Gaal's frustration, clenched his fists, biting back the curse words. This situation cannot solely be blamed on De Gea. The choice of angle and power for that free kick would have posed a challenge for any goalkeeper. However, what about the second attempt? It was a coordinated maneuver. How could the opposing striker have such a comfortable jump? What were the defenders doing? Did they all assume they could simply shoot on goal? If so, what purpose do they serve? Might as well let De Gea guard the goal alone. They all wait in the opponent's box for the goalkeeper to clear the ball. Why not score themselves? Van Gaal, exasperated, declared that he would not substitute anyone, stating that with 10 players, he wanted to see just how badly they could lose. Did they think that losing would only bring disgrace to him? Observing these foolish players, Van Gaal noted that the opposition couldn't even intercept the ball. While compared to Manchester United, they appeared as mere amateurs. This group of players easily breached the defense within just a few touches. Is this not a matter of attitude among these veterans? Even as Van Gaal stormed out of the locker room, the atmosphere remained eerily silent. He had intended to show Zhao Gang the face of the Premier League defense, particularly that of Blind and Fellaini, who were the most dreadful expressions. The trio of them, along with Mata, had been toyed with. Tonight, their pictures alongside Zhao Gang would grace the headlines. Norwich S. Messi, Championship Messi, Dragon Country Messi. They were destined to become mere background figures. Winning might have made it look better, but losing would result in widespread scorn. Rooney sat there shaking his head, eager to uplift the spirits and secure a victory. However, the first half had been a disastrous 3-0, and they were down to 10 men. Had it been Ferguson, there might have been a chance to revive their spirits. Van Gaal, although he was a renowned coach, the players in Manchester United's locker room were already expressing their dissatisfaction with him. His tactics were too rigid, failing to foster any chemistry among the players. Thus, Rooney covered his face with a towel, fearing that the second half could be even grimmer. As the second half commenced, the United players emerged, and Brooke could hardly contain his laughter. Look, Van Gaal truly is a world-class coach. He has assigned tactics to maintain this tense, subdued atmosphere, perplexing the opponents and allowing Norwich's players to lower their guard. Then, they would make a sudden push, turning a 3-0 into a 4-3 comeback. Brooke erupted in laughter, while Rod could only shake his head, as fans both in front of the television and outside the stadium witnessed Brooke's commentary. Laughter filled the air. Now that the team was leading, they felt jubilant, and Brooke's jests only made them more relaxed. The faces of the Manchester United players, however, were grim. Van Gaal must have been furious in the locker room. This was not a promising sign for their performance in the second half. Shenzhen made an effort to restrain his reactions. Norwich was poised to win. They were about to take down Manchester United. Had this not been a commentary, he would have already slid to his knees in joy. Watching Manchester United's lack of fight, Shenzhen, despite his fondness for the team, could not suppress his elation. Rumors suggested that there were many Manchester United fans in Dragon Country, but compared to Zhao Gang, over 80% of them had already defected. Tonight, we are all Zhao Gang fans. In stark contrast to the downcast faces of the United players, the Norwich players emerged with evident excitement, as if celebrating a festival. Victory. They craved triumph. Defeating a formidable Premier League giant was a monumental honor for them. Fans in the stands began to jump and sing as the home team took the field. The second half commenced. Van Gaal's expression remained dark. The cameras captured moments that sent Brooke into fits of laughter. However, Manchester United, despite being a top-tier team, although down a man and somewhat demoralized, still possessed formidable individual talent. Hilo and Ospina were nearly neutralized. Meanwhile, Mata, having bottled up his frustration, no longer engaged in psychological warfare with Zhao Gang and merely shadowed him, not participating in the attack. As a result, even with a numerical advantage, Norwich found it incredibly challenging to create offensive opportunities. Meanwhile, United kept passing the ball, unable to enter the penalty area, as if they had given up. Norwich, not pressing hard, played the ball around in midfield, seemingly for Van Gaal's benefit. The match was exceedingly dull. Nevertheless, the songs from Carrow Road remained a bright highlight. The skies over Manchester were blue. You cannot outplay Manchester City, Liverpool, Chelsea, Arsenal, Tottenham, or Everton. Not even Norwich. If it were any other team, they would at least fight tooth and nail to score a consolation goal. Yet it seemed Manchester United's players had grown accustomed to losing. What on earth? Manchester United has grown used to defeat, and now they don't even attempt to attack? Still a prestigious club? Sigh. It seems there are issues in the locker room. These players might be conspiring to oust Van Gaal. No matter how much the management trusts the chef, losing to a championship team cannot be defended. Even if the locker room is fine, they still cannot compete with Norwich. Zhao Gang is invincible. Zhao Gang is formidable, but one must not be overly blind. Those 3 goals were significantly influenced by Manchester United. Had it been Ferguson's Manchester United, Zhao Gang would likely never have gotten a touch. Perhaps Van Gaal should leave early. Mourinho could deal with these veterans. In the ensuing match, Rooney and Di Maria attempted to collaborate several times, seeking to penetrate the box for opportunities, but it was clear that the other players had already surrendered. They simply would not attack. Only the defenders performed adequately, resolutely preventing Norwich from scoring again, as Norwich's 2 forwards had no chances whatsoever. Malta, trailing Zhao Gang, found it impossible to receive the ball given Zhao Gang's dribbling skills, while United's defenders showcased their caliber. Yet, they simply would not attack. Van Gaal's expression darkened further. He was beginning to understand what these players were up to. Originally, they aimed for a dignified exit at the season's end, with Mourinho taking over. Now it appeared he would have to depart sooner. They were making a statement to the management. Furthermore, next week, Manchester United would host Norwich. If Van Gaal continued to coach, these players would undoubtedly play the same way. United had secured no trophies this year, and the Europa League was their sole hope. Was the management prepared to abandon that? If they did not wish to give up, they needed to hasten Van Gaal's exit. We still had a chance. Ultimately, as the match concluded, Zhao Gang still pondered using that lucky card, but he had not anticipated the United players would engage in infighting. Were they attempting to oust Van Gaal? That card could wait for next week's rematch. Perfectly timed. The fans at Carrow Road celebrated wildly, various flags fluttering outside the stadium. The jubilant cheers soared to the skies, resonating throughout every corner of Norwich County. A miracle, Norwich continued to advance. Since Zhao Gang's arrival, Norwich had achieved an 18-match winning streak across all competitions. The Norwich trident each scored, with the legendary youth contributing 2 assists and a goal. Defeating the Red Devils Manchester United. United players appear to be dissatisfied with Van Gaal. Could such a Manchester United overcome Norwich? Would they abandon their sole pursuit of a trophy this season? The century's jester, David's splendid performance. Among the many newspaper headlines, only one openly and furiously criticized David. Falk watched the entire spectacle, laughing heartily while clapping the sofa. Brooks certainly possesses a distinct character. Other media outlets seem to intentionally overlook the issue concerning David, sensationalizing the chaos within Manchester United's locker room. Only Brooke, with great eloquence, penned 3 extensive columns, and the Carrow Road Sports Journal graciously published them all. Numerous headlines analyzed Van Gaal's impending departure, with countless speculations suggesting that this defeat was orchestrated by the players against him. No one could fathom that a championship team could best Manchester United, especially when United appeared to maintain absolute dominance throughout the match. Previously, discord between players and the coach was only whispered about, but now it is glaringly evident. Some newspapers even assert that Zhao Gang expedited Van Gaal's exit, given that he contributed 2 assists and a goal, effectively booting Manchester United out of the Europa League. Zhao Gang found entertainment in the media's conjectures. Their nonsensical chatter was rather amusing. Naturally, he refrained from making any public statements, choosing instead to develop in silence. Following the triumph over such a formidable adversary, he was finally rewarded with a permanent injury-free card. Upon seeing those 5 words, his eyes nearly bulged with disbelief. Injuries are undoubtedly the greatest adversary for all athletes, with countless talents and stars fell by them. Notable figures like Lu Xiang and Yao Ming, both national pride, were forced into premature retirement due to injury. The world of football is no different, with domestic players like Dong Fangzhua and superstar Kak also suffering from injuries that severely impacted their performances. Furthermore, the psychological ramifications of injuries are profound, as athletes often hesitate to engage in confrontations or undertake risky maneuvers post-recovery. Thus, an injury-free card is akin to a divine boon. The most significant aspect is the word permanent. Unlike the temporary experience cards previously acquired, this one is everlasting. Zhao Gang hastily examined the details, his brow furrowing with a hint of premature joy. The level 1 injury-free card provides immunity against minor injuries, such as slight muscle strains and sprains, applicable in all scenarios, including outside the football field. This is indeed impressive. It can be upgraded, requiring 100 system points. It is an upgradable card. Ultimately, it should enable immunity against the majority of injuries. This must be the most powerful card he has ever obtained, also functioning as a passive ability. However, it has already been activated. If the team fails to advance to the round of 16 in the Europa League, the card will be revoked. Conversely, should they progress, it will be permanently conferred upon him. Presently, he possesses this passive ability, allowing him to engage in simple duels on the field without the risk of injury. And even excessive exertion will not lead to cramps. Yet, it is not truly permanent. He must eliminate Manchester United. The prospects seem promising, considering Manchester United's current state. But a reversal appears exceedingly challenging. However, a change in management could alter the scenario. On the other hand, the outspoken Zhao, contrasting Zhao Gang's demeanor, is far from discreet. He does not target Manchester United's players. Rather, his sole focus is on David. In his view, David has become a clueless figure in football. As for offending such a prominent individual, if David cannot even manage Manchester United, how can he be expected to oversee others? I believe Mr. David should resign voluntarily. If he is willing to speak up, I could take over his position. He believes Zhao is unworthy of their youth training, which is supposedly so formidable that it could have Manchester United's first team searching for answers and casually securing the Premier League title. Initially, David had leveraged his connections to direct media attention towards Van Gaal, but Zhao comments proved too compelling, leading many outlets to believe that such sensationalism would garner even greater viewership. Thus, by the third day, Van Gaal and David had truly become media titans. Although David held a prominent position and had previously been featured in media reports, never before had he experienced such overwhelming coverage. David sat in his office with a stern expression. Initially, only a few bothersome reporters sought his opinion, and his retorts failed to generate any significant impact. After all, his statements were grounded in truth. However, following Manchester United's disastrous defeat, all his prior remarks resurfaced. An influx of media began to interpret his assessments of Zhao Gang and Norwich. Now, wherever he went, journalists flocked to him, inquiring about his current sentiments. Sentiments? Van Gaal is rubbish. The players of Manchester United are inept. That encapsulates his feelings, but how could he voice such thoughts? A group of players valued in the millions being outclassed by an 18-year-old rookie, a striker who had squandered half a season, and another promoted from the youth ranks. What else could this be but ineptitude? Yet David was boiling with frustration and indignation, unable to articulate his thoughts. To do so would spell the end, not just for Manchester United, but for his entire career in football. Zhao Gang was the root of it all. Purchase him, and it would become a legendary tale, a moment where grievances could be set aside. Everyone would declare, "My magnanimity." In a flash, David conceived a solution. With the media fervently covering him, if news broke that Manchester United was interested in Zhao Gang, all eyes would shift. Negotiating personally would only diminish his stature. Thus, he sought out a longtime friend and collaborator of over 20 years, Ferguson. Chapter 48. Fame across England. After triumphing over Manchester United, Zhao Gang finally acquired new system points, 10 points. He immediately maxed out his passing attribute. He glanced at his attributes panel. Physicality, 81, stamina, 80, shooting, 100, passing, 100, dribbling, 41, interception, 36, tackle, 38, set pieces, 100. Speed, 66, heading, 5. Usable system points, 1. Injury-free card, not activated. Lucky card, 1. His statistics had improved during training, albeit at a modest level. Any substantial increase in ratings was unattainable through training alone. Those attributes required innate talent, rendering effort nearly futile. The upcoming opponent was Ipswich Town, a team with no hope of promotion or relegation, thus lacking motivation. However, Falk chose not to field a full reserve squad, wishing to observe the chemistry between Zhao Gang and the two forwards. Against Manchester United, Zhao Gang delivered 2 assists, 1 to each forward. Carrow Road Stadium now buzzed with an unprecedented fervor. The fans exuded an unyielding passion, as if Norwich were invincible. Indeed, the current Norwich squad displayed remarkable unity and resolve. Their indomitable spirit meant they feared no opponent. If they could defeat Manchester United, what challenge could possibly intimidate them among championship rivals? Their ultimate aim was the championship. The deafening cheers from the fans rendered Ipswich's players anxious. Even with a substantial number of substitutes on the field, Norwich's midfield and attack dominated Ipswich, pressuring them relentlessly. Zhao Gang played the entire match, contributing 2 goals and an assist. Zyro and Ospina were substituted, yet Zhao Gang remained on the pitch. The reason was simple. Falk had already devised the tactics for the upcoming away match against Manchester United. Zhao Gang is unlikely to start, and may not even play at all. The last time Norwich visited Old Trafford, they suffered a humiliating defeat of 4-0. This time, Falk does not believe his team can triumph over Manchester United. His only hope is to avoid a loss by 3 goals or more. If they can eliminate Manchester United, it would indeed be a monumental miracle. From the performance in the second half of their last match against United, Falk has recognized the vast disparity between Norwich and Manchester United. If United play cohesively, Norwich stands no chance. Thus, in the upcoming match, Falk has decided to adopt a defensive strategy, leaving Zhao Gang on the bench for the time being. After the match, Falk naturally approached Zhao Gang to explain the situation. Zhao Gang raised no significant objections to Falk's plans, though he harbored some concerns. If they could not maintain their defense, his permanent injury immunity card would become void. Moreover, the lucky card could only be utilized if he were on the pitch. Should he remain sidelined while United equalized or took the lead, it would pose a serious problem. However, such thoughts were not something Zhao Gang could voice. He had previously declared himself a warrior, committed to following the coach's directives, and he had consistently adhered to this principle. Following the match, the media found themselves at a loss for words to describe Zhao Gang's performance. Falk's decision to reposition Zhao Gang did not stifle his attacking prowess. Rather, it fostered a more harmonious collaboration with the two forwards. Zhao Gang, in a deeper role, showcased a remarkable passing vision. Whereas he once relied on opportunism to seize scoring chances, he now not only scored but also orchestrated play from midfield. Any opponent who underestimated him would pay a heavy price for their folly. Despite his lackluster dribbling and defensive capabilities, the media chose to overlook these shortcomings. His formidable attacking ability eclipsed any flaws. Following this match, an astonishing yet somewhat anticipated rumor emerged. Ferguson had reached out to P. Rin, attempting to bring Zhao Gang to Old Trafford. This revelation came from a close friend of P. Rin, who had previously leaked information regarding Suarez's transfer to Barcelona, lending credibility to the claim. Consequently, the barrage of criticism directed at David dissipated almost instantly. Should Ferguson place a bid for Zhao Gang, it would undoubtedly be under the direction of Manchester United's management. Previously, due to Mourinho's interest in Zhao Gang, the management had significantly lowered their willingness to pursue the player, which also explained David's low evaluation of him. After all, Mourinho is set to become Manchester United's manager next season, and the club has essentially reached a verbal agreement with him. The last thing Manchester United would want is for their manager to meddle in player transfers. Why then? Is Manchester United suddenly interested in acquiring Zhao Gang, especially just before the second leg against Norwich in the Europa League? Is this mere smoke and mirrors? Or does it reflect Manchester United's genuine intentions? Further sensational news soon followed. Van Gaal's resignation. His departure was anticipated, though the timing was surprising. The choice to replace Van Gaal was equally peculiar, as it fell to one of the youth coaches, Sis. Although Sis is merely the interim manager, he shares a strong rapport with Zhao Gang. It was through his recommendation that Zhao Gang ended up at Norwich. The sudden appointment of Sis as interim manager led the media to believe that Manchester United was deliberately extending an olive branch to Zhao Gang, sincerely hoping he would join their ranks. Given the plethora of coaching candidates available, the selection of a youth coach like Sis seems illogical. If a youth coach were to be chosen, it would make more sense to select someone with a Manchester United background, such as Solskjaer, rather than a relatively unknown figure like Sis. As the day before Norwich's visit to Old Trafford approached, the media had already stoked the flames of speculation. Zhao Gang was no longer the anonymous goal-scoring machine he once was. Previously, among the English Premier League giants, only the Manchester City clubs had shown no interest in him. Other coaches had mentioned Zhao Gang, and now, even a Liverpool side, lacking Suarez, had expressed keen interest in this forward. Arsenal, Tottenham, and especially Chelsea, where Abramovich's bid had surpassed £30 million, were all in the fray. The emergence of bidding wars has significantly inflated Zhao Gang's market value. Reports suggested that Manchester United was prepared to offer £35 million for his transfer. This amount is not exorbitant for the club. However, David's previous comments about the lack of quality among players from Longwa seem contradictory now. He had deemed it impossible for such players to compete in the Premier League. Yet now he's aggressively pursuing Zhao Gang. Nevertheless, many media outlets interpreted David's earlier remarks as a reflection of a fixed mindset regarding players from Longwa. Observing Zhao Gang's current form, David has made the most prudent choice. Instead of continuing to belittle Zhao Gang, he has engaged Ferguson in an effort to bring him to Manchester United. This demonstrates David's sincerity and character. The negative press surrounding David has evaporated in light of this pursuit of Zhao Gang. Almost all English media outlets have turned their attention to Zhao Gang in the past few days. Within half a day of Manchester United's interest in Zhao Gang, a reporter managed to obtain Pep Guardiola's assessment of him through Guardiola's team. Zhao is an exceptionally talented player, not just because he can score, but due to his thoughtful decisions with every touch of the ball. He plays with intelligence. At his age, he reminds me of another player, Messi. Of course, he is still far from reaching Messi's level, but he already shows traces of his brilliance. Anyone who understands football recognizes Guardiola's admiration for Messi. In his eyes, no player surpasses Messi. To liken Zhao Gang to Messi is a testament to Guardiola's acknowledgement of his potential. Guardiola, a coach who has only ever coveted Messi, possesses a temperament entirely opposite to Mourinho's. His praise indicates a desire to have a player like Zhao Gang on his team. In an instant, Zhao Gang's name has genuinely emerged on the front pages of English newspapers. The media has focused on this young talent from Longwa, who has yet to compete in top-tier league matches. All 6 teams in the Premier League have shown interest in Zhao Gang, an unprecedented occurrence. Mourinho is drawn to Zhao Gang's unselfish play and precision in shooting. He requires straightforward and effective forwards. Klopp and Pochettino, having lost Suarez and Bale, need to replenish their attacking line. Wenger appreciates Zhao Gang's age and demonstrated skill, favoring such promising talents. Manchester United seems to simply seek to acquire a player others desire. Only Guardiola recognizes Zhao Gang's situational awareness on the field and values his passing ability. Regardless of the motivations, all major clubs in the Premier League have expressed interest in acquiring Zhao Gang, particularly following their victory over Manchester United. This is nothing short of groundbreaking for an 18-year-old player from Longwa. What matters is not the vast market of the football wilderness, but rather the pure essence of the game itself. Due to the time difference, the fans from the Dragon Country received the news around 10 o'clock at night. Even though Zhao Gang displayed a godlike performance in the championship, upon seeing the news headline, he still felt a sense of disbelief. It seemed fabricated clickbait, a mere ruse for traffic. David's disdain for Dragon Country players was almost palpable. How could Ferguson suddenly express interest in Zhao Gang? Guardiola had never commented on Zhao Gang before, so why now perceive him as having Messi's shadow? Unbeknownst to many, Ferguson had noticed Zhao Gang long ago. However, with his retirement, David, in an attempt to salvage his and Manchester United's reputation, uttered some peculiar remarks, leaving him unable to speak further. Had it not been for David's interference, Ferguson would have long since intervened to leverage his connections and secure P-Land's cooperation. At that time, Guardiola had not yet shown interest. With Ferguson's backing in Manchester United's legacy, acquiring Zhao Gang would have been a mere formality. Yet now, Guardiola had also entered the fray. Upon hearing this news, Ferguson berated both Guardiola and David. David, in his arrogance, believed that Manchester United's history and fan base allowed him to manipulate others at will. Consequently, the best opportunity had slipped away. Guardiola, with his cunning, chose to reveal his interest only after Manchester United had expressed their intentions toward Zhao Gang. This was a clear indication of his desire to see Manchester United falter. Ironically, Guardiola had initially shown little interest in Zhao Gang. He sought a forward capable of linking play and distributing the ball, a trait he believed Zhao Gang lacked, according to EFL Intel. However, after watching Zhao Gang's performance against Manchester United, he felt deceived by Will. Was Zhao Gang incapable of distribution? His vision and willingness to pass were undoubtedly of elite caliber. Thus, he disclosed his newfound interest in Zhao Gang. At this moment, the most exhilarated were not the fans of the Dragon Country, nor Zhao Gang himself, but Pilon. Though Zhao Gang's transfer fee would not match Suarez's, he was the one who nurtured Zhao Gang from obscurity to a valuation in the tens of millions of pounds. Zhao Gang was akin to a sapling he had carefully cultivated, witnessing its growth over time, a bond that no other player could rival. Remarkably, Zhao Gang remained oblivious to commercial matters, never inquiring about his endorsement contracts. This young athlete, having achieved fame at a tender age, displayed a maturity and profound trust in Pilon, evoking a long-lost sense of emotion in him. Soon, Pilon believed Zhao Gang would be richly rewarded for his choices. He was confident that before long, sponsors would flock to him without any need for his intervention. They would arrive waving money and vying for his attention. At that moment, Zhao Gang's inherent advantages would shine forth, backed by millions of devoted fans. No special promotion was necessary. His foundation boasted hundreds of millions of supporters. Yao Ming served as the quintessential example. While many players of similar caliber existed, few could match his commercial value. Zhao Gang need not be the best to garner far more attention than the very best. Hearing Guardiola's praise, Zhao Gang felt a flutter of excitement. In his previous life, he held Guardiola in high regard. Guardiola had nearly defined an era, prompting the world to devise ways to defeat that formidable Barcelona team. His philosophy towards football was something Zhao Gang had always aspired to. While he admired exceptional players like Messi and Ronaldo, his true idols were Guardiola and Sun Jihai. Receiving positive feedback from his idol, Zhao Gang found it difficult to contain his enthusiasm. He had long envisioned the possibility of collaborating with Guardiola at Manchester City, but he refrained from voicing it, unwilling to exploit Pilon's connections to gain favor. He desired to attract Guardiola's attention through his own merit. Previously, when he learned of Pilon's intention to facilitate a move to Manchester City, he felt an overwhelming excitement that he struggled to express. Now, the opportunity had significantly increased. In the upcoming away match against Manchester United, he was determined to seize the moment and showcase his abilities once again. Norwich faced a Manchester United that had recently changed coaches. Currently, Manchester United required no tactical guidance from any coach, with sufficient determination. They could overpower Norwich through sheer individual talent. To demonstrate that Van Gaal's tactics were the cause of their failures, every Manchester United player would muster their utmost energy for the match against Norwich. Chapter 49. The Awakening of Manchester United. Manchester United should be regarded as the most successful English club since the inception of the Premier League, largely owing to Sir Alex Ferguson. However, with Ferguson's retirement and the gradual decline of the legendary '92 Golden Generation, Manchester United lost its former glory. In the previous 2 seasons, they failed to secure a top-4 finish, becoming a considerable laughingstock in English football. Van Gaal's arrival initially improved Manchester United's system, yet underlying issues persisted, leading to a loss of control in the dressing room. Consequently, Van Gaal had no choice but to depart with dignity, a resolution that was perhaps acceptable for all parties involved. Many media outlets attributed Van Gaal's exit to Norwich and Zhao Gang. Norwich's 3-0 victory over Manchester United was merely the final straw. The dressing room had already spiraled out of control. Van Gaal had intended to use the Europa League to solidify his standing, but the players clearly disagreed. When players lose faith in their coach, a mutual parting is often the best outcome. Now, Sissoko had assumed the role of interim coach. As one of Manchester United's youth training coaches, he was merely a transitional figure, a fact understood by all. However, in an effort to shift blame onto Van Gaal, every player exerted themselves to the fullest, resulting in a resounding 5-0 victory over Everton in the weekend league match. Now, Manchester United was on a high, ready to host Norwich at Old Trafford. Almost all media outlets were skeptical of Norwich's chances. The reasons were simple. Their previous victory over Manchester United had numerous contributing factors: luck, Zhao Gang's free kick, and Manchester United's defensive lapses. The internal discord within Manchester United meant they had little desire to score in the second half. The reasons for Norwich's success seemed to stem from their lack of technical prowess and the players' efforts, as if their victory had little to do with Norwich themselves. Even if Zhao Gang had an extraordinary performance, his second-half invisibility convinced the media that Manchester United could easily dismantle Norwich. Some authoritative institutions even assigned Manchester United a 13-1 odds of advancing to the next round, indicating an over 80% chance of defeating Norwich by a score of 3-0 or higher. Norwich was not only underestimated, but was also anticipated to suffer a significant defeat. In their last league match, Manchester United's triumph over Everton instilled considerable confidence in these institutions. As Norwich's bus slowly departed the training base, countless Norwich fans lined the streets, waving flags and cheering on their team. In the first round, when no one had given them a chance, they had triumphed over Manchester United. Why should they lack hope this time? This team had brought them countless surprises. Upon arriving at Old Trafford, Zhao Gang felt as if he were submerged in a sea of crimson. The stadium was teeming with fans clad in red jerseys. With nearly 80,000 seats filled, tickets remained in high demand. Despite Manchester United's current struggles, the fervor surrounding the club was still unrivaled in the Premier League. The atmosphere at Carrow Road, with its 40,000 capacity, paled in comparison to the palpable pressure at Old Trafford. As they traversed the players' tunnel, the chants from above rang out loudly. Go back home. Country bumpkin. Compared to Old Trafford, Carrow Road was not particularly shabby, yet it did evoke a sense of rural simplicity. However, Zhao Gang remained unfazed, his focus solely on football and an insatiable desire for victory and progression. The more fervently the fans shouted, the more agitated and disappointed they would be after the match. The city folks are going home, eliminated from the championship. This is Manchester United. The skies of Manchester will forever be blue. Hilo shouted back with a cheeky grin. This hot-headed individual would not allow others to hurl insults without retort. Manchester United fans nearly surged over the barrier, while Hilo provocatively stuck out his tongue at the jeering supporters. His actions could potentially incur penalties, but such provocations could bolster the morale of his teammates, shielding them from the hostility of the crowd. Hilo was indeed a competent leader in the locker room, though somewhat solitary on the pitch. Zhao Gang shook his head in resignation. He was not suited for such occasions. Go back to Dragon Country. David is right. All you Dragon Country players are clowns. At last, some fans began to test Zhao Gang's nerves. Just as Hilo was about to unleash his fury, Zhao Gang restrained him. Thank you for your readiness to defend me, but I prefer to silence them through action. Hilo nodded, having only recently acquainted himself with Zhao Gang. Yet he already grasped his character quite well. Zhao Gang was humble and selfless, eschewing verbal sparring. Such a person would undoubtedly emerge as a true leader on the field. His choices were beyond reproach. One could even say he functioned as the coach on the pitch, his influence surpassing that of the actual coach. His only flaw was his reluctance to speak in the locker room, which made it challenging for him to assume the role of a locker room leader. I wonder when you'll get to play, Hilo muttered. This match was bound to be a tough spectacle for Norwich, and Zhao Gang might not see any playing time. Zhao Gang nodded. Ideally, he would not need to step onto the field. If I do, I will give my all to silence these fans. Manchester United, right? A Premier League powerhouse, indeed. Even though some veteran players had previously visited Old Trafford, the newly joined recruits were undoubtedly awestruck. Carrow Road had become a veritable fortress this season in the Championship, yet it still fell short in comparison. The overwhelming pressure rendered players somewhat disoriented. The roars of nearly 80,000 fans were predominantly those of Manchester United supporters. Only a few hundred Norwich fans, clad in gold, stood awkwardly in a corner, their voices drowned out, no matter how much they strained their throats. It seemed to suggest that Manchester United's lackluster performance was attributable to Van Gaal. The starting lineup for Cisse saw no changes apart from Herrera replacing the suspended Valencia. Only Ashley Young dropped back to the defense, and Manchester United even altered their formation to a 3-2-4-1, emphasizing aggressive offense. We saw Zhao Gang and Ospina seated on the bench, while Falk reverted to a previous formation of 5-4-1, with Hilo positioned at the front instead of Ospina. Falk had nearly abandoned any pretense of offense, opting to defend their 3-goal lead with tenacity. Shun Jian's voice trembled slightly. Zhao Gang had not been fielded. Such an opportunity had arisen, with Manchester United recently changing coaches. Their spirits were undoubtedly high, determined to dismantle Norwich and advance to the round of 16 in the Europa League. Yet in this crucial match, Zhao Gang was inexplicably left on the bench. The The starting lineup was indeed unexpected, yet not entirely surprising, facing the formidable Manchester United. Norwich's strategy of staunch defense, while already 3 goals down, was reasonable. But could they truly hold firm? It seemed improbable. In the last match, even with 1 player down, Manchester United had managed to control the situation throughout the second half, though some players had begun to concede. Now, against a Manchester United team brimming with determination, Norwich's defense would likely struggle. Zhang Gang felt a twinge of anxiety. Did Falk understand the game? Hadn't they performed admirably in the last match? Why the sudden changes? Were they merely going to be passive targets? Norwich was on the brink of elimination. Zhao Gang had fought hard for 3 goals, only to be sent back by this inept coach. Dragon Country fans were voicing their criticisms of Falk in the live stream. Everyone, please quiet down. Falk is the coach and certainly knows better than you. Zhao Gang hasn't even complained, so why are you? Nonsense. I've seen no strategy from Falk. His tactic is simply to pass the ball to Zhao Gang and let him distribute. Exactly. I would perform just as well last match with Mata closely marking Zhao Gang. Norwich could hardly mount an offense. No. Falk has a powerful strategy. Let Philip and Hilo break through and draw fouls, allowing Zhao Gang to take free kicks. Fans from Dragon Country, awake past 3 in the morning, had yet to sleep, knowing they had to work at dawn, all waiting for Zhao Gang. Yet, Zhao Gang did not take the field. Their frustration was palpable. And who is Zhao, the esteemed leader? He had not even analyzed the match situation, nor introduced the starting lineup. He had jumped straight into discussions about Zhao Gang's potential transfer. David, who once looked down upon Zhao Gang, had practically made it obvious. Following Manchester United's recent defeat, he had contacted Ferguson to discuss acquiring Zhao Gang. As Shun Jian initiated the topic, Zhang Xiang quickly chimed in, "Yes, that's exactly it. This only indicates that someone as proud as David has been humbled by Zhao Gang." Right, haha. Though their conversation appeared somewhat awkward, fans were genuinely engaged. Regardless of David's motives, the truth remained that Ferguson was interested in acquiring Zhao Gang. Moreover, Guardiola seemed to harbor interest as well. He was known to be one of the most demanding coaches, with expectations that most players could scarcely meet. Indeed, Zhao Gang meets those standards. At that moment, the cameras honed in on Guardiola in the stands. Look, what a coincidence. Guardiola is present at Old Trafford. He must be scouting players. But who is he here to observe? It is quite evident. Not only Guardiola, but also Ferguson and Pochettino were in attendance, as well as Mourinho. Shun Jian felt a sense of disbelief. He had not received this news prior. To see so many esteemed coaches at Old Trafford was unprecedented. Among the most influential managers in the Premier League, only Klopp and Wenger were absent. Klopp, as the Liverpool head coach, would almost never venture to Old Trafford unless invited by Ferguson, who had no such inclination to invite Liverpool personnel. As for Wenger, his contentious negotiation with Norwich over a £10 million bid had rendered his absence understandable. Remarkably, all 3 of the remaining 6 head coaches were present. In a UEFA Europa League match, it is utterly improbable that these 3 individuals would attend. Their sole purpose for being present can only be attributed to Zhao Gang. They wish to witness firsthand the prowess Zhao Gang displays when pitted against a top-tier club. Old Trafford undoubtedly serves as the finest proving ground. However, Zhao Gang is relegated to the bench. Alas, Falk has shown him no mercy. He has kept Zhao Gang firmly seated on the sidelines. Indeed, Falk must have been privy to some prior information regarding the coach's attendance. Yet, he remains obstinate, adhering to his tactics, unwilling to adapt, steadfast in his defensive approach. Falk certainly possesses a strong character. Shun Jian cannot help but express his sentiments. But is this truly fair to Zhao Gang? With so many illustrious coaches in attendance, all for the sake of an 18-year-old prodigy. To think Falk would let him remain a substitute if they managed to hold their ground. He might not even grant Zhao Gang a chance to play. On the field, amidst the fervent cheers of the fans, the Manchester United players, revitalized, launch relentless attacks. Meanwhile, Cisse, standing on the sidelines, aside from initially greeting Zhao Gang, continuously shouts into the fray, more agitated and nervous than Falk himself. Within a mere 20 minutes, Norwich's defenders find themselves in a precarious situation. Hilo has retreated to the edge of the penalty area, with everyone clustered within a box. They can barely maintain their defensive stance. Norwich finds itself bereft of counterattack opportunities, scarcely managing to cross the halfway line. Without Wright, the midfield is left with only Phillips, who has yet to break through, and there are no supporting players ahead. They can only kick the ball out of bounds, the further the better. The difference between this Norwich and the previous match is stark. Now, these players comprehend the chasm that separates them from a true giant like Manchester United. Finally, in the 24th minute of the match, Rooney, having muscled past a defender in the penalty area, executes a stunning overhead kick following a precise cross from Di Maria, igniting a fervor at Old Trafford. Ferguson, seated in the stands, clenches his fists in jubilant celebration. This is undoubtedly one of his most cherished disciples. Alas, this is unsustainable. They cannot hold their ground. Manchester United, in terms of both tactics and individual talent, is simply too formidable. If they were to take a risk and engage, they might avoid utter collapse. However, remaining on the defensive will surely lead to their downfall. As United grows increasingly emboldened, they pose a continuous threat to Norwich's goal. The goalkeeper becomes the most fatigued player, spending the longest time with the ball, relentlessly retrieving the ball to launch it forward. With Di Maria's astonishing goal soaring from afar, Old Trafford erupts once more. 2-0, just one goal shy of a third, and this is merely the 40th minute. At this rate, there may not even be extra time. Norwich could face immediate elimination. Ospina, seated there, gritting his teeth, is consumed with anxiety. The broadcast camera captures Zhao Gang multiple times. With fingers interlaced, Zhao Gang sits quietly, fixated on the field, seemingly detached from the unfolding drama. How remarkably composed he is. Shenjian finds himself at a loss for words regarding Zhao Gang's current demeanor. At merely 18 years of age, with the team trailing, he exhibits not a hint of confusion or anxiety. Is this true composure, or simply a delayed response? With the sound of the whistle, the first half concludes. Norwich's players hang their heads, feeling a sense of relief. They have been run ragged by the Manchester United players, feeling fatigued, mentally strained, and utterly drained. Falk rubs his brow, convinced that his tactics were sound. Against a complete Manchester United, brimming with determination and intent on proving themselves, engaging in open play would surely lead to their undoing. Yet he did not anticipate that even in full defensive mode, they would still be utterly overwhelmed. Undoubtedly, the second half will pose even greater challenges. Holding on to a 0-2 scoreline will prove difficult. Chapter 50, a desperate situation. Old Trafford, the hallowed ground of English Premier League football. Fans from around the globe are watching us. Let us rally our spirits. In the locker room, Hilo stands at the center, energetically clapping his hands, striving to uplift his teammates. An outstanding speech can significantly enhance morale, enabling players to unleash their utmost potential and spirit. We performed admirably in the first half, but it was not sufficient. I know each of you. You can excel even further. We have 45 minutes left, just 45 minutes, and we can eliminate Manchester United. Not the Manchester United riddled with internal strife, but the genuine, formidable Manchester United. To vanquish such an opponent would be an honor we cherish for a lifetime. Hilo clenches his fists, brimming with passion. His fervor infects every player. Even Zhao Gang, who remains on the sidelines, is stirred by his words. Our technical prowess may be lacking, but football is never a game that guarantees victory for the weak. We possess a heart filled with resilience and courage, just like the former Borussia Dortmund, just as we did against Manchester United last match. No one expects us to succeed, yet we decisively triumphed over our opponents. Our victory was not founded on technique, but on determination and unity. Now, I need you to tell me, do we possess the resolve to eliminate Manchester United? To oust the finest team in England? Bring down Manchester United? Mendy, flushed and wide-eyed, exclaims, "Bring down Manchester United!" All the players, weary from the first half and mentally scattered, reignite their fervor, gathering together with hands stacked atop one another. We can do this, Hilo asserts confidently, nodding vigorously, ensuring he meets every gaze. The players surrounding him exchange glances filled with fervor and confidence. The English Premier League powerhouse, the home of Old Trafford, the focal point of fans worldwide, the anticipation of all Norwich supporters. Falk observes the players united in purpose, nodding gently. Their initial collapse at the start of the match was largely due to the absence of Hilo. Without their cornerstone, they faltered. Now that Hilo has returned, at least the team will not lack cohesion. Zhao, can we win? Hilo specifically looks to Zhao Gang. He can rally the spirits. But he knows that this young man is the true anchor amidst the storm. Countless times, he has proven his words to be credible. Everyone here, every individual, unconditionally believes in him. With his assurance, they will all pour forth their passion. I cannot guarantee that. Zhao Gang's words leave Hilo feeling disheartened. Is such honesty truly necessary? You are not merely a player. You are a cornerstone, a leader. What you need is to inspire these individuals to strive fervently and fight with all their might. Even if victory eludes us, such words should not escape your lips. Indeed, Zhao Gang's statements cast a shadow over the fervent players. Hilo nearly curses under his breath, desperate to amend the situation, when Zhao Gang continues. I truly cannot assure you of victory, for I witnessed the strength of Manchester United in the first half. My inability to guarantee does not imply that you cannot succeed. Football is never a solitary battle. I believe in you, just as you believe in me. I cannot promise to conquer this formidable Manchester United, but I am confident that together, we can surely eliminate them. So what are we waiting for? Zhao gazed upon the resolute expressions of his team members. Well done. Zhao, charge forth. Eliminate Manchester United. As the second half commenced, the Norwich players were met with a cacophony of boos. Yet, unlike in the first half, they no longer appeared anxious or bewildered. Their inner resolve fortified their spirits. Our players remained undeterred by adversity. Their fighting spirit was unwavering. Rod shouted loudly. Even though he sensed impending trouble, for Manchester United's offense was far more formidable than in the previous match. Still, the players did not concede defeat. How could a commentator surrender? Norwich supporters, adorned with team insignias, congregated in pubs and shops, their eyes fixated on the television screens. Their inability to attend the match was not due to a lack of desire, but because Old Trafford had allocated them a mere 500 tickets. Go Norwich! Fans rallied in every corner of Norfolk, fervently cheering for their team. From the very start, tension was palpable among the supporters. The bar's intoxicated fans gripped their glasses with trembling hands, the establishment packed to capacity, yet nearly silent. Zhao remained on the bench. Did Fark still intend to defend? Brooks' voice was tinged with sharpness. Zhao's defense was indeed a liability. Should he take to the field, Norwich's defensive pressure would intensify, for Manchester United was no championship team. Rod, as a rational commentator, was acutely aware of the current circumstances. Having conceded 2 goals in the first half, could they hold firm in the second? Fans from Longwell were on the verge of explosion in the live chat. Why isn't Zhao on the field? Has Fark placed a bet? Is he gambling his life away? Such foolish coaches. Why haven't they been dismissed? Useless. Trash. Amid the thunderous cheers of Manchester United supporters, their players' attacks flowed seamlessly. Their defense was equally impenetrable. Manchester United played an all-out game, covering every corner of the field. This high-pressing style, though physically demanding, was essential in a knockout match. Not a league game. 1 more goal would bring them level. 2 more would secure victory over Norwich. With no aspirations left in the league, having been eliminated from the FA Cup and relinquished the League Cup, the Europa League had become their sole path to redemption. Once, Manchester United might have looked down on the Europa League, but now, they must strive wholeheartedly. Alas, Shun Jian exclaimed, slapping his thigh, if only that ball had gone in. Lingered, oh lingered. In the 55th minute, Manchester United's relentless assault finally bore fruit. As all the Manchester United fans rose in celebration, Lingard sprinted to the sidelines, executing a somewhat awkward dance. Just over 20 years of age, he had scored this pivotal goal. Manchester United and Norwich were now back on level terms. With 40 minutes left, if this momentum continued, Manchester United was bound to win, and quite comfortably at that. Norwich fans pounded their chests. Countless supporters hung their heads in despair. So quickly, so suddenly they had been equalized. Within the bar, sighs of dismay echoed. They were at a loss as to what their team should do. Sis clenched his fists, finally exhaling slightly. He had remained focused throughout the match, and now his nerves were beginning to ease. Victory was within reach. Defend. Attack. Just as he relaxed, Sis bellowed. Fark glanced toward the bench. Ospina was biting his collar, his face a mask of anxiety. Zhao's expression was grave. He remained seated with an air of permanence. If this continued, defeat was inevitable. However, substituting Zhao and Ospina would only weaken the defense further. Fark had meticulously reviewed the previous match's footage and had yet to discuss this matter with the players. In the second half of the last game, Mata had effectively neutralized Zhao on his own. Even down a man, they still held their ground. Zhao, faced with such elite midfield defense, seemed somewhat overwhelmed. Thus, deploying Zhao would yield little benefit. Rather, the quality of defense would suffer significantly. Fark understood the difficulty of maintaining their position, but he never anticipated it would become so dire. Introducing Zhao now might lead to a complete collapse of their defensive line. Yet, to refrain from making changes would be tantamount to surrender. As a coach, Fark's considerations revolved around the optimal solution for the team. Hesitation enveloped Fark as Norwich defenders and midfielders braced for Manchester United's relentless onslaught. Clearly, Manchester United had no intention of allowing the match to extend into extra time. They aimed to seize this opportunity and vanquish their adversary. The previous match's humiliation had tarnished their reputation. While the Manchester Sports Gazette had directed criticism toward Van Gaal, they too had faced scrutiny. A resounding victory here would enable all to forget their past failures. Fark's choices remained a topic of debate. If they could indeed hold firm, it would be commendable. However, the current scenario indicated that all three of Manchester United's attacking trident had each scored, restoring them to parity with Norwich. Their offensive momentum had not waned. With just one more goal, given Norwich's present attacking prowess, it would likely be insurmountable. Shun Jin anxiously monitored the possession statistics and shooting ratio. The camera had focused multiple times on Zhao and Ospina. Even the broadcast of the Europa League seemed to acknowledge that it was time for Zhao to enter the fray. Prominent figures in football, including Ferguson, had also appeared on the broadcast. Their presence was not lost on anyone. Even Manchester United supporters were chanting Zhao's name, wave after wave. They eagerly anticipated not a miraculous comeback from Zhao, but rather the opportunity for this young player, who had previously outshone them, to experience the true essence of Manchester United. They wished for this overconfident lad to comprehend the chasm that lay between him and Manchester United. Did he truly believe that triumphing over a demoralized Manchester United would grant him entry into the upper echelons of the Premier League? Absurd. In the eyes of many Manchester United fans, it was not that Manchester United sought to acquire Zhao. Rather, it was that Pelin had resorted to unscrupulous tactics to inflate Zhao's market value. What David said was the truth. Zhao was unworthy of Manchester United. They yearned for this boy to step onto the pitch. Norwich supporters were in a state of disarray, sensing their team was on the verge of elimination. They fervently hoped for a change, for that miraculous youth to once again rescue the team. Finally, in the 65th minute, Rooney executed a breathtaking bicycle kick, leaving the goalkeeper and defenders with no time to react. 4-0. The entirety of Old Trafford erupted in joyous celebration. Ferguson, habitually chewing gum, leapt to his feet. Arms wide open, Rooney raced to the goal to bask in the adoration of the fans. The Norwich supporters, clad in white jerseys, buried their faces in their hands. Heads bowed. One young fan of merely 78 years had already begun to sob. It was indeed a daunting challenge. Rod shook his head. Manchester United was simply too formidable. In a league match, there might have been a chance for a draw, or perhaps an opportunity to steal a goal while Manchester United relaxed. But this was a cup match, and Manchester United was fully committed with their top players. Norwich's lineup was ill-equipped to withstand Manchester United's assault. Brooke, who had often criticized Fark, fell silent. As a commentator, he clearly understood the situation. Fark's decisions had been sound. In the previous match, Zhao Gang was effectively contained by Mata during the second half. As a professional commentator, it was evident that Zhao's impact was considerably diminished. It would have been wiser to focus on defense. Ultimately, Manchester United proved to be overwhelmingly powerful. Fark gestured towards the substitutes bench, realizing that they had no choice but to gamble everything, for a defensive strategy would lead to inevitable defeat. Now, having taken the lead, Manchester United appeared less exuberant than before. Nearby, Cisse observed Zhao Gang and Ospina warming up simultaneously, a flicker of apprehension stirring within him. He had watched every match featuring Zhao Gang, for he was the one who had discovered him and had been following his journey intently. He had scrutinized all match footage, all highlight reels of goals and assists. The once relaxed tension in his body suddenly tightened. Cisse shouted instructions to his teammates. Mata nodded. It was time to demonstrate true skill. Having successfully marked Zhao in the last match, he felt confident this time as well. Fark made the first tactical adjustment, substituting a defender and a midfielder. Zhao and Ospina entered the fray. This was the moment of truth. Ladies and gentlemen in the audience, let us offer our prayers for them. Brooke did not shout loudly, but calmly uttered a phrase before exhaling deeply, his gaze fixed on the screen. The stadium was suddenly filled with a chorus of ominous boos, interspersed with shouts of anger. Useless. Go home. Only a failing team like Norwich would sign a player from the Dragon Nation. Mata, break his legs. Zhao Gang looked up at the fans, displaying the international gesture, gently shaking his head. The atmosphere among the fans was decidedly unfriendly. Shenzhen, witnessing Zhao's entry, felt a rush of excitement as the fans on the live broadcast grimaced and gestured aggressively. Their fear and trepidation manifested in their actions. Zhang Xiang, typically mild-mannered, fought against the urge to curse, gritting his teeth as he spoke. I believe Zhao Gang can score. Isn't that the essence of every story? When a team faces despair, a hero emerges to turn the tide. I am convinced that Zhao Gang will be that hero, the hero of Norwich, the hero of all fans from the Dragon Nation. Shenzhen expressed passionately. Damn it. Brooks slammed his fist on the table. Norwich's supporters rekindled their hope. Even when facing Manchester United and trailing by 4 goals, they remained filled with optimism. This young man had saved the team countless times before, bringing joy to all the fans. Today he was once again on the field. He had never boasted, yet everyone knew he embodied miracles. The few hundred fans in the stands, though outnumbered, waved Norwich flags with fervor amidst a sea of dazzling red. Despite being surrounded by crimson, they strived to convey to the team, and to everyone, we are still here, no matter how dire the situation, we remain forever. Chapter 51. The sound of boos emerging onto the pitch amidst a cacophony of boos. Zhao Gang was hardly affected. Guardiola, arms crossed, scrutinized the young talent before him. Zhao Gang finally took the field. I knew countless fans had awaited this moment, and I believed that tonight he would dazzle everyone with his performance. Upon entering, Zhao Gang received special attention from Mata. In the previous match, Mata had completely neutralized Zhao during the second half. Had it not been for the internal discord between players and Coach Van Gaal, they could have at least scored once. With such a successful defensive strategy behind him, Mata was brimming with confidence today. However, after 70 minutes of running, Mata was fatigued, while Zhao had just entered the game. Filled with energy, there was no comparison. Thus, newly on the pitch, Zhao effortlessly evaded Mata's marking. After all, with a physical rating of 80, he was not much inferior to Mata. Receiving a pass from the defender, Zhao had no intention of dribbling. Instead, he firmly controlled the ball, defiantly eyeing Mata and the approaching blind. A terrifying chorus of boos erupted from Old Trafford. How could he be showboating at such a critical moment? The team was trailing and on the brink of defeat, yet he dared to display such arrogance? Guardiola furrowed his brow. He did not detest players showcasing their skills, but such displays should serve a purpose, either to pass or to attack. Meaningless flamboyance was simply intolerable. Zhao Gang's footwork was not an act of bravado. He merely had not identified a suitable passing route. Dribbling could easily lead to a turnover, and everyone was aware of that. Thus, he waited, as if inviting the defenders to challenge him. Meanwhile, Mata and Blind closed in on him. Zhao's actions indeed irked the pair. Even in defeat, how could he still engage in such childish antics at Old Trafford? Just as they converged on him, Philip sprinted down the left flank. Zhao deftly nudged the ball, which slipped through Mata's legs and landed at Philip's feet. Mata hastily clamped his legs together, but still let the ball slip past. Frustrated, he turned to confront Philip. Philip feigned advancing with the ball, but instead, he passed it back to the sprinting Zhao Gang. A narrow gap. Mata reacted swiftly, yet not swiftly enough. He stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. After being nutmegged twice, his temper flared, and he lunged at Zhao Gang. Zhao, having released the ball, was unprepared for Mata's challenge and was sent sprawling to the ground. In his attempt to apply force to his pass, Zhao had little opportunity to evade Mata's challenge. Mata did not hold back, sending Zhao crashing out of bounds. Though the Norwich supporters were few, they roared with all their might at Mata's disgraceful conduct. Zhao Gang did not resort to humiliating tricks like a rainbow flick. He merely collaborated with his teammates. Yet, Mata reacted with such impatience, driven by a desire for vengeance. Players like Mata, while annoyed by being nutmegged, would typically not lose their composure. His behavior today stemmed solely from the understanding that Norwich was not worthy of comparison with Manchester United. Why should these Norwich players dare to humiliate him? Wasn't that asking for trouble? After the tackle, Mata quickly raised his hand in apology, but the referee's whistle remained silent. For Hilo had already received Zhao Gang's pass and was charging towards a perilous area of the defense. This was a case of advantageous play. Although Zhao had been taken down, he had successfully delivered the ball, and nearly all players were focused on Philip, oblivious to Zhao's pass to the distant Hilo. Hilo effortlessly received the ball, turned, and shook off his marker, now directly facing Luke Shaw. Shaw's defense was spot on. He did not recklessly rush forward, but maintained his position, waiting for his teammates to support him. Meanwhile, De Gea, in sync with his defenders, firmly secured the near post, forcing Hilo to delve deeper towards the byline, thereby completely eliminating his shooting angle. Subsequently, Manchester United's defenders and midfielders swiftly returned to their positions. This exemplifies the disparity between the Premier League and the Championship. Their speed of recovery is markedly superior, rendering it nearly impossible to create substantial offensive opportunities. In the face of a solitary breakthrough by Hilo, Luke Shaw managed to contain the situation. Realizing that further advancement was futile, Hilo reluctantly relinquished this chance, deftly flicking the ball to his teammate, Zhao Gang, behind him. Although Zhao Gang was brought down, he promptly rose to his feet without hesitation. Such a fall, aided by his injury card, was akin to having never fallen at all. Thus, he was quicker than Mata. Hilo merely glanced at the white figure and instinctively passed the ball back, as Zhao Gang was the most likely recipient in that position. Mata, a moment too late, rushed in with all haste, yet still arrived a fraction late. Receiving the pass, Zhao Gang wasted no time and executed a precise pass, sending the football soaring over Hilo's head towards the far post. Mata, attempting another desperate challenge, failed to intercept the ball and tumbled beyond the goal line. Glancing back at the football as he did so, Ospina, already in sync with Zhao Gang, materialized within the penalty area just in time. He withstood blind challenge, nearly knocking him to the ground, and without the need for a jump, he surged forward, heading the ball with force. Bang! De Gea, descending rapidly, stretched his body in a desperate attempt to react to the ball's trajectory, knowing he had insufficient time to respond adequately. Zhao Gang's pinpoint cross found Ospina. Oh, what a miraculous save by De Gea. He truly proved his worth. Sun Jian watched in disbelief as De Gea, unable to ascertain the ball's precise landing, managed to deflect it with his arm. The ball ricocheted off the crossbar. The entire Old Trafford erupted in exclamations. This ball so swift? Zhao Gang, upon his first touch, collaborated with Philip, passing to Hilo, who then created space with a cross that accurately located Ospina. Without any hesitation, what appeared to be a display of skill was, in reality, a seamless execution of play, keeping the ball in constant motion and transitioning into the penalty area with remarkable efficiency. Were it not for De Gea's extraordinary reflexes, they would have undoubtedly equalized by now. According to the away goals rule, Norwich's goal would have signified their lead. Ospina knocked his forehead in frustration. If that goal had been scored, they would have regained the initiative. Zhao Gang had just entered the field and already created a significant threat, and the referee brandished a yellow card to Mata for a previous foul. Consequently, Mata would need to exercise caution in his defensive maneuvers, no longer able to act recklessly. Zhao Gang, having just come on, nearly assisted Ospina and also compelled Mata's booking, proving highly effective. If only Zhao Gang had been introduced earlier, perhaps the outcome would have been different. As Sun Jian provided commentary, Zhao Gang positioned himself at the corner flag. De Gea gazed at Zhao Gang's 3 fingers raised skyward, feeling a mix of despair and confusion. This gesture had been a source of torment for the elite goalkeeper. The troubling aspect was that he had no idea whether this signal indicated a shot or a run to the near or far post. 3 fingers for a free kick, and 3 fingers for a corner kick. De Gea focused d'intently on Zhao Gang. Now, the team's free kick belonged to Zhao Gang. Previously, it had been Philip or even Hilo. But now, if Zhao Gang desired, it was solely his domain. Thus, as he approached the corner flag, all teammates either surged into the penalty area to contest or positioned themselves for a secondary attack. Hilo stood nearby, aiming to confuse the opposition. Zhao Gang exhaled deeply. He took a few steps back, lifted his leg. Unlike championship teams, Manchester United's prepared defense easily curtailed Ospina and Mendy, denying them any opportunity to leap. This was the evident gulf in quality between the Championship and Premier League giants. In Chapter 52, he can seize opportunities, and he can create them. Zhao Gang aimed for Ospina, identifying the most probable route to score. A 30% chance. However, Ospina found himself tightly ensnared by two defenders and Luke Shaw. Wary of turning, headed the ball out of bounds. Another corner. The quality of this corner was commendable, yet Manchester United's defenders, possessing both height and skill, proved too much for the young and inexperienced Ospina, who was outmaneuvered by these seasoned players. Zhao Gang sprinted to the opposite corner flag. His ambidextrous abilities were noteworthy. Many believe him to be predominantly right-footed, but his left-footed shooting and free kick skills were equally formidable. Thus, he could execute free kicks from virtually any position on the field with remarkable success. Seeing Zhao Gang raise 3 fingers skyward, De Gea was tempted to curse under his breath. This individual employed the same gesture for every free kick. How did his teammates decipher the tactics he devised? Zhao Gang directed his gaze toward the goal, while the crowd erupted in a cacophony of sound, some ill-mannered fans hurling burgers and soda at him. Such behavior could significantly affect a player's mentality. Upon Zhao Gang's introduction, Norwich's offense suddenly surged, illustrating that he was not just the core of their attack, but also the emotional backbone of his teammates. If they could provoke him, causing him to lose his composure, Norwich would be vulnerable. However, the burger that struck Zhao Gang's head did not faze him. He casually tossed it aside. The linesman observed Zhao Gang's indifference to the frenzied actions of the fans, focusing solely on the goal, causing a slight tremor within him. Had been another player, they would have sought the referee's intervention by now. Of course, this act of throwing burgers, even if Zhao Gang refrained from reporting it, would still be noted in the referee's report, and Old Trafford would inevitably face sanctions from UEFA. Zhao Gang's eyes perceived 5 passing routes and 2 shooting paths, none of which appeared promising. The disparity between Manchester United's defense and that of the Championship was indeed apparent. Just as he prepared to shoot, one of the shooting paths transformed into a golden opportunity. Zhao Gang's eyes widened slightly. What was this? The probability surged to 100%. A lucky card had been activated, enabling the host to strike the golden path, guaranteeing a goal. Zhao Gang exhaled. He had activated this card the moment he entered the field. To his surprise, it had triggered so swiftly. A 100% chance of scoring. As long as he adhered to the golden path, the ball was destined to find the net. This was originally a mere 5% chance at the far corner. Without hesitation, Zhao Gang initiated his run. He chose the far post. Sun Jian shouted as he watched the ball arc through the air. Ospina was positioned centrally, and there was no one at the far post. Zhang Xiang was anxious. The ball soared over Ospina's head. He didn't even need to leap, for he could not reach it. The ball flew out, and all eyes were on it. De Gea, stationed centrally, had been fixated on Ospina, but upon seeing the ball head toward the far post, he swiftly shifted his body in that direction. The football traced a bizarre arc, seemingly destined to sail over the crossbar, only to plummet dramatically from the air. Oh dear, this ball! Sun Jian watched helplessly as the football descended, striking the ground just beneath the crossbar before bouncing into the net. De Gea reached out, yet could not make contact with the ball, finding himself sprawled within the net. Just as he fell, he frantically attempted to retrieve the ball from the goal line, glancing around in readiness to mount an attack. Meanwhile, the Manchester United players swiftly surged out of the penalty area, poised for offense. Beep! The referee's whistle pierced the air. Goal! Hey! De Gea roared, eager to challenge the referee's decision. The Old Trafford crowd was on the verge of uproar, showering the referee with a cacophony of boos. The referee pointed to his wrist, nodding resolutely. Goal! Valid! As the football floated towards the goal, Brooke felt his heart leap into his throat. It was only when he saw the referee signal for a valid goal that he could finally unleash his emotions. 1-4. Though they trailed by 3, this invaluable away goal was sufficient for them to advance. They now held the advantage due to this singular goal. Zhao. Once again, it was Zhao. In the 75th minute, he scored from an impossible angle, pulling Norwich back from the brink of despair. A wave of ecstatic cheers erupted from every pub in Norwich County. Glasses shattered, and countless fans embraced, weeping tears of joy. Amidst the most profound darkness, that glimmer of light ignited hope in everyone's hearts. This is Zhao Gang. Whenever he takes the field, miracles occur. Ferguson chewed his gum, fists clenched, his expression solemn. Within mere minutes of Zhao Gang's arrival, he created two goal-scoring opportunities. One assist, one direct goal, both striking within the frame of the goal. In those few minutes, he surpassed the total number of shots on target from the previous 70 minutes. On the field, Norwich's offense transformed entirely. Guardiola clapped lightly, acknowledging Zhao Gang's passes. Both timing and power were of the highest caliber. He excelled at seizing opportunities, and when none were available, he crafted them himself. This is what defines a truly astute player. Despite Manchester United's defense being well-positioned for the corner, Zhao Gang pierced through and found the net. His shooting power and angle were remarkably mature for someone his age. Such finesse cannot be merely taught. It is a natural gift. Messi. Guardiola nodded. At least for now, this young man's football intelligence rivals that of Messi at the same age. Chapter 53. In the final moments, during his time at Manchester United's youth academy, Zhao Gang failed to capture the attention of Sis. It wasn't until the selection match that Sis recognized Zhao Gang's shooting talent. From that moment on, Sis kept a close watch on Zhao Gang's performances at Norwich. After all, Zhao Gang was introduced to Fark by him, establishing a nominal minimum-T relationship. Thus, Sis was well acquainted with Zhao Gang's capabilities, including his shooting zones, assist angles, and free kicks. "Do not foul, do not foul," Sis shouted as he watched Shiro break through with the ball just outside the penalty area. At this distance, a foul would present a tremendous opportunity for Zhao Gang. With only 7 minutes left, if Manchester United conceded another goal, it would spell their doom. "Engage, engage," Sis continued to yell from the sidelines. Though Norwich's defense had indeed faltered since Zhao Gang's entry, their players had become more offensive. They grew bolder, daring to take on Manchester United players. Offense is the best defense, and their attacking style had become more fluid, with ball possession increasing significantly. They managed to penetrate Manchester United's dangerous zones on several occasions. Conversely, after regaining the lead, Manchester United relaxed both mentally and physically, exposing vulnerabilities in their offense and defense, leading to a goal conceded. Now, as they faced elimination, Manchester United's players finally summoned their strength for a fierce counterattack. Shiro sought Zhao Gang, but was abruptly brought down by Blind, the ball falling to Fellaini's feet. Mata acted as a conduit, releasing the ball towards Di Maria, while the forward trio of Di Maria, Lingard, and Rooney surged forward. Norwich's players frantically chased back, especially Shiro, who, feeling responsible for the earlier mistake, exerted every ounce of strength to sprint from the Manchester United penalty area to his own. This was something that would have been unimaginable in the past. Shiro would never have been so earnest in his defensive duties. Di Maria propelled the ball forward with astonishing speed, seamlessly bypassing defenders and delivering a pass to the center. Rooney found himself in space, poised to score with a header. Yet, at that moment, a white figure flashed by. Shiro, in a last-ditch effort, raised half the length of the field and headed the ball out of play. The cheers from the Manchester United fans dissipated in an instant, replaced by sighs of despair. Shiro gasped for breath as two defenders approached, and the three of them exchanged hearty pats on the back. In the 86th minute, Di Maria took a corner kick and Mini leapt high, heading the ball out of the penalty area. Outside, Herrera swiftly regained control, distributing the ball to the wing. Meanwhile, Rooney, active in the center, drew defenders away, allowing Angel's expansive vision to find a perfectly weighted lofted pass. Lingard, with a cunning run, positioned himself perfectly before the ball even descended. The defending players had lost their positioning. By the time they attempted to recover, Lingard had already composed himself to strike. Norwich's goalkeeper stretched his body but could not thwart Lingard's effort. To the far corner, with a brilliantly acute angle, the ball struck the post and ricocheted into the net. 5-1. Manchester United regained the overall lead. Old Trafford erupted into exuberance once more. Norwich's defenders sank to the ground, pounding the earth in frustration, while the goalkeeper, hands on hips, bowed his head in bewilderment and self-reproach. Lingard, in the 87th minute, had seemingly sealed the match. This strike was indeed exquisite. Shunjian watched the replay, marveling at Di Maria's beautiful assist, with Lingard's shot being even more magnificent. It was nearly a dead angle, leaving the goalkeeper utterly helpless. Young Norwich fans in the stands covered their faces, weeping uncontrollably. The visiting supporters from Norwich were on the brink of despair. They were so close to advancing, so close to eliminating the formidable Manchester United. Yet at the last moment, they were struck down. The hearts of Norwich County's football fans sank at that moment. The once soaring enthusiasm of the fans in pubs was doused with a deluge of disappointment. Norwich now stood on the precipice of elimination. Carrow glanced at his teammates, their morale plummeting once more. Zhao Gang's expression darkened, and he took a deep breath. The atmosphere among the fans was jubilant, not only celebrating their players, but also unleashing a torrent of boos towards the Norwich squad. The home crowd had once sung about the blue skies of Manchester, proclaiming that no one could defeat Manchester United. Now, the opportunity for revenge had arrived for the Manchester United supporters. As Norwich commenced the match from the center, the cacophony of boos and curses from Manchester United supporters resonated throughout the stadium. The timid Norwich players lacked the courage to retaliate, rendering them pitiable and laughable. Devoid of the strength to respond, Philip, overwhelmed by the deafening atmosphere, faltered, allowing the ball to be intercepted in midfield. Upon seizing the ball, Demar surged forward with remarkable speed. The moment the Manchester United fans caught sight of Demar's advance, their singing ceased, replaced by exuberant cheers. Alas, this blunder came at a critical juncture. With time running out, another goal from United would obliterate Norwich's hopes of advancing. Demar had swiftly penetrated the danger zone, with Zhao Gang trailing in defense. How could Zhao Gang possibly contain Demar? Demar's dribbling was of the highest caliber, while Zhao Gang's defense appeared as fragile as paper. Aware of his impending defeat, Zhao Gang found himself the sole barrier against Demar, compelled to thwart his advance and create some much-needed space for his teammates. Just as he prepared to charge forward, a glimmer of hope sparked in his eyes. His lucky card. Observing Demar's movements, Zhao Gang realized that the lucky card had activated, ensuring Demar would stumble. Without hesitation, Zhao Gang sprinted toward Demar, not to defend, but to attempt a daring interception. As anticipated, before Zhao Gang could close in, Demar, in search of a passing option, tripped and fell. The ball rolling away. Zhao Gang dashed forward, claiming the ball and charging down the sidelines. The previously retreating Ospina and Hilo pivoted and raced toward the opposing penalty area, while United's attacking players hastily transitioned into defense, acutely aware that conceding another goal would lead to their elimination. Mata quickly approached Zhao Gang, confident in his defensive prowess against him. Demar's misstep had inadvertently aided Zhao Gang. With no defender in sight, Zhao Gang advanced past the halfway line, only for Mata to finally catch up. Zhao Gang prepared to pass. He chose to trust his teammate, sending the ball to the recently faltered Philip. The crowd's jeers weighed heavily on Philip, instilling a sense of trepidation that made him hesitant to dribble. Fortunately, Zhao Gang continued his forward run, allowing Philip to push the ball ahead and follow through for support. Mata found himself once again caught between two players. Recalling his embarrassing experience from the first half, when he was humiliated by a nutmeg, he accelerated toward Zhao Gang. This time, he could not afford to be embarrassed again. As Mata closed in, he remained vigilant of his legs, anticipating a possible nutmeg from Zhao Gang. However, Zhao Gang opted against it. His dribbling was lackluster, making it difficult to bypass Mata, but he could maneuver backward. When he turned to retreat, Mata indeed relaxed slightly. Just as Mata approached once more, Zhao Gang, with his back turned, delivered a powerful pass behind him with his left foot. Guardiola's eyes widened in astonishment. Zhao Gang, lowering his head while positioned on the right flank, executed a sweeping pass to the left, not into the space ahead, but rather behind him. Such a pass, known only to players, is extraordinarily challenging. Finding a teammate is no easy feat. A slight alteration in force could easily hand the ball to the opponent. Yet, Zhao Gang's pass landed perfectly in the vacant spot, where Hilo had already begun his run. Upon gaining possession, Hilo charged forth like a wild stallion. Ospina, receiving centrally, and Philip followed closely, while Zhao Gang continued his run toward the far post. The Manchester United defenders surged toward the penalty area, but Hilo's speed was astonishing, enabling him to push past Luke Shaw. This was one of the rare instances of triumph in confrontation. After slipping past Shaw, he faced the penalty area. Blint, his opponent, rapidly approached, attempting to close off the shooting angle. Yet, Hilo, seemingly possessed by a divine spirit, deftly altered his steps and shifted his weight, causing Blint to lose his balance and tumble to the ground. Do not foul. Sis watched as Luke Shaw approached from behind, preparing to tackle and terminate the attack. Sis' heart raced with anxiety. That position was critical, a foul that would grant the opponent the best opportunity. No, Sis' desperate shout came too late. Luke Shaw tackled Hilo, sending him crashing to the ground. Without hesitation, Hilo sprang back to his feet, maintaining control of the ball and intent on continuing the attack. The referee's whistle pierced the air. Sis stood on the sidelines, slapping his thigh in frustration. The attack was promising. The opponent continued their advance without the need for a foul call. Referee, are you even paying attention? Sis was nearly frantic. He understood all too well the implications of that position. Zhao Gang was nearly infallible. He could certainly strike within the goal frame. Moreover, De Gea seemed to harbor psychological apprehensions regarding free kicks from that distance. This was precisely why Sis wished to deny Zhao Gang such an opportunity. The free kick was a mere 23 meters from the goal. This distance was ideal for Zhao Gang. Shen Jian clenched his fist, observing Zhao Gang approach the free kick. At that moment, Old Trafford was a stark contrast to Carrow Road. While Carrow Road buzzed with fervent cheers, here, Zhao Gang was met with a chorus of boos. And from the stands came a torrent of insults. Such hostility could impose considerable pressure. Zhao Gang stood there, gazing at the surrounding crowd. The cameras captured his visage, the stadium's big screen displaying his expression. He even flashed a grin toward the Manchester United fans. When had their supporters ever faced such provocation from a young player? The relentless boos and curses intensified the atmosphere. Viewers at home could scarcely fathom the electric tension in the stadium. Norwich's fans closed their eyes, hands clasped in prayer, listening to Brooks' commentary. This was Norwich's final chance. The Manchester United supporters unleashed a terrifying chorus of boos, rallying behind their team. Zhao, the Norwich players, felt somewhat isolated on the field. They could not see us or hear us, but if we prayed sincerely, they would surely sense our support. Football fans clasped their hands, eyes shut, murmuring fervently. They dared not open their eyes to gaze at the screen, hearts racing, breaths quickening, minds in disarray. He will feel our collective support. He is not alone. This kick embodies the wishes of us all. If there is to be a miracle for Norwich, it will be through him. Brooks spread his arms wide, fixated on the screen. With less than a minute remaining, Rod sat, arms crossed, head resting on his hands, eyes tightly shut. The run-up, the strike. With each call from Brooke, the fans with closed eyes felt their hearts tighten. They were so anxious they could scarcely breathe. The fans, with their eyes wide open and necks outstretched, were utterly transfixed, as if the very air of the world had solidified and time had come to a standstill. Zhao! 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 As Zhao Gang drew closer to the football, Brooke incessantly chanted that name in his heart. When a clean, precise strike sent the ball soaring into the upper right corner of the net, Brooke collapsed to his knees. Zhao! 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 His commentary was reduced to a single name, devoid of mention of the goal or victory, nothing but that one word, Zhao. He did not pause for a moment, his voice escalating to a near suffocation. The Norwich fans, stirred by Brooks' frantic cries, opened their eyes. Ah! Everyone raised their arms in jubilation, a surge of fervor coursing through their veins. Norwich County trembled as if shaken by an earthquake. In shopping malls, bars, hospitals, hotels, and restaurants, everywhere with a screen, whether public or private, erupted in a cacophony of excitement. The entire county of Norwich, in a moment of eerie silence, suddenly erupted. There was no other sound, only an endless chorus of cheers. Zhao Gang raised his head, his finger pressed to his lips, directing a shushing gesture at all the Manchester United fans. Hush! Don't cry out. I shall relish this goal. The broadcast screen became visible to all. Furious Manchester United fans stood, hurling trash and gesturing obscenely, venting their anger and dissatisfaction. Only half a minute remained, just 30 seconds. De Gea, Blind, Mata, Fellaini, Herrera, you worthless players. How could you not intercept him? Showdown, that yellow-skinned little nuisance. Has he forgotten his surname upon scoring? How dare he act so brazenly at Old Trafford? Hurry, take him down. What are you players, who only eat and do not work, waiting for? The fans were on the brink of a riot. Meanwhile, Rooney hurriedly grabbed the ball and sprinted to the center circle. He quickly took the kick. There was still time. If they could score again, they would eliminate Norwich. Chapter 55. Ascendancy at Old Trafford 5-2. Due to the advantage of away goals, Norwich would eliminate Manchester United. They would oust this Premier League giant, singularly focused on the Europa League. Ferguson in the stands appeared grim, all because of one individual, Zhao Gang, whose presence had irrevocably altered the course of the match. Guardiola grinned widely, displaying an incredulous smile. This guy is the finest weapon for a siege. His free kicks are nothing short of lethal. Norwich may be under siege. Yet a single free kick, a corner kick, had plunged Manchester United into despair. Although his defense was virtually non-existent, offense is indeed the best form of defense. This individual must be acquired, brought on board. On the field, Rooney swiftly reached the center circle, with little time remaining. However, they still had a chance. Hurry, hurry. Rooney desperately rallied his teammates, urging them to muster their spirits. The players, who had forced Van Gaal's hand, needed a victory to prove it was the coach at fault, not the players. As Norwich prepared to kick off from the center circle, Manchester United's players swiftly advanced to press. Time was running out. Stoppage time was upon them. What is the referee doing? Why hasn't he blown the whistle? Shinjian, as a commentator, could no longer maintain neutrality. Hurry up and conclude this. Wrap it up. If Manchester United scores, it will completely overshadow Zhao Gang's remarkable performance. 2 goals, a counter-strike against Manchester United, and a place in the last 16. What a splendid night this is. The fans from Longwell would be utterly ecstatic. Foolish referee, blow the whistle already. What is going on? Is it Ferguson time? Is this match rigged? The fans from Longwell had not felt such a desperate urge for the match to end in a long time. Previously, they always wished for more stoppage time, since their team was perpetually trailing. Now they all hoped that this moment would end immediately. A miracle was about to unfold. Falk yelled at the referee, but to no avail. He then turned to the 4th official, bellowing and pointing at his watch in sheer frustration. It's past time. It's past time. The 4th official could only offer consolation to the coach. Stoppage time is merely a suggestion. The referee holds the ultimate authority. Stoppage time indicates the minimum additional time, and the referee can extend it based on circumstances. Falk, as a coach, understood this rule well. Yet he had to express his discontent, even if it meant risking a yellow or red card. Only through such pressure could he ensure the referee would not arbitrarily extend the stoppage time. De Gea had already positioned himself at the halfway line, preparing to charge into the opposing midfield. All of Manchester United's players surrounded the penalty area. Norwich's players, nearly desperate, threw themselves into blocking any shots once they gained possession. They did not look for teammates, merely booting the ball away. What midfield? What forwards? What defenders? At this moment, Norwich had only defenders. Zhao Gang's eyes darted as he dashed about, unable to intercept, but applying pressure was sufficient. Di Maria unleashed a shot that struck the goalkeeper squarely. The keeper, momentarily breathless, turned crimson but persisted. The ball rebounded to Rooney's feet. Relying on instinct, the goalkeeper lunged once more. The ball struck his face. Dazed, he somehow managed to rise, frantically searching for the ball. The cacophony of Manchester United fans drowned out all else. Cheers and curses merged into a frenzy. They hoped to instill psychological pressure on the Norwich players, inducing mistakes. The extreme fans' chants of yellow-skinned monkey reached Zhao Gang's ears, igniting his fury. Yet, if they could just hold on a little longer, these voices would soon fall silent. Keep going, hold on. All the fans in Norwich County, at this moment, had risen to their feet. In the final moments, they had even forgotten to breathe, forgotten to blink. Lingard took the last shot. The already dazed goalkeeper could not see the ball. Relying solely on instinct, he leaped and deflected it, then collapsed, struggling but unable to rise. Defend, he continued to shout. The defenders quickly positioned themselves on the goal line, ready for anything. The ball flew away. Everyone gazed skyward. 6 or 7 players rushed toward the football like madmen. Zhao Gang, with ample stamina, beat Rooney to the ball, gaining control. His ball protection might have been lacking, but his powerful kick was sufficient. If he could just boot it away, he could waste half a minute. Zhao Gang summoned all his strength, lowered his head, and struck the ball. The luck card activated, guaranteeing his shot would find the net. Zhao Gang heard this prompt and unleashed a powerful shot towards the opposing goal. 87 meters. The distance to the opponent's goal was a staggering 87 meters. De Gea, standing at the halfway line, watched as the ball soared overhead. Fans of Manchester United, Norwich fans, everyone craned their necks, following the trajectory of the ball. A clearance. A shot. The football found its way into the net. 5-3. The entirety of Old Trafford fell into an abrupt silence, enveloped in a profound stillness. Fans from both sides were deeply shaken by the unimaginable, divine goal that had just unfolded. How could such a strike exist in this world? Viewers before their screens were left utterly astonished. The commentary ceased, the live chat vanished. As if time itself had come to a standstill. Zhao Gang stood tall, his expression as cold as ice, removing his jersey and walking to the sidelines. Facing the fervent Manchester United supporters, he raised his hands high. Brooke erupted in ecstatic shouts. The humble fans of Manchester United, behold your deity, Zhao. As the number 18 jersey illuminated, the Manchester United fans in the stands sank despondently into their seats, some even collapsing to the ground. He extinguished the last flicker of hope, like a sovereign looking down upon his subjects with disdain. The Norwich goalkeeper lay on the pitch, unable to rise, yet experiencing a sense of unprecedented relief. The players of Manchester United slumped to the ground, drained of all strength, powerless to glance back at the youthful figure showcasing his jersey. The cacophony of insults faded entirely. The Manchester United supporters could scarcely utter a word. Hilo, along with several players, rushed over, beaming widely as he knelt on one knee, one hand clutching his chest, bowing his head like a knight in reverence. Following Brooks' ecstatic exclamation, he leaped into the camera's view, also kneeling in homage. Rod shook his head and laughed heartily. The Norwich County fans erupted in jubilation, akin to an earthquake. Countless supporters on the streets waved flags, with one fan clad in the number 18 jersey standing at the forefront, eyes closed and arms outstretched to the heavens. Strikingly, several fans in Manchester United jerseys fell to their knees, crying out in unison. All fans converged, with those in Manchester United colors cheering the loudest. As Zhao Gang tucked away his jersey, he gazed at the lifeless supporters, who finally fell silent. At that moment, all Norwich players surged forward, lifting Zhao Gang into the air. Zhao, my heavens! That goal was scored. Sun Jian found himself at a loss for words, unable to articulate his emotions. Witnessing Zhao Gang raise his jersey at Old Trafford, seeing the once fervent Manchester United fans utterly deflated, devoid of any anger, he trembled with uncontainable emotion. The players from Longwa had conquered Old Trafford as adversaries. What a monumental honor this was, an achievement unattainable by countless stars before. Chapter 56. What they deserve. Tremble, weep, submit. Brooke proclaimed from atop a table, arms outstretched, veins bulging, shouting towards the sky. This night belongs to Norwich. To all the supporters of Norwich. This is a gift from Zhao to all Norwich fans, a nightmare for all Manchester United supporters. David, I cannot see your expression, but I know you are weeping, hiding in your mother's embrace like a child who has lost his candy. Brooke danced exuberantly atop the table. That final kick shattered Manchester United's dreams. This was a moment of grandeur for Zhao Gang, a shining beacon for Longwa football. We had prepared two sets of remarks. If Manchester United mounted a comeback, Sun Jian would emotionally extend his blessings to them while lamenting Norwich's exit from the Europa League, reflecting on the promising future ahead. If Norwich triumphed, he would exalt Norwich like a poet, elevating Zhao Gang to the heavens. However, as he attempted to recite his prepared words, he found himself choked with emotion, unable to speak. I apologize, dear viewers, I'm truly sorry. Sun Jian never dreamed this Europa League match would conclude in such a manner. Norwich had lost, yet they advanced, not by the advantage of away goals, but leading Manchester United on aggregate. What rendered him speechless with excitement was that young boy, that Longwa youth, raising his jersey high at Old Trafford. In the home of the most successful club in the Premier League, that flash of gold overwhelmed the sea of Manchester red. Once, Dong Fanjua ventured to Europe, a mere substitute at Manchester United, embodying the dreams of countless Longwa fans. Regrettably, he returned empty-handed, with Manchester United fans unaware of his existence. Today, his descendant visited Old Trafford, ensuring every Manchester United fan would remember him. Just one match, and for a long time to come, they would recall the yellow-skinned, black-haired youth who vanquished Manchester United, leaving Old Trafford in despair. Zhao Gang will be the one to apologize to Sun Jian as he gazed into the broadcast camera, the golden jersey fluttering, while the Manchester United supporters, overcome by the loss, knelt in anguish, as if bowing before the boy. Hilo knelt like a knight behind the boy, welcoming his king, reigning supreme, crying, weeping, weeping. Countless messages flooded in, trembling hands pressed against keyboards. Many remained in stunned silence, fixated on the screen. This is football. How could one not shed tears? Norwich had eliminated Manchester United. They had ousted the favorite to win it all. A championship team. In the world of second-tier English football, nothing is impossible. We believe Norwich will go further, and Zhao Gang will bring us more miracles. After a long moment, Shun Jian finally calmed down. As a football commentator, he felt inadequate today. But who truly cared? As the match concluded, Manchester United players rose from the pitch, some dazed, yet the outcome was already sealed. In the post-match press conference, Zhao Gang sat upright, while Falk refrained from bringing Hilo forth, concerned that his remarks in Manchester might spark unnecessary trouble. Flashbulbs continuously captured the seemingly unfazed Zhao Gang, as if he had merely completed an ordinary match. Falk occasionally covered his mouth, nearly bursting into laughter, not in mockery of Manchester United, but out of sheer exhilaration. At Old Trafford, they had eliminated Manchester United. This was more thrilling than winning the championship. Falk, do you have anything to say about this match? I can only express that we have eliminated Manchester United. This is a miracle. All players performed excellently. Zhao was, as always, outstanding, finding gaps and opportunities against the top-tier defenses of the Premier League, and then sealing the match. I want to thank all the players for their hard work and dedication. With that, the routine questions concluded, and all journalists fixated on Zhao Gang. Zhao, you single-handedly defeated Manchester United. Was it easier than you imagined? I am not a proponent of individual heroism. I do not believe I could defeat Manchester United alone. They possess formidable attackers and a solid defense. Our victory relied on the collective effort of us all. Zhao Gang remained humble, never one to seek the spotlight. His display of the jersey was merely a response to the taunts, not a boastful act. He was not one for verbal sparring. He preferred to demonstrate their immaturity through action. You seem hardly excited at all. I am undeniably thrilled. However, I believe it is prudent to maintain a lower profile in an away game without security present. Such a cold joke elicited laughter from the journalists in attendance. Given your character, it is difficult to fathom that you would perform such an action in front of all the fans in an away game. Had you contemplated your celebration beforehand? The reporter raised his hands, mimicking a gesture of showcasing a bright jersey. This act was a tremendous blow to all Manchester United supporters. I overheard some rather discordant remarks from the players' tunnel to the substitutes bench and onto the pitch. Many Manchester United fans exhibited considerable hostility towards me and my country. I never intended to engage in any altercation with Manchester United fans, yet their actions genuinely infuriated me. I sensed Zhao Gang hesitated slightly. They have received their just desserts. 6-5. Norwich has eliminated Manchester United and advanced to the round of 16 in the Europa League, the longest distance goal in Europa League history. The young prodigy from Dragon Country scored a hat-trick, and the Canaries continue to soar. Old Trafford has fallen. Falk's miraculous substitutions led to a spectacular turnaround. Falk glanced at the final report. Oh dear, it turns out to be the infamous Brooke, who has now turned into a natural fan after being so critical. David has truly fallen into a pit of misfortune, even when extending friendly gestures toward Zhao Gang. And despite Ferguson personally contacting Norwich's upper management to sincerely offer for Zhao Gang, Brooke still spares no effort in cursing David. This time, Guardiola has genuinely witnessed Zhao Gang's magic. The precision of his passing and the perfect arc of his free kicks are precisely what he has longed for in the attacking front. His ability to seize opportunities seems almost predestined for football. Securing this young talent ensures that Manchester City's forward line will be worry-free for the next 15 years. He will no longer need to enter the field armed with quick-fix solutions or scratch his head. He might even find his hair growing back. Chapter 57. Meeting an idol. Although we did not triumph over Manchester United, we did not forfeit the system points for defeating a strong team. Nevertheless, by eliminating Manchester United and advancing to the round of 16 in the Europa League, we still earned a reward of 10 system points. Had we won, there would have been an additional 10 points. Zhao Gang opened the panel to review his specific ratings. Physicality, 81. Stamina, 80. Shooting, 100. Passing, 100. Dribbling, 41. Interceptions, 36. Tackling, 38. Set pieces, 100. Speed, 66. Heading, 5. Available system points, 11. Injury-free card, 0-20. Activated, current level 1. Grants permanent injury immunity upon use. A level 3 injury-free experience card, usable twice, ensures top-tier injury immunity for the entire match duration, including stoppage time and penalties. but only applicable in Europa League matches. Eliminating Manchester United not only granted 10 system points, but also activated the Level 1 injury-free card, which can also be upgraded using system points. Upgrading to Level 2 requires 20 system points. Additionally, there exists a top-tier injury-free card, albeit an experience card, limited to 2 uses and subject to Europa League restrictions, allowing one to act freely on the field without fear of injury. The rewards are indeed substantial. This exhilarating match has ignited fervor among fans in Dragon Country. Although Manchester United may be experiencing a lack of morale and decline, unable to compare to the formidable Red Devils under Ferguson's reign, they remain a powerhouse in the Premier League. Strong. A single word suffices. Not only are their shots precise, but their passes are also exquisite. Such exceptional players, who can transition from forward to attacking midfielder, are certainly beyond Norwich's retention capabilities. It is certain that during the summer transfer window, Zhao Gang will inevitably join a prestigious club. Have you not noticed the multitude of prominent figures attending the match? It is undoubtedly a scouting mission. Previously, Wenger favored a lottery-style approach to acquisitions. Now, the lottery has been drawn early, and his initial budget is insufficient. Ha ha ha. Let's not be overly excited. While Zhao Gang's few touches were indeed impressive, luck played a role as well. 2 games do not definitively confirm his prowess in the Premier League, as many young talents have faltered in top-tier leagues. Yes, the second Messi, the second Ronaldo, proclaimed so fervently, yet over the years, no one has matched them. What future awaits Zhao Gang? Moreover, Zhao Gang exhibits little defensive capability. Within a team like Norwich, both the coach and players center around him, diligently covering his shortcomings, which may not reveal significant issues. Should he find himself in a prestigious club, those players are of elite caliber, who would be willing to cover for him. If Zhao Gang persists in neglecting defense, it could lead to locker room discord. Furthermore, Zhao Gang's ability to break through and dribble is nearly non-existent. In the top league, he might find himself unable to even touch the ball. Some rational fans are analyzing Zhao Gang's prospects. Indeed, we can all see this. A professional coach would undoubtedly discern it more keenly. If Zhao Gang does not improve his game, he may encounter considerable difficulties in the future. While Zhao Gang can excel as a forward and invigorate the midfield, it becomes awkward if he cannot receive the ball. It might be wiser for him to join a slightly lesser Premier League team to hone his skills, fully centered around him. Pairing him with a forward capable of breaking through and creating space could yield better results. I believe Barcelona would be a fitting match for Zhao Gang. With him and Messi on the field, Barcelona would effectively have 1.5 fewer defenders. Wouldn't they be caught off guard? Discussions regarding Zhao Gang's future have never been as fervent as they are now. Not only has Dragon Country taken notice, but the media in England has joined in as well. This has generated considerable attention. Previously, there were only offers from teams and the coach's intent to recruit Zhao Gang from Norwich. Now, reports indicate that various top clubs are preparing to vie for him. After watching his match, Wenger has already resolved to break the recent trend of selling the captain to repay debts. Previously, they sold the captain every year, but now they plan to sell the captain to acquire Zhao Gang. Pochettino is also in a rather unpleasant dispute with the frugal levy. Ferguson has advised the upper management to go all in. After all, they've spent lavishly on so many underperforming players. This investment is unlikely to be more costly than those, and it is certainly worth more. Even Paris Saint-Germain, freshly ascendant and waving their cash to acquire stars, has been rumored to be willing to spend 60 million euros to secure Zhao Gang. The only one remaining silent is Guardiola, who is now seated across from Zhao Gang. Beside him is his brother, PP Guardiola. Zhao Gang feels a surge of excitement, for Guardiola and Sun Jihai have always been his idols. Now, Guardiola is at Manchester City, the very club where Sun Jihai once played. It seems as though everything is predestined. Guardiola's tone is consistently inspiring. I see your passion and fervor for football, as well as your boundless potential. You can excel in midfield, orchestrating the team, or serve as the team's finisher. Your shooting has left a lasting impression on me. I assure you, you're the player I need. In Manchester City, your task is to send the ball into the opponent's net. Manchester City boasts the finest midfield in the Premier League and is among the elite in all of Europe. I can help you realize all your dreams regarding football. Had it not been for PP speaking first, Zhao Gang would have undoubtedly committed to joining Manchester City. As Zhao Gang's agent, his dedication is commendable. Even when facing his brother, he remains unwavering in advocating for Zhao Gang. Josep, your words resonate deeply. Zhao is young and holds you in high esteem, even idolizing you. However, it is not enough to merely offer flattering remarks. What Zhao truly requires is playing time. Does he have a chance in your plans? If he must wait, he will not join Manchester City. Guardiola pondered briefly, given the current midfield configuration at City. It is inconceivable for Zhao to replace any of them. Although the forward line has faced criticism and often leaves him feeling anxious, it is not the norm, as City's attack remains top tier in the Premier League. For the time being, committing to a starting position for Zhao appears challenging. Most players who join a new team find it difficult to secure a starting role, as the team must adapt to tactical strategies, and the coach needs to assess the players. While I cannot assure you of an immediate starting position, I can guarantee you will have playing time. Zhao understood that to earn a starting spot, he must demonstrate his capabilities, especially since City's star-studded roster notably lacks a central striker, a role Zhao is ill-equipped to fulfill, given his heading abilities are akin to that of a commendable middle school student. Pelin recognized that even if Zhao performs exceptionally well and Guardiola expresses a keen interest, the necessary processes cannot be overlooked. Trust must be earned through merit, not merely given. Chapter 58. Are we being targeted by UEFA? Beyond Zhao's situation, the camaraderie between Pelin and Josep is quite harmonious. Zhao gradually relaxed, the initial nervousness of meeting his idol dissipating. The trio engaged in extensive discussions about football. Josep Guardiola's fervor genuinely inspired Zhao's desire to play alongside him, embodying a profound love for the game. Later, Pelin introduced Zhao to Wenger. Although the professor had once incurred an additional £1 in transfer fees, which embarrassed the Norwich hierarchy and even left Pelin feeling humiliated, he still sought Zhao's opinion before meeting with the professor. Guardiola is Zhao's idol, while Wenger commands Zhao's utmost respect. Ferguson's legendary contributions to Manchester United are undeniable, yet Zhao holds little recollection of him. The first time he heard the title professor, he felt an aura of sophistication and approachability. Seeing the bespectacled elder on television, vibrant and graceful, he hardly resembled a football coach. The title of professor is indeed well-deserved. Zhao's admiration for Arsenal stems from Wenger, marking him as a quintessential fan. Despite Arsenal's recent struggles becoming a topic of jest, Zhao's fondness for Wenger remains unchanged. Diligent and devoted, Wenger has kept the beleaguered Arsenal among the elite, steadfast in their footballing principles. Such a figure commands Zhao's respect and admiration. Although the professor may lack some enthusiasm, he is still articulate. His assurance to Zhao is a starting position. This is a significant allure for Zhao. Wenger is adept at unearthing the potential of young players, and Arsenal has consistently been a formidable force in the Premier League. Even without a championship, they remain fiercely competitive. Wenger, a seasoned veteran, immediately perceived the eagerness in Zhao's eyes. Pelin attempted to restrain Zhao from displaying his enthusiasm, but it was too late. He recognized Zhao's yearning for a starting role, and Arsenal indeed presents an ideal fit for him. At his young age, he is not yet in a position to fiercely contest for honors. Arsenal style, characterized by intricate short passes and penetrative play, aligns perfectly with Zhao's exceptional passing abilities, allowing him to showcase his technical prowess. After dinner, Pelin drove Zhao back to his apartment. Are you certain you won't meet Ferguson and Pochettino? I can arrange a meeting, even with Mourinho. Zhao harbored no particular fondness for Spurs, remaining neutral. As for Manchester United, he often expressed gratitude for their youth training and coach Cisse. However, since David's comments, his interest had waned. The pride among United's personnel, from management to coaches and players, is palpable. Zhao doubts he could thrive in a team that revels in past glories. As for Mourinho, in his youth, Zhao found him arrogant and self-centered, seemingly reliant on luck to secure victories. Yet as he matured, Zhao developed a profound respect for the elder, recognizing that all his actions were in pursuit of his footballing vision. Many of his perplexing statements and actions were for the benefit of his players, nurturing them like a father. Such a coach is undeniably captivating to Zhao. Unfortunately, it seems likely that Mourinho will head to Manchester United next season, a club Zhao wishes to avoid due to its internal strife and arrogance. In that realm, Mourinho's failure at United is undeniably a testament to the post-Ferguson era's most remarkable accomplishments. Will he be able to alter his fate in this world? I believe if given the chance, those two clubs would be my top choices. Understood, but you must not disclose to the media your aspirations for Manchester City or Arsenal. Absolutely. They exchanged smiles as Pellin entered the car. You should consider purchasing a vehicle now that you're earning so much. Let me first obtain my driver's license. Zhao still had no license in England and did not even possess a license from his homeland. The upcoming championship fixtures are particularly congested, as the championship entails more rounds than the top 5 leagues, with midweek matches being commonplace. Presently, Norwich is embroiled in the playoffs for promotion, while the championship title seems just out of reach. If Fulham does not falter, they will be difficult to surpass. Thus, Farke decisively rotated most of the squad for league matches. In 3 matches, the results were 1 win, 1 draw, and 1 loss. Shiloh played the full matches and performed well, while Zhao only came on in the final moments to warm up. He yearns for victory for the team, but he has previously stated that on the pitch, he is a soldier, wholly obedient to the coach's commands. Thus, he refrains from voicing objections to Farke's tactics. After 3 rounds, Norwich's players received the Europa League draw results, leading to the perception that UEFA is deliberately targeting English teams. Arsenal. This is not good news for Norwich or English football. In the first round, due to the absence of national avoidance principles, they drew Manchester United, managing to eliminate them, only to face another Premier League powerhouse. Both Manchester United and Arsenal are formidable contenders for the Europa League title. Consequently, Norwich encountered both in the draw. This is undeniably a dismal outcome. For English football, it signifies that only one English team can advance to the final 8. In recent years, the La Liga giants have been formidable, and the Bundesliga titans remain fierce, while English teams have seen a decline in their European performances. The points have been surpassed by La Liga and the Bundesliga. In the Champions League arena, the hope for the title is undoubtedly bleak. However, if the Europa League can be conquered, it would provide some closure. As fate would have it, Manchester United was eliminated by a fellow countryman, leading to an all-English clash in this round. Among the 32 teams, Norwich drew Manchester United, and among the 16, they fortuitously landed Arsenal. The coach and players of Norwich fell into a stunned silence. The fans erupted in outrage, with Brooke initiating a petition for supporters to sign, demanding UEFA to redraw the lots. UEFA, of course, ignored him, prompting him to vociferously condemn the organization for its alleged corruption. Brooke, held in high esteem by the fans, gained some additional clout from this ordeal. Had it not been for his friend's intervention, he would have driven to UEFA's headquarters to unfurl a banner. UEFA undoubtedly has issues. I've heard that the temperature of the balls used in the draw varies. Ossipina gossiped. Damn UEFA, envious of the broadcasting revenue from Premier League teams. Why did they target us? Hilo scratched his head vigorously. Facing Manchester United, their progression was greatly aided by the internal strife in the first match, and the second match showcased the stark difference in quality between Norwich and the Premier League powerhouses. Arsenal's title hopes are dashed, yet their place in the top 4 seems secure. The fans, disheartened by Arsenal's long-standing underperformance, are clamoring for Wenger's dismissal. Yet he still fights valiantly in the Europa League. Chapter 59. The embodiment of God has already descended. Roar, roar, roar. During the weekend league match, the fans at Carrow Road erupted in a cacophony of cheers. Zhao Gang received a long pass from Mendy, and near the halfway line, he executed a ground pass that pierced through 2 defenders. A defender lunged in a desperate attempt but missed by a hair, the ball landing at the feet of the onside Hilo. Hilo, who had started the previous 3 matches, was in fine form, scoring twice. However, he felt discomfort. Both goals came through sheer individual brilliance, as genuine opportunities were scarce. A clear chance. A one-on-one. Hilo, Rod shouted excitedly. Spectacular. Just as Hilo entered the penalty area, the goalkeeper had yet to commit, and the trailing defender was still in pursuit. With confidence, Hilo unleashed a powerful shot, sending the ball into the net. 2-0. Hilo completed a brace. Zhao's 2 assists were not squandered, and Hilo proved himself to be a top-tier forward in the league. With Light injured, Falk was compelled to reposition Zhao, yet the results were unexpectedly excellent. Although his goal count diminished, the team's attacking prowess significantly improved. His exceptional passing skills and willingness to facilitate made Norwich stronger. Indeed, Zhao exhibited an extraordinarily unselfish playing style. When the team required him to be a playmaker, he dutifully fulfilled Falk's instructions without complaint. He could score more goals, Yet for the sake of the team, he was willing to distance himself from the opponent's goal. His understanding of football and selflessness transcended that of his peers. A forward's primary role is to score, and the greatest aspiration is to net goals continuously. Especially at this age, where ambition thrives and scoring is the ultimate accolade. Yet Zhao seemed indifferent to his scoring statistics. He was a formidable contender for the league's Golden Boot, yet this style of play might ultimately cost him the accolade. Brooke harbored concerns, while team victories were paramount. Personal honors should not be neglected. Even if Zhao was unconcerned, the fans, every Norwich supporter, certainly were. For their star to secure the Golden Boot would bring them immense joy. On the pitch, Hilo laughed heartily, embracing Zhao. It was Zhao who understood him, capable of delivering such lethal through balls. Others might perceive his run, but fail to deliver the pass, or lack the imagination to even attempt it. By halftime, the score stood at 2-0. The fans celebrated in the stands. Today, Falk fielded the full starting lineup, allowing the rested players to quickly regain their rhythm. Next week, they would host another formidable opponent, Arsenal. As Brooke had anticipated, Falk replaced 3 key players in midfield. Triumphing over Manchester United had bolstered Falk's confidence, while winning the league required reliance on others. The Europa League demanded only consistent victories to ultimately claim the crown. Although challenges abounded, Norwich had not experienced a smooth season from the start. Even the most ardent supporters could scarcely believe today's results. They were on the cusp of the promotion playoffs, with little chance of falling behind. Furthermore, they had eliminated the Red Devils from the Europa League. Now, what remained impossible? Damn it, Zhao Gang was substituted again. In previous matches, he had only been a late substitute, and today he had finally earned a starting role, only to be taken off in the second half. After all, he was merely 18. His stamina was undoubtedly robust. Why this arrangement from the coach? Alas, it wasn't just Zhao. Apart from Hilo and the goalkeeper, all other key players have been rotated. This was the head coach's protective measure for the players, given the congested championship schedule and the Europa League matches ahead. It was quite normal. At 10 o'clock at night, prime time in Dragon Country, the kickoff time of the championship was extremely favorable for Dragon Country fans, leading to viewership exceeding that of the top 5 leagues. Of course, this was limited to Norwich's matches. Others drew little attention. Originally, with a double match week, these fans had anticipated seeing more of Zhao Gang, yet Falk opted for rotation, leaving them greatly disappointed. Next Wednesday, at 2:45 a.m., the Europa League would commence, and Zhao Gang would undoubtedly start and play the full match. Then they would get to enjoy it to the fullest. I still have to go to work. How fortunate it is to be in college. Ultimately, Norwich triumphed 2-0 at home. The fans chanted Zhao Gang's name loudly. In the stands, numerous fans held aloft the number 18 jersey, and even though considerable time had passed since their elimination of Manchester United, many fans still vividly recalled the moment Zhao Gang illuminated Old Trafford. That would forever be a point of pride for Norwich supporters. As they aged, passing their season tickets down to their grandchildren, reminiscing in their armchairs about the glorious past, they would tell their grandchildren, "Grandpa was far happier than you are." I witnessed Norwich's legends, bringing Manchester United players to tears at Old Trafford, shattering the dreams of the Red Devil supporters. The fans in the stands were acutely aware that this summer, Zhao Gang would depart from Carrow Road. Opportunities to see this legend donning the Norwich jersey were dwindling. Thus, they cherished every home game at Carrow Road with utmost fervor. The heart-wrenching roars compelled Zhao Gang to glance toward the stands. He received a jersey from a young fan, marking the first time he signed his name. The little fan blinked in awe, clapping hands with Zhao Gang. The young boy's father, ecstatic, flushed with excitement, veins bulging in his neck. He lifted his son high, shouting wildly to the surrounding fans. This was the first autograph of a Norwich legend. It would become a treasured heirloom for their family. The next day, as newspaper headlines continued to sing praises for Zhao Gang and Norwich. Certainly, much of the coverage revolves around the upcoming match where Norwich will host Arsenal. The victory over Manchester United has instilled greater confidence among Norwich supporters. Prior to facing Manchester United, fans vocally proclaimed Norwich's inevitable triumph. Yet deep down, they understood that without divine intervention, defeat was almost certain. However, the unexpected transpired. Norwich eliminated Manchester United. Truly, it seemed that fate favored Norwich. Yet, as they prepare to confront Arsenal, one wonders if fortune will continue to smile upon them. While divine fairness suggests no bias, it is evident that a spirit of hope resides within Norwich. In an impassioned report by Brooke, his stature among fans has soared, nearly elevating him to a position of leadership in their hearts. Indeed, the embodiment of hope has long since graced Carrow Road. Chapter 60. Brother, I see potential in you. Norwich fans brim with anticipation for this encounter, their confidence bolstered compared to before. However, prevailing opinions still cast doubt on Norwich's chances. Particularly, the most esteemed English institutions have issued odds for this match. Norwich at home against Arsenal. Victory at 113, draw at 5, and defeat at 13. With a handicap of 15 goals. This is despite Norwich's recent triumph over Manchester United, which has somewhat boosted fan morale. Arsenal boasts formidable players across all positions, presenting a stark contrast to Manchester United's situation. Even amidst extreme fan sentiments calling for Wenger's dismissal, his command over the locker room remains unshaken. Internal discord is not a concern for Arsenal. Falk, scratching his head, candidly admits his lack of tactical prowess, confessing uncertainty on how to approach the current Arsenal side. In truth, against Manchester United, he had no viable strategy, resorting to a defensive stance while seeking opportunities for counterattacks. Faced with such formidable opposition, even tactical Maestro Benitez would find little recourse, let alone Falk. Thus, the only course is to play to their strengths. Falk retrieves his tactical board. Indeed, defense is the sole option against Arsenal. Their full-backs not only excel in offensive support, but also possess swift recovery speed. The only conceivable weakness may lie in their height. So for this match, I require you to take the lead, Falk instructs, pointing to Ospina. Young, energetic, and tall, he can exert considerable pressure on the opposing defenders. Falk directs his attention to Shiro. If the opportunity to shoot arises, seize it. However, I doubt Arsenal's defenders will grant you many chances. So your mission is to continuously seek breakthroughs and earn free kicks. Employ every trick in the book, understand? And Falk turns to Philip, recognizing them as perhaps the only players capable of creating significant disruptions. Generating shooting opportunities may prove challenging, yet drawing fouls should be a strong possibility. Both nod in agreement. Previously, Zhao Gang showcased exceptional free kick proficiency, whether striking directly or finding Ospina with pinpoint accuracy. This will present a prime scoring opportunity. Even if fouls cannot be drawn, attempts to break through for corner kicks are essential. Zhao, I know you hold Professor Wenger in high regard. Despite his humiliating offers, you have consistently displayed due respect. I trust you appreciate Arsenal's style, so when facing them, you must give your utmost. This is the fundamental mindset of a player. Zhao Gang's eyes gleamed with determination. Falk understood him well. Indeed, if the opportunity arises against Arsenal, Manchester City, or facing the likes of Wenger and Guardiola, he would exert every ounce of effort. You will undoubtedly feel exhilarated. I genuinely require your passion, but you must exercise restraint. In preparation for Arsenal, I have ensured you have ample rest, not for you to showcase your skills, but for you to help us win. Therefore, judiciously manage your energy and temper your excitement. Do you comprehend? I do not wish to undermine anyone's confidence, but the reality is that you're the only player on this team qualified to start against a club of Arsenal's caliber. Thus, if we seize victory, it will undoubtedly be due to your contributions. Maintain your composure. Do not be swayed by their emotions, and avoid unnecessary confrontations. Should anyone provoke you, Falk glances at the others. Ospina stands tall, declaring, I will handle it. Anyone who dares to trouble my brother will feel the wrath of my martial arts. I recognize your maturity surpasses that of your peers. Previously, I would not have felt the need to remind you of such matters, but this situation is different. Lichtsteiner plays with a rough edge and occupies a similar position to yours. Wenger is eager to recruit you to Arsenal, and Lichtsteiner will undoubtedly attempt to unsettle you to prove himself. You must remain composed. Zhao Gang took note of Lichtsteiner's name. In his previous world, Arsenal had no such player. Given Falk's repeated warnings, there must be merit to them. Zhao Gang eagerly anticipates this confrontation. Currently, in the Championship, points cannot be accrued through ordinary matches. Only the fiercest teams can earn them. After defeating Manchester United, they gained 10 points, eliminating them for another 10, along with a card for injury immunity. What reward to wait for triumphing over Arsenal? Due to the low group stage points, Norwich's knockout schedule predominantly features home matches first. Carrow Road is already a cauldron of fervent fans. Victory is imperative. Norwich will triumph. Let us decisively defeat Arsenal. Ensure they return empty-handed. Eliminate that foolish Lichtsteiner. Previously, during an encounter in the Premier League, Lichtsteiner executed a brutal challenge that sidelined Norwich's second striker, Ocho. In the Premier League, for the sake of entertainment, the threshold for fouls is exceedingly lenient. Lichtsteiner received merely a yellow card, appearing utterly innocent, as if to say, "This is the Premier League. It's merely a standard tackle." Post-match, he expressed no remorse, consistently believing such reckless actions to be entirely acceptable. If he cannot adapt to the Premier League's pace, he should move to La Liga. The Premier League is a battleground for men. Lichtsteiner justifies his actions thus, inciting deep animosity among Norwich fans toward this midfielder. Consequently, in this match, the crowd fervently chants for Lichtsteiner's downfall, seeking vengeance for Ocho. Rumor has it that Norwich's talented young player has garnered significant attention, with the coach eager to recruit him to the Emirates. Giroud whispers to Lichtsteiner, "I've heard the coach dined with him and promised him a starting position." If true, it would likely mean Zhao Gang would replace Lichtsteiner in the starting lineup. After all, Zhao Gang is not a center forward and cannot contend with Giroud for a position, while Sanchez and Cazorla's starting spots are untouchable. The most probable replacements will be Lichtsteiner and Welbeck. However, Welbeck's performance has been slightly better, while Lichtsteiner's passing ability falls short of Arsenal standards. Due to his undeniably positive attitude on the field and being one of the few representatives of Arsenal's fierceness, he secured a starting position. The professor requires a player of such tenacity. The opportunity has arisen. Let the coach witness his true caliber and whether he possesses the strength to usurp my starting role. Lightman expressed his disdain. Giroud nodded vigorously, giving Lightman a thumbs up. "Brother, I believe in you." Chapter 61. Let us get started. The Carrow Road Stadium buzzed with fervent cheers, the atmosphere resonating through the air. The Arsenal players, however, did not appear overly anxious. They had encountered more frenzied scenes several times throughout the year. Moreover, compared to the Emirates Stadium, the intensity here was rather tame. Are there truly no players left from Dragon Country? A scornful voice echoed from the players' tunnel. Leutmann approached Zhao Gang deliberately. He had certainly heard whispers about Zhao Gang, especially since Wenger had shown interest in him, even sharing a meal together. If Zhao Gang were to join Arsenal, Leitman would likely be the one replaced. Hence, Leitman aimed to demonstrate to the coach in this match that the newcomer was utterly incompetent. Trash talk and petty antics are often the most effective tactics. With a derisive expression, Leitman looked down his nose at Zhao Gang. Zhao Gang, seemingly unfazed by Leitman's words, maintained his calm demeanor. Seeing this, Leitman smirked, convinced that he had instilled fear in a younger player. Being young and hailing from Asia, he likely dared not stir up trouble, not even mustering the courage to retort. How laughable and pitiable. Dragon Country football, Dragon Country players. Now that several clubs have shown interest in you, do you think you're quite impressive? He taunted. Let me tell you, in Europe, you will never make a name for yourself. Your skills are akin to those of my dog. No, you're far inferior. Zhao Gang finally met Leitman's gaze with resolve. Before he could articulate a response, Ospina stepped in front of Zhao Gang, lowering his head and glaring at Leitman. Are you out of your mind? Leitman's smile widened upon seeing the tall youth. What, Dragon Country players can only hide behind women? Ospina tilted his head. Smack. A resounding slap. What the hell, you hit me. Leitman was momentarily stunned, then charged forward like a rabid dog, and the two immediately engaged in a scuffle. Stop it. Stop it. Kilo shouted, rushing in to pull Ospina back while discreetly delivering a kick to Leitman's midsection. Leitman's body stiffened, and after taking 2 punches from Ospina, he saw stars. Stop it. Kilo exerted extraordinary effort, clearly anxious, as he tried to restrain Ospina. It seemed that without his timely intervention, Leitman would have been thoroughly beaten by Ospina. All the players surged forward. Cazorla and Giroud pulled Leitman back, while Ospina was surrounded by teammates who shielded him. A small contingent of fans could glimpse the scene inside, erupting into a frenzy of boos and jeers. Cheers erupted as Leitman suffered a setback. The main referee, linesman, and 4th official quickly arrived at the scene, along with nearby security personnel, to finally calm the escalating tensions. Leitman, nursing his stomach and face, glared venomously at Zhao Gang. I hope your legs are tougher than Ojo's. Hey, In an instant, the Norwich players erupted again. Several Arsenal players rushed forward to intervene, urging calm. Cazorla shouted angrily at Lightman, "Have you lost your mind? Provoking at a time like this? This is Carrow Road. Aren't you afraid the security will break your legs, rendering you unable to play for the rest of your life?" Why did Ospina and Hilo confront Lightman? Yet he only glared at Zhao Gang. Because during the scuffle, the players had mingled, and Zhao Gang had been hiding behind, landing the most potent blow that nearly disfigured Lightman's face. Initially, Lightman hadn't realized who had struck him, but by the time he discovered it, his teammates had already pulled him away. Zhao Gang, witnessing the murderous glare from Lightman, activated his damage prevention card for safety. It seemed a crisis was imminent. Even if Lightman did not seek trouble with him, he needed to find an opportunity to teach this madman a lesson. Lightman had not only insulted him, but had also belittled players from Dragon Country and mentioned Ojo. Ojo had sustained a severe injury last year and had yet to fully recover, possibly leaving him with psychological scars that would haunt him in the future. Having watched Ojo silently observe his teammates during training, Zhao Gang felt a pang of sympathy and sadness. Finally, the match was about to commence. The altercation occurred before the referee was aware of the specific reasons, so no cards were issued. Perhaps there would be additional penalties following the match. Be careful. Lightman will definitely target you. Protect yourself and don't let him provoke you. I'll beat him mercilessly, Ospina whispered. Zhao Gang nodded. Ospina and Hilo were indeed reliable. He hadn't anticipated Hilo, typically so straightforward, would resort to theatrics. That kick looked painful. But then again, who in football doesn't know how to act? As the Arsenal players took the field, they were met with a chorus of boos. Lightman raised his head to the crowd. The louder the boos, the wilder I become. Soon, he would let their star witness the intensity of the Premier League. Number 18, all of them are wearing number 18 jerseys. How splendid. I shall soon become the focal point of the entire match. Lightman's expression appeared as though he had been struck. Shun Jian queried, perplexed. The earlier turmoil had occurred within the players' tunnel, and the broadcast had not captured it. They were still unaware of what transpired. Had something indeed happened before the match? Lightman had previously incapacitated Ojo in a match against Norwich, which contributed to the team's lack of available forwards at the season start. It was possible that Norwich's players were carrying some emotional weight, as it seemed something significant had indeed taken place. Ospina's hair was disheveled. Shun Jian scrutinized closely, noting that Hilo bore signs of scuffle, and Cazorla had a mark on his neck. It was indeed a genuine brawl. This Europa League match promised to be captivating, as the players' expressions were anything but normal. Fortunately, Zhao Gang's demeanor remained composed. The captains of both teams flipped a coin, with Arsenal choosing their side and Norwich kicking off. Philip and the midfielders exchanged a couple of passes while Arsenal's players fell into position. Zhao Gang had no immediate defender, and a defender passed the ball to him. This was Fox's strategy, to ensure the ball reached Zhao Gang for him to orchestrate the play. As Zhao Gang received the ball and surveyed the field, Lightman dashed towards him in an instant. Noticing no advantageous position ahead, Zhao Gang opted to pass back. The moment he kicked the ball, he stumbled to the ground. With no threat of attack and merely a return pass, there was no need for a tactical foul. Lightman did not hesitate, crashing his shoulder into Zhao Gang. Beep! Hey! The surrounding Norwich players instantly converged on Lightman. Ospina surged forward from the edge of the opponent's penalty area, undeterred. The referee promptly intervened, while the assistant referee jogged alongside. Such an incident occurred right after the kickoff. Ospina disregarded both teammates and adversaries, pushing his way in. The referee, initially engaged in admonishing Lightman to calm down, immediately positioned himself in front of Ospina upon witnessing the unfolding situation. Calm down, calm down, calm down. English football emphasizes physical confrontation, yet there are boundaries that should not be crossed. The ball had already been dispatched. A back pass was warranted. Lightman's actions were clearly provocative. A chorus of boos erupted from the crowd, echoing across the stadium. Lightman nodded at the referee, indicating that his excitement had momentarily taken over, assuring that he would not act so recklessly again. The referee, aware of the potential for chaos in this match, separated the players, drawing on his extensive officiating experience. Such aggressive play from the outset was bound to escalate. Both teams would inevitably amplify their physicality. Stringent measures were essential to contain the combustible atmosphere of this encounter. Chapter 62, The Scissor Kick. Although this was a Europa League match, It bore the hallmarks of an English civil war. The physical confrontations were exceedingly intense. The prior altercations before kickoff, compounded by Lightman's provocations, had ignited the Norwich players' tempers. Arsenal, the epitome of possession-based football, was renowned for its beautiful style. Yet no Premier League team shies away from physical duels. Thus, the players from both sides engaged in a fierce contest, indulging in petty fouls, using arms, elbows, and even fists. The elegance of Arsenal's football was lost amidst the cacophony of whistles. Players frequently found themselves on the ground, leaving the referee to bear the brunt of the exertion, his presence felt in every corner of the pitch. The traveling Arsenal supporters were incensed. This was Norwich. This was the key to their elimination of Manchester United. They resorted to incessantly bringing down players to thwart attacks. Shame on Norwich. Lightman, take them down. Annihilate these worthless opponents. This was Norwich's home ground. Would their fans allow such audacious behavior from the Arsenal supporters? The air was thick with boos and furious shouts, drowning out the cries of the Arsenal faithful. The match was fragmented, and Arsenal struggled to manifest their hallmark style, which was advantageous for Norwich, yet it foreshadowed impending trouble. Shun Jian observed the players continuously falling to the ground with growing concern. The referee unhesitatingly brandished yellow cards, prompting players from both sides to crowd around, demanding explanations. Within just 10 minutes, Norwich had accrued 3 yellow cards, while Arsenal had received 1. It was evident that Norwich's players were retaliating for Zhao Gang. Yet such a playing style risked a player being sent off. Falk, observing his charges' escalating tempers, recognized the inevitable repercussions. He shouted from the sidelines for them to temper their aggression. The referee's thresholds had been established, and if this continued, players could be dismissed, leading to an automatic loss. Wenger stood on the sidelines, his expression grim. These players were clearly targeting one another, entirely disregarding the essence of the game. It was an affront to the sport itself. Lightman, seasoned and cunning, shadowed Zhao Gang, incessantly taunting him, employing subtle maneuvers that often left Zhao off balance. To Wenger, these minor infractions were merely part of football. Beep. The referee's whistle pierced the air once more, issuing a yellow card to Lightman. Wenger vocally protested from the sidelines, questioning the legitimacy of the card. What was that for? Clearly, Zhao Gang was feigning injury. Lightman raised his hands in exasperation, glaring at the referee. If that's a yellow card, what is the point of playing? Are you being bribed? The referee swiftly approached Lightman. He had already warned him thrice. While this particular action might not have warranted a yellow card, the accumulation of warnings and Lightman's continued tripping of Zhao Gang warranted disciplinary action. You may persist, but I can continue issuing yellow cards. The referee, undeterred by Lightman's protests, held his ground. Ultimately, Lightman, frustrated and furious, turned away. Norwich had just executed a free kick when Philip, after a few strides with the ball, surveyed the field. Just as he prepared to pass, 2 Arsenal players closed in, causing Philip to falter. Cazorla intercepted the ball, delivering a precise long pass to Lightman. As Lightman controlled the ball and advanced, he suddenly felt a powerful force from behind. Bang! It felt as if a hammer had struck his back. Lightman grimaced, rolling on the ground in agony. Beep! The 6th yellow card was issued. Hilo scoffed, spitting to the side as he continued forward. Damn it, stop feigning. The referee's 6 yellow cards finally instilled a sense of caution among the players, curbing their aggressive tendencies. Having suffered a setback, Lightman refrained from confronting Hilo, fearing another yellow card would see him sent off. This referee demonstrated a commendable decisiveness, effectively managing the match. Were it not for those 6 yellow cards, the players might have descended into outright chaos. In the ensuing 20 minutes, the match flowed much more smoothly. Consequently, Arsenal capitalized on increased opportunities. Their possession style, coupled with superior individual skill, enabled them to mount relentless attacks. G.I. Roud's aerial prowess and support left Norwich with scant options to counter. In the 37th minute, G.I. Roud connected with Lightman's cross, heading it directly to Welbeck, who, after a brief adjustment, unleashed a powerful strike that the goalkeeper barely reacted to, sending the ball into the back of the net. 0-1. Arsenal, playing away, took the lead. As Welbeck celebrated with his teammates, Lightman charged at Zhao Gang, defiantly shouting, "Did you see that? Did you see my pass? Arsenal needs me. They need my deliveries. Go home." Lightman's intense gaze bore into Zhao Gang. Fear manifests as anger. Zhao Gang shook his head in response. "Is it because if I join Arsenal, you be cast aside? How pitiable. Observing Zhao Gang's reaction, Lightman clenched his fists, trembling with rage, his eyes ablaze. Focus. Stay alert. Hilo continuously shouted at his teammates. All players took their positions for the kickoff. This was not favorable news for Norwich. They struggled to mount any substantial attacks. Previously, they had fragmented the match using physicality, but the referee's stringent standards deterred them from continuing such aggressive tactics, allowing Arsenal's attacks to flourish. Sun Jian's concerns had materialized. Arsenal's ball control made it exceedingly difficult for Norwich's players to orchestrate effective counterattacks. Hopefully, Falk could devise a targeted strategy during halftime. As the center circle resumed play, Hilo and Ospina charged toward the front of Arsenal's penalty area, drawing defensive attention. Philip executed a lateral shift, and the ball found its way to Zhao Gang's feet. Subsequently, Philip swiftly surged forward, seeking opportunities. Zhao Gang paused to assess the situation. Finding no suitable openings, he took a few steps forward, only to see an Arsenal player rapidly closing in, ready to defend. Meanwhile, from a side angle, Lightman charged forward like a gambler blinded by desperation, spurred on by Zhao Gang's words that had struck deeply at his pride. His hysterical provocation failed to incite Zhao Gang, whose indifference was met with a mere pathetic. For Lightman, who yearned to prove himself, this was an unbearable humiliation. Zhao Gang's expression and words echoed relentlessly in Lightman's mind. Losing control, he launched into a brutal sliding tackle. Scissors kick. Chapter 63. Self-inflicted misery and opportunity. Zhao Gang caught a glimpse of an approaching figure. He suppressed the instinct to evade, bracing himself to absorb the vicious tackle. As he fell, he inadvertently stomped down hard on Lightman's ankle. Zhao Gang's eyes nearly bulged from his sockets. The pain was excruciating. He felt as though his calf had shattered, rolling in agony. Meanwhile, Lightman grimaced, one hand clutching his ankle while the other pounded the turf, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. It's broken. The bone is shattered. The referee, witnessing this scene, immediately halted the match, waving his hands frantically. Team doctor! Team doctor! Players from both teams quickly gathered, their focus solely on their injured teammate. Ospina knelt on the ground, anxiety etched across his face, repeatedly inquiring about Zhao Gang's condition. Fox stood on the sidelines, completely dumbfounded. This can't be happening. It absolutely cannot happen. Zhao Gang was not only capable of elevating Norwich to new heights, but he was also young, brimming with potential. A severe injury could cast a long shadow over his psyche, potentially jeopardizing his future. Lightman, that wretched beast. The Norwich fans in the stands gasped, rising to their feet. The fans, who had been engaged in a verbal exchange with Arsenal supporters, fell silent, hands clasped over their hearts, filled with worry and prayer. Dragon Kingdom fans, who had stayed up late to watch the match, erupted in outrage after a brief shock at the incident. The live chat was flooded with vitriol, and some male fans at home, having endured unfavorable conditions, could no longer contain their anger, shouting without regard for the consequences, startling their already sleeping wives, who dared not question the fury of their husbands. Disgusting. It was a deliberate attack, aimed at breaking legs. That vile creature, not merely dirty, but utterly malevolent. Sun Jian watched the replay, the sight of Lightman's foot crashing against Zhao Gang's shin almost resonating with the sound of bone fracturing. He trembled, suppressing his fury. Such recklessness was unacceptable for a professional athlete. In stark contrast, Brooke's reaction was vehement. Trash. Trash. Albon. A worldwide ban. He doesn't deserve to play football. The disgrace of Arsenal. The disgrace of English football. The disgrace of football worldwide. Perish. Brooke slammed his fist on the table, wishing he could step onto the field and break Lightman's legs himself. Meanwhile, Ocho, invited as a special guest by Brooke, gritted his teeth, recalling the earlier incident that had nearly ended his career. Ocho's expression darkened. This level of recklessness could very well lead to a career-ending injury. Zhao Gang lay there, drenched in sweat, feeling true pain. For a fleeting moment, he believed his leg was broken, but sensation returned quickly. The team doctor was examining his leg, attempting to ascertain the extent of the injury. Beside him, Lightman was in dire straits, blood gushing from his ankle. And with every movement from the doctor, he felt sharp, piercing pain, his eyes squeezed shut, shaking his head in denial. The doctor knelt, his expression grave, urgently signaling for stretcher. Stretcher. Substitution. Wenger shook his head, reluctantly preparing to send Flamini onto the pitch, knowing this change disrupted the flow of the game. Zhao Gang, in pain, nodded subtly to the doctor. The physician furrowed his brow. It was not a fracture, merely a contusion from the impact, painful, but not severe. The doctor nodded back, gesturing to Falk, who exhaled deeply, almost collapsing from relief. The entire Carrow Road stadium erupted in elation. The fans, faces flushed, applauded fervently. Those in the front, bare-chested and filled with vigor, waved flags, tears welling in their eyes. Sun Jian, watching the live footage, still felt uncertain. Was he truly unharmed? The doctor's gestures indicated he was fine, but it was hard to believe. Please, let there be no injury. Just give me a definitive answer. Dragon Kingdom fans focused intently on the screen. As the doctor exited, Zhao Gang stood up. Sun Jian, filled with excitement, clenched his fists and shouted, "Ah! I can't believe it. He is really unhurt. It's a miracle. Thank you, heavens." Brooks slammed his fist on the table in triumph. God is truly divine. Lightman, perish. Your foot is broken. Your leg is shattered. Rod felt a wave of relief wash over him, shaking his head lightly. Ocho, covering his face, felt his eyes moisten at Zhao Gang's resilience, a sentiment rare for someone who had faced injury without shedding a tear. Zhao Gang, rising, waved to the stands. The cheers grew even more fervent, echoing as if they had just clinched a championship. The camera captured young fans wiping their tears, while others, with eyes closed, seemed to be offering gratitude. It felt as if Norwich had taken a commanding lead. Sun Jian, reflecting on the genuine cheers of the fans, felt a swell of emotion. This was football. This was the beauty of the fans. Flamini stood at the sidelines, yet to enter the field, when the referee waved him off, subsequently brandishing a yellow card, followed by a red. 2 yellows converted to a red. Wenger stood there stunned. He had hoped to slip through unnoticed, but the referee had sent Lightman off. Had Lightman not received a yellow earlier, this would have been a certain red. The referee had seemingly exercised restraint. Sun Jian commented on the yellow card, "Foolish referee. None of UEFA's officials are competent." Brooks' anger remained unabated. Such an action should undoubtedly warrant a direct red card, yet you brandish a yellow card instead? What is the meaning of this? Previously, the officiating was stringent, and now you wish to play the benevolent one? Wenger waved his hand, seething with indignation, but dared not press the matter further. Given the circumstances, a yellow card was already a generous decision. Continuing to argue with the referee could very well result in his own ejection. Having gained an advantage, one should refrain from acting overly clever. Ospina remained close to Zhao Gang, filled with concern. "Are you truly all right?" "I'm fine. I can withstand it," Zhao Gang replied. Still feeling some pain, but it was manageable. "This injury exemption card is quite remarkable. I must elevate it to the highest tier as soon as possible." Beep. The match resumed. Norwich's free kick. Chapter 64, a brilliant cover. The distance was too great, barely 2 meters past the halfway line, making a direct shot impossible. Those long-range attempts succeed only because of a goalkeeper's positional error, coupled with a stroke of luck. A free kick from this distance could not possibly be taken directly. Zhao Gang stood over the ball, delivering a long pass to Philip on the left, who controlled it with his chest and surged forward. Fox's instructions echoed in his mind. Deceive. Go down. Such tactics could never be openly discussed in front of outsiders, yet they were indeed a part of the game plan. With Arsenal down 1 player, the impact on their offense was minimal. However, their defense would undoubtedly exhibit vulnerabilities. Seizing the moment before Arsenal fully adjusted to playing with 10 men, Philip, with his commendable experience, accelerated down the flank. Rosicky, closely following Philip, matched his pace and possessed ample defensive experience, effectively blocking Philip's route to advance. It seemed he would have no choice but to pass back. At that moment, Jobs, spotting an opportunity, charged in from the opposite side to join forces with Rosicky in an attempt to intercept the ball. Philip, seizing the moment, flicked the ball up. As Jobs leaned in, he had yet to position himself properly when Philip collided with him and fell to the ground. Beep! Jobs raised his hands, incredulously looking at the referee. Philip exhibited his experience. He had nearly exhausted his passing options. Had Jobs not been reckless in his challenge, Philip would likely have lost possession. Sun Jian observed Philip's maneuver with a nod of approval, recognizing that this player possessed intellect on the field. Even against Arsenal's defense, he dared to make a play. Had this been the Premier League, the whistle might not have been blown, remarked a nearby commentator. Indeed, This was a Europa League match, and Arsenal's players might contest the officiating standards. This distance and position presented a promising scoring opportunity for Zhao Gang. Falk anxiously monitored the pitch, keeping his eyes fixed on him. Many fans in the stands rose, their faces alight with anticipation. Given this distance and position, Zhao Gang's goals had left a lasting impression on them. Whether in the league or the Europa League, he had scored from direct free kicks on several occasions. 6,666. 6,666. One more time. Brothers, let us all raise our sixes. The atmosphere surged as the support group took to the field, steady as Hammerby. As Zhao Gang approached the ball, the live stream chat exploded with fervor. Shun Jian glanced at the comments, unable to suppress a chuckle. A fan inquired why everyone was typing 666. Was there a delay in the live broadcast, indicating a goal had already been scored? This was truly not the case. Those questioning were likely new followers of Norwich. Yes, it seems so for Zhao Gang. From this distance and position, the probability of scoring directly from free kick has reached 55%, while the chance of creating a goal-scoring opportunity has soared to 80%. This data, derived from previous statistics, was indeed formidable, and maintaining such a rate would be quite challenging. Nevertheless, it was certainly worthy of the fans' expectations. Indeed, this probability was alarming, surpassing that of many penalty takers. We shall wait and see. Though Shun Jian's commentary remained composed, internally he was brimming with excitement. Score! Score! It must go in. Even after witnessing countless direct free kicks finding the net, each subsequent attempt filled him with anticipation. Arsenal's defensive formation was notably dense, indicating specialized training. Zhao Gang scrutinized the free kick trajectory and discerned a golden path boasting an over 80% probability of success. This is it. Zhao Gang inhaled deeply and charged towards the ball. The Norwich players positioned in front of the Arsenal wall swiftly dispersed. This tactic had been rehearsed in advance, and the wall indeed left a gap. Shun Jian's voice heightened. Moreover, the ball sailed through this very opening. The Arsenal wall leaped, only to realize the ball was a half-height shot that hadn't cleared their heads. They quickly turned to glance back. The ball traveled at great speed. The goalkeeper finally perceived its trajectory and launched himself, but it was too late. He soared into the air, stretching his arms in a desperate bid. Yet, he fell just short, his face contorted in dismay. This player's free kick was too formidable. Norwich's fans spread their arms, ready to celebrate. Bang! The goalkeeper, outpaced and outmaneuvered, saw a figure hurtling like a cannonball, colliding headfirst with the ball. It sailed out of play. Oh dear, Jobs! Shun Jian sighed, smacking his thigh. That was indeed a remarkable play, and he nearly lost his temper. What a certain goal. Jobs had abandoned his post, charging towards the far post as soon as Zhao Gang struck the ball, his head deflecting what should have been a certain goal. A great lament rose from Carrow Road. Fans poised for celebration clutched their heads, kneeling in despair. Fox shook his head in disbelief. How could he anticipate such a play? Arsenal supporters erupted in jubilance, waving their jerseys and leaping with joy. Who says only goals are thrilling? This stunning act of deflecting a sure goal was equally breathtaking. Jobs clenched his fists, vigorously waving them, puffing out his chest and shouting skyward. The recovering goalkeeper rammed his chest into Jobs. Incredible, magnificent, brilliant. Teammates rushed over, tousling Jobs' hair to express their admiration. Jobs, invigorated, raised his fists and bumped shoulders with Ospina, who towered half a head above him. At this moment, he needed to display confidence while also unsettling the opponent's emotions. Such minor tactics are commonplace on the field and bear little relation to one's character. After all, this is competitive football. As Ospina turned, the two clashed head-on. Ospina lowered his head and pushed back, showing no signs of retreat. The referee and teammates rushed in to separate them. What a bunch of cowards, Jobs muttered as he was pulled away. Old fool, Ospina retorted, youthful exuberance fueling his response. Upon hearing this, Jobs immediately sought an explanation. Ospina, seeing him approach, shoved his teammates aside, prepared to confront him. The referee stood between them, extending a hand. While they could easily dismiss the referee, neither dared to escalate the situation. It was merely a matter of exchanging a few insults and posturing. Arsenal finds itself one player down and desperately in need of a morale boost. Thus, Job's actions are entirely justifiable. Moreover, Should they manage to provoke Ospina into a fit of anger leading to his dismissal, it would be a boon for Arsenal. After the brief interlude, the majority of players congregated within the penalty area. A corner kick awaits. The stoppage time has already elapsed, and the first half is poised to conclude. It is hoped that Fa can reconfigure the tactics during halftime, capitalizing on Arsenal's numerical disadvantage to fortify their defense in a bid to equalize. Shun Jin narrates, asserting that despite being a man down, Arsenal's prowess remains formidable. Norwich could inadvertently concede a goal. Chapter 65. I am a genius, coach. This corner kick is likely the final offensive maneuver of the first half, as we observe all Arsenal players retreating into their own penalty area. Indeed, it is crowded with bodies and feet. Zhao Gang positions the ball, standing near the corner flag. Two Norwich center-backs surge into the box, while Hilo stands resolutely at the edge of the area, closely followed by Cazorla, who is familiar with this positioning. Zhao Gang once executed a direct pass to the far post unmarked, allowing Hilo to dash forward and deftly nudge the ball into the net. This time, however, it will not be so simple. Zhao Gang stretches out his arms, signaling that he is ready. Ospina, sandwiched between two defenders and with little room to maneuver, catches Zhao Gang's gesture. He pivots and makes a swift dash towards the penalty line, with the defending players quickly closing in. We observe that this corner does not target the near post, but is lofted directly into the box. A corner kick soaring into the penalty area must navigate over the defenders, thus requiring height. However, to ensure precision in its landing, the ball's speed must be moderated. This makes it easier for defenders to anticipate its descent and clear it. The goalkeeper also enjoys ample reaction time to charge forward, potentially catching the ball. It is a curling ball, hence its rapid speed. Shun Jian rises from his seat as the ball finds an optimal landing spot, zipping past, leaving the goalkeeper with insufficient time to react. Regrettably, it appears that no one is available to receive it. The very position Ospina had just occupied is now vacant as he has moved on. Jobs raises his head and spots the incoming football, leaning heavily against the Norwich player behind him. Gathering all his strength, he leaps, prepared to head the ball clear of the penalty area. Thud! The resounding impact of the ball against his head echoes clearly throughout the broadcast room. Shun Jian nearly exclaims his catchphrase. Ospina, who has already begun rushing toward his previous position at the edge of the box before the corner was taken, draws the defender away, creating a fleeting gap. When the corner is executed, the defender marking Ospina can only catch a glimpse of his back. As the ball ascends, it spins rapidly, plummeting almost abruptly. Ospina, akin to a moving mountain, charges forward with minimal jumping motion. With a swift nod, he alters the trajectory of the ball, sending it crashing into the net like a bullet. At that moment, Jobs, who sought to disrupt the offensive opportunity, is unceremoniously knocked to the ground by the barreling Ospina. The sound is deafening. Beep! A whistle pierces the air, and Jobs, sprawled on the ground, hastily glances at the referee. Foul! Foul! I've been knocked over. The referee points towards the center circle. Ospina, mouth agape and arms outstretched, charges towards the corner flag. All the forwards surge toward him. The Carrow Road Stadium erupts with jubilant cheers. Zhao Gang, though not short, is effortlessly lifted by Ospina under his armpits, resembling a child, his expression one of utter desolation. 1-1. Norwich has equalized the score. Arsenal players rush towards the referee, incessantly protesting. Foul! Look at the fall. The referee stands firm, waving his hands. I was right there. I saw it clearer than the camera. Perfect physical confrontation. No flaws. Arms remain down. If it didn't T-jump, how could there be a foul? The precision of the pass was remarkable, akin to a guided missile, Shun Jian remarks, watching the replay with admiration. Even a pillar could have scored. Indeed, it is plausible. The ball's rapid spin could rebound into the net if it hit the right spot. Norwich has scarcely mounted a serious offense, remaining predominantly defensive, while Arsenal's ball control skills far exceed those of Norwich. Yet, from a mere set piece, Zhao Gang nearly equalized, as this corner kick finally presented Norwich with an opportunity. With a perfectly directed touch, Ospina arrived just in time to send the ball into the net. This was a beautifully synchronized play. Ospina intentionally drew away the defender before swiftly returning to his position as the ball descended perfectly. Just half a minute prior, Jobs had thwarted a certain goal, and this time he accurately anticipated the ball's landing. Yet his elevation fell short, resulting in him being knocked down by the onrushing Ospina. What a pity, Shun Jian muses. feeling a twinge of regret for Jobe's defensive effort, though inwardly he is elated. Zhao Gang, 1 assist. Forget about Arsenal fans, it's all about Norwich fans now. At this moment, I am a devoted supporter of Zhao Gang. Were it not for my commentary duties, I would be raising my arms in triumph. Commentating on Norwich's game is a privilege, sharing joy with countless fans. Yet it is somewhat constraining. I cannot let loose because of Zhao Gang's remarkable performance. I have already received 2 warnings from the higher-ups. You are a professional commentator. You must be impartial. You are not a local commentator. Zhao Gang scores. And why are you still crying? Thus, Shun Jian must restrain his enthusiasm. As Arsenal restarts play from the center circle, the referee blows the whistle to signal the end of the first half. Norwich fans rise to applaud, bidding farewell to their players, while others shake their fists and hurl shouts of anger towards the Arsenal supporters. We scored. We scored. You'll be going home to cry like Manchester United fans. Arsenal fans, with necks craned and faces flushed, retort, to hell with you. Have you won? We'll crush you in the second half, you country bumpkins. Arsenal, the Premier League. How magnificent. You haven't won yet. And one of your players has been sent off. The beautiful game of Arsenal. At Carrow Road, there are scarcely 1,000 Arsenal fans. A single shout can elicit a chorus of boos lasting half a minute. It is utterly stifling. Falk enters the dressing room with clenched fists. His strategy was flawless. Set pieces. 2 set pieces have inflicted sufficient damage. Zhao Gang's set piece was executed with perfect speed and placement. He is undeniably a maestro in midfield. Playing as a forward is a disservice to his talents. Falk feels he has unearthed a gem in Zhao Gang. What coach would reposition such a performing forward to midfield? I truly am a genius coach. Falk nods, contemplating the prospect of transforming Zhao Gang into a defensive midfielder or a fullback. Why not then be akin to a world-class coach like Guardiola or Wenger? In the second half, Arsenal will have to play with 1 less man. With their pride at stake, they would never allow even a single point to slip away. As one of the top 4 in the Premier League, capable of contending for the championship alongside Manchester City and Chelsea, how could they permit themselves to be held to a draw by a championship team? Their offensive thrusts would inevitably create gaps, and Shiro's breakthroughs could inflict significant damage. Seizing the opportunity, it seemed conceivable that they might triumph over Arsenal on home turf. Chapter 66. Charge. 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 During the halftime break, aside from urging all players to maintain their intensity and bolster their defense, Fox specifically instructed Philip to test the referee's threshold at the outset of the second half. The referee's scrutiny was particularly strict at the beginning of the match. However, after 20 minutes, his leniency increased significantly. Notably, Lightman's reckless tackle warranted a red card, yet he merely received a yellow. The referee, being human, would find it challenging to revert to strictness once he had relaxed his standards. Such a dangerous foul had only earned Lightman a yellow card, suggesting that the subsequent enforcement of rules against our team would not be overly severe. Identifying the referee's leniency, they would defend accordingly, and when necessary, commit fouls to disrupt Arsenal's rhythm and render their play uncomfortable. Do you understand? Upon seeing the players nod in affirmation, Falk mirrored their gesture. From the very beginning, we were not deemed the favored side, yet we have consistently emerged victorious. Once again, we must seize the opportunity. Pass the ball to Zhao. He will deliver it to the forward. He will ensure that the player at the forefront receives the ball and sends it into the net. Do you comprehend? When Zhao receives the ball, what is it that you must do? Falk pointed at Shiro, Philip, and Ospina. Run. Precisely, run forward. Do not concern yourselves with offside. He will deliver the ball at the most favorable angle to the right person, so run with all your might. Falk clapped his hands, and the players leapt to their feet, bouncing in anticipation as they headed towards the tunnel. Falk seized Zhao's arm, exclaiming, "You are truly a genius." Whether facing a championship side or a Premier League team, whether dealing with the discordant Manchester United or the United Arsenal, you always manage to deliver the ball. From the outset, I have struggled to contend with a team like Arsenal, but you have given me and all the players hope. Maintain this momentum. Everyone will defend with utmost determination. They will support you, taking care of all the dirty work. Do not get injured. Do not engage in reckless challenges. If you wish to showcase your abilities, let it be through passing and scoring, not through defense, understood? Falk's repeated admonitions stem from the anxiety elicited by Lightman's foul in the first half. Zhao had now become not only the team's offensive linchpin, but also the player most closely monitored by the management. Their message was clear. He must not sustain an injury while with Norwich. Yet Falk was less concerned with the management's perspective. He simply wished to prevent Zhao from suffering significant injuries due to the grueling schedule imposed by his tactical decisions. Coach, if there are no challenges or confrontations, can we still call football? Perhaps we should play with a glass ball, Zhao retorted, glancing at Falk, who wore a resigned expression. Of course. I will heed the coach's words, Zhao added. Although his tackling and aerial duels had been lacking, they had improved somewhat through training and competition. His dribbling, while still unrefined, had seen significant enhancement in his ability to shield the ball with his body, a skill not provided by the training system. With continuous practice and play, he could elevate his performance through sheer effort. Well, at least for this match, listen to me. Do not expend excessive energy on defense. In the league, you can be more liberated in your movements. Falk considered for a moment and then said, go forth with your teammates and allow the Carrow Road fans to cheer to their heart's content. With the sound of the whistle, the second half commenced. As the teams switched sides, Arsenal took the kickoff. The goal scored just before halftime had infused Norwich's players with renewed vigor. Their morale was even higher than at the start of the match. Sun Jian observed the midfielders dashing about, valiantly stifling Arsenal's attempts at intricate passing and combination play. And he muttered, defend, hold fast, find opportunities for Zhao. At this juncture, Arsenal's players were not as composed as they had been at the match's outset. Norwich's equalizing goal had prompted them to regard this team with heightened seriousness. The situation was further complicated by the fact that they were now a player down. Thus, maintaining possession became imperative to alleviate the pressure on their defense. Against formidable Premier League opponents like Manchester City, Chelsea, or Liverpool, playing with one fewer man would necessitate a defensive retreat. However, facing Norwich, a team with generally inferior talent, their strategy was clear. Control the ball and adopt an offensive approach. Rosicky passed the ball to Cazorla, who, as the midfield engine, swiftly evaded a defender. Glancing up, he saw that nearly all his teammates had surged forward. The fullbacks had drawn their markers away, and with a deft through ball, he found the advancing center forward, Giroud. Giroud, known for his aerial prowess, possessed an extraordinary ability to assist and a keen vision for passing. Upon receiving the ball, he was immediately pressed by two central defenders. Unable to turn, he adeptly timed his pass, threading the ball to Sanchez amidst the chaos. Sanchez, a South American player renowned for his technical skill, combined with physical strength and explosiveness, was a formidable force. His core strength was exceptional, making it difficult for ordinary defenders to contain him. After receiving the ball, he appeared to take a heavy touch, prompting Norwich's left back to seize the opportunity and charge forward, only to be body-checked by Sanchez, who then regained possession and charged into the penalty area. Oh no, that should not be a foul, Sun Jian exclaimed, watching anxiously as Sanchez entered the box, with the center-back scrambling to cover and the goalkeeper tensing to guard the near post. There seemed to be no clear shot, but the center of the pitch was wide open. Sun Jian noticed Giroud's position. If Sanchez passed him, it would spell trouble. Yet Sanchez was oblivious to Giroud's approach, shifting his weight effortlessly to elude the defender. With a powerful strike, he aimed for the gap between the goalkeeper's legs. The keeper spread his arms to maximize his coverage while quickly lowering his center of gravity, bringing his legs together. This was fundamental training for a goalkeeper. In reality, if the ball was struck with sufficient velocity, by the time the keeper recognized the shooting angle, the ball would already be in the net. Thus, these movements were conditioned reflexes honed through countless repetitions in training, enhancing their defensive capabilities. The goalkeeper, executed a remarkable save. Oh, and of course, Sanchez's shot was equally impressive. Sun Jian nearly jumped in excitement as he witnessed the ball being caught by the keeper, quickly admonishing himself to remain objective and not allow personal bias to cloud his judgment. Sanchez, clutching his head in frustration, could only lament what a wasted opportunity. Giroud, hands raised in exasperation, exclaimed, "It was wide open. Just give it to me, and I would have scored." As both players expressed their disappointment, Hull wasted no time, grabbing the ball and launching it forward with all his might. Zhao, who had been leisurely observing as if merely an onlooker, suddenly accelerated. There were no defenders in his vicinity. It was as if he were an outsider, while Arsenal continued to play with 10 men. Originally in a defensive position, Hilo, Ospina, and Philip surged forward as if they were seizing an opportunity. Hilo gritted his teeth, his expression fierce as he swung his arms wide. Ospina, with his gaze fixed downward, took large strides, sprinting like a train. Philip, stationed on the flank, maintained a semblance of normalcy, frequently glancing towards Zhao Gang's direction. As a midfielder, assessing the situation had become second nature, yet his pace was equally swift. Rosicky suddenly felt a gust of wind rush past him. He looked up, stunned to see the trio charging ahead without a hint of fear regarding the ball being intercepted or a counterattack being launched against them. Chapter 67. Even a pig could score. This one. Arsenal's fullbacks had already advanced into Norwich's dangerous half, and upon losing possession, their retreat was remarkably swift. However, they were utterly unprepared for the fact that the goalkeeper had not assessed the field at all. Upon gaining possession, he did not stabilize or take time to control the ball. Instead, he executed a quick throw to Zhao Gang. This was a stark contrast to a team that found itself entirely on the defensive. What further compounded Arsenal's troubles was Zhao Gang's continuous movement, evading defensive duties, leaving him unmarked. As the fullback charged toward Zhao Gang, he calmly adjusted his position. Just as Hilo's speed reached its peak, and he was about to breach the final defender's line, the ball at Zhao Gang's feet deftly arced over the heads of the Arsenal players. At the moment of the pass, Hilo's body was nearly parallel to the position of the Arsenal defender. While the Arsenal players scrutinized Zhao Gang's passing trajectory, Hilo had already launched himself forward. By the time the defenders realized something was amiss, Hilo had already left two defenders in his wake on the right flank. The fans at Carrow Road rose to their feet, breathless and wide-eyed, craning their necks and fixated on Hilo as he charged into the penalty area. The central defender, tasked with marking Ospina, quickly adjusted his position, extending his long legs to close the distance between himself and Hilo. Hilo! Hilo! Brook leapt to his feet, fists clenched, shouting with excitement. The seasoned defender did not rush in immediately, but instead drew closer to block Hilo's shooting angle, diminishing his chances of scoring. Arsenal's defender, now returning due to the central defender's delay, attempted to sidle up and collaborate with him to completely stifle Hilo's shooting path. Alas, Brook slammed his fist onto the table, aware that opportunities for a quality shot were fleeting. Perhaps there were merely 0.5 seconds left before the defender would close in. Missing a one-on-one opportunity made it exceedingly difficult to break through and shoot. "Seize the opportunity. What is happening?" Brook exclaimed, noticing Hilo's evident hesitation as the central defender had already obstructed most of the route, and another defender was rapidly providing support, threatening to squander this attacking chance. Seeing Hilo forcefully take a shot, the Arsenal goalkeeper spread his arms wide, mimicking the actions of his counterpart, then lowered his center of gravity rapidly to prevent a shot at his near post. The remaining angles were covered by his fellow defender. If Hilo managed to curl a shot into the far corner, it would be beyond salvation. The goalkeeper would be helpless. The angle for that shot was completely sealed off. Sun Jian felt a twinge of regret. Just a moment earlier, had the central defender not arrived in time, Hilo would have had the opportunity to shoot. His decisiveness in seizing opportunities still needed improvement. Suddenly, Sun Jian's eyes widened in astonishment. Hilo had chosen not to shoot. Instead, he passed the ball through the central defender's legs to the center. Ospina. The ball is in. The ball is in. Hilo's cross found a charging Ospina, who slotted it home. The goalkeeper's attention had been entirely drawn to Hilo, resulting in an open lane through the middle. This opportunity was served right up for Ospina. Even his grandmother could have scored. Brook erupted in jubilant cries, pounding the table in frenzy. 2-1 in the 65th minute. With Norwich enjoying a numerical advantage, yet still struggling to dominate, Ospina scored a brace, turning the game around. Ospina clenched his fists and roared skyward. Hilo darted over, leaping onto his back, raising his right hand high. The fans' fervor ignited instantly. "Hilo! Ospina!" Their shouts pierced the heavens. Ospina, bearing Hilo, charged towards the center circle, using both hands to hoist Zhao Gang under his arms, lifting him as if he were about to devour him whole. Fox stood on the sidelines, grounded in a stance, throwing punches into the air. It was truly unexpected that Hilo would choose to pass. Sun Jian couldn't help but muse aloud. This had been the source of his prior astonishment. Indeed, Hilo's technical prowess was among the finest at Norwich. He possessed the capacity to pass, yet he had seldom shown the intention to do so. Particularly with a newcomer like Ospina, it seemed improbable that Hilo would opt to share the ball. His style had always been rather solitary, reminiscent of S and Shea's earlier approach. Such opportunities typically did not warrant a cross. In fact, Szczesny likely hadn't anticipated that Hilo would choose to pass prior to the match. Wenger would have certainly analyzed the characteristics of Norwich's players and instructed the defenders and goalkeeper not to worry about Hilo's passing. The fact that Hilo delivered a pass was indeed astonishing. A player accustomed to solitary endeavors, upon receiving a shooting opportunity, tends to focus solely on the goal, oblivious to teammates. It is only when opportunities are scarce that they might consider a back pass. Hilo epitomizes this kind of player. Passionate, technically gifted, physically robust, yet somewhat arrogant, often failing to notice his teammates. However, today he recognized Ospina and chose to cross. In my recollection, he had only assisted Zhao Gang once before. This marked the second occasion. Yes, his skills and personality are particularly striking. He can elevate his teammates' morale, yet he is equally capable of chastising them for poor choices. However, since his return, it has been rare to see him criticize others. More astonishingly, he has learned the art of sharing possession, a tremendous boon for Norwich. Director Zhang, what do you believe has prompted his transformation? Haha, I'm asking sincerely. If I say it, will the fans think I'm just praising Zhao Gang? If I say it, all the fans will think I'm blowing smoke. You're different, haha. It's merely my personal belief that it is indeed due to Zhao Gang. During Hilo's injury period, Zhao Gang scored in consecutive matches, propelling Norwich to a remarkable height that Hilo could not attain. Hilo must be elated. Yet there is bound to be a twinge of anxiety, even jealousy towards Zhao Gang. However, upon his return, he noticed Zhao Gang retreating, not vying for scoring opportunities. Instead, Zhao Gang selflessly delivered precise assists, with each of his passing routes being the optimal choice, helping Hilo to regain his confidence on the field. A player as proud as Hilo is unlikely to easily bow to another. Yet he saw Zhao Gang's willingness to drop back and assist. Recognizing Zhao Gang's lack of competition for scoring chances, even conceding a penalty to help him regain his confidence. Seeing all that Zhao Gang has done to strengthen his teammates and the team itself evokes deep admiration for his competitive and straightforward nature. When Zhao Gang's jersey was illuminated at Old Trafford, it was Hilo who first rushed over, eager to serve as a loyal nightly protector. Thus, I believe his transformation, his willingness to share the ball, is entirely attributable to Zhao Gang's playing style and personal charisma. It could even be said, somewhat exaggeratedly, that he is learning from his idol. Haha, everyone has heard this. It is not merely the words of Zhao's most ardent supporter, but rather the esteemed commentator Zhang Lu. Moreover, Zhang, who typically speaks little, has rarely shared so much, which lends considerable credibility to his words. Does it not? Yet it is indeed a fact. There is no other explanation. On the pitch, Ospina was leaping with clenched fists, elated. Today, Ospina was overjoyed as the two team leaders took turns creating opportunities. Rod looked at the excited Ospina and remarked, even a pig could have scored that, let alone anyone else. Brooks' words dripped with sarcasm, yet carried a tone of satisfaction, akin to an elder humbly deflecting praise for a child's achievements. Chapter 68. Misjudgment. Wenger stood on the sidelines, furrowing his brow. A counterattack, which is 3 passes. The ball was effortlessly sent into the net. Hilo's passing was commendable. Even the fullbacks could manage it. However, Zhao Gang's lofted long pass truly astonished him. The moment he received the ball, there was not a single support option around him. 3 players surged forward, while the rest either held back to prevent Arsenal's counterattack or advanced to provide support. Not a single teammate was running towards Zhao Gang to receive the ball. These teammates had unshakable faith that Zhao Gang could deliver the ball to where it needed to go. This trust was not merely instilled by the coach's words. It must have been built through numerous successful instances. Furthermore, Hilo did not even observe Zhao Gang's passing trajectory. He had already begun to accelerate, while Arsenal's defenders were repeatedly attempting to intercept or create an offside trap. In this way, they were completely unable to match the speed of the already initiated Hilo. When the pass was made, it rendered any attempt at offside ineffective, leading to a complete failure of that defensive effort. Wenger regretted his earlier decision to propose that peculiar £1 offer. He should have simply added 100 or 80,000 to secure Zhao Gang's presence at the Emirates Stadium. He would undoubtedly shine under his guidance. Fortunately, that previous meal had revealed Zhao Gang's yearning for Arsenal. This opportunity must be seized. There must not be another regrettable signing. In the stands, the Arsenal fans traveling with the team, though few in number, united in a vigorous chorus of boos directed at the players on the field. It was not a rebuke aimed at Norwich, but rather a scathing critique of Arsenal. Year after year without a trophy, they exhibited no competitiveness in the Premier League. In the Champions League, they had been ruthlessly beaten, utterly powerless to respond. Now, in the Europa League and the Championship, were they truly unable to win? Was this the state of affairs? They were pierced through the entire defense by mere three-touch passing, overcome so easily. Such disgrace was unacceptable to the fans. Oh, that pass was truly remarkable. The placement, the angle, the power, it was like a work of art. Even Xavi and Iniesta at that age might not possess such skill. While they surely had it, the timing and awareness required for such a pass could not be guaranteed. The teammates hardly slowed down. Even a moment's hesitation would lead to an offside. The timing of this pass was undoubtedly masterful. Anyone else would hesitate to claim they could make such a successful pass. To the Premier League, to a top club, this passing ability would surely shine brightly. Zhao Gang plays as a forward, you know. What are you talking about? Some could no longer bear it, as they began to speak of him as if he were a midfielder. His retreat was due to Leighton's injury, not because he was a midfielder. Have you forgotten that Zhao Gang still holds the record for consecutive matches in the Championship? Have you forgotten that despite a few matches as a substitute for 10 minutes, he still leads in goals scored? Why would he switch to playing in midfield? A forward's decisive strike is a man's pursuit and passion. Indeed, wouldn't it be something to witness Zhao Gang dribble from the back, weaving past 7 or 8 opponents, and with one stroke, seal the victory? On the field, Hilo shouted loudly, "Defend." Yet, the Arsenal players did not lose heart. They were merely up against a championship team. This counterattack, though it resulted in a goal, felt more like a stroke of luck. Aside from the counter, they had no effective means to score. They simply needed to monitor the connections between these few players. Zhao Gang, who had not been involved in defense, was finally marked. Even with Arsenal pressing forward, there was always a defender near Zhao Gang. As soon as a pass was made, it would be immediately disrupted. Hilo and Ospina were also closely monitored. They could not allow such a counterattack to occur again. Arsenal's players possessed considerable individual skill, so even if it was difficult to completely neutralize Hilo, they could preemptively cut off passing routes. Thus, while Arsenal may have had fewer players in attack, Norwich had even less opportunity to counterattack. Even as Zhao Gang continuously repositioned himself, even as Norwich defended, Arsenal's defenders remained glued to him. This meant that even if Helmandi managed to gain possession while defending, he could only pass to someone else. Wenger had also devised a more extreme tactic. Once Hilo gained possession, they were to foul immediately, not too aggressively, just enough to prevent him from advancing into a dangerous area. It was not a fear of him shooting, but rather a concern that if a foul occurred in that area, it could present Zhao Gang with an opportunity. Thus, Arsenal's attacks were not as fierce as before, but Norwich had even less chance to counterattack. The ball was predominantly controlled by the Arsenal players, who were now a man down. Whenever possession changed hands and Norwich had a chance to counter, the Arsenal defenders would immediately move close to Zhao Gang. As soon as Hilo attempted to break through, he would be fouled. Arsenal's beautiful football was, in this match, utterly self-sabotaged. Arsenal's tactics were peculiar. Since Wenger had not prepared a strategy specifically for Norwich in advance, and Leitman had been sent off, they opted for a more aggressive style, committing fouls to prevent Norwich from countering, and relied on their players' individual abilities to maintain possession and await an opportunity. Wenger had never been a master of in-game tactical adjustments. This was the best solution he could devise. Xinjian provided a fair commentary. Brooke exclaimed, "Damn it, you foolish referee. You handed out yellow cards to Norwich from the start, but now that Arsenal fouls, you choose to ignore it? Have you been bribed? They're kicking legs, stepping on feet, swinging arms. Oh right, show a card already." Brooke finally ceased his curses when the referee issued a yellow card to Gibbs. Otherwise, he would have condemned the referee's ancestry for generations. Arsenal's beautiful football. Is this how they play? Huh? After venting his frustrations at the referee, he turned his ire towards Arsenal. As the match neared its conclusion, Norwich's fans sang loudly, rallying support for their players. Victory was within their grasp. Soon, Arsenal will be conquered. The referee, where are you? As Brooke watched Philip gain possession, he was abruptly tackled from the side by Rosicky. The ball fell at Sanchez's feet while Philip lay on the ground, grimacing in pain. The referee deemed Rosicky's action a fair challenge, allowing Sanchez to advance rapidly with the ball. The entire Carrow Road erupted in boos. The referee remained resolute. His decisions were unwavering and impervious to external influences. Observing Philip on the ground, Sun Jian could not ascertain whether a foul had occurred and opted to maintain a neutral stance. The cacophony of disapproval from the Carrow Road crowd did not deter Sanchez. He skillfully maneuvered past defenders and approached the edge of the penalty area. Giroud tirelessly repositioned himself, while Cazorla drifted to the flanks to draw defenders away, preparing for a pass. Sanchez, ever confident, glanced up, displaying exceptional finesse as he deftly flicked the ball past a defender who lunged for a tackle. A vast expanse of space opened before him. As the central defender closed in, Sanchez drew back his foot with poise. Bang! Even though Hurelho Gomez made a valiant attempt, correctly predicting the direction and nearly touching the ball with his fingertips. The sheer power behind Sanchez's shot altered its trajectory just enough for it to strike the inside of the post and cascade into the net. 2-2. Arsenal equalized just before the conclusion of regular time. Sanchez raced towards the Arsenal supporters, who erupted in jubilant celebration. The players embraced each other in a display of camaraderie. Harlow and Mendy rushed to confront the referee, gesticulating vehemently. Foul! Rosicky committed a foul. Philip remains on the ground. Falk gesticulated animatedly from the sidelines, vocally protesting. How could such an infringement go unchecked? Amidst the uproar, the referee firmly pointed toward the center circle. Falk, in frustration, exclaimed, "To hell with this." Brooke, upon reviewing the replay, cursed vehemently, insisting it was a blatant foul. Surely, there must have been a monetary incentive involved. The fans at Carrow Road rose to their feet, their faces flushed with indignation as they vociferously condemned the officiating. Was a hard-earned victory about to be snatched away? Alas, that was indeed a foul. Regrettably, without VAR in the Europa League, the referee could not amend his decision. He remained steadfast in his belief that no foul had occurred, just as he had been convinced that Ospina's collision with Job's was without wrongdoing. Such confidence. Yet, it was evident that Sanchez had made contact with Philip's foot. Sun Jian lamented as he witnessed the scoreline altered. All of Norwich's efforts appeared to be in vain. However, such erroneous officiating is part of the game. Fans continued to hurl hamburgers, sodas, and even bananas onto the pitch as an expression of their discontent. Falk continued to berate the referee. Ding! The referee approached Falk, brandishing a yellow card. If you continue to shout, you will be sent to the stands. Falk gradually calmed down, still muttering under his breath, but refrained from further confrontation with the official. In the ensuing moments, the once vibrant Arsenal players began to cramp. Instead of pressing forward for a win, they resorted to time-wasting tactics. The jeers from Carrow Road failed to sway them. Their objective had evidently shifted. From an initial desire for victory, they now sought merely to secure a draw with 2 away goals. All their hopes rested on next week's home match. Their strategy proved effective as the game concluded amidst intermittent play. At the post-match press conference, Falk wore a grave expression. From the sidelines, I clearly saw Rosicky's foul. I cannot fathom why the referee failed to notice it. We should have won this match, but such is football. We must strive harder. Wenger's comments were ambiguous. At the time, my focus was on Zhao. To be honest, I did not see whether Rosicky's tackle constituted a foul, but the referee undoubtedly saw it clearly, and we must respect his decision. Zhao Gang was also troubled by the draw. Yet, the referee is the ultimate authority. If he claims no foul, there is nothing more to be done. The outcome is now predetermined. All that remains is to secure a victory against Arsenal at the Emirates next week. He accessed the system, only to find no reward for winning. Arsenal not only snatched a draw, but also pilfered his system points. The host failed to win, resulting in no system point rewards. The system detected that the draw was due to uncontrollable factors, and thus, a compensatory reward would be issued. Upon hearing the system's notification, Zhao Gang's spirits lifted instantly. Although it ended in a draw, it was attributable to the referee's decisions, so a compensatory reward would be forthcoming. The guaranteed goal on shot skill, level 1. If the host shoots 4 times from within 30 meters of the opponent's goal without scoring, it triggers the guaranteed goal on shot skill. The 5th shot will activate the golden route. Any shot within 30 meters of the opponent's goal will be guaranteed to score. Each match provides 1 activation opportunity. As the level increases, the number of activations per match and the distance and targets for shots will also expand. Zhao Gang was initially perplexed. The system rewards the host with a top-tier guaranteed goal on shot skill experience card, valid for 1 match. Zhao Gang examined the card's description. The top-tier guaranteed goal on shot card, once used, grants the host the guaranteed goal on shot skill. If any 4 shots from within 30 meters of the goal fail to score, it will trigger the golden route. The host will score guaranteed from any position in the opponent's half. It can be triggered 5 times in a single match. Zhao Gang's eyes nearly bulged out of his head as realization dawned. The level 1 guaranteed goal skill requires the host to shoot 4 times from within the 30-meter zone without scoring to trigger the golden route. It can only be used once per match. However, the top-tier guaranteed goal skill can be activated by any 4 missed shots. Furthermore, it can be triggered 5 times. This is what is meant by an increased shooting target, whether it be oneself, a teammate, or even an opponent. As long as a shot does not result in a goal, the system can be triggered. Moreover, it can activate the golden route from within the opponent's half. This is truly the ultimate weapon for underdog teams facing stronger opponents.